Hello? That's it. That's right. Cheers, mate. So I'm on now, am I? Good. I'm live. Hey, everyone. Bit of a late start. We had a few technical difficulties. Nothing major, but a lot of the machines were just being... Well, they weren't technical difficulties. They were just fixing up machines, making sure all the switches are working and joysticks. I know a few of you are pretty keen to see things going. We were going to do a bit of a pre-show, but a lot of the players were busy with other things, which is understandable. We'll look at the leaderboard later on, but we had 5 kill screens yesterday, and Matt Tecchio didn't kill screen, but it's a 900,000 point game he got. We had 3 over 900,000 points. So as you know, Andrew Barrow finished with 1 million plus, and then Jeff Sutter with 900 plus, and then Matt Tecchio in third at 900 plus, and then from there they dropped down from 800 through to 700 and so on. So it's going to be a pretty interesting field today. And I was saying to the guys out there, then just having a bit of a chat, I think this is the first, like not the first, but this Kong off is so much more competitive. Like I didn't talk about too much yesterday, but it does feel like there's you got 14 kill screeners up there. And you know, yesterday people came in hoping to get that bounty of $500, and it just kind of suppressed the mood. Like everyone just got focused so quickly. And now people are going up. They're going to be going up against people going, this guy kill screened yesterday, and that's what I'm playing, or this guy kill screened yesterday, or so on and so forth. And I just think, the mood's going to feel pretty quickly like it'll feel a bit like a grudge match. Not that there's any grudge between these guys. It's nothing to, take away from. But I think these guys want to protect they want to get a clearer measure of this, where they feel they're at. Jeff Sutter coming to this, he'd done about 10 kill screens recently. Danny Fazakli got his first kill screen down from Tasmania this year. People like Jeff knows he can do over 1 million points. Of course, Matt Tecchio's, in my opinion, is a 1.2. Let's not get academic about it. But that's where his game's at. He's hit more than enough scores over 1. And no one's going to be changing their strategies. I think there's not time for that. I think people just got to come in and do their thing, and that's what they were saying. I did a bit of a whip around the room. And there's players who probably didn't perform as high as they want. Alan Stall was one. He had a very slow day, but I think Alan's the sort of guy who can actually blinker that stuff out. I don't think he gives much thought to that. They're not being in a funny way. Like, I'm not suggesting he's not thinking, but I just think that he's pretty good at just sitting down and getting on with his game. And we've got to remember that he's come in a third and a second place, I think, in Kongos before. And of course, people like Shane Saul have finished enough times in the top 3 and winning one. But another thing I'll just point out from the previous 2 years, and it's hardly a statistic that's worth taking too much notice of, but in the Kong off last year, Matt Tecchio won the level 3, and then he went on to win the Kong off. And the previous year, Barrow won the level 3, then he went and won the Kong off. I mean, those stats don't say a lot right now, but I think that it does show that there's a level of expert skill set there. Aaron has just sat down. Aaron Raynor, I'll just switch your mic on, Aaron. Just give me a sound check.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that's it. And I was just talking about a few things. I'll just finish what I was saying. And so I feel that that level 3 and the performance there, all of this gives people, I think, a psychological edge. But there's so many people, like, not edge against each other, but psychologically for themselves, it lifts them. So all those players who have done like yourself, Aaron, you did a PB yesterday.
I did.
Yeah, and people like Patrick Silva, for instance, he got a kill screen, and it was Jeff Sutter that was his highest running ball kill screen. Barrow would be feeling very comfortable, after his score.
Sorry, I got to go.
No, you're right. You'll be back. And I think a lot of the players, when you talk to them, they go, it's everyone's here and they're friends and all. That's all true. I think I think the players, and they often say, you just got to play your game and do this, but I think they're trying to outwit themselves in the idea that they're not psychologically affected by the results of others, and I just don't think that's true of the players. I think some are better at it. I think some are better at doing that than others. I think for instance, Barra, who's done so much competition and, from, various things on main with the Olympics and so on, and the Australian Arcade Championship and various Kong-Offs before, and of course Score Wars. We saw how well he performed there against players who are, like Armando Gonzalez and so on and so forth. Oh, that's twice I've said that. I've got to stop doing that today already. But I think there are players who can block that out quicker, and I think they're going to need to do that really quick. And if they're trying to fool themselves into thinking they're not psychologically aware of the players around them and where they're sitting, then I think that could become its own obstacle. I was just talking about the psychology of what's out in the room there today. Like, I know that the players, I was just saying before, Aaron, that the players are, you just go in and play a game, and I'm not, someone getting kill screen doesn't really affect me, but
I've got to go for photos. Oh, sorry, mate.
No, you're right. You get up there, Aaron. You're one of the competitors. You're made in the top 16. Anyway, I think that's going to play a part, and it must every year, but this year particularly, I think we've never had 5 kill screens and 3 scores over 900,000 and various scores of 800, 700 and so on. I think players are going to sit down and go, where was that person yesterday? And then you've got people like Shane, Matt and Barra who have won one already, and how comfortable are they going to be with second or third or not even making a top 3 because they know they can do it. So I think it's at that point now, the history of, I can't really compare it to the US Kong-Offs. I mean, I was only at the first one, but a lot of the players over the years have dropped off and disappeared and not returned or just completely left the game. But here, a lot of these players like Shane and Barra, Neil Cairns and so, they've been here from the very first one. So this is 6 years in competing against each other with newcomers like Patrick. See, Danny was at the second Kong-Off. Matt Tecchio was at the second Kong-Off. Pretty sure, and all the rest that I can think of in front of me, Alan Stall, Dennis Edmonds. I think Aaron Raynor was at the second one because that was the first Kong-Off I attended. The only people who aren't here who are regular attenders is John McNeil, hasn't been here for a while because he moved to Toowoomba. Jay Mack and Falcone, they're not here this year because of COVID. Largely, they decided Jay Mack was going on a holiday with his family, so and that was an opportunity to do that, and that makes sense. And of course, Johnny Bond, who was a really competitive player in the Kong-Off, and he's sorely missed. And he would only make it more difficult by being here with the players. And but anyway, Johnny was here for long, but he's not here. But otherwise, nearly the same lineup from when I first came in 2018, I think it was, from Kong-Off 2. They're all here, except for, of course, the American attendance, which was Estelle, Ethan Daniels, and Billy Mitchell and Billy Mitchell Jr. competing. But I mean, they were an anomaly. None of those repeat returners anyway. So I think that this is going to be, there's a lot of history with these players, and I think we're going to see players dig down deep. And if something goes wrong early on, I think, well, I don't know. It's obvious they're going to have to recover quickly, but I think we're going to see a bit of I think we'll visually see disappointment on players who don't hit their mark, and we're going to visually see people, their emotions. Basically, their emotions are going to show a lot more today than previous Kong-Offs. I think they're not going to have as much control over them because they know where they're at, they know where each other's at, and they all feel, even though they might not be ranked as high as people like Jeff or Shane or Tecchio or Barra, they all know that they've been getting scores that could actually put them in the top 3 because they've got scores that can do that on a Kong-Off, because the average score on Kong-Offs aren't that high. So anyways, we can see they're putting there's the result board, or whatever you call it, there on cabinet 1. Looks like Luke, because people are getting to choose their cabinets, it looks like Luke might be sitting down there. Luke Bush, he did a great game yesterday. He was interesting. He came in very late. His wife and 2 kids were not well, and but he did manage to come in. Looked like he wasn't going to make it at all, and he only played 3 coin drops, and I can't remember what his final score was. We'll have to look at Lee, but he qualified comfortably. He's a 900+ point player, and he hasn't been playing for a while. He said this morning because he's been busy with the family. He's got 2 kids under 2, which makes sense. Was it 2 kids? Well, anyway, right, somewhere around there. Both very young, so he's been pretty busy with that. But he's certainly got, he's got real grit, real skills. Saw Tanya Lowe in there, didn't qualify. She's basically our only female player, but she loves the game and loves the players. But she's her real passion's pinball. You know, that's her big thing. There we see Matt Tecchio signing up there. Not sure what cabinets we're going to be on yet. As you'll know, I don't have the feed. If anyone really wants to, they can always send me a message on Facebook and have a quick glance. But I've had the feed removed. A lot of the players sort of get too distracted by it, and there's other things to talk about. And I don't think it's fair to their peer group to be too focused on that rather than focus on their actual contemporaries and on the match. But feel free to send me a message on Facebook Messenger. I think most of you are watching are probably, we've probably chatted before. Apologies to Justin Elliott. I was expected to be on here by sort of 9:30 our time, and like I said, there was Dennis Edmonds was just checking all the machines, and I was just checking the wiring, and so they weren't quite all linked up at that point. And we were going to do a pre-show and just talking about what we felt for the day, but that'll happen later. Now we'll do some profiles of players and see where we get to, but maybe it'll be too much game to get too much into that, but we'll go through some stats. I'm not sure what cabinet we're going to be watching up first. I don't really mind what it is, but I'd really be interested in more the middle cluster at the moment. I know Andrew Barrow will be up against Danny Fazackley. I mean, Danny's no fool, so if he can put in a good game, he'll be very pleased with that. But he's up against it playing against Barrow. Not calling it, I'm just saying, like, he would know that. And but then again, Barrow's not going to be too relaxed going in. I think he's going to play the game he needs to play all day. So he's not going to think, oh, this is an easy beat or anything like that. Far from it. So he'll be, I think he'll just see. He spoke to Andrew. He's just going to play the game he's going to play, and he's just going to just get in hard and quick. It doesn't look like he's playing just yet. So they must be breaking them up into. So what have we got there? Yeah, groups of 6. No, 2, 4, 6, 8. Sorry, 8. So we've got 16 cabs. So they must be just having the first 8 lined up. So they must be all hooked up. And I'll soon find out. Watching Kibby's there, sorting a few of the cameras out. So he should have something pretty soon. And I might see if I can get Sean Tagg on or someone to have a chat with me again. Here we go. So Alan Stall and Neil Cansell. This is a match that I was talking to Neil on the way in. I'll sit forward now. A bit lazy there. I was talking to Alan. I gave him a ride in, and I said, "Yeah, this is a match I'll be quite keen to watch. This would be quite. This is what I was hoping to actually see." Alan, who wasn't playing that solid yesterday, and their scores were very similar, I think. I might see if I can get the leaderboard put up. All right, here we go. We'll just have a look at the leaderboard. Hey, Kibby, can you just press the button for the leaderboard for me, the actual scores from yesterday? So there we go. Cheers. Do you want to have a sit down, Kibby, or join me for a minute? You want to hop in? I'll get in. Oh, Kibby will come on, so he's always got a good insight to the game and what's going on. So there we go. There's yesterday's score. So Danny Fazackley at 453. There was a prediction the lowest score was going to be 500, so that was a low score for Danny. But he'll be just happy to qualify. And I was saying yesterday that Danny's quite... I think... Let me just... Sorry, guys. Oh, you got...
Back wrapped around.
Oh, sorry.
I've been on 4, I think.
Hello? Oh, there we go. Yep. You there, Kibby? Hey, welcome on, Kibby.
Thanks, all.
You need no introduction, but just in case of those who don't know, it's Michael Kibby. I was just saying before that yesterday there was sort of talk of the lowest score being 500,000, and that's pretty close with Danny, so he can do much better than that.
Sorry, can I just jump back in 1 second? Sorry.
Yeah, you're right, mate.
I was going to sort one thing out.
No, you're right. So there, we'll just go up through the board. So Greg Pell, he struggled yesterday. He had a pretty slow start, and of course he's at Killscreen, do much better than that. Aaron Raynor, that's a personal best for him at 548. Sean Rulon, that's an interesting score. That really should have an asterisk next to it. He was late to the party. He had his brother was getting married, so they put it on the one day of the year. That probably is really important. Sean's been away also in Germany for the last couple of years, and so this is his return back to the Kong off. But his game actually finished at high 700,000. We had a hard cut off at 11 o'clock, so he had to come back and play pretty late. So he just needed to qualify. So that score isn't representative of the skills that he demonstrated yesterday, and he did. And I think he I think that's still a low score. Well, not a low score, like 700 plus, but he didn't play many games at all. He didn't get the chance. Luke Bushell came in late. He only did 3 coin drops, like I was saying. He came in late and put up 608. Like he really can play, Luke, and he said he hasn't been playing much lately, Kibby, because of his 2 kids. Been pretty busy being a family man. Dennis, that was a great game. Oh, sorry, just skipped Alan. Alan had a very slow start today. When he got that, I think he was just happy to get a good, solid score up. But he really had that's probably his worst Kong off ever, I think, in putting a qualifying score up. Like really struggled to get a good score up, didn't he?
Yeah, I think that was the same for a lot of people throughout the day, though.
Yeah.
It took most people until about 4 or 5, sort of 8 hours into the competition to start getting scores above 400,000. Everyone was kind of stuck there.
Yeah, it was a weird day. Well, I was talking about, I think there was just a lot of pressure in the room. I think everyone felt they were aware of the talent in the room, like the abilities of kill screens and stuff, and I think everyone just sort of dug in deep without just sort of relaxing a little bit, maybe.
Yeah.
I think Dennis, that was his first game or second? It was pretty early
I think
on.
that was his first credit.
Yeah,
I think
he
he just fired that up and did it. Yeah,
it was awesome. And he played a little bit later, and I was watching him, and he can really play. Like, if somebody doesn't, he said he's been wanting to play a bit more lately, but
he's been putting. I mean,
I
don't know what he means by a bit more, because he's been putting in a good amount of time already just to try.
Oh, sorry, that yes, yeah. I said he's been playing a bit more lately.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's what I meant to say. But I mean, he's actually,
he's been putting in some solid
he's quite a talented gamer, really, like yourself. He can play on various games. He knows his stuff. And Neil, of course, he was kill screening a few times leading up to, or maybe once or twice, but putting some good scores up at Netherworld and stuff.
I think he had 1 or 2 leading up to it.
Yeah, I think he would have liked a higher score, but he'll be fine with that. Patrick was stoked. Like, that's a big confidence boost. Not that I'm not saying he needed, but he was saying today he's never felt so pumped and calm. He just wants to jump in and get on with it.
Yeah.
That was a great game. Kibby, well, speaks for itself, 889. For a guy I remember before he went on, just said, "Oh, you going on for another game?" Kibby said, "I suppose I should, I don't know, whatever." You weren't. And maybe that attitude just...
I think that would have been my last credit either way.
Yeah,
so
either
I'm
way,
glad I'm glad it went that far.
Yeah, no, it's a really... Oh, whoops. I'm just bumping.
I think maybe that was because I went into it with that mentality, like, it doesn't really matter what happens.
Yeah.
Either I get the score or I don't.
Yeah, no.
It just sort of relaxed me a little bit, maybe.
And that was Shane's normally one who gets kill screens up front and grabs the cash prize. He really took a while to get that, but he'll be very happy with that score.
This is
Shane Saul.
Shane Saul. This is the last 3 years. He got 850,000 plus qualifying.
Yeah.
2 of those were kill screens. So he's qualified top 4 every year.
Yeah, he's a gunner. Matt had a funny result. Like, that score's awesome, but I think he was really pushing. He was hoping to put a 1.1 up, which is a big ask for himself. He wanted a 1.1 kill screen. You think, there's sort of a qualifying 1.1 and a kill screen. That's a bit of a trifecta in a qualifying sense, like a big one.
All in one game.
Yeah, and I think he put a bit too much pressure on himself. Like, he was pretty disappointed. He sort of stood up for the machine, not making a big deal out of it, but you could see he was pretty annoyed with that loss of those 2 men at the end. Jeff was going to go home at 770, and we had a bit of a chat, if you look back through the stream, and I said, what would you rather, 850 or 770? I was saying this yesterday. He said, well, I'd rather 770. He said, why? Because I don't feel like playing. And I said, that's not the answer. Like, what would you rather? He goes, well, 850. He said, well, you should play again. We talked more about it, so he sort of looked at it. We just got talking, and he got back. I'm so glad he did, 944.
Same with everyone's mentality at the end of the day. There, Alan kept going, got his game out.
Yeah.
Sean and Pelly staying there right till the end.
But I think for Jeff, who was kill screening so much, probably like 10 or more kill screens to actually do it again.
He knew that he could just do better.
Yeah, I think he just felt so shortchanged by himself, not to get there, and then he finally did it. And then Andrew Barrow at 1 million there. That was a great game. Do you want to just switch off the leaderboard there for us before we get on there? I might move up here and give you some space, because you guys will be getting
no worries
today. Danny. So Danny Fazakli coming in.
I sorted all the cables out for you so they weren't all tangled.
Oh, that was you. Oh, what a gem. Danny sorted out the cables. Bloody, whoops.
There was a bird's nest down there this morning.
It was pretty bad.
So I didn't get an overview of any of the other scores before I jumped over. Just as I was coming back from the countdown, I heard a man get lost, and turns out it was Alan. So not an ideal, obviously, start for Alan.
But it looks like he's recovered all right. He's keeping up on pace with Neil. So
yeah, and I think a lot of us struggled yesterday. Especially some of the higher scoring players. Alan was up until the end. Still trying to put a score up, and couldn't. A lot of us couldn't do what we'd normally do at home, apart from yourself, Kibby, and Barra. But yeah, I think it's. I think this is going to be one of the main attraction matches first up. Neil's obviously very consistent, and how are you feeling about your qualifying game against Bono? That should also be quite a good one.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting. The two Michaels, the two Nibbler billion-point players, pretty exciting.
Yeah, that's
pretty cool. We were saying we should just play that game instead. But
Oh, that's why they were saying. I thought they were just saying it like, I don't know why they were saying. So I didn't realise you were bracketed up against him.
Yeah,
First round, so.
we'll just do like one plays first, one plays second, and 100 hours or so straight. Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah, they said, "What do you reckon?" Phil said, "I'm not commentating that."
2 billion points.
Yeah, one does the
enough.
first billion, then like a co-op score. There you go.
Back.
Has that ever been done?
No, I don't think so. Nibbler.
Just a bit off on that for a minute with Nibbler. Is Michael playing Nibbler at all? Is he?
I'm not sure if he's been active since he got his score.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Like because it's a big score. Like
Yeah.
as you know, 1 billion points. Like
I think he was just wanted to get that billion. He was happy with it because he still has the MAME record. He's had it for almost, I think, 3 years and about a month or two.
Oh right, wow.
He got that MAME record, so
Yeah, nice one. Yeah, well, you can just sit on it. And you were talking about 5-man the other day, weren't you?
yeah, 5-man record. I have the 5-man with 16 million on arcade at the moment.
Yeah.
But Rick Carter has a 41 million score on MAME, which is like pretty massive.
That is pretty big.
Because you'll roll the lives at about 50 or 60 million. So
Yeah.
there's only so much more you can get.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys do it anyway. Like that, it's a grueling game.
Well, thankfully the 5-man's only sort of 1.5, 2 hour.
Yeah, that's not
Like
too
to
bad.
roll the lives on 5-man would only be 1.5, 2 hours, so it's not as bad as playing for 2 days.
So
Yeah.
what sort of prep do you go into, like when you're going into like a marathon score like that? Because I imagine you have to prep yourself for the week sort of leading up to just even be awake and be ready to go for that long. Like you'd have to.
Prep for the most part. I just wanted to make sure I was rested, like having consistent sleep for the week.
Yeah.
Like I didn't want to have too much sleep the night before or too little. As long as I was getting my same amount for the days leading up to it, I was pretty happy.
I sent a few messages around this morning of not to put you guys off, but I sent it around to various people. We can hear Johnny Bond's response. Do you want to hear what he said for who he thought might win? Or
Oh yeah,
just-
that'd
I'd
be
love to
great.
hear what Johnny Bond
yeah.
had to say.
Hell yeah.
Just I'll just take that back to the start.
Take it this year. Barra will take it this year.
Barra.
But then again, it's everyone's game. I feel like everyone is so consistent this year. It's madness. But again, Barra, he can fucking pull it off under pressure. And again, my money is on Barra. Second place, Shane or Tekio, and then again, KB could snipe them all. Yep. Fuck, who knows? And again, send a fucking link when you go online, and it's late here. What time do you guys start?
Now.
I'm excited. Good luck to everyone and kick some ass.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Probably should send a link.
Thanks for that, Johnny.
Awesome words from Johnny.
I'm sure he follows the Netherworld page on Twitch. I'm
Yeah.
sure he'd be aware that.
Yeah,
we've
hopefully
kicked
he's
off.
got it.
Brack has been shared on in the chat as well. I'll share it again
Ooh,
later.
Alan just lost another man.
His second man. Neil's
Ooh.
down one as well. So
Yeah, like you
Still
sort
a pretty
of,
close game.
again, you sort of, for example, like with the qualifying, you had that, level 3 restart. You got to think that, the amount of times that, you might need to restart just to get like a game going where you haven't lost a man.
Yeah,
Whereas
exactly.
when you're doing this, you don't have a choice. You just got to keep going.
well, that's why what a lot of people will do when they're like the 2 weeks sort of leading up to this is they'll play games where they don't restart. So if you die on level 2 or 3, you just
yeah.
to get in that mindset of I'm playing a man down. I just got to stay in that zone.
But it certainly does it messes with your head pretty bad. Like I would imagine, like when you're down like that, especially like even just Neil having lost a man already, it'd be playing in the back of his mind. And I'm sure with Alan it'd be quite much the same.
Yeah, I think
Well, I know
This
I
is-
dwell on my desk too much.
this
but-
looks like Alan's games yesterday. They often started like this yesterday. They,
Yeah.
early losses, and you'd look up and he was sort of soon on his last man.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
I'll take it.
tumbling.
As long as he's not panicking. I mean, you can take one man a long way. So I think Johnny Bond's first kill screen was from level 5. So
Oh,
I
wow.
mean, you take one man the entire game basically.
Oh yeah.
So who's your predictions, Kibby?
I think Shane's going to make it to the finals.
Yep.
I think he'll take up Barra in the semis, and I think he'll be versing Tekio. Out of that game, who wins? Who knows?
Yeah.
That's a tough matchup. But
We were sort of talking about this on the like last night, it was obviously like Shane won, Kongoff won, but it doesn't have the same magnitude as like the last few years when it's really
Yeah.
gotten a lot bigger. Like I
Russ,
think,
I don't know if you were here before. I was saying to Phil, Shane's stats, he's qualified top 4 every year,
yeah,
and there was only 1 year when he hasn't made top 4 in the finals as well,
yeah,
when he got unlucky in his first round match.
very consistent.
So 4 out of 5 years he's made top 4 playoffs.
And who's he playing in the first round?
Shane is versing... I've completely blanked. I'll have to pull it up in a moment.
Yeah. So he finished, was it 4th? Or?
Shane was 4th, yeah.
Yeah. Well, so that's against what, 12th, if I'm not mistaken. Tagster and Jenny will be a good game as well. I think that's going to be a pretty close.
Yeah, that's going to be a good matchup.
And what's the other one? And Pelly and Jeff are on now, aren't they? They're playing each other.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Well, that
Oh.
middle bunch, they're all going to be
It's going to be very
big
close.
matchup.
to all of them,
Yeah. And especially when you get the second round where people had a game and they feel, oh, that's behind me. you
Yeah.
know?
Looks,
100%.
nice, Neil. It looks like Neil's taken a small lead over Alan here by about 20,000 points with a extra man, so that's going to be a bit of pressure off for him. If Alan's looking over, he's going to know that he has to chase. I might just go do a quick run by and see
that'd
how
be-
some of the other games gone as well.
That'd be
Yeah,
great,
right.
my friend.
And how are you feeling, Danny?
I'm tired, but like looking forward to obviously today's the big day. Obviously you're going to see quite a lot of emotions. I'd have to imagine. Like everyone who, regardless of where you're seated, and if you had a chance, there's still going to be emotion involved with that. We all know that I'm not shy of getting a bit emotional, so we'll see what happens. I think the way we've got what's been put together so far and what we're going to have as a product going forward. Like you can just see how great everything looks. Like I've mentioned it many times, but like just the way even like all the effort that the boys have put in to make the stream look the way it does, like it's just unreal in my opinion. And everything's up and running at full capacity. So once I think when we get down to the finals, we'll be able to do a bit more switching around, depending on. All depends on if Kibby makes it, because if Kibby isn't in like the finals, he knows how to work all that computer stuff, which some of us are just like, So so it'd be nice to have a spare man over there doing the switching and switching between cabs, but that's well above my my skill set, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't go near it, fear of...
Yeah, pressing the wrong button. Yeah.
Yeah, when you mentioned before, like people showing, I was just saying before the games began, I feel that we're going to see. I just feel this year like it's so competitive out there and we're going to see. There's going to be physical.
Yeah.
You're going to see physically where they're at.
Yeah,
Their
100%.
reaction to winning and losing is going to be quite.
Yeah.
Because like getting through any one of these, winning any one of these is a big win.
Oh, 100%.
But in that, like just to. It's so competitive out there this year compared to previous ones.
Yeah.
Just got some updated scores from the other games that are happening. So Luke Bushell versus who's he versing? Pat Silver.
Yeah.
They're both on pretty much flat on 100k. Bushell's on his first man and Pat is on his third man.
Oh, wow.
Aaron Rayner versus Matt Tecchio. Matt's on about 85,000 and Aaron's on about 100,000.
Yeah. How many? And is that 3 men that Aaron's still got?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Wow.
Oh no, that's the man he's on. Sorry, Aaron's on his third man. Tecchio's on his second man.
Oh, okay. So he's on his last guy.
Yeah.
No, you mean yeah. So
No, second last, third man.
Okay. Yeah.
He's got one in reserve. And then Greg Pell and Jeffrey Sutter are pretty much dead even. I think Jeffrey's 10k ahead maybe.
Yep.
On about 95,000.
Wow. So
And
that's going to be.
they're both on their
nice
second
game.
man as well. So
Who was Jeff playing, you said?
Greg Pell.
Greg Pell. Yeah.
Oh, Pelly, yeah.
So we don't have too many lives lost. Everyone's lost about one. I think Busho's the only one that's still on full stack.
And for those that don't know, that's Busho's the one that's on the camera feed there, first player on the.
He's on
line.
cab number one. We'll change over some of the feeds once we see how some of the games start going.
Yeah, someone who's hopefully sink into a game and
Yep.
just drag it out.
I reckon, Pelly and Jeff, I think, is one that's got probably now at this point maybe the most potential to maybe go the distance. Pelly, when it comes to like the Kong off like tournament at the end, seemed to just go into a completely different gear. Like he was last night, he was really struggling. I was next to him when I was playing yesterday evening as well, and he was you do get him like upset with yourself because like he couldn't get past that 380 sort of barrier.
Yep.
And like it does suck, and like I was feeling the same. All I wanted to do was get like a 500k game, but it's like no matter what I did, I just didn't have it in the tank. Like it's either didn't have the concentration, or RNG, or I didn't handle certain scenarios the way I normally would. And he was pretty down on himself. I heard him even say like, I can't let my family down. Like that's how emotional it was. Like that's him talking to himself. He's like, I can't let my family down. And I was just like, had a bit of a very brief sort of talk. I was like, mate, you can do it. We've still got this amount of time left. Just put one more credit in. You can chat to. We were chatting like the whole time. But like, I think that goes to like when he said that, I was like, wow. Like, it goes to show how much it means. Like, I know that like there's a lot of people, family and friends that you would all have the same. That like, they like. My mum's even created a Twitch account so she can watch it at home. Like,
Yeah, that's
and
cool.
you know,
My mum, yep,
and
she's
you gotta
watching at
think,
home.
Yeah, you got to think like there's all those people that are there want to see you succeed, and you got that weight on yourself as well. Like,
Well, I think that's the thing is that, obviously I don't play, but this is a lot of Donkey Kong over effectively 3 days, and it's not just playing. You come off, people are talking about other players, you're seeing other players, where they're at, saying, I just got this score, I got that. The amount of Donkey Kong in these 3 days is a sort of feedback you might get over more like 3 weeks. Do you know what I mean? Like you're
100%, yeah.
compressing it into this time. So even if you're not playing, you're hearing scores, you're hearing results, you're hearing what's going on. And it just keeps moving around like that because it's the level 3, then it's the big qualifying day that starts very early, finishes late, and because of and also I think that even from the start, the commentary when we first started it in DK2, Kong Off 2, but I think we've got much more spectator action from your peer group because you can come on and really you're not looking over shoulders anymore. You actually get to see the game and you get more informed about what's going on, and you're seeing what's going on, and all that's got to have its positives.
Yeah.
And whatever it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's not normally a 3-day, any DK week.
Yeah.
So you're compressing a lot of a year's activity into this one very intense 3 days.
Yeah.
And like you said, you're with your mates, the people you don't want to fall over in front of.
yeah,
And they also know where you can play, and like you see people when they get out, they go, in many ways think, oh, that's a bummer because they feel emotion, but they also think, well, that's made it easier for me. So there's all these conflicting emotions,
Like you want to see your mates succeed, but you don't want them to see them succeed more than you.
That's
kind of
exactly
thing,
it. Yeah, that's right.
Like-
Like what's his name said? Oscar
don't
Wilde
want-
said, "There's nothing worse than a friend's success," and I think
Yeah.
that's true in Donkey Kong. Like you want them to succeed, but you want to win. You're here to win.
Yeah.
You're
And
here to, you're here to have fun, but.
And no one will say it out loud, but there'll be everyone has their own inner thoughts that they'll keep inside the whole week. Like, I just wanted to. Alan's just lost his third man.
I'm
I'm not going to disclose who I wanted to defeat, but I didn't manage that. I'll put it that way.
You did?
Didn't.
Oh. So we just got to look up the ladder, do we?
Yeah, basically. And then you've got 15 to choose from. So. All good, bud? Yeah, it's off.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think a lot of players, I was saying before, like to sort of publicly say things. You go, well, that's not quite accurate.
Yeah.
It's
There's
a nice thing to say. It's
Yeah.
virtue. It's a type of kindness.
It's politics.
It's what you're supposed to say.
Yeah.
And this is like any competitive thing. It is. You are. If it's not competitive, then what are we
Yeah.
doing?
Yeah, like I think the more skilled you are, the more pressure's on as well. Like, the pressure's on everyone. Like, and there's some players that there might be down further the bracket. Even though, like, you can see what's happened here. Like, if you look at something like what Alan's on,
Yep.
there will be people who finished a lot lower in the brackets that will have likely a way higher score than that, but it's just the card that you were dealt kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, I think the last 2 Kong offs I've sort of had my qualifying knockout games were 300,000, and then you look at the eliminating scores that were there for some of the top tier players, and they're way less than that. But it's just the card that you dealt kind of thing. Like, and if you, I think the card I'm dealt is I get to play Barrow every year.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
It's not great, but Alan's out.
Alan's out.
So that game's over now
Yeah, that's it.
because Neil's already above him.
So Neil, the rules are we brought these rules in, because I sorted score was there were lots of confusions. Neil won't leave until he's told that he's definitely finished.
Yeah, do you want to switch to Pelly, Jeff? There's someone there to tell Neil officially. Do you want to tell Jimmy that Alan's out and Neil's in?
So there goes
Yep.
Alan. He won't see his face for a while. Like it's
No, he'd be pretty
he'll be
devastated.
pretty cut up about that. That's his worst Kong off ever.
Yeah, 4,000, and well, that's that one done.
Yeah.
Wow, I wouldn't have thought Alan would have, again, but it's that thing, you got that one credit, and as soon as you lose that first life, I think all confidence goes out the door.
Alan's score there is FU.
Classic.
Classic Alan score.
That is very classic.
That's really funny. Like
Yeah.
you're not allowed to swear here. You're not allowed.
Yeah.
You are, but you can't be like
True.
he'd go out now and decompress in a very, very testosterone way, I think.
Yeah, I think he'd be going out to the parking lot, I would imagine, getting a bit of fresh air, having a walk. Which he won't be the only player that would do that. Like I'm sure we'll see a lot of players that get knocked out or even win that just need to go get away and just do that decompression on your own.
Well, look at the faces over there. Like you got a lot of smiles. As people come off, that's got to change through the day.
So, Aaron must be out because Tekio's still playing. So Aaron must have lost his last man. I'm not sure what the final score was on that one, but
Well, I mean that's
it's a given.
Yeah, like I think it's fair. Like he can't be disappointed with that. Well, he might be disappointed with his performance not being as good as it was, but
So for a normal, so Jeff, for example, has got probably the higher end of the scores that would be currently playing. I don't think they've been on quite at that point because he's very efficient at running the barrels. So the 190,000 would be the peak score that any of the players are on. So you see like Aaron, for example, yesterday had a great game of like over 500, which I know was his PB, which is awesome. So he sort of pulled the Mike Cooligan from last year's event. So you got to think. Someone you can consistently play, like when it comes to this first bracket or any game, it's like you can just see what can happen. And I think that's just that first life. If you lose it early, it turns a lot of us to a wreck because then all you're doing is focusing after that death on I can't believe I died like that, and it's playing on you for the next few boards, so you're not concentrating.
Exactly. Yeah.
And if you died for example, I'm sure we'll probably see today, like how many times have all us boys done the springs, and you'll see them die on the springs when they wouldn't normally do that at home. Or I know Pelly before he got his big game yesterday, because I was next to him, he lost 2 springs in a row, and like that was the second to last game he played, and he was just, you could tell he was just so upset with himself. So I think him being able to pull that game out yesterday, the last second last night was really something to behold, and I'm very, very stoked for Pelly because I think he missed out on qualifying last year, if I'm not mistaken. So I could be wrong.
Yeah, well, I find I think Pelly performs well under pressure.
Oh, 100%. You can see it right now.
Yeah, I'll scroll up here. So that way, because people will be jumping. I just sit there because people will be jumping in and out. Yeah, I think Pelly, and I think this game here with Pelly and Jeff, like he looks like he's starting to settle in pretty good. Like this.
Yeah.
And I think this is an interesting thing. Like if you get a game like this, Aaron Reynolds just joined us. Whoops. One of the other yellow dots. No, the other one.
Hello.
There
we
are.
go.
There's Aaron. Welcome aboard.
There's
Aaron.
no number on this
Yellow
one.
is muted.
It is, yes. It's weird, isn't it? You think the light on means on, but no.
No, I was just saying, it'll be interesting to see with games like the one that's happening now with Greg and Jeff. If you have a game, which like for the winner, like with yours, Aaron, like Matt's won.
So what Jeff's doing now?
Oh, not yet. He hasn't.
So what Jeff's doing here?
Oh, hasn't? No.
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
He will.
I just want to
but-
point out a strategy for people at home. See what Jeff's doing now. He's dragging out his boards when he doesn't need to, because he knows he's ahead, and Pelly's got to catch up. So what he was doing there at the end of the springs,
Just
was
letting Pelly die, essentially.
was just jumping the barrels, like at the very end ladder.
Yeah.
Staying safe.
Not for points, just
to stay safe.
elongate the game out. So the longer you can, I think that's what one of Tekio's strategies is. Like he'll happily play his game, and then because he's playing for longer, he's like, well, that means they have to play more pies, they have to play more rivets, which is a great strategy if you can play at someone's level like Matt, for example, because.
And there we go. Matthew's He's either bombed out or he's won. One or the other. I don't know.
I reckon it's probably safe to say he's won.
Yeah, I think the thing is with it is the point I was trying to get to is that okay, Matt's had a short game. Now, which way this could go? He's had a short game which hasn't put a lot of practice in for him.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying he needs lots of practice, but as the players go through now, Jeff here is playing game, and Pelly could make him run for this. Like Jeff could get a bit of game in, and that could work against you as well. But the thing is, there are going to be people who are going to get into bigger games, that get down deep, as we move along. So if you haven't had a good warm up, that could work. I don't know. Maybe it can work for you. Maybe it can work against you. I have no idea.
I'd probably say you want it like a mid-tier game. Like if I'm, at a point, like say for Jeff, like that's enough. He's got enough practice in now that he's ready to go. He'd be wanting this game to finish as soon as possible. He doesn't want to have to do.
I think so too. I think so
like
too.
what Shane's had in the past.
No,
He's
you
had
wouldn't want that.
Big long games all weekend, and then you've got to get to the finals and you're exhausted. Like when you're playing like those back-to-back big long games, like it's mentally draining. Like,
Well, I think it's got to be. My guess is somewhere after level 5, you get to steer some barrels, do a bit of that, start putting things together, getting comfortable with a bit of a length of time. So, you know what? I mean, 500,000 might be the limit. That'd be okay, I think, with it. Like a bit too deep. You reckon?
Oh, it's hard to say. I mean, me personally, I want to get to level 4 as quick as I can. I don't want to spend time on the levels where you have very little
so
control.
but what I'm
level
trying to-
4 man, eh? Like everyone's usually level 5.
Oh well, it's the same. Once you pass level 4, it's the same. So
I just don't like the barrel board on level 4. That's the only thing I don't like.
no, I don't mind it. Yeah,
Yeah.
no. You have a decent amount of control. It's level 3 that scares me.
Yeah.
So
what
I more so actually should say I want to get past level 3 barrels.
Yeah.
That
really.
makes sense, but what I'm trying to say, there's going to be games later that are going to go a lot longer. So someone's going to have to get. There are some of these players who are going to find themselves in the finals. Later on, are going to have some experience of a longer game before they get thrown into it. Like you wouldn't want to go from I just had to play to level 6 or 5, and next game going shit. I've got to. Like you've been. They could like if all these guys have got to wait for people to finish now, so they're standing around waiting, and someone's putting it. So there must be a sweet spot maybe
Yeah,
where you feel
100%.
like I've got
Yeah,
the practice,
yeah,
I've got that bit of a warm up proper. Like it's like running a half, not that I run a marathon, but it's like doing laps in a pool. You just stretch out a bit, do that.
Mm.
So some people aren't going to get that stretch yet in this first round.
And
See Neil does a pretty short game, against Alan.
I think as well though, like in a short game, you're going to get the nerves out of you
yeah.
as well. Like I feel like that will be a thing.
Yeah, but imagine if I'm just throwing ideas around here, like to get a feel for it. Imagine this game goes on for a while and just really kicks in, and Jeff doesn't lose a man here till 500,000, right? And he goes, he's playing really good. And next person comes up and goes, oh, I just saw him play and he only lost one man in that game.
Yeah.
And the other person said, I lost all 3 of mine. I lost 3 of my men but one that only finished it. You know what I mean? Like there's psychological things.
No,
that
there
start-
most definitely is, and I think there'll definitely be some players that will, prefer certain things.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. Again, and I'll say it again. Head-to-heads are a leveler. You can, definitely the more skilled players definitely got a better chance and whatnot. But in saying that, it is a very fair, test of one's skills.
And Neil just handed this off to me, which is quite interesting. So this is the best scores anyone's ever done at an actual Kong off in the slaughter brackets. These are the top
Right,
scores
wow.
that have ever been in a playoff game. What they've got to.
So like a 600k game there with Sean and Bushell.
Yeah.
I remember that there was only a couple of 100 points in it.
Yeah. No, that was intense.
Yeah. That was insane.
Yeah. So I think it's player then.
Yeah. So I think yellow is whoever got knocked out. So yeah. No, interesting. Yeah. So I mean. Yeah. So like, there's only really been 2, 3.
Oh, we've only got one game
4.
going, have we?
Oh, are we? Yeah. So it's just Pelly and Jeff. Fantastic.
So who was the other?
I might get Neil to come over and go through those scores.
Yeah,
a bit.
that'd be
That-
good. That'd
great
be a
idea.
good time to do that, actually.
Oh, look at this. All good. Oh. I left my phone on top of the cabinet.
Yeah, grab that.
Yeah, let's go grab that.
Just- Don't leave-
I don't want to be there while someone's playing.
Yeah. Well, it's the DAX show now.
I dropped the mic.
Everyone's dropping the mic. There'll probably be a few mic drops today, actually, I'd imagine. You finish your game, be like, Oh, so Pelly's lost another man there as well. So who's in the... I don't think he was in that other game. I'm having a bit of a moment here. I think everyone's equally exhausted. It's been a lot of, early mornings, late finishes, and I know that tomorrow morning I'll be hopefully sleeping past 6:30. That'll be nice. I'll have a quick look at the chat because I know old Mr. Phillip does not care much for the which channel are we on? Netherworld. Anyway, shout out to all those on the chat at present. Do you want to jump on for a minute, actually, Danny?
Yeah.
I think Neil's coming up here as well. So
I just want to say I just had a quick chat with Tekio.
Yeah.
I walked away. He had one man left. It was on about 140.
you walked away.
What? Oh, as in when I died off.
Oh, I was
Yeah,
gonna
so
say
I died off. I was on about 156 or something. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Apparently, he lost like two men really, really quick and almost died on pie. So I actually
Wow.
came close. So listen. See, this is what I was saying earlier on. It's a real leveler because like stuff can just happen.
And Bill Allen was having 134,000.
And there you go. Like one of the top tier player. And I mean, you go back to Kong off 3 or 4. Shane was out on 17,000 or something. So it's great leveler.
Hello.
Dennis, welcome.
Hello, Doctor. How are you?
Yeah, mate, I'm good. I had a good sleep last night.
Oh, that's good, man.
Yeah.
So Pelly's down a man and down at 237.
Yeah, and Jeff is just going to draw the boards out, I think,
Yep.
as best he can. Oh, get the hammer, Jeff. Good man. Bit of a weebie for Pelly here. He'll be happy with that.
Yep. Fuck yeah. I'm really happy to see a decent game between Greg and Jeff because they're both really consistent, good players.
Yeah.
And,
Jeff's in his. Oh no, nice.
Jeff is.
Jeff's in a. That freezer's going to be the bane of his existence. Ah, he's got it here. No.
He'll work it.
He'll work. He's got plenty of time.
He'll go middle
He's
ladder.
got-
He'll draw those guys up.
Yeah.
Down.
Down and around, mate.
Yeah.
There you go.
Draw
Nice.
them up. Draw them up. Quick. Yep. Get it. Done.
Beautiful.
Plenty,
Beautiful
plenty
stuff.
of time
Mike.
for
Yeah.
hammer.
Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff.
Well done.
No, he'll be happy with that. Greggy as well, clearing a
Yep. Clearing another barrel board.
fantastic. Wow, is he going for double prize? Nah.
I think he is.
Oh, he is.
Going for the prize at the bottom, but probably at the expense of about 800 bonus. So
Yeah, it's one of those things. I'm especially in a head-to-head. I like to just get there and clear the board. Just grabbing those prizes. I'm not so much concerned about the points as I am about just having enough time to
Yeah.
take my time with springs. My eyes aren't once what they were. Even with glasses, I struggle to see it a little bit. Oh, I thought that was a long for a second. Say my eyes aren't that good. Fantastic. On to rivets. So this is the... oh, no. What? Oh, yeah. No, sorry. Never mind.
You.
Oh.
Oh. Come on. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Phil. This could only end.
Yeah, I know. It's,
Oh, God.
Phil's a menace. We love him, but he's a menace.
Eloise is very patient.
Patience of a saint. So, Dennis, who are you up against?
I'm up against the one and only Sean Tagg today.
That's going to be a good matchup. How you feeling?
I am shitting myself at the moment because he is a very good, strong, long-term DK player.
Yep.
And like I said, very consistent. Oh, Jeff just missed the jump. He's going to be kicking himself about that.
Yeah, that's no Espino. So even Stevens now for a bit. Neil,
is,
welcome.
Hey, how we going?
Good. So Dennis Hosseini's up against Sean Tagstar. And feeling a little bit... Oh, no. What's...
He just that back,
Oh my god!
just that backwards jump around that that middle ladder on barrels.
Compose yourself,
was-
Jeffrey.
He was inside that barrel.
Pell just had a massive escape
Yeah, I
on the
saw
rivets.
that. I saw that too.
It's like every fireball was on his
Yeah.
ass and got through. So
Yeah.
well done.
Yeah.
Pelly loves it.
This is turning out to be quite a match.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Ooh,
Greg.
this is dangerous. This is dangerous.
Oh fuck!
No, don't. Oh my god! Oh! That's incredible.
Great escape, but he's
Yeah,
in a
he's
lot of
actually
hurt.
he is in a lot of
He's
hurt.
in
That
hurt,
top
yeah.
left rivet to clear
And
is
nothing's
gone.
come down, which
Oh my
sucks.
So
God.
he's got to clear.
Go down and
Yeah,
draw 'em all
draw 'em
down.
all down. You'll be fine, mate. You've got it. Yeah, no, that's the move.
Ah,
That's
fuck.
unfortunate. Yeah. Oh no. So Greg down.
So bit of nerves creeping in
Yeah,
right now,
still.
obviously, because they
when did
had a
Jeff
really
lo-
good start.
When did Jeff lose a man?
Yeah,
No,
just
Jeff
before.
lost demand as well.
Okay. Wow.
Wow.
Pell's such a great head-to-head player.
He's really funny. He was last night when he was going for his doing his last coin drop for the night to get into the top 16. He turns around to me and goes, "Whose heart am I going to break?"
yeah.
I love
That
it. I
is-
love it. I love it so much.
Unfortunately, it was Jack Filippi who.
Oh,
Yeah.
he'll be bummed about that.
Yeah.
Another
Another
man-
Melbourne night.
Jack left early last night and
He
just said
was-
that he was just done with it.
He said to
Yeah.
me, he said, he goes, why am I breaking my ass just to come back and play this again tomorrow? you know.
When,
So
when you think of it like that, that
yeah.
doesn't make a lot of sense. But yeah.
So, Pelly really
No,
wants to
don't
take
go.
out that bottom rivet.
I'm
you-
wondering why he's not. There we go.
It's
Maybe
such
maybe he forgot about it.
It's
No, don't
the second
No, this
most
could be
important
it.
rivet on
bring
this
him down.
board to
This
Bring
could
him
be
down.
He's running out of time, so he's going to
He
have
can't
to,
grab the hammer,
he
yeah.
can't. We've got. Oh,
No, and he's
No.
out.
He had
That's
to
it.
try
Jeff
something
is
like
through. He
Pelly.
did. Yeah,
that was good to watch.
that was fantastic to watch. That was unfortunate. Rivets, man.
Yeah.
Rivets.
And it's over. Jeff's already got the score.
He does.
Happy days.
Not for Pelly.
Yeah.
No,
There
he,
can
looked,
only
he,
be
looked
one.
he looks a bit disappointed in that.
Yeah.
To lose the two men on the same board, if you know what I mean,
Yeah.
it's always heartbreaking.
Yep.
You know.
That'll be the tap on the shoulder for Jeff. He's still going to keep playing until he gets the tap, I think.
Or kill screen, one or the other.
You got to, hey. You
No,
just,
no,
yeah.
no kill screen.
No, I'm-
don't
I'm-
talk. We don't.
Don't mention the kill screen.
All right, guys. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I am.
I'm a bit nervous. Yeah.
You don't need to be nervous. You'll smash it, mate. You'll smash it.
One of two things will happen.
Once you get past that first board, I feel
Yeah.
like the nerves drop. But that board feels like it takes 10 or 15 minutes just to
does,
play.
it
It
does,
just
it
goes
does.
forever.
Yep.
Can't steer anything. Anyway, have fun.
So that's it. So that's our first round done. I better line my ass up and go and jump on a cabinet. So
Good luck, Dennis.
thank you.
Wishing you the best.
Aaron, you're up too?
No, I was up against Tekio, and
right.
I had my ass handed to me in the fashion that is. Well, that was a good firm handshake. Fantastic. Yeah. So so we have fantastic. We have the slaughter finals coming through. This is fantastic. So up next we're going to have Andrew and Danny.
Yep.
That'll be an interesting one to watch. You know, Barra is a incredibly battle-hardened arcade player.
Yep.
But Danny can surprise you. Danny
Yeah.
will surprise you.
And like Danny's got nothing to lose here.
No,
Like,
no, he'll just go for it.
Some people thrive off coming in as the underdog because like there's the expectation that you're going to go out from tech. Like I would say, like if you put your money on it, everyone's going to say tech.
Agreed.
So like some people thrive under that.
I
can
certainly
really
do.
perform.
I certainly do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like going in thinking I'm going to lose.
And then we've got Sean Tagg and Dennis Edmonds. That's going to be a classic.
I think that will be the closest match to watch. And Shane and Sean as well.
Yeah.
That will be really interesting because Shane, an incredibly good player. I think I think it's safe to say he does get a bit nervous with stuff like this, and that kind of is his Achilles heel, should we say?
Yep.
Sean, I've always found him to be incredibly calm, incredibly focused. Not on the same skill level as Shane, so something will happen there.
Yep.
Kibby and Michael. Kibby, I think, would be the favourite in that. But again, I think Michael was a 572 yesterday. And, yeah.
Kibby and I actually struggled to get some good games in yesterday.
I think a lot of people struggled to get some games. I think everyone yesterday just, I don't want to say flat, but everyone just was, I think, tired. I don't know what it was. It was just everyone was really tired.
I was exhausted. I needed to get some sugar into me, so I had a Coke and kind of settled after that.
Yeah, I ended up having to sleep in the car.
Yeah, right.
And then came back and got a PB. That was great. So, I think everyone yesterday was just a bit tired. Fantastic. All right, I think Barra's picked his cab. They are looking for, I believe, either Sean or Denny to pick their cab now.
Is it too early for a beer, you reckon?
No. It's past 10.
Yeah, I'm going to grab a beer. Do you want one?
Yeah, go on. I'll have a Pilsner, please.
Oh, I'm just grabbing cans. You happy with that?
That's fine. That's perfect.
Is that what they are?
Yeah. Yeah, so this will be an interesting one to follow. I think Sean and Dennis will be a really, really good one to watch. We'll have to see about getting which streams on. Let me, whilst we're chilling, I'll grab up some chat and say hello to everyone. Fantastic. All right, I got chat up. How is everybody? Who do I think is... this microphone is a bit wonky. Who do I think is going to win, Paul? Listen, like I said, I think knockout rounds are a massive equalizer. I don't think you can put money on anyone comfortably. Andrew and Danny, I mean, Barra's surely got to be the favourite. Sean Tagg and Dennis. I actually think Dennis. I think Dennis he's been putting in solid hours into this game. Shane and Sean, I have absolutely no idea. Sean is an incredibly composed, incredibly confident player. Shane is, he's got a wealth of experience. He's battle hardened, but yeah, he does get quite nervous. I went up against Shane last year in finals, and and every time I've talked to him, it's like he always says it's his feeling nervous is his Achilles heel. So that's going to be a really, really hard one. Kibby and Bonner, I think Kibby will take that, but I also think it'll be incredibly close. But Kibby, he's just an all-round amazing player. We have everyone signing the cab there as well. If you can see on the bottom screen. One sec, I might. Adam, behind you. Can you do me a favor? Can you turn the camera just a little bit so I can see on the artwork, please and thank you. Just getting the camera moved there to fantastic. Get a look at it. So all top 16 players there will sign the cab, which is fantastic. Oh, not at all. So on the right we have, I think that is Jeff Sutter and Greg Pell. Underneath is it Alan Stoll? Then myself and Tekio, and then Silva and Busho. It's fantastic. Welcome back, Neil.
I've come back dry because the bar's not open yet. I thought it opened at 11.
Let's start a riot.
Start tipping cabs. Just domino effect.
It's bullshit. I want a refund. Start tipping cabs. Fantastic.
Don't tell Danny I said that.
No. He'd murder you. He'd absolutely murder you. Yeah. So within this round, do you have who's your between Kibby and Bonner? Who do you think is going to take that out? I think Kibby's definitely the favourite in my books, but like I always say, and I'll say it again, and I'll keep saying it until people tell me to stop saying it. Knockout rounds are a massive equaliser.
I'd like to see Kibby win because Kibby's been working on his game lately.
Yeah.
And he pulled the kill screen yesterday, which is super exciting.
Yes, absolutely. He'll be he'll be chuffed with that.
So yeah, I'd love to see Kibby go in. All of these guys are our mates, so
absolutely.
We'll
We'll be stoked for whoever wins.
Kibby's had he hasn't had the greatest head-to-head form.
Yeah, right.
So Kibby's one of 3 players that have played every Australian Kong-Off and qualified.
Qualified.
Yeah. So there's 3 players that have qualified every year. So that's Shane Saul, Andrew Barrow, and Michael Kibby.
Wow.
So in saying that, his head-to-head record is 1 win and 5 losses.
Wow.
So
wow. Yeah. Right on.
A lot of them have been upsets too because Michael Kibby is really good. Like he puts up good qualifying scores. So yeah, I would love for that reason. I'd really love to see him go further in the competition.
Yeah, wow. And then we've also got Barra and Denny. Again, Barra's got to be the favourite, but
yeah, Denny's been a bit unlucky. First qualified. Last year? I think he's qualified 2 years in a row.
I think he has, yeah. Well, 3 years now.
But yeah, needless to say, Andrew Barrow, 7 wins, 4 losses.
Yeah, there you go.
Has won a Kong-Off previously. Besides the one that he won, he hasn't gone past the second round.
We got Sean Rulin now signing the cab.
Just having a look.
Is Sean left-handed?
You think you know someone, hey?
Yeah, I know. You think you know someone. I didn't know that.
Dennis was businessman. He had stuff to do yesterday, so put up an awesome score, and then had to leave.
An incredible
660.
600 as well off of one man, I believe. 600 odd off of the one man, so that's just incredible.
So yeah, Dennis has qualified for the last 2 years.
Yep.
Last year his PB was 440,000, so
yeah, big jump.
660, and he's a 700k player.
I was about to say he's a 700k odd player, isn't he now? Yeah.
He'll certainly be the next Australian kill screen player in my mind.
Yeah. Yep.
He's
definitely if he keeps going.
So in AKO4 he was knocked out by me, and then last year he was put up against Tech. So Tech's tough company,
as I know well.
Not as
fantastic
a
house guest. Yeah. Fantastic house guest though. It's alright. I took him home yesterday. I filled him full of KFC and drugs and put him to bed.
Yeah, that's
I regret that.
what other matches do we have?
Yeah, so then we've also got Shane Saul and Sean Rulin. This is, I think, going to be a really, really close one to watch.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, stats-wise, it's hard to tell with Sean just because he's been overseas.
Mm-hmm.
But I was saying previously that the only thing that will get to Shane is just he's a bit of a nervous player. That's his little Achilles heel. But definitely battle-hardened and well-experienced.
Yeah.
And as you said, one of the three to qualify every single Kong off.
Yeah, that's right. Shane's a beast.
Denny up there signing the cab.
And it's funny to when you look at the stats, the best time to get, or the most time that we get to see upsets is within the first round. If you're going to take Barrow out of the competition or someone like that,
Yeah.
or Shane in this case,
Yeah, got to be first round.
sometimes you can get that nervous start and pip them.
It's there we go. Beautiful shot of the cab there. So on the left in order, we've got Barrett and Denny. We got Kibby. Oh, it's gone anyway. All good. So I think players have selected their cabinets. Just waiting for everybody to be ready, get poised, and get stuck into it.
And then you've got we talked about the Keywealth. There was the one game that we've missed.
Yeah, so that will be Tagsta and Dennis.
Tagster and Dennis.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
What's your thoughts on that one?
That's a tough one.
And
And again, Tagster and Pell are the ones that I watch out who seem to play better. They seem to have a really good head-to-head match.
Yeah.
So, I think, again, we'd love to see either a win, but Tagster's got a bit more experience.
Yep.
So, Dennis still looking for his first win head-to-head. Where Tags has got the 2 kill screens under his belt.
Does indeed.
And Tag's been a bit unlucky. So Tag's only been beaten by people who are in that awesome foursome list.
Yeah. For those asking on chat, I'm unsure if the marquees will be available online. We'll find out and we'll chuck a link up for those who wish to purchase one. But they are available for sale on site here at Brewdog. Anyone around who wants to come in, watch some games, play some games, please feel free.
So yeah, looking at Tags' stats, he's dropped out to Alan Style in 2 and AKO 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
And he has lost last year to Tekio.
Yep.
He missed out on AKO 4 due to COVID restrictions. But yeah, he when he lost to Stahl back in AKO 2, it was actually the highest recorded head-to-head game.
Yeah, it was like 600k or so. It was crazy.
414 to 372.
Wait. Sorry, say that again. It was the highest.
At the time, it was the highest recorded head-to-head game in Australian
at the
Kong.
time. At the time. Sorry. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So it's still 8th on the list here. Which is so we don't often see games go into the 300Ks.
No. And that's incredibly interesting. Even when you have like finals or the semis where you have like some of the best players in the country, if not the world.
Yep.
And it's still only a couple 100,000. It's really interesting. I find where these players can easily sit down of an afternoon and million-point games, not a problem.
Yeah, 100%.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's there's so many different factors when you look at the Australian Kong Off. Environment, certainly. Mainly environment. We're in a warehouse, lining up against cabs. So you're out of your comfort zone as to if you're playing at Netherworld or if you're playing at home or whatever.
Yeah. You're playing on a cabinet you might not be overly familiar with, which is I think somewhat strange from like I definitely get a feel for a cabinet. Oh yeah, I like the feel of this one. But you know, I don't have a cabinet of my own, so I don't have sort of a set way that I like a cabinet to feel. If that makes sense.
Yeah, 100%.
So that will like that when you have actually two people. All right, now we are about to do coin drop. In 3, 2, 1, and live we have Shane and Sean, which I think will be a fantastic game to watch. Absolutely fantastic game to watch. But yeah, I think that which cabinet you select, especially in semis and indeed in finals, is a big bonus in a sense.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's have we had any upsets yet? Do you know?
I came close to beating Tekio.
Yep.
I did. So, Tekio apparently he was on about 140 odd K and lost 2 men quite quickly, and then on his last man needed to clear pies and got quite cornered, but managed to get out of it. So, but I think So we have so you and Alan.
No, I was seated higher than him.
You were seated higher than? Okay,
Yeah.
I wasn't too sure. But I suppose that's a little bit of an upset, and we always do love to see Alan come through. He's he's the original Australian Donkey Kong player in a sense, the OG.
Yeah.
And then Mike not making it is a little bit of an upset, I suppose.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, I was a bit saddened to see that.
Yeah, there was definitely players. There's definitely players that were missed.
Absolutely.
Especially like it would have been interesting with like JB and JMac, players like that.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And there's great Australian players that aren't able to make it.
Yeah.
Like they haven't made it yet. Craig Tubby is a 1,000,000 point Donkey Kong player.
The New South Welshman, is he down New South Wales way?
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm unfortunately not across the who's who of Donkey Kong.
So the game to watch.
I believe so. I
think that's a fair call.
Yeah.
There's a couple in there.
Yeah, I think. I don't know. I just think it's just a really good matchup. And I think if there is an upset, it'll be Shane not going through. I think that's our best chance of an upset. So, someone go throw paper at him.
Well, Shane's the best Australian Kong off player we have, like in this competition. Statistically, easily. Running through here, so Shane's only missed one final in the history of Australian Kong off.
When you say final,
like the for first and second place.
Really?
Yeah, and that was in AKO 2. So he won it in the first one. He came second against Billy Mitchell in Australian Kong off 3. He came second to Andrew Barrow in AKO 4. And he came second to Tekio last year.
Wow.
So he's got a record of 12 wins and 4 losses in the Australian Kong off history, which is so far beyond higher than any other player that we have playing today.
Bottle his blood and sell it, I say.
Yeah, obviously just,
Wow, I did not know that. That's an incredible feat.
Yeah, I think he potentially got a lot of encouragement, or not encouragement, but like he got in a really good mindset after winning the first one, and has been able to pull that off. So yeah, great player. So it would be the biggest upset, I feel, if Shane got kicked out here. So
well, if anyone can do it, it's Sean.
Yeah, certainly.
So then, you would be going up against...
Jeffrey Sutter. So
How do you feel about that?
I'm certainly the underdog. He's got such a great game. He's really calm, as we just saw against Greg.
But he's not been inducted into the ANZAP Hall of Fame. You have, mate. You have.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was an honour.
Absolutely, mate. A well-deserved one.
And something, I didn't know what to say when I got up there. I didn't have a speech planned or anything like that. But
whoa, Sean in a... I wouldn't say... Nah, nice. Yeah, please,
100%.
Matthew, come and join us. Come and join us.
I'll actually go grab those drinks we were talking about.
Yeah, please. That'd be lovely. What number are you there, Matthew? 2. Yeah, no, it's already on. Fantastic.
So who we got here? We got Shane and
Shane
Sean.
and Sean. So I think this is the sort of will be the closest matchup of this, I believe. We were just saying Shane statistically is the best Australian Kong off player we have.
That sounds about right to me.
Yeah.
But this could potentially be like an endurance match.
You know? That's what I'm somewhat thinking as well.
How does Shane get himself into this situation every year where he basically has to play long games back to back to back and then wear himself out? I mean, I think it's great, but...
Likewise. Just good luck, I reckon.
It's... you probably didn't see it because you're watching these guys before, but I was just looking over the shoulder of Tagster, and he was on the rivets, and he was stuck at the top right, and the 2 fireballs underneath him on both sides became freezers, and they were about to come up, and he just did the best. I didn't think he'd do it, but he did it. He went down and he waited for the freezer on the left to unfreeze and jumped it because he knew it was going to come.
Oh yeah.
And he did it just perfectly. And
wow.
I couldn't contain myself. I was like, yeah. And I was like, oh, shut up, Matthew.
Yeah, no, I love seeing things like that. Whoa. Shane copping a few wiles there.
Yeah, level 3 is a bit of a...
Yeah, mate, it's the
great equaliser, level 3.
Yeah, it's the level 3 barrels. I think most would consider the hardest board in the game. No?
Is it the hardest board in the game? It's the most annoying, unpredictable board in the game. It depends what you're trying to do. Trying to get past it, yeah. It's probably the hardest game.
Yep.
Any board, if you're trying to get a score, the worst board in the game is 1-2, the rivets on the first one.
Yep.
That is just
right.
a struggle.
In a head-to-head, what do you think then? Is you think level 3 is the great equaliser then?
Yeah, I think level 3 out of all of them. But yeah, 1, 2, and 3 on the barrels is just difficult.
Yeah,
because
you've such a low level of control.
Yeah, and it's the start of a game, right? People are nervous. They've just sat down. They've thought, oh God, I've got to go up against Shane, or I've got to go up against Sean.
Or in your case, oh my God, I got to go up against Aaron.
I mean, I was petrified. I was nervous. I won't lie to you. Yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I mean, imagine if I lost to you. I'm kidding.
Love it.
But I don't think you play any game where there's no level of nervousness.
No, absolutely not.
I mean, it's not like people turn up to play at the Kong off who've never played Kong, right? You don't.
That's it. But if anyone ever wants to turn up to a Kong off who's never played Kong, you are more than welcome.
Oh, mate, I would love to see some fresh blood here.
Me too.
And if anyone's looking from home today watching this and was like, I want to learn Kong, look, there are plenty of resources out there, but we all stream on Twitch and stuff, so just drop in and ask us a question. We don't have any secrets.
No
secret strats that I know of. Maybe that's why I can't finish this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, Shane here, he wants to grab this left hammer, obviously, and get as many as he can. I'm curious if he's going to wait until the bottom one. No, okay.
Wait until that bottom one come up to the second level.
Yeah, because see how it just spawned again on the right. That often happens.
Oh, legend! Thank you so much.
So you want to try and get it so there's as few as possible down the bottom, because you get a split between top and bottom. It can be really annoying.
Absolutely. And Matthew went home last night not feeling overly good in a sense, but
I I thought I was going to have to forfeit the day.
Yeah,
mate. I will not lie to you. I'm not 100% now, but the way I was yesterday, you couldn't sit at a machine and play a game.
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't even sit on your couch at home and play a game. It was
Yeah.
that bad. So, but, drugged myself up, and here I am.
Yeah.
So, had a wonderful host that took good care of me. Even left the venue, even though he was concerned he may not qualify.
Well,
That's
you
true
know,
friendship.
mate. There are some things that are more important, and no, it's something I've yeah. I'm here to have a good time with my friends. Anything else is a bonus.
You're a good man. I will just say I'm a little bit devastated to hear that Alan Storff is already out.
Neil and I were just saying the exact. Well, I mean, obviously Neil's happy he's gone through. But yeah, we do love to see Alan come through. He's the sort of the original Australian Kong player.
He was the one who picked it up when nobody else was doing it.
Yeah. So, tell me.
I was just watching Sean a second ago at the bottom, and he was grouping the barrels quite well together safely, like to make a path up for him. Like even there where that wild came down, he knew to stand still and jump straight, not so it wouldn't alter its trajectory. I think a lot of people don't realise just how good he is.
No, Sean, and he hasn't made many appearances at Kong Off for obvious reasons. So he is sort of a little bit of an unknown probably to the people watching at home who maybe don't know him, but phenomenal player.
Germany's finest.
Germany's finest, absolutely. So it's really great to have him back and have him here this year.
I love that they're at the same point too in the game.
Yeah, they're very, very neck and neck. But I think this is going to be an endurance match.
I think what we should look out for is when they both get to level 5, if Shane starts introducing grouping at the top.
Yeah.
Because Shane has been playing with grouping recently, and it's something I don't think Sean does at the moment. And that could give Shane a points advantage.
Yes. Well, Shane's in a little bit of bother here with Pies. Fireball's not behaving well. He can go on the right here, but I was just about to say we'll have another one spawn. Unfortunately,
he needs to just wait a bit.
Yep.
At least he's got some going up, which is nice. You don't want them all. Yeah, look,
there we go.
He
That's
should be
nice.
fine. He just needs to wait this one out.
I think my problem with Pies is I tend to rush it.
Yeah, that's what everyone does, and I could see there that
beautiful.
Sean waited for the conveyor belt to change direction.
Yeah, before
there's a lot to be said for just taking your time.
That is just he really did. He just took his time there. Was patient about absolutely every movement he made. What a legend.
Yeah, so up until then, you could see that Sean was leading on points, but now they've kind of
evened out.
I mean, he's slightly leading on points now, but he definitely lost some there having to wait.
Yeah, it happens.
Did you pick up if either of them picked up the hammer on Pies then?
I did not. Sorry.
It looks like.
So
Sean, I was worried about Sean then,
yeah.
but he's definitely trying to maximise
his points now.
I noticed he's not steering the barrels at the top. That I get that. Most people don't do it, but Shane's always been very solid at the springs. Like I've never seen him die on the springs.
I remember him saying to me that he legit sat on MAME with a save state and did springs over and over and over. And yeah. No, I do. I
just can't do that. I can't save state. I'm too impatient. And I know I would be a much better player if I just did these things. That's the reason, athletes do repetitions.
Shane right there. He had the long, and he had it, and he didn't retreat.
No,
so
it was
most
the right one.
a lot. But I think a lot of people, myself included, you retreat on the long and just wait for another long. But he knew it was a long.
Yeah.
He'll just stay where he is and go for it.
That's something. Long.
Yeah, a long.
Yeah.
A venti.
Yeah.
2020.
2020.
That's what we're going to call that now. We're going to call that a 2020.
The 2020?
It's called a 2020.
If you get the springs like that, it's a 2020.
Yeah. All right, we're doing that.
There's only 16 different kinds of springs, but that's a 2020.
That's a 2020.
Yeah. I hate the springs. It's my least favourite board. Because I'm an old man, and I have old man reflexes, and so some days those reflexes will be good, and I can read them. And then some days there'll be times where I sit there and I go, I got no idea what's going on here. This should be fun.
Yeah, I think springs for me. I don't mind it in a sense, but I always get really nervous. Doing this jump that Sean's about to do, I always get really nervous
Right.
doing that jump, and I don't know why.
Completely. It's not like you're top shelving. It's
Yeah,
safe.
I know, I know this, but
Everyone has their thing, right?
but yeah, I mean, I think pies for me is my least favorite. It's one that I just don't get, I think, at the moment.
Mhm.
Mind you, I haven't tried to put in any time to get better at it, so yeah. But rivets still my favorite.
So you see there, Shane on level 5 decided not to
Wow,
get the
beautiful work there
bottom
by
hammer. It's
Yeah,
worth- it's
okay,
worth
so he's
noticing
not.
that.
Yeah, so he's not going to.
Is he just going to try and go down some boards, or
No,
was
I
I
think-
not paying attention and maybe he felt a bit spooked by the fireball? Or well, I
No.
guess we'll have to see what he does.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on the next one.
I reckon Sean.
Is in trouble here.
No, I reckon
Oh.
he will get bottom hammers on 5.
On 5. Yep.
He should have went up the middle.
Yeah, he should have.
So my thing with Donkey Kong is you have to commit to a move, right? And generally what you do is you try and commit to
Yeah, he could
the
have gone
strongest. Like, I want this to happen, therefore I'm going to commit to it,
for that.
right?
Yeah.
And then the moment you know, okay, that's not going to work out, that's when you flip to the next one and the next one. I think if you get nervous before you make the move,
No, I definitely know what you
That's-
mean. So Shane here just sort of chilling on the bottom. Why do you think there he's not going straight up the left?
I don't know.
Okay. Let's say you seem to have a pretty safe path there.
Apparently the names are reversed on the stream.
Oh.
Okay, so we just got some very useful information. Apparently the names are actually reversed, and Shane is Sean and Sean is Shane, and that explains a lot. So we're just going to try and get those updated, and apologies to any viewers at home. I don't know who's in charge of this stuff, but
Kibby, but he's playing, so
yeah,
we'll let him away with
I
it.
think that's fair.
Jeff, if you need help, I can fix it.
Oh, I think he's got it now. Yeah.
Okay, wow. Well, interesting.
Yeah. Thanks to Jeffrey Sutter. He's a very nice guy.
Allegedly.
That's what I've been told.
No, Jeff's a lovely man.
He's
Absolutely lovely
Jeff
man.
is a fantastic guy.
Thank you,
And
Jeff.
he's an exceptional Donkey Kong player.
He is indeed. He is indeed.
If
Well,
only he was just more handsome. That's my problem.
That's your problem with Jeff?
He's just not handsome enough.
I wish
for
he was
me.
less handsome.
Well, you know,
Mm.
you just, yeah. We all have our baselines.
We do. We do.
So now that we know who is who,
Yeah. So Sean did a 2020.
yeah. And so it's also interesting is that before we thought Sean was ahead in points when he wasn't, and now Sean is ahead in points now that
When
we
he
know
is.
who he is. So what a turn of events, ladies and gentlemen.
Only here live from the banks of the Brisbane River.
That's right. If you're in the area, please come on down and say hello.
Yeah,
We
please.
have beer.
Allegedly. Yeah,
We have
no.
pizza, we have beer.
Pizza, we have beer, we have hamburgers.
At least one person here statistically has COVID, so, you know, if you want COVID, maybe come on down.
Do you think that's true?
Statistically, I reckon.
Statistically, yeah, okay.
I mean,
cool.
I got no evidence to prove this, and I'm not a doctor, so... So just a report
That's-
on some of the other players we can't see at
that's
the
incredible.
moment. Dennis Edmonds has lost 2 men. He's down 2, and he's playing against... Is he playing
Sean
against
Tagg.
Panther?
Yeah.
Who has lost 1. So other than those 2, everyone still has all 3 lives. So I think we're going to be strapped in for a while here.
Should we maybe change to Dennis and Thingy, or do you want to leave it on Shane
Um,
and Sean? Let's leave it on Shane and Sean.
Let's leave it here for now.
Yeah.
Let the viewers settle. I think as people lose some lives, maybe, or go a bit deeper, we can
Fantastic.
switch. But maybe once we get to like level 10, we can see what the lay of the land is.
Yeah, so just going back on that, so it's Sean who hasn't been grabbing the bottom hammer.
Yeah. But Shane's not doing it either, see? He just went past it right then. So they're both just trying to get in deep. I think they're probably doing it out of confidence.
Yep.
I mean, Shane can grab a bottom hammer, and I don't know about Sean's confidence with it, but I know Shane can.
Yep.
So I can only assume that
He's doing it just to be
Yeah.
safe in a sense. Yep.
if I was Shane...
Sean getting an absolute... Oh, missed one, unfortunately.
That's all right. If I was... He's still finished this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But it's always nice when you get a clean sweep with the
it
hammer.
is, and you don't have to stress about
That's
anything.
it, yeah.
If I was Shane, I would probably be doing the bottom hammer just to force Sean
To really go
deeper.
hard. Yeah, no, fair enough.
Because then you'll know always, oh man,
I've
I've
got to chase 100k even if he bombs out before me
Yeah.
in a sense. Yeah, I get you.
it puts them in a difficult situation because they've either got to make one of two choices. They've got to say, all right, I'm going to go to the end and make an assumption that the other player is not going to get to the end,
Yeah.
and I'm going to outget them on points, outpace them on points, or I'm going to start doing this too and make up the deficit or be more efficient because they've already started doing it.
Yeah,
It's
no.
a real difficult thing. I don't like what Shane did there.
No, he cleared that rivet with... He could have...
I would have waited for the guy to go up on the left and whatnot, but maybe he just wants it.
Oh, that was close. Now he's in a pickle here.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a pickle. I think he should be okay. Two freezers.
Yeah, get it.
Well, the freezer will come across to the. It's because he was below it.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. All right. Yeah. Yeah.
Nah, he should be all right.
I think he should be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably the closest to a death we've seen with these two.
It was exciting.
That was. Oof. Ooh, I'm getting tingles.
I know. That's just me touching you.
Fantastic. Oh, Sean getting a weeby freebie here. He'll be happy with that.
Whoa. Put your head down there, Sean.
Yeah.
I hate when you're sitting on this ladder.
Me too.
Yeah,
and he's got one up his arse. Yeah.
But he's got the left hand side is
Yeah,
completely
left hand.
open now.
Oh, and Sean almost copping a fireball
Yeah,
to the face.
I just wait till he
chill,
goes
man.
back.
Just
Yeah,
chill.
I'd chill.
Let him go up.
Yeah.
There we go. Teasing him up. That was a beautiful move
There's
by
nothing
Sean.
worse than when you're in that position.
Absolutely.
This guy comes up and then they're still going on the left.
Yeah.
And
no,
then
it's
they box you in and
yeah, it's the worst.
I hate pies.
Me too, man. Me too. Oh, bit of an aggressive fireball here from Shane.
Should be alright.
Yeah, he's got the hammer at least as well if it does decide it wants to pop up and say hello.
Yeah, so he'll stay between these two.
Yes, to keep
him over
low. Yeah. Well, yeah. No, I get what
because
you
when
mean.
the hammer runs out, he wants to be as close to that ladder as possible to go up.
But not so far over that the fireball wants to go up as well to chase him. Interesting tidbit there that when you're between those two top ladders, it's the game treats you as though you're on the level below, so the fireball doesn't want to come up. Is that it? So that you got to be below the fireball, but the screen's broken up into like quadrants or something. Is
The
it?
screen is broken. I'm sorry. I'm just at a bit of a loss.
Oh,
as
no,
to
no.
where we were. Oh, that guy. Yes. Nice, Shane. Nice.
Good work, Shane. So here, where Sean's hanging around here.
Yeah.
Now, as he's there, that fireball will want to come up.
That's
yeah?
right. It won't go
Yeah.
down.
Yes. Yeah. So, but if you keep sort of in between there, it's the safer. It doesn't want to come up, or
I'm lost.
it's all good. Don't stress. Don't
Forgive
stress.
me. My brain's
No,
not working too well today.
That's okay.
I
think I'm not
pretty
explaining myself.
Unwell. I'm so glad I didn't have to forfeit.
I'm not.
Sorry.
Nah, man.
You would have got a freebie through the first
Mate,
round.
I would have. Yeah, I should have left you tied to your bed.
You know.
I'm too kind.
So, just want to see what happens when Shane finishes this board. Is he onto the rivets? Or is he onto the springs?
We'll know in a minute.
I wasn't paying attention, but Sean lost a life.
Oh, he did.
What happened?
I am not sure. I'm sure chat will be able to
Yeah,
tell us.
unfortunately we can't see the chat.
No,
which
it's
is-
okay. I got my phone here.
I think that's a Phil Day decision. Man, I do not like how long he takes to jump those. If anyone in the chat wants to tell us what happened then. Now that I can see the chat, I just want to say, real old dude, thank you very much.
Jamvi, Alan is out, unfortunately. He lost to Neil Cairns.
Yeah, Alan went out in the first round. Hi, Carl. Proud. Everyone else at home, we appreciate you tuning in and saying hello.
Sean made a little bad jump on the ramp board.
Is the ramp board the barrel board? It's got to be, right? It's the only one with ramps.
Yeah, it's the only one with
So
ramps.
why don't I put my motorcycle on and I go up the ramps? Yeah, so my apologies. Commentating and don't even call out when someone dies, that's terrible.
Well, to be fair, we are watching 2 games.
Yeah, but to be fair, I should be able to follow 2 games.
Yeah, fair enough.
Sometimes I barely follow one. And I'm sometimes playing it when you didn't need to come down there. Shane. He's playing super cautious.
Oh, nice, beautiful.
That's the right thing to do in that
Yeah,
situation.
I had that in my game against you, and a barrel came down, and there was one of those nothing you can do type moments.
You'll
Unfortunately,
have to wall jump that one if that's the case.
Yeah.
Stand on the second girder from the right,
And just run and
you
jump.
Jump,
Yeah.
and if you jump at the right time, it'll give you enough time in the air to get across.
I did not know that actually.
There can be a situation where you have 2 barrels clumped in the top right, and then the second one will auto down the ladder and kill you.
Yeah.
But that's pretty rare. So there's
Okay.
all these little things you can do in
Well,
dire
I've
situations.
learned something.
Yeah, so if I was Sean, I'd probably start getting the bottom hammer just to get across there, mate. You don't want to leave that fireball lurking because he could just dart right. And
Oh, gone straight down.
yeah, see if he was over to the right there.
So, what I mean there, you see the way the fireball went down. So if you're in that little
If you're
quadrant,
to the left of him,
yeah,
he will go down.
because he thinks you're
Because
below.
you
That's
are,
what I was saying
your
before. So,
coordinate is
yeah.
lower than
yeah.
So if your coordinates are lower than the fireball will have the ability to go down.
Yeah.
If your coordinates are the same or higher than the fireball, then it will never go down.
Yeah.
I don't know how this game works. It's complicated. It's all these rules and stuff.
Algorithms and
Maths. What is maths?
mate, it's a lot of just like letters and numbers, isn't it?
Sounds like bullshit to me. What has maths ever done for me?
Nothing, mate. Nothing.
Exactly. What has Donkey Kong ever done for me? Nothing. Oh, I suppose I made some good friends.
Oh, aren't you just too kind?
Come on, mate. Up we go.
There you go. Good work, Sean.
Shane is just such a wonderfully consistent player.
He really is.
And
He
a great
really,
guy.
really is. Oh God, yeah, the loveliest.
I mean, the first couple of years I came up, I didn't really chat to him.
Yep. He's very quiet. He's very quiet. Yeah.
And I knew him as this unstoppable player. Like he was a beast of a player. But last year, I had a chat to him, and yeah, it's just what a nice guy.
Oh yeah. No, absolutely lovely. Absolutely lovely.
Sean seems a little bit nervous. Like he's taking his time to get up those ladders when I don't think he should have to think about it.
Mm.
Man, I could commentate all day and not play. That would make my day. All I have to do is throw my next game.
Would have made mine, mate.
Just having the opportunity to spend time with you in
Aw.
itself is what really matters to me.
Oh, too kind. Too kind. Ooh, this is a bit of a sticky pickle for Shane. He's taking a st-
statistically, he should be fine. I wouldn't. Yeah, he's not likely to get up that right ladder.
I think he's just teasing the guy up. Yeah.
But yeah, I think you're right. I think he's teasing that guy up, and there we go. He's got it. It's all about slowing down the play there and hoping that they come up.
Yeah, that's it.
Nothing worse than slowing it down and they don't go up, and then
Fantastic. I see Dennis shaking his head there. I might try and get a
read on it.
read on it.
If we could get Mr. Stroganoff. He's in his own way.
That's all right. That's all right.
If you try and get someone's attention in a second to get a read on what's going on.
Fantastic. Yeah. Yeah. Dennis is he's shaking his head there. He's not feeling happy.
I'll just wave my hand like a weirdo.
That's all right.
Until eventually Neil looks over this way, which he's not doing.
Gentlemen.
Okay, we've got Neil here.
So Dennis down to his last man, and he's got a score of 220. And Sean and Tagster with one man in the bank and about 180. So pretty close.
Yeah,
In the grand scheme of things.
We're going to get a full update shortly.
Well, could we swap it to Tagster and Dennis?
Oh, Sean's lost another life.
Oh, okay, so we're just leaving it. It's been a bit
That's all right.
That's all right. Thank you. Thank you, Neil.
This one's getting interesting. Sean's lost another life now, so...
Unfortunately. Again, chat, please tell us.
I'm assuming it happened on the barrel board.
Yeah.
And I guess this is where consistency and confidence comes into play.
Absolutely.
Shane knows if I do this, and I do this every time, the chances of me having a problem are low.
Yeah.
Sean hasn't played as much as Shane.
Yep.
Especially competitively lately.
No, not at all. Hammered out a fantastic game yesterday, though.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, he was very, very close to that kill screen, but just didn't quite make it.
Barra and Danny, all men at 250.
So Barrett and Danny, all men at 250.
Yeah, that's a close game.
Kibby and Edwards, 350. Kibby's down.
And Kibby and Bonner, so
Michael
both
Edwards.
on 250. Michael Edwards and Kibby has all his lives, and Kibby's down one man. So
about
that's
250k. So it looks like
wow.
all the games seem to be in the 250 range at the moment.
Incredibly close as well.
Makes sense, I suppose. They're all probably playing the same sort of strats.
One would think, yeah.
We don't have Barra playing at the moment, and I'm not playing, and Jeff's not playing. So
Barra's playing. Barra's playing
he?
Denny.
Is he?
Yeah.
Well, look, I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah. Barra's playing Danny.
Oh, okay.
And both on 250 with 3 men.
3 men left. Oh, that is excellent. I can see then that you know what Barra will do is if
Tell
he
me.
gets deeper, then he'll start to press points to make the difference. He might be trying to stay slightly, in line until a mistake is made, and then he can press. It's a good strat.
Yeah.
Shane's having some trouble getting this left hammer, but I think he should be fine now if he straight jumps it. There we go.
Beautiful.
Yep.
So where are you staying tonight? You're not coming back with me.
Oh, well, I'm sure I can find somewhere else. That's fine. I mean, people love to house winners. So.
Love it.
Surprised you didn't get... Well, that's a way of doing it, I guess, yeah. Let's see if he goes to the left, and he's just like, I am playing this as safely as possible, and that is what's going to get me the win. It's just a matter of now, I guess, of how long can it be drawn out.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Because he could still lose it. Sean could, take this life all the way. It happens.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Sean's absolutely capable of kill screening it, so we know he's got the skills.
Yeah, they've both got the skills. That's the thing.
Sean getting a freebie on pies there, he'll be happy with that. Man, Shane's barrel control is just
Not the best there.
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
So Shane down a man.
So that
Yeah.
time, the technique that he should have used is called the style loop. Legit technique. You go to the right, you go down the ladder, and you break the barrels
Barrels up.
Yeah. And then you say something about Brian Allen, and you
Yeah,
go back
yeah.
up again.
And the Stahl loop.
Yeah.
Right, who's that named after?
It's named after the first Governor General of Australia, Alan Stall. No, it's named after Alan.
Yeah.
Everyone knows Alan, so he has at least one technique named after him.
It's fantastic.
You know you've made it when you've got a technique.
Yeah, true. Have you got a technique named after you?
I've got the King's Move.
What's the King's move?
It's pretty shit. So you know when you're on the barrel board here and a fireball comes up that middle ladder at the top and freezes,
Yep.
right? And you know how you can leech him, right?
Yes.
Well, more often than not, when you're playing, you're actually on the right-hand side when he comes up.
Yep.
And so the move is that as the barrel comes out, you jump in towards the fireball and land just a few pixels off of it, so you get the fireball and the barrel together,
Oh, wow.
rather than having to take the time to walk up, which you can't do because a barrel's coming out.
Yeah.
So it only gets you like an extra, 100 points or 200 points.
Well, you once missed out on the top 10 for 100 points.
That's
so
right. And it's there for you to get. So
Mm.
just do it because
Yeah.
you got nothing to lose unless
So
you land in the
not
fireball.
worried about the fireball walking towards you?
No, because you know it's going to stay for at least 2 jumps.
Okay,
so
yeah.
what you do is you wait, and because you're on the same level as the fireball, you know it's going to refreeze.
Mm.
So
Can I rename that move?
I don't know. It depends what you want to call it.
I want to call it the King's Gambit.
Well, that's what I wanted to call it, but apparently Justin said no, it's the King's Move. So
Justin Elliott.
yeah, I believe you don't get to name your own moves.
Ah.
People have to name them for you.
Okay.
Barra's got the Barra Bop.
What's the barrel bop?
It's a similar move, but it's on the rivets. It's when you take out the top right rivet and you jump at the last moment, so you actually get an extra point from Kong as you land. You leech Kong.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Gets you an extra 100 points, but then you have to kind of move away. So it's questionable, but it's cool.
Yeah, it's cool. That's fantastic. Tell us about some more moves named after people. The Weeby Freebie, I suppose.
The
is
Weeby Freebie is the most famous.
So we have last man standing for Sean and Dennis, and their scores are. And Tagster's about 50k in front of him. So tight match. I suppose if obviously Dennis goes out, Dennis is out. But if Sean goes out, then Dennis will have a little bit of a chase to do.
I thought it was the other way around. I thought you said Dennis was ahead.
No, I think you said Tagster was ahead by about 50k.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we have the Weeby Freebie.
Oh, jeez. What else is there? Is there other moves? I don't know.
The 2020.
I mean, yeah, there's the 2020 now. I can't think of any off the top of my head. Again,
No
I'm
worries.
not
All good.
not firing on all cylinders today.
There's apparently the reverse Heineken maneuver. I don't know what that is.
I'd appreciate if they hurried up so these drugs don't wear off before I have to play again.
Just take some more.
Oh, Sean had to jump the fireball there. He did it successfully.
It's
But
always.
you never want to.
You never want to. He's in a tough spot here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, beautiful,
Go left, mate.
beautiful, beautiful.
Oh, no, he can't. He can't.
He can't jump it.
He can't jump
yeah.
it.
Oh, that's a.
Oh, well, that's heartbreak,
No,
man.
that's. He tried it. He went. That's a
What
real
can you
shame.
do? Maybe it would unfreeze as he jumped.
Mm. When they unfreeze, do they always go left?
Yes.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they can go left 1 pixel and then
Yeah,
they can turn.
yeah.
Maybe that 1 pixel is all you need.
That's it, mate. That's it. I suppose that gave him the best chance of finishing the board. So, got to do what you got to do. But this is a real shame.
Yeah, whenever you see that left-hand side taken,
Hmm.
and there's still a hammer on the left, you go,
It's-
something's not good.
Yeah. Man, I really love rivets. I really do.
Someone's got to.
I don't know. It's just. Yeah, I don't know.
Look, it's really hard to see him coming back from this. Just kind of sad, but
He'll give it a red hot go though.
yeah, you got to make it last. It's tempting to just throw it in, but
No. Shaden, he's
the freezer in the middle.
yeah.
Oh, and he went up, so that's it's a bit annoying. Oh, here we go.
Beautiful.
He's got it. Get it.
Lit.
As they say, got him, Phil.
Got him, Phil.
That's not a move, but it's a saying.
Mm.
Got him, Phil. Named after Phil Trudeau, Canada's greatest.
Wow, that's Shane kept us cool there. Oh, and I think Dennis is out.
Yeah, but see, Takes is still going.
So actually, it was. Sorry, I must have misheard. So Tags has got to chase him a bit. So I think there was about a 50k in the difference. So
Yeah.
one would assume if they're both on the
Five
similar
forwards.
yeah.
Which means, you've got to go through a springs again, and that's
Yeah.
always traumatic when you don't have any men left and you're sitting there on those springs and you're like, I shouldn't stuff this up because I've done this a million times, but,
Yeah.
Now,
Now, Sean opting for the hammer there, even though he had a bit of a freebie.
I didn't see what happened, but
Yeah, as far as I could tell, he had a weeby freebie
maybe
there.
he's trying to push
That's
the points
yeah,
up.
yeah.
Oh.
But that's the on your last man, it's a dangerous, it's a bold move, Cotton.
That's right. Let's see how it turns out, how it plays out. Yeah.
Oh, I don't like. Oh, that was a nice move.
And he just needs that one on the left to go
Yeah.
up. Oh, he's gonna. Oh, don't apply the pressure just yet, mate. That's it. This guy's gonna come. Oh.
Mate.
Okay, now we got the freezer on the left, which is good. So they're both coming
Yep.
down now.
Yeah,
he's
he
got
should
it.
be good.
He's got it.
Wow,
Good-
that's
good
beautiful.
play.
Good play. Well done, Sean.
Played it like a fiddle.
I don't think Sean plays the fiddle.
Oh well. Improvisation. It's really annoying when you start. He wasn't paying attention to the
Oh,
conveyor
no.
change.
Top to pie.
Yeah, pie to the knee.
Pie to the knee.
I used to be an adventurer like you until I took a pie to
Oh,
the knee.
and Sean.
Oh,
Bit of a late jump there to grab the hammer.
So the question is, if he just finishes this board, here we go.
Yeah.
This is it. This is the moment.
Oh no.
But even if he doesn't, he could start
Yeah,
the
no,
level
he's
again
still
and
got
grab
it.
the hammer
Yeah.
and just,
Oh no.
he's all right now.
Yeah, no. Oh my God, that's horrible.
They're just messing with him now at this
Yeah.
point.
Oh.
There we go. We got it. Hey.
Okay.
And
Well done, Shane.
and it's time.
Oh,
Congratulations,
heartbreaking.
Shane. That was a gauntlet. Now, we do need to get these things changed now, because otherwise we're going to be watching nobody play. So let me see if I can
Thank you, Tekio.
make the magic happen.
That was a really, really great game to watch. Really, really great game. And Tagster is still chasing Dennis's score, but Dennis has lost all his men, so he's out. And I'm going to have a sort of a quick look down the line. So Danny and Barra still on, as are Kibby and Phil Day. Welcome back. Welcome back, Mr. Day. No, it's Tekio's, but we'll chuck it here.
Whoa! I'm gonna sit on the edge of the couch.
Welcome back.
Alright, so I'll put these.
So you've been
How's
Been
that?
out- yeah, fantastic. So you've been out on the floor?
Oh, I had a bit of a chat, but I was was pretty tired. I've had a couple of late nights and early mornings, and I went and got a coffee, and I had a big. I want to get a bit of sugar in me, even though.
Yeah.
So the thing they had I just thought I'd get a brownie or something. They had some big strawberry shortcake thing. It was a big
Crikey.
big sort of milkshakey kind of sugary thing. I just needed something. I was just
Yeah.
started to top it
No,
up.
fair enough.
Anyway, so I was playing Tekio's the Nintendo game over the Cowboy. What's it called?
Pellies, you mean?
Pellies.
Sheriff.
It's an awesome game.
It's a great
I
game.
love it.
I really like it.
That's actually now my favourite graphics for a retro game. I love
It's
the
pretty cool. Very.
That's the only thing I'd wear on a shirt. You know, like I never wear that stuff, but the graphics are just so
That's
cool.
so cool.
When he's dead and he's on the horse and stuff, they look great. Probably not the most politically correct game to play today.
How so?
I think the idea of sort of a colonial going around shooting Native Americans isn't sort of.
Oh, are they Indians? Are they?
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't
the-
realise
yeah,
that.
Yeah.
Ah.
I mean, it's a game, but I mean, and
Still.
it's not about to cancel it. I mean, ultimately, none of that matters. It's just you wouldn't skin it like that today. You wouldn't say, "Oh, let's have
Yeah,
let's put
no.
this rather than we can have space." Or no, let's do it like this. It just
Yeah.
wouldn't be. But you got to look at the era. Like, I guess that game must have came out.
Well, it's
pre-Space
Miyamoto's.
Yeah, but it must be pre. It can't be pre. But see, when you look at it, Star Wars,
Oh,
space, like that sort of
I
stuff.
think Sean tags out. I think he probably didn't make it. Do we know what happened?
I don't know.
Oh wow.
What happened?
Neil's coming in with the. Oh wow! It's a tie.
First
It's
ever
a tie. This is the very first time we've
Sean
ever.
tagging who?
289, 300.
And it's a tie. Oh my God, that's incredible!
goodness.
That's incredible. That is the first time this has ever a Kong off first, everybody. A Kong off first.
Yeah, come in, mate. Yeah.
Well,
on the chair, whatever you like, mate.
Yeah, a Kong off first. We have a tie. Will they go again, or will they do a level 3? We've not had this before. What will happen?
I think they just have to do it. I think they have to do it again.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, mate.
Yeah, they'll just go again.
I think
Well,
they're just
that's
going
the only
again.
fair way to do it. You can't change the rules up, but it's. I think they just have to to keep the things moving. They just have to sit down and go again.
That's incredible.
I mean, it's an obvious thing to do. You just go play again.
Yeah, no, it is.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't, yeah, no, wow.
So
I said in the car ride over with Sean and Tekio that Tekio was like, "Oh, what if we tie?" And I said, "We're just going to get a belt, tie our wrists together, and we each get a broken bottle. Last man standing."
So why we got Sean? The only people playing at the moment is Boner, like Michael Edwards and Barrow. Why is that game not up?
They're probably chasing a score.
Oh, okay.
Barra looks like he's about to jump up, though, is he?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think Barra's. I would say he's won just because Danny is gone, and then Bonner and Kibbe. Yeah.
Right. Well, who was Michael Edwards playing?
Barra.
Well,
Oh, sorry, not Barra. Kibbe.
Oh, Kibbe.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so Barrow was chasing Kibbe still.
I think so. No. Barra was chasing Danny's score.
Oh, that's right. That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, I forgot. So that's right. He
All
was.
good,
that
all
was
good, all
Barrow's
good.
first match. Yeah.
Oh wow, this is incredible. A
Oh, there you
tie. A tie.
It was quite clear that something amusing had happened.
Yeah,
by the
absolutely,
crowd's
absolutely.
reaction. I was thinking. I thought someone had made a blunder.
Yeah, it looked like that at first, didn't it?
Yeah, I thought.
The Tagster's face
Tagster,
was like giggling, you know, like
Well, he was
early.
chasing the score. I thought maybe he's only missed it by a little bit or something.
That's,
yeah.
that's what I thought, because he obviously had to play out. Yeah, he lost his last man. I sort of went, oh, okay,
Yeah, he
maybe
was
he's just-
chasing 50k,
maybe
I
he's
believe.
just fell short by 100 points, or maybe just won by 100 points.
Yes.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Jeff just
Wow,
acknowledging the
exciting,
weakness
exciting.
of a tie in the Congo.
So, I don't think it's even happening in an American Congo.
I wouldn't have thought so. Like, you think of the increments of points.
Yeah.
Like, the chances of a tie on many games is very probable. But on Donkey Kong, you'd think with the randomness of the point scorings on barrels, it can just give you different points at
Yeah,
first.
in a long format
And then the
comp.
timer, like, coming
Yeah.
up at the same. Be interesting to watch the game through again. Later, someone might do that to see were they neck and neck, or did it just result in a tie?
Oh, I don't think it was recorded or streamed, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Oh, well. Maybe none of this ever happened.
Maybe we're making it up.
Maybe there's
Maybe we're
some-
not even here.
Maybe there's some conspiring going on over there. I'm pretty sure we're here.
All you know is that you exist.
Yeah, that means I'm here.
Nah, mate, you could be in a padded room going, I like Donkey Kong.
No, that's just
That's
nonsense.
you, Aaron.
Oh, okay.
We're just figments of your imagination.
Don't do that to me, man. Seriously. I'm not even joking.
The problem with Descartes is that I think, therefore I am. It's a tautology. The fact that it's I think, you don't need the I am. It's
Yes.
not. It's a flawed proposition.
Already,
It's completely flawed.
Yeah. I
Like you
think,
can't I am,
the
and,
I,
you know,
yes.
you know, like I think. A tree might not think and it is, but I think means you are. And the idea is we could be anywhere. You think, well, that goes against any kind of.
You don't think trees think?
Well, if we only can go on some sort of epistemological knowledge, so there's no evidence to suggest they think as we think.
They grow towards light?
Yeah, no, but that's not thinking.
What's thinking?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like you're asking a question that, you know, do we really want to pursue this? But the idea of
Not really.
yeah, like you're talking about cognitive presence or something like.
Can trees play Donkey Kong? That's the real question.
Well, dogs can't either, but they can think.
Can they?
It's the problem with it. It's not the hierarchy of thinking. We're not saying thinking's more important than non-thinking. Like I don't know if oysters think or jellyfish, or they show that they hunt, but do they think? Are they? They could be just moving towards light.
Well,
you know,
octopus
as
is
you're
very
saying.
That's
intelligent.
not a type of thinking, is it?
I don't think it probably is
play
thinking.
Donkey
I don't think the idea of moving towards I think it's the idea of language is the problem. What we do know is that something like trees grow towards light. You know, there is sort of a survival behaviour there. But then we say, okay, let's add the word think, and you think, well, now we have to address what is thinking, and that's, I don't know. It's so broad, isn't it? What is thinking?
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Do you reckon we could do a bit of a
Karaoke?
Karaoke brew?
but then you can fill in the. Well, what we can just get a riff going that we might know, and you can do the.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
All right, I don't know what would be.
Right.
How about what about some drunken yob song? You know, that people
So
after a pub will
we
start
just got a
singing on the
confirmation that they are definitely playing again.
Yep.
Wow. Incredible.
street. And are we going to be seeing it?
I think we'll try and get the stream up, but I'm not
There's been
too
some
sure.
technical difficulties.
Yeah, which is a shame. But yeah, wow. So Kibby, Bonner's like he's not got a man in the bag, and Bonner's got two, and they're neck and neck score wise.
Oh, so when I got confused, I thought that was just Michael down there by himself. I couldn't see Kibby.
He's so thin.
He turned sideways and I lost him. Yeah, so that's what happened. You know, he's behind Michael there. So
He's two-dimensional.
So I felt we weren't watching a game. I didn't know what.
No,
I thought, okay, there's no. I wasn't looking at the screen. Okay, let's turn our attention back to the game. Sorry.
That's
Look,
all good.
this could be a tie. Imagine we had two ties.
Oh man, that would be.
But we're here until next week.
Yeah.
Geez, Michael Edwards is.
He's killing
I'm going
it.
to go
Absolutely
Edwards
killing
Kibby
it.
here. You know, or Boner.
All I know is that Michael will win this game.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
true.
Michael's the real winner.
I think.
Michael, yeah.
I'm
When
rooting
you
for
say
Mike.
Michael, do you mean Mick or Mike?
Mike.
Oh yeah, Michael win this game.
Michael will win this game.
Yeah, and Mick will.
Mick will lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Mickey's a good player, but you know,
Yeah.
there's
Mick is
no
a-
Mikey.
No.
Mick's a prick.
Now, I wonder if that little jitter is just as a result of the stream, or do you think...
It was
I
jittering
reckon,
before.
I reckon Michael was vigorously shaking the cabinet.
Yeah.
Just
Oh, he's got a couple of frees.
constantly.
This is uncomfortable. Don't do that.
Well, I imagine he's aware Kibby's on his last man, but not. I don't. Look at the score.
I don't know.
4-2-3,
I am...
4-2-3, 600, 4-2-3, 200.
Oh, he's going to lose a man here, I think. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Yeah,
Oh.
had to do it. Had to do it. That's really unfortunate.
Makes for exciting game though.
Absolutely.
Starting to even up
absolutely.
more. I'm not going for anyone here. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm going for Michael.
I hope they both lose.
Hey,
Well, ultimately, that is the way it ends. They're both going to lose the game.
That
They're
you
both winners. They're all winners.
you in a car. You in a car. Dennis is not happy about
They're
having to
exactly
play.
the same. Well, they were just exactly for a second. They were,
Oh, I think maybe he just lost a man.
Yeah.
who lost the man?
Dennis, I believe. Just the way he was behaving there.
Oh, okay. So they're under their new game.
Yeah, the psychological pressure of having to just restart. Yeah, not even have a break.
Yeah,
before
you'd
your
rather be
next
playing
game.
someone else. It's like we just did that for
Yeah.
nothing.
Exactly. That was just your warm-up game.
Yeah.
And it's a 200,000 point game. Or
Yeah.
300 even. I can't remember now. But it was
It's like you just washed your car and a pigeon shat on it. The same, just go, start again.
You have such a
Not
way
that I
with
ever washed-
words, Philip.
not that I ever
Such a
washed
way.
my car.
Not that I ever washed my car.
For that reason.
No. Oh no, he's good. He's good.
Kibby's out.
No.
not yet.
No, not yet. I'm just saying
They
he's
will.
finished. Not
Oh,
out of the
yes.
tournament. I mean, he's out of that game. He's out of the game.
Well,
yeah.
Soon both most likely both statements will become true.
I think it'd be very weird if
I mean, who knows? You could
Michael
get,
Edwards couldn't get the points from here.
Yeah.
get a wild barrel.
We could be as polite as we like, but I think it's
No,
fair to
no,
say
I
it's gonna be
agree,
a
yeah.
stiff
Yeah,
one.
for a player of his standard, yes.
What
Like-
is Michael Edwards' PB?
I am unsure. Sorry.
I believe he's a kill screen player.
Yeah,
Oh, gentlemen,
See, speak too soon.
speak too soon.
Yes.
Imagine if he didn't win.
they think it's all
Fuck.
over.
500 points. All he needs 500 points. To
Imagine
have
if,
another
imagine if
draw.
he hit this.
Imagine if this is another draw.
That'd be
400
freaking
points.
hilarious.
100 point. 200 points. Like a wild barrel just took it. That'd be just so weird if it was bang on again.
Just jump it. Yeah, he's done.
Oh my god.
I would have let
That's-
that hit me just to force another restart.
Imagine if he just threw it. So
That's hilarious.
He probably isn't aware
Oh
of his
my
score.
god. No, no. Well, yeah.
Yeah, he probably doesn't know what the score is.
Gentlemen, I'll be back in a moment.
Because that's true. Like he could be sitting there thinking he's chasing 500,000 points. So what's your predictions for the day, John? You've seen enough Kongos.
I'd have to have a good look at the bracket. I had a look at the qualifying scores last night,
big
and
scores.
I was impressed. Oh yes, four scores over 900,000.
Yeah, we saw that one. Yeah, cheers, Neil. You going to get on and have a chat soon, Neil? You going to have a chat soon? On here? Go through some scores. Yeah, we'll go through some scores when you're ready. Whatever you want.
Jump on.
Yeah, we're just sitting here talking. You were saying about scores.
Yes, yeah. So was it 11 scores over 600,000, 4 scores over 900,000. We talk about this. Usually, you can say that to make the top 16, the average is sort of 400,000. I think today number 16 was 450,000. So that statement is becoming less and less true now. I mean, it still is that bomb rank, but now the caliber is quickly pushing. Where I think we'll see in a couple of years' time, the standard for top 16 might be 600,000. If 11 out of 16 are scoring 600,000 in qualifying, it's only a matter of time before we have another 5 up to that same consistency.
Yeah.
And that's all it is. Consistent. All these players can score those scores.
Yeah.
It's just they just couldn't pull it out yesterday.
Well, the thing is it's the players of the. See, what's interesting, I think, will happen is, say, for instance, this year, okay, Mike got bumped out, all right? So Mike Cooligan got bumped out.
Yes, yeah, he didn't.
And Danny
make it at all.
Fazakli
Got knocked out.
he made it in.
Oh, he made it. Oh, yeah,
with
but yeah,
450,000.
Yeah.
So next year we're thinking, geez, they're lifting up each time. Like he was lucky to get in, Danny, because he could have easily gone the other way.
He was. And
So therefore, even
look
if you're not trying to improve any of big high scores, you're going to prove your game just to get in.
Yes. I mean, look at last night. The final 2 players qualifying were Greg Pell and Sean Ruud.
Oh yeah.
And Jimmy
and
recorded.
Luke Bush and Luke.
No, not the very final 2 at 11 p.m.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah.
Were just those 2.
Yeah.
And Jimmy actually, they're still going, and Jimmy actually cut he recorded their scores
Yeah.
at 11 p.m. and as they were, and they could keep playing the game after that, but their score, increasing the score wouldn't count. But in doing so, that knocked out Jack Filippi, right? Because see, Greg was
That's
already
right, Jack got knocked out.
Greg was in the bracket, but trying to improve his ranking, and Sean was out of the bracket trying to get in, and they've both displaced Jack, and that's the danger. If you're sitting on that 14-15, no matter how tired you are, you probably shouldn't go home.
No.
Yeah,
no.
you should keep trying to improve your score, because we've seen it, ever since the first Kong off. There's usually someone that will hang around until the final coin drop, and they'll end up usually putting up a big score. Last year was Mike Coolican, put up a massive score right at the end.
Yeah, it was like 550, I think.
Yeah, which is I think a PB for him. At
Yeah,
the
it
time.
was. Yeah. That's the interesting point. Like when all this year's over, like those coming, thinking about coming up next year, which they will do, because all the people here have pretty much been here, many from the very first.
Yes, yeah.
And people like people that Matt was here at the second one, Matt Tecchio, so he's been here for this is his fifth Kong off.
Yes, yeah. I forget then he came to Kong off too.
Yeah. And then and people
and back then he was very very new to the game and the community, and no one really knew who he was. We just thought, wow, this guy's come up all the way from Melbourne.
Same with Danny. He was here at number 2.
Yeah,
he was here for
Danny
number 2.
was here at number 2. Yeah.
Yep. I'm pretty sure Aaron was there when I was there at 2. There's a whole bunch, Of course, Pelly, yourself, you were there.
I think that's when we first met Aaron, was at Kong off too. Yeah.
So you were there, of course.
Yeah, I've been there since the first one, yeah.
Yeah, but so all these players, they've grown together, like their scores and that. So they're going to be aware. So next year, I'm not a lot of players, like I know Danny's, he's not interested in lifting his score, but he's going to keep playing. He's got his kill screen, that's what he wants to do. But he might start naturally lifting his score by thinking, I need to improve my score. They'll start point pressing.
It's like cricket. It's not about who's got the highest pick. It's about who's got the best average. That's what Kong off measures.
Yeah.
It's who's going to be able to consistently be able every time they sit on a cab get at least 600,000-700,000 every time they drop a coin. And you see that at the top end, those players can do that. Jeff Sutter, Matt Tecchio, Shane Saul, Andrew Barrow. Those players can comfortably do that quite consistently. If they play towards that, if they're not playing towards a high score, if they're just playing towards running boards, they can consistently hit those marks, which is what makes them such formidable Kong off players in this format.
Alan had a doozy though.
Yesterday.
And today.
Yeah, I didn't see today's score. So he got knocked out.
Yeah,
but Neil Cairns, incredible game, I heard. Yeah.
So that's probably not rubbing salt in the wound, but that was Alan Stall's worst Kong off, I'd say.
Yes,
least best,
by
however you
finishing,
want to word it,
it's his lowest ranking performance, yes.
And he's come second and third in the Kong off,
Yeah, but as I was saying to Neil today, I congratulate him, and I said, Neil's been on form in recent months.
He's been playing well,
Alan, as much as he has a good track record of these events, I feel like he definitely has plateaued over the, in just regards to his general playing and scores. He just, Alan a few years ago was peak Alan, I think. Whereas, some of these players like Neil are starting to hit their peak now.
Yeah. Well, Jeff particularly, he's riding a real big wave.
Yes.
Yeah, he's just. Yeah. Whereas other players are. Well, it's interesting with some of them. Like Barrow just slips from one game to another and moves around. It's hard to know what he's really doing. But Matt's been pushing hard. He had that big break recently when he was in Japan. But that's a different type of pressure he's putting on himself to get that 1.2, which he effectively has anyway.
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah, I'd call that. Yeah, well, it's such a minimal. It's a nothing point. It says more about. It's just. It's just nitpicking.
Yes, well, everyone knows he has the skill to do it. It's just.
It's just. Oh, look at that. Okay, it's just got that wild barrel. What's it like up there? You haven't played in a Kong off for a while, have you?
No, I haven't put up a score for the last 3. I think.
So when you're up there hearing those kills next to each other, there was talk yesterday maybe they should have a cabinet between them or separate them, and they said, "What do you think, Phil?" I said, "I think it's a player's choice. They've got to figure that out. Like maybe they like it, maybe they don't. It's not.
I reckon it adds to the I don't think you should spread the cabinets out. I think that's part of the atmosphere. Sitting side by side, another person. hearing their react, like, even though obviously the code of conduct, they're not supposed to, talk out like, if they lose a life. But sometimes you can't help yourself, or you might just, you hear someone sigh and you obviously know what something's just happened, and then you hear the game. Oh, no, I think it's part of it. 'Cause playing the level 3 comp on Friday, it definitely adds it, and it can be a boost. If you hear your opponent, the sound of them losing a man, that gives you a psychological boost. Knowing I'm doing pretty well.
That's what I mean. The players, like when I said, it doesn't affect me at all. I mean, it's up for them. They might love being next to each other.
I know I do, but I mean, I don't play the long format like these guys do. So it might be a little bit different when they're just trying to zone and play their own game. But in the head-to-head competitive aspect of L3, I think absolutely it's great having everyone side by side.
Yeah. That's a very, very, like you imagine on level 3 hearing it, then it becomes not trivial, but it certainly doesn't have the weight of it. Sorry.
No, it doesn't.
Of this, when you hear it death early on, going, he can't be that much far in front of me, so that's an early death.
Yes. And knowing too what that means in that format, that means every time you hear your opponent has a death, means it's one less man they have to sack at the end of level 3. Yeah, and that's what that format is all about. It's just about running those first 3 boards, those first few boards, not losing a man, so that you can sack, at the point when you want to sack, whether it be level 3 springs or level 3 rivets, or even level 3 barrels. But it's all about having, just getting through those first few boards with those men in the bank. That's where the points come. That's what I think I love about the format, because it doesn't, those strategies don't exist in the long game until you get to, try and push for 1.2 million points sort of thing. And even then, that only happens, when you get to kill screen territory.
Yeah. I was saying earlier, John, just look at this game here. I was talking about
Dennis is in a bit of a tight pickle here.
Yeah, I was.
He's going.
Ooh, ugly. Don't often see someone fall through the gap.
That's an Alan Stall move right there, falling through the gap.
I was saying earlier, like as the in these finals, a chance to get a practice game in doesn't really exist. Warm-up game. Sorry, and
yes, yeah.
And here's a good example, I think, of where they've just sort of effectively had a warm-up, because that previous score meant nothing, and where they're both at with scores and where they're at with stages or boards.
Dennis.
Just on a pier, you could. At the moment, it looks like Dennis, that last game, sort of maybe got his head in the space a bit more, maybe.
Yeah, I definitely think for Dennis, the restart, might have rattled. No, I think for Dennis, if anything, he is doing better than Tay. I think for both of them, I think the restart has rattled them.
Oh, it's not good. It's not good. But once you settle in, say, okay, I'm doing this now, you must come to the point and go,
Well, it's funny, I was just about to say, I think the restart has actually really rattled Dennis, and then I actually looked across and saw Sean's score and realised that Sean's actually more rattled.
So that's that point where you say, like, it's like you're driving into town and forgot your wallet. There comes a point where you have to commit to that, and you're not thinking about going into town anymore. You're actually, then you get in, you get key, then you're going back into town, and now you're actually on your journey. You forget that you have to go home. You know what I mean? There's So there comes a point where someone's going, I'm not thinking about that anymore. And it's where you get into that head, like where it means to find that space. And then prior to that, having played the game, you're back on familiar territory pretty quickly, like, I just did this a minute ago. Well, not a minute ago. You were at the end of a game a few minutes ago, and you're starting again from wherever that game started, maybe 40 minutes ago, whatever it was. And it's almost
get back in the
that's
groove.
what we'd do on the old qualifying. There's not many people you might say, I'll play a 30-minute game, and like at home, I'll just start again. So for some, that might actually give them both of them. Like there's no winner here. Like Sean could sit on this and run it. They both could be on this man for another 400,000 points before we see another man drop. So you might see, because what we'd say the scores were that they got them. Well, that's it there, 289,300.
Yeah.
So they weren't big scores.
No. Big enough.
Big enough, but well, look, Dennis is effectively halfway there already.
Yes, yeah.
And it's not like Tag's is a long way behind.
Yeah, and Dennis has only dropped one man at this point.
Yeah. It's funny with the man thing. It's like a first serve in tennis, isn't it? You know, it's okay. You still got another one. You can still win on that. You know what I mean?
Oh, yes.
So you can start looking at men that it means something, especially in level 1, because you can sack men.
Yes,
but in this, it really means, there's people like someone saying before when Johnny Bond ran it all the way through, and after from level 5 and got his kill screen, or I think Wes Copeland ran all the way to a game once and didn't lose a man to the very, till the level 21. He didn't lose when he just started sacking him at the end there,
Yeah.
So there's people who do it, and there's probably more than we realise who ran huge scores on one man. And I bet if we asked these guys, said, what's the biggest run you've ever done on one man? And they have a story for it. I ran the 500,000, or I lost one at, 50,000. But I thought I played anyway and ran it to, 550 or, who knows? I'd love to see this just settle into some big game.
Yes. Or imagine if they had another draw.
On a big score.
Another, 500,000, 300, yeah.
They both kill screened at 820. Or imagine if one of them got to, say, 750, and say it was Dennis got it, and Sean was chasing behind, and he, like I said, he just deliberately said,
let's
just
do it
for
again.
a prank, let's do it again. I don't think a lot of players would be too impressed. I think it'd be pretty funny.
It's something that I would do as well, if given the opportunity.
You'd almost toy it over and say, hey, like in there, go, hey John, let's try and tie it before we go in. So just to make sure you give me a chance to catch up. We don't get too far in front of each other. We just tie it. But then I'd be a dog and just run past you and chip on down.
Yeah, the old gentleman's agreement in arcade. And that never goes
Gentleman's
anywhere.
agreement. What's it like in rowing? That'd have some sort of because it's an old kind of gentlemanly game, like cricket and stuff. It'd have its history in certain gentleman sort of like behaviour. Or is it more like lawn bowls? It looks passive, but it's actually really cutthroat, nasty.
Probably a little bit of column A, a lot of column B.
Yeah.
There's definitely a lot of sportsmanship. Like one of the things is that after every race, it's pretty universal. Everyone will always thank, congratulate everyone else in the race. Those things don't die.
That's something that is they say it and some might not even mean it. Like.
Yeah, but it's that's it. But it's a force of habit,
like Steve Smith and ball tampering and all that sort of stuff. There's still cheats out there, and they go, "Oh no, we're honest play," but it happens that people do dodgy stuff like Lance Armstrong. I'm not saying that's the case with you.
No.
A lot of it can be just said, and it's another thing in what goes on. What do you reckon there'll ever be someone? Like, is there anything left in this game for someone to go, hey, we've just realised something. You can get extra points by doing this. Is there somewhere that no one's looked yet?
It'd be amazing if it was.
Wouldn't it be cool if someone found something? And they just did.
And
They set their score to Jeremy Young and said, look, I found something. I've got a score of... And it was some crazy score, like 1.4.
Steve Sanders, 3.3 million.
No, not that crazy. Imagine it was like a 1.4, and it came from someone who was a player that was like... wasn't a 1 million. Say Jeff Sutter, all of a sudden he's playing, he's a 1 million player, and he goes, I've found something. And he says, I'm holding on to it till I submit this score of 1.4, and I'll hang on it till the end of the year. Then I'll release it to everyone. I want
Yeah.
And so give chance people to see if they can find it, and then they'll deliver it. So Jeremy goes, yeah, it's verified, it's real. It's some really oddball thing, something that no one's ever bothered to look like.
Yeah.
Like, has anyone ever tried to climb the ladders next to Kong?
Yeah.
Have they?
No, I don't know.
They're there. Like, whatever takes you into a spare level.
Yeah, what if... yeah.
Like, there's those ones you
climb the ladder, goes straight to the kill screen.
Yeah, like, has anyone bothered to climb up those? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, what if that's another point-pressing point like on Rivets? Yeah, you can just hover over Donkey Kong's head and press left.
Yeah, what if you just stand there and just go ding, ding, ding? Like,
yeah.
I mean, is there something like that no one's ever thought to do? Like, maybe someone has tried to climb that and nothing happens.
I'd hope someone has tried to climb.
Imagine if everyone just goes, has anyone ever no one's ever thought, oh my God. And they're on every stage. What does this mean? Like they're on the pies. Look, they're on the pies now.
Well, pies, yeah, we know as soon as you get to the top there, pies ends, but...
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. Sorry, yeah. Well, they haven't tested this, so no one's maybe
Has anyone tried to jump in the oil barrel on pies?
I think accidentally gone into the oil barrel and got fried. It's funny as kids, because it was pies, but there's meant to be a cement factory there. It's really not quite clear what's going on, is it?
Well, I don't know why you'd be putting cement into a burning barrel of oil, though.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
but who's cooking pies on a construction site?
Yeah. Well, this is the cafeteria level.
But it's not referred to actually in the game as
No.
cafeteria. That's what I'm saying.
No,
So-
it's the cement factory level based on, like, there was the Game & Watch game Mario's cement factory. Well, that might have came after this, I think, but still. But there's cement factory. But yeah, so it's just because they look like pies, the players started referring to it as
No, I
pies,
realise
yeah.
they call them pies because they look like it. But what was the idea here, really? Like, I would say it's a confused idea. Like,
Oh, you mean in the development of the game?
yeah, like
yeah.
we'll have.
Oh, yeah, the
I mean,
cement.
look, we can't be literal. Like, you got boxes, you got
Well,
balls
why
of
are
fire
there, why are there
dancing around.
springs on a construction site, Phil?
Yeah, they've probably just fallen down. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not. Let's not get too literal about it. But I was just wondering what was
Donkey
the thinking.
Kong's not even throwing the springs, I've just noticed. He's just there. He's just there having a good time.
Yeah. Well, there we could extend. So it wasn't Donkey Kong just climbed
Why are
down.
there
and ripped his head
barrels
off,
on this
you know?
construction site, Phil?
Yeah, well, that's a good point. Yeah. It's kegs.
Wooden barrels. No, but there's the occasional metal keg, and then there's wooden barrels. Like, it's just, it doesn't matter. And it's obviously full of something flammable. You know?
Yeah.
But we're just shooting
Oh,
holes
mate,
in this.
is the oil down the bottom? Is that kind of just a more detailed image of the barrel? Like, is
It's
that the
a
idea?
detailed image of the blue barrels, yeah, I think so. I think
But
that's what it's meant to
we
be.
see him as this though, this kind of barrel, don't we?
Yeah.
Like a keg.
Well, that's the thing, that's what I'm saying. He's got those wooden barrels that are full of ale, one would presume, and then you've got these metal barrels full of oil. It's
Or
all in
vodka.
all in a construction site, but it says oil.
Oh, true. No one's the oil.
Which is why there's all these little, stray fires
Well,
running
you've got
around.
sentient fire.
I'm just saying, where's workplace health and safety here in this construction
Where's the
site?
OHS in
Yeah.
this safety site?
Where's the project manager? He's on Smoko.
Yeah. What's going on here?
Well, I guess you could say Jumpman probably was the project manager. And he's,
Did you say Jumpman? I often say Jumpman. I feel more faithful to the idea of Jumpman
I feel
than
so.
Mario.
Yeah. Well, he's not. He's not Mario. He's
yeah,
Jumpman.
He's at this time in history, he was
He's
Jumpman.
Jumpman. Yeah.
And he has clearly evolved into Mario. But should they meet?
Or you could say it's a thing about maybe Mario just modelled himself off of Jumpman. He
That's
just
what I'm saying, yeah.
No. I'm saying it canonically. Maybe they're different people.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. They just if they were, you've got it all wrong. On Jumpman, this guy Mario is just we're not. We're parallel. He's not an extension of me. I didn't grow into that.
It's like the real, Donkey Kong nerds amongst you will tell you that the Donkey Kong in this game isn't isn't the same Donkey Kong as in all the modern games and media.
I need to point something out you just said then, John. I think that's really important. You said all the Donkey Kong nerds. I don't play Donkey Kong, but what am I doing here? What are you doing here? The Donkey, wouldn't this be?
We're the real nerds.
Yeah,
'Cause we're here and we're not playing.
Yeah,
At least they have a reason to be here.
Like you think, what am I doing? I don't even play. You don't even play, and we're at an international Donkey Kong tournament, and you think there's other more Donkey Kong nerds than this group of people. Like there's maybe bigger Donkey Kong geeks, but actual people, nerds, and understanding the game, and there might be people out there who've got, I don't know, every collectible Donkey Kong thing in the world, but they can't play the game or know much about it.
Yes, yeah.
But I think this is a room full of Donkey Kong nerds.
Oh,
so
yes,
there's no the Donkey Kong nerds. This is the Donkey Kong nerds. I think you're talking about the Donkey Kong geeks.
Well, is there an actual definition between nerd and geek?
I reckon my thought on it is, let's say...
Because I always thought it was the opposite. I'd say we are the Donkey Kong geeks. And the Donkey Kong nerds are the people that have all the collective
No, I think
toys.
the nerds, if you're nerding out on something, you actually have an understanding.
Yeah,
So,
but if you're geeking out, you're just like, oh my God, that's my favourite actor. So
yeah.
you're
So
geeking
the
out.
nerds are people who actually understand, like a nerd, like in anything, like would know the history or like a software nerd.
Yeah.
There's someone who
Or a
really
history
understands
nerd.
all the software. Or
Yeah,
the,
there's no history geeks.
Yeah. So a history,
Yeah.
So a history geek could be something like I don't know. I don't know what that would be, but a software nerd would be someone who I program, I do this, and I really like good programming. Like you in rowing, you're a rowing nerd. Like there's things, yeah. But a geek could just be like, just someone who goes, I don't know. They don't have that depth of understanding.
Yeah.
You know, that's not where their interest lies.
They'd
Just
be like, I like Mario.
Yeah, the geekiness is more superficial.
Yes. Yeah.
It doesn't mean that their passion isn't. It's not superficial but the understanding of it is more superficial. So most people who might watch sports are kind of geeks because they don't have the depth of understanding. Like a friend of mine used to teach for Tennis Australia and stuff like that, and the level you were saying about cricket, like the level of in orthodox batting, the foot position is so crucial.
Yes.
And the average person goes, why didn't he just do that? Goes, well, you're not looking at his feet. You just think he could just do a pull shot whenever he wants or play a sweep shot. Like, it's all about footwork, you know, that orthodoxy. And same with rowing, there'll be things you go, we just can't do that. But geeks go, oh, just kick it. Like an AFL, just do this. Do you think they're not? And that doesn't matter. The passion's there, but this is the nerd.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so when you say those Donkey Kong nerds, you're basically saying those guys out there. But say those nerds don't really care if it's Mario.
No.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The thing they're nerding out on is skill.
Yes.
You know. And they have bits of geekiness in the sense, like you'd say, like the shirts and the memorabilia and all that sort of stuff. See, I'm a bad fan.
You are.
I don't have a shirt. I don't do anything.
Yeah.
Just don't keep that stuff. Don't look for it. Come up
Pretty
here.
sure this is the same shirt you wore last year. Same jumper.
No, this is a new jumper.
No, new jumper.
And I didn't wear a shirt. Like I had a shirt on Friday, but no.
I was going to say, were you just sitting here without a shirt on last week?
No, on Friday I had a shirt on. I don't normally wear a collared shirt. I wore a collared shirt this year. I did it for two reasons. On Anzac, I thought, well, need to look,
need to scrub up.
And then I thought, since we've got a couch now, where the uniform of the black T-shirt has always been there.
Yes,
and I thought now with the couch, just to have some differentiation from me not being a player.
So you got a black jumper instead?
Yeah, black jumper but with a collar. But yesterday I wore a jacket because it was a bit cooler. But I just thought some way of maybe just separating myself from the group in a visual sense.
We can get you a T-shirt, Phil. We can get you a Donkey Kong T-shirt.
Oh, no. Jimmy every year, do you want some merch? I said, no, just keep it. It's fine. He always offer me stuff. I said, no, I just, it's cool. Like, I don't, it's not a problem. But I just think it'd be good. See, because if someone was watching, it's more for photographs. If I'm sitting here talking to you now, and we said, oh, what's going on here? Oh, that guy looks like he might be interviewing that player.
Yes, yeah.
That sort of stuff. That it just gives me in a graphic
that
sense.
Donkey Kong nerd might.
That Donkey Kong nerd who looks more like a Space Invaders nerd. Yeah. He looks like some sort of 19th century rower who's turned up at a Donkey Kong corner when he really plays Space Invaders.
Why am I on this couch, Phil?
You know why.
You've just pointed out I'm entirely out of my I don't even know this game.
I don't even play it.
I did see you put up a score though yesterday.
That was weird. Someone put it up. Like I can't imagine. I don't know who recorded. I just went up today. Phil, you're going to play? And I went, I'll have a fiddle because I like having a fiddle on. Just go blah blah blah. And then I was looking at the it said Phil Day at the bottom with some score. And I thought, who actually?
Probably Jimmy.
But why would he?
To pump up the numbers. Right. Got more participants.
That's all right. Well, I did play a game on one of the cabs, so I mean,
usually I would do the same. Usually I just have a fiddle and put up a score. But yeah, the comp I was running last night ran until 11 p.m. as well, so I just didn't have the time.
Have you played that game of tags?
The Sheriff.
It's awesome.
I love it.
It's brilliant.
As you could probably tell when you played it, it fully fits into all of the boxes that I love in a video game.
I was digging it.
I love it so much. I really got engrossed in it a couple of days ago. I was playing it and figuring it out and sort of strategizing. It's one of I love all those games where they give you the option. You can just clear the board as quickly as you can, or you can wait and not shoot anything and wait for the vultures to come out, just like in Space Invaders.
I
wait for the enemies to come into the square, like Galaxian. All those sort of elements. And then you've got the unique 8-way shooting with the oven knob.
And then you got to push it in.
And you got to push it. I love it.
Yeah.
That's what gives. I think that's what really makes the game. Is it has that real tactile feel, because you feel the click of the oven knob, and then you have to push it in, and that's something that it's unique. No other game has that control. No. And it just really makes. And for its time too, 8-way shooting, for its time, that was unheard of. because I think it came out in '79. I think.
I'm not
Kelly was
sure.
telling me it definitely it was no later than '80 because it's one of those games that has the
No, it
early
can't be,
color
it can't
palette
be,
of
yeah.
just having colors attributed.
It's got to be a
each
70s
quarter
game.
screen. Oh yeah, but
I mean, this is 1980. It's not going 80 or 81.
81.
81. You know, so this is this really 81? Wow.
yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was, yeah.
See, you don't even know what year it came out, and you're hosting this
No,
stream.
no, I just thought
Get
because.
out, Phil. Yeah.
No, I get.
You're not a real Donkey Kong nerd.
I guess what it shows is how.
You're just a geek. You're just a Donkey Kong
Yeah,
geek.
yeah. It just shows how.
You don't even have a shirt.
No, I don't have shirts. It shows what it does show is how advanced in the animation and sound Namco were a year later with Pac-Man and Galaga, which are much smoother.
Well, that were also 81.
Oh, sorry, that's what I meant to say. They were the same year, but they look like they're quite a bit later in technology because those games just have a much smoother.
Yeah, the animation.
The animation's very fluid. It's not as jerky, you know. So
Yeah, it just goes to. It's interesting because you could take a bunch of games from the same year across different developers and just see which developers were, at the more cutting edge of their abilities.
well, actually, I mean,
Because,
not-
Nintendo versus Namco versus look at what Atari games came out that
well,
same
look
year.
at Galaxian. That's 79, and Galaxian looks smoother than this, you know. Like
Yeah.
the colours and that, it just has a more animated feel with
Maybe,
the,
yeah.
like it has.
Yeah.
It's got more of a twinkle, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. I tell you what always looks good, and it just points to an era, but it has nothing clunky about it as vector graphics. Like Asteroids,
Oh, yes.
you wouldn't
They're
change a
they're
thing.
timeless.
Well, I'd change probably its scoring system, but its actual appearance is fantastic.
All those vector games, they look timeless because of that.
Well, they're just so accurate, aren't they? They're so it's like there's some big, draftsman's,
Yes.
drawing. Like it's all that perspective and sharp corners
And particularly any of those the color vector games. Your Black Widow, Star Wars,
Tempest.
Space Duel, Tempest. Yeah. I mean, and Tempest particularly just because you've got the aspect of that going down the half pipe.
I think my still favourite of those ones is Asteroid. There's something about just the minimalism of it, and then
See-
when your ship glides, the way it drags that light behind it in a dark room, it just looks so. Because a lot of them they still have it, but because there's so much more reduced in Asteroids that you can see.
Asteroids is a game I'd like to learn to marathon one day.
I could see you doing
Yeah.
that, definitely. There's your next thing to do. Forget all that. Just because you affect like the concentration for Space Invaders. It's only because the glitch in it that stops it from being marathoned in that way. So
But the trick with the only problem with Asteroids is that you need one specific ROM set to be able to actually marathon it. I was talking to John McAllister about it.
but that can't be hard to
Oh,
get.
it can't be. It's not too hard, but I mean, it's you just gotta plan out. If you've got a board, you've got to then change the ROM sets, or like if you're going for a nibbler.
Were you talking to John? Oh, this is when he was here, was it? Or recently? Yeah.
Oh, not recently, but
At Galagala,
Yeah,
yeah.
5-6 years ago.
Oh yeah,
however
I've never
that was.
thought of that with you. Space Invaders would be right up your alley.
Yes, it is. Space Invaders is right up my alley.
Asteroids.
Yes.
Asteroids would be.
Yeah.
I could see you doing that for sure. Because I spoke to John and I was talking about, about the Mystery Man coming on and how that. And he said if it wasn't for the Mystery Man, the game would be even easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have thought. I don't know why. I just thought it'd be harder if he wasn't there. You had to teach him. He goes, no, he'd go forever. Then it just like it already goes forever, like 57 hours and stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
So what would you'd have? Well, you just try and get the point. 24 hours is what you'd have to figure out first, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
And then I'd like to say that I could step away at that point, but no, I think I probably would. If I could play for 24 hours, I'd then say, well, now let's go for 48, and then, hey, why not? Let's go for the record. If you can play for 48 hours.
Ken House is a good guy to talk to with marathoning because I think when I spoke to him, I think Johnny Mack and people like Murchek and that, some of them are sort of a bit more natural at it. I'm not saying Ken's not, but he said your first 24 hours is nothing. That's just a big night. That's just. And he said, but and then it's. I think he said it's like that next 12 hours aren't too. I might be getting wrong, but the 12 hours, but that second night is so unnatural.
Yes.
That's where you really start to, And Kibby, you've got someone local for it, like Kibby, but I think some people just have it in while they don't. I mean, I know I couldn't do it. It's not a chance in hell. you know.
Yeah. I think I could do 24, but I just don't know if I could do 48.
Well, asteroids, you rack up a lot of men, so you've got plenty of chance to wander off and
Yeah.
break and
I don't know
stuff.
how much time you have to sleep. I don't know how much you can actually.
I don't think you'd get that sort of.
Yeah.
You couldn't do that, and it wouldn't. And I don't think sleeping would be effective.
No.
You'd just collapse and then you'd wake up and it'd be over.
Yeah.
And waking up once you fell asleep 15 minutes, then trying to get you up again. You go, no, I'm too comfortable. I'm staying here now.
I think that would be what happened to me. I wouldn't be able to get up again if I went down for a 15-minute nap.
But there's no parking spots or anything. It's not like Dig Dug.
No.
Or the Galaga and those, or Pac-Man has parking spots of sorts.
Yeah.
Not that anyone's marathoning Pac-Man, but whatever games have
Yes.
them.
Yeah. Be interesting to see. Has anyone ever gone back to these games with kill screens and fixed the code?
I've often asked people that. I'm sure they can, go and fiddle with them. And like you see some of those ones like that Namco party board where the Galaga just crashes at 31. It's just a run at 31
Yes,
there.
yeah.
So there must be versions that have come out where they've patched them up. But I think the idea is really, well, my feeling is like talking about the Australian Arcade Championship we were talking about the other day, like finding tracks, and this isn't a dig at Twin Galaxies, it is the result of a time that was not thinking, like there's the book, the one that...
Just back to the game at hand on the stream here. So now you've got, like what you were saying before about the warm-up game. Dennis's game is now well exceeded his score from the first game. He's still got 3 men in the bag. Sean's also, he hasn't lost any more men since we last checked in over 100,000 points ago, and he's quickly approaching the same score that he had last time as well. So I think, some merit to that. They're both, have now had that warm-up game, and this second game is better from both of them.
And this is what I was talking about early on with Aaron and Danny was on here. And I was trying to say, I wonder what the sweet spot is. And Aaron said, I just like level 4, that's enough. I just want to get past level 3. And well, that's a different answer. Like, what do you need to, like, we're like saying, like with your coaching, you don't say, okay, girls, we're going to do a warm-up, so we're going to do 5 star jumps. Okay, now what? Oh, that's enough. That's not a warm-up. That's just stretching.
If you left it to them, that's all they would do.
Yeah.
I'm the one that has to push them to warm up more.
Yeah, like, you think of things like, I remember when the Olympics were on, like, I remember Ian Thorpe had to go from one race then to a relay. So he didn't slow down. He just went and got in a pool and did like 20, 40 laps and came back again.
Yeah.
Just to get the muscles moving. Now, you must have to do something similar to rowing. You've got to get the muscles moving at some point, but you can't go too far too early. But you've got to get to a point where things are...
Yeah. And also because it's like, with rowing, obviously you can't really, warm up on the course too much until it's your time to go up sort of thing. So like, what most people do, like what we did at Henley was, in the morning, you go for a practice row on the course, and then you get off, and then a couple of hours later is your race sort of thing. But your body is actually still, you've activated those systems.
Yeah.
And the trick is, like in any athletic endeavour too, is you need to actually get your body to the heart rates that or even exceed the heart rates that you intend to be hitting when you're in the actual performance itself.
Yeah. So that's a good way. I like that wording, activating the system, like your body, because it's no different here. We only got to see stuff like if we had some sort of heat, like some sort of device could like demonstrate brain activity and things like on these guys. Like you've got to get your brain activated, like in a game of chess. You've got to get like it's like reading. People can be reading and they're not even their eyes are going over the words and I haven't been reading, so it's not activated. Whereas here, you can get in a way where you feel comfortable, but if you disengage from that, you are going to lose.
Dennis has just lost another man. Yeah.
Which is fine, but I think that of activating the system. So when you get because they're mostly girls that you teach at the moment, isn't it?
So traditionally I sort of coach high school boys between the ages of sort of 12 to 17, and then university age girls, age 18 to 21 sort of thing.
So with the girls team, you were in UK recently.
Yes. Yeah.
So you'll have to re-paraphrase this, but like you'll have to paraphrase it. Like in a marathon, like you wouldn't get them say, let's get activated, go run a marathon. So
no.
So if the race is over, I don't know, 2 kilometres
yeah,
or whatever.
2 kilometres
Yeah.
roughly.
Yeah. So then you go get them to do a row of what in the morning?
What I'd had them do is do a row up and down the so you obviously have to row up to the start of the course and down. So that's a full lap. So that's 4k.
Yeah.
But that first 2k is all technical. So it's all about movement patterns.
Oh, yeah,
but
just-
low intensity. And then I'd have to do the start of their race about the first 500. Drop the intensity to just light paddling, and then do another burst, light paddling, then maybe do another couple of 250 meter bursts towards the end. So they've done 4k, but maybe less than 1k of that is at race intensity. But it's enough to sort of warm them up and actually get them used to, or these are the intensities we need to hit, as well as
Tags has just lost a man.
oh no,
He's still got one left. He just.
as
I don't
well
actually
as
see what happened. I was watching him. I don't know what
Yeah.
actually hit him. Must have just grazed the collision detector or something. But anyway, so listening. Yeah.
As well as just sort of going down and sort of there's landmarks on the course sort of thing to sort of just for them it's a chance to run over their what their strategy is and their race plan and stuff like that. And which and you sort of structure it too. You want them to do particular bursts at particular points of the course to simulate when they're going to be going for their major attacks or pushes during the race as well.
So it's interesting that, like you're saying, again, activating the system. And I was just thinking about other things. Like I used to play a bit of squash in uni, just socially, just
Yep.
fun. And you get the ball out and you whack it around to get it warmed up.
Yeah,
When you
yes,
think
yes,
of it. So when
yeah.
you think of like the memory of something, you get a piece of paper and you fold it, and it naturally originally it'll start to want to go back to what it was.
Well,
And then you fold it for too long, and it'll naturally want to go back to the
It's
fold.
the exact same with muscles and it's the
Yeah.
exact same with the brain.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. So, and I noticed, like when I used to do a lot of printing, like printing books and stuff, you'd have the viscosity of the ink because the ink is oil,
Yes.
and if you need to warm it up. So naturally, warming things up like a metal spoon, you keep bending it to get hot, and it'll snap.
Yep.
So you were taking it back to a state it once was because it was once liquid,
Yep.
So you start activating that behaviour. So you get the viscosity of the ink, and you'll get a palette and start doing this. And when it goes on the roller, it starts to smooth out. You have to get it activated enough to print.
Yes.
So you think of these things. There is the interconnectedness of things like that. You think of your body. You can't just. It's not like a machine where like a toaster. You just switch it on and now it works. It has to warm up. Like it has to. Like the old TVs used to have to warm up a bit.
Yes. Yeah.
But there's a lot of things now just go from a binary on to off.
Yes.
Yeah. And when you think about players in that sense, because I've never talked, because I only brought it up today, I thought with the players out there, there's the need for these players to warm up, because yesterday they had a slow chance today to warm up. Anyone who gets a good, but like in many ways, this for Dennis and Sean, depending on how far it goes, it'll be bad for the winner.
Yes.
Yeah, because they might play for too long. So if this game was to end soon, I think Dennis is probably in a pretty comfortable spot. But if it goes for too long, we'll see what's happened to Shane before we go. I'm just starting to get exhausted now.
So they're both down to their last man now.
Yeah.
But Dennis has nearly 100,000 point lead.
Which is it'll be a fun chase to watch.
Yes.
For our amusement, should Dennis lose now, you think, we've got a game on. It's a game on already,
I
but
swear to God, if Dennis does lose now and Sean brings up to another draw,
I'd love it. That'd be nice. And it'll be finishing the tournament tomorrow.
Yeah. And oftentimes, when you have situations like this where you have we just got to reset, restart, sometimes you see it where it's just worn them down, and so that the next game's actually quite boring. It's actually quite a fizzer.
Yeah.
Whereas, they've both
That
put on
happened
a
to Shane
better...
that year.
Yes, it
Time
did,
off
yeah.
4 was... I really felt for Shane. I thought...
That was tough.
Because I remember us coming into it, we didn't... things were planned. I thought, there needs to be a break here. We need a big pause,
Yeah.
And I think I'd like to... if there was some sort of...
Well, we were going to have a lunch
executive
break,
decision.
but these guys have now ruined that, so we're now behind schedule.
Yeah. Well, there is no... Because we're not in the way of anyone. Everyone's here till tomorrow,
just keeps going to Monday.
Well, no, what I mean is that if it needed it, you'd say, look, bring the people together and say, look, there's been a lot of long games, this, that, and other. I think we need to have a proper spell. So what we're going to do is go and play some badminton. Just have a relax. Maybe
Yep.
have a shower or two. Just
Two.
Well, if you need to, you know. Well, if you go.
So, someone's been reading that rinse and repeat label on the shampoo bottle too much.
No, what I mean, what if you have a shower, and then you go and play badminton, run around, have another shower, you know?
Go back, play some more Donkey Kong.
Just sort of.
We've also got a BPAC squash court out the back here.
Well, I know that what's his name? Tecchio bought a physio with him this year.
Did he actually?
No.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, Pat Silver brings a film crew, Tecchio brings a physio. By the end of this, some of us might need to bring a psychologist.
I was thinking actually, for performance anxiety, some of the players would probably benefit from having some strategies put in place that are more, more prescribed to them by talking to someone. But, you know, there comes a point where you think, well, how much do you want to win this? Like having something to reset. Yeah, that's what I mean, like an actual coach. Just for that.
Yeah. Donkey Kong nerds.
Yeah, look at him. There's one. Barra. What's that shirt he's got on? It's got tags to...
It's a Game the System Discord shirt.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, we're all sort of... it's a everyone on tour shirt. I didn't get the memo that we're wearing the shirt today, so I'm the only one that isn't.
Oh, right.
I thought we'd wear it tomorrow at the one at the Netherworld comp, but I just realised that makes sense because not everyone here is...
You're wearing last year's one.
Not everyone who has that Game the System shirt is.
Is this how you run your? Is this how you run your rowing team, by being the I in the word team? Come on.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Someone has to.
Rob McCauley, legend.
See,
sorry, I was just pointing out Rob going past.
And then Rob's another player that if he wanted to and applied to, he could be in these finals.
Oh
off too.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think he would. Oh, there we go. Sean's out.
And it's done.
I think Dennis will be happy with that, thinking, how are we going to go with this?
He'll be relieved. But yeah, see, if you add their previous score with the score that they just got, Dennis has just played, 700,000 points worth of gameplay. Yeah, if you add the two games together. And he's still going.
Well,
he's having a good game.
Someone's going, let's see, get a kill screen.
Yeah.
Jimmy going over, checking, being very professional there, checking tags the score to make sure that he has passed it.
Yeah.
I know it seems an over-the-top thing to do, but we've had some really mix-ups. I remember Johnny got up one year because he thought, you've done it, because someone else died, and then, no, you got to get back on,
Well, I mean, and look at Score Wars.
Well, that's where I came into it after that, and I said, look, you need, because I started talking about over there then.
Yeah.
Saying you need something in place that's very clear. Because there was a real mix-up at Score Wars, with Laidlaw and Andrew, like when he got up and there was no ruling around that about getting up, leaving the machine and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty ordinary.
Yeah. And so he thought, I came back and said, look, you need, and I talked about it on the screen, and I mean, Ethan Daniels, this is really good, this is what it does need, because he talked about things in the American Kong-Off. Similar sort of incidents occurred. And I think after that Kong-Off, we've had it ever since, at Kong-Off 3 onwards.
Yeah, just
you
keep playing until someone taps you on the shoulder.
Yeah, and not a player, no one. Everyone could say, we know you've won, but it has to be the actual adjudicator on the floor. And this year that's Jimmy. It's normally Tyson.
Jimmy and Tyson.
Oh, both. Yeah. So I wonder if they'll have any kind of lunch break, I suppose. Yes, no, what do you reckon?
I think everyone else just did have their lunch break.
Dennis is feeling tired. That's the thing, he just did his feeling. I don't think it was, oh, mate, that was close. I think it was just fatigue.
Yeah.
He wasn't going, oh, man, that got close. He was just like...
I'm glad it's over.
Glad that's over.
Oh, now he has to play Andrew Barrow next.
That ain't going to be...
Well, now we're getting... he's warmed up.
Now we're getting into some, pretty... that Matt Tecchio, Luke Bushell game would be good to see. I mean, they'll all be good to see, but that'd be... Because he's... I was well impressed with Luke's game last night.
What an upset that. Luke knocking out Pat Silver in the first round. Tecchio, Luke, that'll be a good match. Neil Cairns, Jeff Sutter, that was a good one.
Yeah, Michael was playing really well.
See, I think for 3 of those 4 matches, you go like, well, unless there's a disaster, Barra should beat Dennis. Jeff should beat Neil, and Matt should beat Luke. But Shane and Michael, that really could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, look, Matt's obviously a much higher player on the leaderboard. I just really, what do I know? But Luke's game was really entertaining to watch, and he hadn't been playing for a long time. So I'm not saying.
But that's what I'm saying is that Luke just hasn't been playing at the
no,
games.
No, I'm saying
that
I'd be just really keen to see he could just step in and just start playing. And, And
and that's the thing. Anything can happen. But I'm just saying, like statistically.
Oh yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
I'd say 3 of those 4 matches would have a clear favourite.
Yeah.
Except for Shane and Michael. I don't know. I mean, obviously Shane. You think looking at the qualifying scores, Shane would be the favourite over Michael.
Well, on track record, yes. Like he's had more wins than anyone at the Commonwealth.
Yes.
Like actual just game.
Yeah.
Wins, like it's Neil's got this points there. It's like I think then it goes Matt Tecchio, I think, after that, and then Andrew Barra. Yeah. It's funny when it breaks down this quickly, all of a sudden it feels like it's over, but still a long way from over.
Yes, yeah. That's the thing, having a single elimination bracket.
Look at these semi-finals, though. Andrew versus Shane, Jeff. That's the, if we're looking at the
favourites,
if we're looking at seeded, Andrew versus Shane, like going by just Donkey Kong Forum, then Jeff versus Matt.
There'll be some really good matches.
There's some tough games. Like Jeff's been playing so well at home and last night, and yesterday, late last night. He put that big score up, and Matt really only played the one game. He played the one game. He got 900.
There's a good chance we could see a Shane versus Jeff final.
That'd be exciting, wouldn't it?
That would be exciting. That's the thing. You can't. Those semis, you can't pick it.
What about a Michael Edwards and Luke Bushell final?
Wouldn't that be something?
What about a John Tannehill and a Phil Day final?
There's 6 draws in a row. Keep getting to 100,000 flat.
The amount of people have to fall over for something.
And Phil Day walks away from the cab, and then he runs back to the cab. John's punched Phil. We don't actually have a rule against that.
We applaud that, actually. About someone did it.
That's 6 years in the making.
I'm just sort of looking at where the players have come from, just looking at the players, the wins and losses there.
Yeah.
The only real, the first upset is the Alan Stall one. That's not saying about Neil, but in track record. We're talking track record, aren't we, really?
Yes, yeah.
So that's unexpected to Alan to be,
Yeah.
Not unexpected considering yesterday's gaming. Like, he wasn't,
he wasn't on.
Yeah. But I'm saying previous.
Previous Kong-offs, definitely an upset.
Yeah, that's the only real one.
Oh, look, I'd still say Pat and Luke.
That's a tricky one. Luke's a 900-plus point player. Pat's been playing a lot. Luke's very good. He's not as enthusiastic about the leaderboard. I think, if that's the right word, he doesn't feel driven to be putting scores. He's busy being a family man and stuff.
I did forget that Luke is actually a 900 point player. 900,000 point. For some reason, I'd forgotten about that game. I do retract that. That one's not really an upset. Even though, obviously, young family. Luke is quite busy at the moment. He wasn't even sure he was going to make it this weekend.
That's the weird thing. He just came in late afternoon and put up 3 games, and that was it.
Yeah.
And if we go on just previous games like this weekend alone, like Michael's a genuine threat.
Luke.
Michael. Dennis is a genuine threat. Like he came in yesterday, dropped the coin, walked off with 800,000.
Yeah, Dennis had so much. He's been working crazy hours the last few days, just getting everything set up.
And he's had a sore back.
Yeah, even because he's been working all this stuff. And then yesterday, he still had to work on cabs. So he didn't.
He was here till late finishing stuff.
Yeah.
He was last out the door almost, I think.
But he didn't have necessarily all the time that these people have had yesterday to put up scores, because he had other machines. He needed to get the ultimate punch machines working before they kicked off at 5 p.m. But so he had to put up. He knew he had to put up his Donkey Kong score early, and he.
So what do you
got a
reckon?
good game.
What do you reckon's going through his head? Like he'd be going, "I've got to play Barra now." That's it. Like all of them are going to say that. Neil's going to
If
say, "I'm
any-
going to be playing
I
Jeff."
think
Luke's
anything-
saying, "I'm going to play Matt."
Yeah.
Michael Edwards going to say, "I'm going to play Shane." They've all got this.
I reckon, and I'm saying this from like my perspective as an athlete when going up against someone who's on paper much better. You actually relax a bit because there's no expectation. Whereas Dennis going up against Sean, he knows, look, I should be able to beat Sean. So he's got that expectation on him. But if he doesn't beat Sean, that's an underperformance. Whereas if he loses to Barrow, everyone, no one's going to go, oh, you've underperformed. No, everyone's going to go, wait.
Yeah.
So
But you think that's the Dennis's advantage, is what you're saying?
I think it is. I think it is. Whereas Barrow's now got to go, well, if I lose to Dennis, that's going to go.
I agree.
Yeah,
I think that's what I was saying before. I don't know if you hear it. I was saying there's people here, which is I think the three. Shane's a different kettle of fish. I think like he's just a different general demeanour.
Yes.
But
yeah.
Andrew and Matt, they don't want second place.
No.
And I think Jeff will be. He would want to be in the top three, but he won't admit it. But I think he wants to be. I think he'd like to be in the top two.
Yeah. I think
Where,
he'd like
you
to be
know,
top one as well.
Yeah, that as well. But you know, what I mean, it comes because he was second last year. See, Jeff was.
Yes. Yeah.
So there comes a point going, well, what I've done this. I've played these guys before, and I've been playing really well at home, which I'm not saying it means everything, but he knows what he can do. And he had a really good game late in the day, like just not long before close last night. So I think there's three like Shane. I think Shane's just very chill, but in a very
look.
I'm not saying he's not competitive.
I was going to say, I think for him, he's just quieter.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I think he's playing to win just as much as anyone else, but he's just a little bit quieter about letting his ambitions be known.
That's the right word. His ambition. I think Shane can keep that in check. I don't think it lets get.
No,
it doesn't get hold of him. He doesn't think, I've got to do. I think he's just. I've got to play Donkey Kong.
He just takes every game as it is. Like he doesn't. He's not. Someone like Shane's probably not thinking about, if I beat Michael now, then I have to play Andrew.
Exactly.
He's just thinking, I've got to play a Donkey Kong game.
I've got to play Michael.
Well, he doesn't have to play Michael. He just has to play a Donkey Kong game.
That's right. But I think some players are saying, once I've played this person, then I've got to play that.
Yeah.
So I'm using this person as a stepping stone to that.
Yes, yeah.
Whereas I think Shane's going, I've got to do this.
Yeah.
And he would be thinking it's Michael Edwards. He'd want to know what he's got and go, that's what I'm doing. But he's not thinking ahead of it. He's not a step ahead.
That's the other thing too. We keep saying, these players, they're matched up against each other and that, they're playing. I think that one might be a little bit dodgy, that's all.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit dodgy.
Yeah. Just the headphones cut out a little bit on number 4. And I wasn't sure if the microphone was working before. It just didn't sound.
No, I was on it before. It was a little bit touchy, but it works. But
But so I was just about to say to Phil Neal that even though everyone's paired up and matched against it, you're not really playing each other. You are just playing the game still.
I'm going to have a whip around the room and talk to a few players just to see where their heads are.
Yeah, that's
All right, Phil.
It's certainly where you want your head to be.
Yeah.
The more you see people, like when I play, I don't look at the other score.
Yeah.
You just want to.
Do you want to sit on the couch, mate?
No, yeah, if you want. I might have to go soon because
Yeah, no, all good.
But yeah, the more you're looking at somebody else's game, I think the more you would probably be in trouble.
Yes, yeah.
Which I feel like Tagster did that in the first game he played against Dennis.
Yep.
Taking the first hammer, the top hammer, instead of the bottom hammer and waiting it out.
Yep.
I think it could have all been done if he ran his regular board.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right. How are you feeling about these matchups?
So we're just talking about that. So quarterfinals, some good matches there. You got Barrett, Dennis, Shane, Michael, Jeff, yourself, Tekio and Luke. And there's some like we're just saying, yeah, no matter what the results of those are, you're going to have two very impressive semi-final matches.
Yeah,
as a
that's right.
result.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a strong field, and Michael Edwards did really well to get through against Kibby.
Yes,
I think that was the match so far. To
I
watch.
think Shane and Michael will be also another real match to watch. I
Yeah,
think.
definitely. Do you know what they're setting it up for? Which ones they're going to have a look at, or
I'm not sure. Yeah.
we'll leave that up to the big wigs
I
upstairs?
was going to say, yeah, that's above my pay grade. Yeah.
All right.
Tekio's already had a fiddle around on the selector and messed it up once. So I think now everyone's got the memo now. Don't touch the input selector.
So it's funny, these are like regulars at the Australian Kong-Offs, like a lot of these players, and
Yep.
I just had a quick look, and none of these matchups have come across each other before. So
Oh,
it's-
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So, yeah, it will be super interesting to see what happens. One of the biggest matchups we've never seen is Matt Tekio versus Andrew Barrow. So,
Yes, and we won't see that necessarily until the final, which is exciting. And it's still, that might not play. We're just saying, that might not play out, at all. We could see the Neil Cairns versus Dennis Edmonds final.
it's there's no easy matchups.
No, and there's we were saying before, like, yeah, you could say if you're looking on paper, you could say that there's some favourites here in these quarterfinals, but as we know from previous Kongs, anything can happen, and all 8 of these players are kill screen players.
Yeah.
And they're all high, fairly high kill screen players as well. Even someone, cause I actually made a mistake before. I sort of said, we were talking about it in the first round, and we were talking about upsets, and we said, that your upset over Alan, was sort of the only real upset. I was arguing that Luke beating Pat Silver was also an upset, but I'd actually forgotten that Luke was actually a 900,000 point player.
Yeah.
He hasn't been playing as much. At least he hasn't been, streaming as much as some of these other players leading sort of things. So, it's sort of a bit of an assumption that he might not have been on form. But he's proven that, even though he hasn't been playing a lot lately, he still can come out and put up these really big games. Like yesterday, he only came in the afternoon, put up a massive score, then put up a win, chalked up a win this morning. And he could have really give Matt a run for his money if Matt doesn't have a good game.
Yeah, definitely. No, that's it. No, I think like the favourites are set, so that you know who the favourites are in each of these matches. Like the
Neil Cairns for sure.
No, like Andrew Barrow, Shane Saul, Jeff Sutter, Matt Tekio. I think that's finals bound, unless we get an upset. So
yeah,
but yeah, we'll see how we go. I better go actually.
Well, good luck for this match, Neil.
Yeah, really appreciate
it.
Go Netherworld, right? So.
Yeah. I think it's great having all the players sign their names on the bracket as they go along. Something that in previous years we've sort of tried to retroactively do, and in some of the earlier years we've actually sort of forgot. It's like, wait, who played who in the early rounds? Or something that you might forget, and so you have a couple of empty spaces because someone forgot to sign their name and then left at the end of the weekend. So getting to do it before each match is just really good. We're going to have a nice complete set of artwork at the end of this. Particularly this year, the artwork just really pops this year. Looks fantastic. Nelson really knocked it out of the park with this one. Just the colours, you wouldn't think it works with the sky blue, but it does. Should be some very interesting matches coming up. Like we said, we could talk about favourites all we like, but we've seen like in Kong 4, in the grand final, anything can happen. Someone, a really top player can just have a bad game. But I think mentality will come into play for a lot of these matches. You just need to relax, calm down, play your game. And it's the player that can do that most consistently that will make it through usually in most cases. Will we see another draw today? Like before, we were talking about the fatigue that will play a part now for Dennis up against Barra. He's just played 2 games. I mean, yes, the second game did improve from the first, so that there was, I think, a benefit there for both players playing that second game. That first game was a warm-up, but now playing a third game up against an opponent like Barra, who probably still played quite well, being a little bit more fresh, having had a bit of a break between his first round and this. Here we go, getting a nice shot of the bracket there. Barra, Denny, Boner, Shane. Here we go. Seeing our bracket again here. Players are starting to take their seats now. Coin up. Got the Tecchio and Busho matchup closest to the end here, followed by Barra and Denny, Shane and Michael, which must mean that Neil and Jeff will be on the far end. Going to be looking at the Luke Bushell, Matt Tecchio match. So this is what I'm talking about. This is a game where the ability for Matt to stay calm and just play the game that he knows how to play, that's what he's going to need to do to beat Busho. Busho is a player that can put up a 900,000 point game. We know he can play through the kill screen. He's got a couple of kill screens under his belt. And for Busho, it's the same thing. He just needs to not worry about playing Matt. He just needs to go out there and play one of the best games that he can and put Matt under that pressure. So I think if I was Luke, I'd just be trying to take that pressure off me and just try and put it onto Matt. Uh-oh, Danny's making a speech. countdown. 3, 2, 1. You're going now.
Oh God, it's so fat. What number are you?
Should be on.
Yeah, just a second.
Yeah, yep.
Hello?
I think they were all working.
No, I just turned them off because they pick up noise around the room. So just turn the ones that aren't being used off. Mr. Tannehill.
Dr. Rayner.
How are we?
Doing well.
That's good.
Quarterfinals.
That's it.
Exciting
Slaughter
stuff.
finals.
Slaughter finals.
Slaughter finals. Oh, God. I'm so fat.
How do you feel being here as a spectator today?
Them's fighting words. No, I'm good. Yeah. I mean, I went up against Tekio. You know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So, but it's hey, listen, it's just great to be with a bunch of awesome people and friends, and almost family basically. So,
Yeah.
loving it.
Well, that's the thing that makes this weekend so special. Is that every year it really is just a reunion.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a reunion of mates, and then this game's just sort of in the middle of it all. Yeah, it's
Every family reunion has to have a bit of drama. So,
Yeah.
so
so you could say every family has the abusive uncle. In our case, it's Donkey Kong.
or Alan, one or the other. Love it. It's so good though. No, it is. It's absolutely phenomenal to see everybody here. I'm loving it.
Yeah, and this has been, I reckon this is going to be one of the best Kong offs yet, if not the best. Like we've got, the stream this year is looking fantastic, thanks to the hard work of everyone that's put that together.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got, just the caliber of players and the scores put up yesterday. Just incredible scores yesterday.
Yeah, well, it was real interesting. I remember last year, obviously the question is, all right, what's the qualifying score going to be? What's the lowest going to be?
Yeah.
And I think last year I was saying, I think 300. I think 300 is pretty thing. And then a lot of people were saying, 400 easy. I was wrong. It was about 400.
Yeah.
Everyone this year was saying 500 plus, and that's
close.
Fair. Yeah, that's exactly it, man. Exactly it.
And
so
of the 16 qualifiers, 11 were over 600,000.
That's incredible.
Something
That's
like that,
incredible.
I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's pretty interesting stuff, man.
And then you look at the first round, first ever draw.
Yeah, in
Annie
Annie Kong off, I believe. Yeah. So that's exciting.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's.
And then the second game, sometimes the risk of that is that when they do the redo, that second game will be an absolute fizzer. But that was an even better game.
It was, yeah. And Denny was dominated that. To be honest with you, he really did.
At first, I thought he looked a bit rattled, but he found his
just
groove.
lost a life on level 2
no.
springs. What happened there, mate? He will not be happy with that. Not at all. That's unfortunate.
That's just going to cause Matt to relax just a little bit more.
Yeah, well, Matt always says, he goes, I'm just going to play my game.
Yep.
Yeah, wow. Don't know what happened there. Bushel's going to have to be... oof. Oh, fantastic. So we're able to put up the standings as well. Type exclamation bracket to get this current standings. So, we really should. Michael Kibbe has put in a tremendous amount of time and effort to get the stream looking absolutely top-notch, top quality. And, big thanks to the man, the legend. Busho, what do you do? Oh, Busho. So he got very, very lucky, but as he was going up, he's okay. I think he just wants to clear boards.
Yeah.
I think he just wants to clear boards and get sort of the I do the
Get
same.
in the groove, yeah,
Well,
get
I do the
past
same. I
start.
just want to get to level 4.
Yeah.
I want to get level 3 barrels out of the way as quickly as I possibly can.
Yeah.
That's what like I get nervous about. So maybe he's just going for that. But yeah, Luke's a top-notch player. So I mean, Matty's definitely got his work cut out for him. But that early death is, I'm gonna clenching. Nice. Matty opting to leech and all, so
I was
he's.
going to say, Matt
well,
already going for
Yeah, well,
point pressing.
the thing about it is that you know, he's point pressing, but he's forcing Luke to run boards, which
Yes.
means he has to do pies, he has to do rivets, he has to do elevators.
Yeah.
So you know, in terms of strategy, it's actually pretty smart.
Mm.
You know, he can do this all day until his timers comes down, and you know, Luke's had to run all this stuff. So yeah. Nice freebie there for Luke. He'll be happy with that. That was silly. Luke's been a bit he's been a bit risky here.
Mm.
That little back jump, you know, could have gone wrong for him, but Who's your money on this year?
Honestly, I don't know. I couldn't pick it.
Mm.
I'd say for once we get to the semis, I reckon we won't be able to pick it. Like the semis will be just at such a high caliber, or the players are such a high caliber at that point. I think there's a room for a couple of upsets though in this round.
Well, Barra and Denny's one I'm gonna be watching because I don't know. Dennis will have.
Dennis is the dark horse.
Well, he's just he will have settled really nicely into his game now. He's had so it's
The
like
only
he's
problem,
just
though,
like
is fatigue.
That's very
Yeah.
true. That is very true. Yeah, and Dennis is actually like the entire week in the lead up to BPAC has been working his ass off. So he's going to be just
He's
not only
knackered.
sort of tired from playing,
But he's physically
Yeah, absolutely.
exhausted,
So
sore.
yeah, he's done just an incredible job.
He does so much behind the
He
scenes.
really does.
The whole BPAC in the arcades, I think, could not function without
Nope,
Dennis.
nope, not at all,
Absolutely
not at all. Oh, that's a nice push out. Oh, beautiful. Nice light hammer grab.
Very nice.
Be interesting to see if he'll leech or just want to clear the board.
No, just
No,
clear.
opting to clear the
Yep.
board. Fair enough.
Get that early lead.
Yeah,
it's one of those things. As a player who's played in a couple of finals matches now, do you reckon it's advantageous to be to chase or not?
It's really it's hard to say.
See, now Matt's going for bottom hammer too.
Oh yeah, no, he's just going to play his game. Matthew will just play his game. He'll
Fair
play
enough.
like he's playing at home. It's hard to say. It somewhat depends because, like, I mean, if you look over to someone and you've only got like 50k to chase and you've got 2 man in the barrel, you just play safe. You just play really, really safe. You don't push yourself around like that. I suppose in a non-restricted time format, it doesn't matter as much. So I think it somewhat maybe depends on what type of player you are.
Yeah.
Someone like Matthew, if he was chasing 50k, he'd be like, okay, I need to get so-and-so and so board and so-and-so and so board and go from there. If I was, I'd be like, I'm just going to run boards. I don't really care.
Yeah.
So I think it will somewhat depend on what type of player you are. I'm of the opinion next year at the level 3, I'm bringing a bit of card and blue tack and sticking it over my score.
Yeah.
I don't want the other person knowing what score I have. I want to make them make risky decisions to get as many points as they can.
Yeah.
In fact, even on my men.
It makes sense. Oh, that's actually really interesting.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't. Because I thought, but then you don't know that. But then I thought, it doesn't
I
matter.
don't care. I'm just going to play. Yeah.
Well, because you know what if you're doing well or not. You know you're getting points.
Yep,
You just don't
absolutely.
know what those points are.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So that's my
really
that's my
interesting. I like that.
move for next year.
Well, I had that in when I was playing Neil in the L3, and Neil cleared L3 rivets without thinking it. 2 men in the
And
bag.
Alan as well.
Same thing.
That was hilarious, by the way.
Yeah, and when Neil did that, he sighed and he walked off. And I knew that Neil and I, the whole game, would been at the same board at the same time, a similar pace. And I think it might have been 1 man up on him, but it's still very close. And he walked away, and I sort of thought, like, surely I'm not chasing. And but no one's tapped me on the shoulder yet. And I've looked across, and I am 2,000 points down, and I've got to chase that. I've got 3 men, right? And so but I still go, I should not have looked, because it did psych me out a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And I did lose him. I just had so I did have to lose another man to get that extra.
That's the thing.
Points.
That's the thing, man. So because I never look at the other person's screen ever. I don't want to know personally. I just want to play my game.
Yeah, neither do I.
But some people, it's important to them. That's how they're going to play.
Yeah.
So I say, you either want to look at someone's screen or you don't. If you don't, I don't care if that little bit of card's there. But if you do, gives me an advantage.
Yeah.
You heard it here first.
Imagine looking across and seeing a post-it note over this.
Go for it.
And also just thinking, wow, this person doesn't even care about seeing their own scores. There's another layer of that psych out to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this man's a madman.
Yeah, maybe I'll cut myself as well just before we start. Like that scene out of Predator.
You put an upwards thumbtack on the jump button. It's like
I love
every time he presses the jump button, he's just pricking himself.
Love it.
Madman. Was it Busho's lost a...
Oh, he's lost
second
another man
now.
whilst we're talking shit. That's no good. He won't be happy with that at all.
No.
Busho as well, unfortunately, couldn't make it last year because of the
spicy
the
cough.
spicy cough. And then this year, unfortunately, his family isn't doing too well. But I think they've bounced back a bit, and he's.
Well, at least that's what he's telling us.
Well,
they're
that's
actually
it.
sick as...
No, that's good. So really, really great that he could make it this year.
Yes, yeah.
Is Hammer gonna? No, lovely. Yeah, so Busho's gonna have to. I don't want to say pull a rabbit out of a hat, but he's gonna have to play quite conservatively. And Matthews now is past level 3, so you know he's gonna have a lot of control over pretty much everything he does. So sort of rivets and pies really is the only thing that is probably gonna trip him up really.
Yep. It's funny how when you're learning
it's
to
not
play...
funny, it's depressing.
No.
Go on.
It's funny how when you're first learning to play Donkey Kong, pies and rivets are your safer stages. And you think of barrels and springs as the place where you're going to lose lives. And then when you get to their the level that they are, and they actually have that fundamental understanding of the mechanics of the game, it reverses. Barrels, for players like these, barrels and springs are the stages where you should never lose.
Oh, Busho just lost another man as well.
Oh no.
Yeah, bit of a late jump there on the wild. He should have come off the. Shouldn't have gone for the hammer. Should have done the bounce jump.
But the irony of how that mentality switches. As you become a top level.
Yeah.
player.
No. Absolutely. Oh, he's got a fireball and I was like, oh no. Yeah. No, he's out. That's he will not be happy with that in any way, shape, or form. Oh, that is devastating. That is devastating. As well, and I mean, Luke has gone from he did a 300k game just then, was it against?
I didn't see it. Yeah.
It was I can't recall, but it was a pretty Man, he just you cheeky bugger, yeah. I told Matthew he needs to find somewhere else to stay tonight. Well, Matthew, I think it's safe to say he'll be comfortably through.
Yep.
Might try and get a read on some other games, actually. 1 second, let me flag down Danny. Danny, can you get us a bit of a score update, please? Thank you. Cheers, thank you. So we're just going to grab a score update, and once Tekio's cleared this, we'll swap to a different pairing. So we're going to go to Neil and Jeff now in a few moments. I think Matty realistically probably just needs to finish one more board, and he'll be through to the semis. Ugh.
The fact that Matt's still just playing his
Yeah,
game.
no, he will. He will. This
he
is
could
this
just
is
run this board and win it right there. But for him, this is what he needs to practice. Cause
Look at that. Now watch him steer the top barrels here as well. Just a little steer. Yeah. Oh, that.
Oh.
Oof. Just that is why he is the king. So apparently Matthew has a move
And
named
it's
after.
done.
Yeah, there we go. Give him a tap on the shoulder.
The Ticcio move.
Yeah, the Ticcio. No, so it's called the King's move.
Ah.
And I'm really upset. I really think so. Apparently, it's when you have a freezer on the very top level on the left-hand ladder, if that makes sense.
Yep.
And if it freezes, you can jump a barrel, but in such a way that you can leech an extra, because it gives you the 300. Sorry. Yeah. Cheers. Thank you very much. Yeah. So Barra and Denny, pretty much on the same about the. What's that? 100. So 111 and 113,000 respectively. But Dennis is 2 men down. Bonner and Shane. I think Bonner's 2 men down, and Shane is 1 man down. Bonner's on 127. Shane is on 100, and then Neil and Jeff. Neil's 1 man down. Jeff's got all his points. All his men. Jeff's on 156 and Neil on 125. So Jeff obviously pressing the set points.
Yeah.
That's incredible. And we are changing games now. We're going to go to Jeff and Neil, I believe.
Just all these little nice finishing touches.
You know,
that
it
Jimmy
makes
put
it.
together.
It
does.
really, really makes it.
Here we go. Neil Cairns, Jeff
Fantastic.
Sutter. So, now Jeff must be running. He's just running boards.
Is he?
He's on level 6. Neil's still on level 5.
Yeah, but level 5 rivets.
Yeah. But
So
still,
he's on level 6.
Yeah. But I'm saying if Jeff was really point pressing, you think
Jeff would be behind.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, that's a significant difference then. And yeah, actually, Jeff almost onto level 7 now. So yeah, he's a good, like 6 boards ahead of him. Oh, he's in a.
There we go.
Nice. Beautiful little taste. Oh, no. Oh, nice. That was a smart little retreat there as well. I don't think he'll get anything from here because it looks like there's 2 freezers on the right-hand side there.
Yeah.
So he's gonna. Yeah, that's unfortunate. He'll probably want us to just chill down here. And mate, look at that. Look at that. Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
So these guys come down. There we are.
Beautiful
One
stuff.
more. Come on. You prick. Yes. Got him.
Fantastic. And Neil here, he's
he's just going to run it. He's not going to
Yeah, wow, okay.
press either. Yeah, wow.
Wonder why that is.
Just run boards.
Mm.
Yeah, and yeah, level 6 to still be just running.
Wow, Neil. That's a weird move by Neil, opting to come over to the left.
Yeah.
Because he had a clear run up the right there. I don't know what he's thinking.
It's funny that each player's doing the opposite thing that you'd expect
But
them to
yeah,
do.
yeah.
Neil's pressing when you think he should run boards.
Well, that wasn't
and Jeff's
even-
running boards when you think Jeff
Yeah,
should
I mean,
press.
I don't know. That wasn't even pressing. I just, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe there was a freezer on the right hand side there that I didn't
Maybe.
quite. Yeah, that was strange. But he cleared it anyway. Good on him. I really can't wait for the day that we have one of the knockout rounds go to a kill screen.
Yes.
That-
Imagine a drawn kill screen. We've had a draw.
No.
We need a kill screen.
No.
Drawn kill screen.
No, thank
Do it
you.
again.
No. Sorry, boys. Or sorry, people. But ye two need to duke it out again. You just rock, paper, scissors for it at that point, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, gentleman's agreement.
Yeah.
Well, do we introduce a sudden death component where you play one man? But I guess no, on the start that's be too random. You can just get a barrel straight away, and then that's you're done.
Yeah, and that's it.
Donkey Kong needs a golden point. Yeah.
No, I think I like that you just go again. I
Yeah.
think it's fair for everybody.
Ooh, Jeff's just took the risk, didn't play.
Oh no,
Yeah.
and he had plenty of time as well.
I
you
don't know why. He just thought he could get away with it. I
Yeah,
think.
it happens. I did it the other day as well. Like, you think you get away with it, and it's just like, how does it get stuffed sound?
Yeah.
That's a horrible split of the fireballs as well, unfortunately.
Yeah, isn't it just? Here we go. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, we go. Oh, man. That's not.
That's all right. He just needs to head down, and so that freezer there will stay, and hopefully he'll be able to migrate up to the right here. Oh no!
Just not having a good time.
Yeah, not having a good time at all. Oh, and follows him up. Oh, no. Oh my God!
Oh.
Go up already, crikey! Oh my God! What the hell?
Oh, no.
One goes up
Oh
and
my
one comes
God.
down. This is
painful.
So, yeah, he can go left here.
There we are. Here we go.
Plenty of time. But we should get another one spawning. No.
He's
No, they're all. Oh, okay. Wow.
Oh,
that was yeah. See, and this is it. Rivets and pies on a knockout. It's just like, good luck to you.
Yeah.
So Neil not in a bad position.
Well, I was gonna
Chasing
say
30.
Neil's still very much in this. Neil's now a man up.
Chasing 30k, but he's got an extra man in the chamber.
See, this could be a real upset.
And Neil, absolutely phenomenal player.
Well, Neil's real. That's what I said. When people were saying, "Oh, what an upset!" Neil beat Alan this most. No. Neil's been on form.
Yeah.
I'd say more so than Alan has been. Alan historically at Kong-offs, yes, Alan traditionally performs pretty well, but this year, right now, I would not say that Alan's on form. I would say Neil is really peaking.
Yeah.
And we're hopefully we're seeing that in this match too.
Neil not even opting to go back up and grab the prize there.
No, doesn't need it.
Doesn't need it.
No.
I hope he loses by 800 points now.
No, it'll be a draw. Come on, please.
Oh, please now.
If we get two draws in the same bracket,
Shut up. Oh, whoa! I think he didn't hit jump there.
Balls of steel. Neil.
No, I think he just didn't hit jump. Because if you notice there, Jumpman actually faced the right. I think he just didn't hit jump. So a little bit lucky, a little bit unlucky in a sense, should we say?
No, he's just showing off.
Oh, he's just showing off, is he?
Now, is Neil running boards, or is he going to have a crack? Yeah, he's going to have a crack. He's going to point press.
Yeah, sure, why not? He's maybe had a little peek over and seen that he's a bit behind. He might as well take some safe extra points.
Yep. And now he's both past the start. Swapping to Barra and Dennis.
Yeah, we're going to swap over to Barra and
go.
Dennis now in a few minutes.
Well, although bit of a shame because I think this is going to be the real match
Yeah,
to
I
watch.
think I do not disagree. But Barrett and Dennis might one of them
Might
be
also
close
be
to-
another one. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Might be another good one to watch. Haven't heard much about Shane and Michael yet. Apart from that last score
he was
update.
pretty on point.
But that's another one that'll be quite close for a while, I suspect.
Fantastic. We're just swapping over now. Be interesting to see who's what and where.
Find out Barrow's already bombed out. Dennis is chasing.
Oh.
Wouldn't that be something? Also, if you're in the chat and you are, commenting and trying to tell us stuff, we can't see any of that. It's by deliberate choice this year. So I've just got that thought playing in the back of my head that we're saying stuff and people are probably correcting us and wondering why we're not
following up on it.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, that's sort of all part of the chat and sort of let the chat self-moderate.
Yeah. But if you wonder why we're not responding to anything,
we just don't like you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We just like the sound of our own voice.
I certainly do.
I like the sound of your voice too, Aaron.
Oh, thank you. Ooh, what's happening?
Yeah, Adam's here trying. Here we go.
There we go. Oh, wow. So Barra quite a bit ahead in terms of... Or maybe that wasn't Denny. But oh, no. What's happening?
Barra's got all of his men still on the bank. Yeah, the main cabinet's just rebooting.
Sorry, guys. We just got a load of save state.
Oh. Wrong.
2 save states.
Wrong tapes. That was the finals tape. Sorry.
So for those sort of not on venue or haven't been to the venue before, we have kind of like a splitter, I think you'd call it.
Yeah, a selector.
Yeah, selector. So we've unfortunately had a couple of little hiccups with it this year. Unsure what the deal is, but it's somewhat technical to change the streams. So
yeah.
But there we are anyway. So yeah, so even-ish score in a sense.
Yeah, Dennis can have a good run on these last 2 men, and
no, absolutely.
Barra could lose 3 to Wild Barrels. Who knows?
Ooh, Denny. That was very, very, very close. Now the problem is he's got absolutely everything to clear. Don't do it. Yeah, good man. Just relax. You got it. He should be all right.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah, no, he's good.
Yeah, the only problem is this guy below. Yes, nice. Get it.
Beautiful.
Down you go.
Oh.
Come on, you'll be right.
Come on, little guy.
Hey, there you go. I can't remember, John. Did you put in a score for?
No, I didn't have time.
You just got into the level 3.
Yeah, just level 3 this year.
Nice.
Yeah.
You did really well.
Yeah, I was really impressed. I was really happy with that.
Yeah,
Got a
it's
couple of good wins against some really good players.
Yeah, well, it's a great equaliser. I've always said. You know?
Yeah, I love the format. Look, I enjoy playing Donkey Kong in small doses, but playing back-to-back games trying to get a score, I don't enjoy that. So Kong off, the main Kong off is never going to be for me. But I'll always put my name in the ring for the L3. That's a fun format.
It is a very fun format. I really enjoy it. Oh, good hammer grab there by Barra. He's going to get every single Firefox here.
Yep.
Or maybe. Yes. Oh, wow. He'll be really happy with that. And as well, all spawning and going straight up. So if he wants, he can leech the hell out of it. What he'll do is he'll probably clear that top rivet. hang around for like 800 and then go grab the hammer.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Denny here has had a clean run on the right hand side, but not so much now. Whoa, he's in a bit of a tight spot here. Unfortunately, he's got a freezer right above one of the ladders. Oh, nice. That was a beautiful tease down. Fantastic. Good work, Dennis. Good work. He'll be happy with that. That was a bit dicey there for a second. Barra just, jumping away like a happy kid at camp.
Yep. Here we go.
Oh, not even. Okay, he went to the 700. Okay, fair enough. And then we're going to swap over to Shane and Bonner now. See how those guys are going. I think last time we did a score check. Bonner was 2 men down on 122. Shane was on 100 with 1 man down. So we were saying earlier on stream, John, that Shane statistically is the best performing Kong off player.
Yeah, just by sheer number of wins.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Ooh, so
Oh,
here we
wow.
go.
Okay, so Bonner's lost absolutely all of his men, but a good 50k ahead, which, it's not nothing.
Yeah, but 3 men, 50,000 point
Oh,
chase. That's very doable.
It's more than doable, but you'd actually you'd need to focus, really.
That's something you wouldn't want to look at the screen for.
Nope.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to know that.
Tap me on the shoulder when I'm done.
Yep.
Thank you. It's.
Do we have an update on the Neil and Jeff matchup?
No.
That was turning out. That was shaping up to be really exciting. I almost want to flick back to that.
Oh, beautiful little leech there by Shane. Just little things like that I just love seeing, Michael here, he's got a nice clean sweep, hopefully on the rivets. Beautiful. Probably get all but 2. Freezes though at least, so he should have a good amount of time.
They're both very even. They're both around 250, 270. Jeff has 2 lives. I think Neil has 1.
So both Jeff and Neil on about the 250 to 260 mark, and Neil's got 1 man in the chamber. Jeff has 2, so relatively close. But you'd say Jeff is ahead in a situation like that. And Bonner clearing rivets there. He'll be happy with that. Those are the rivets and pies. Definitely the levels to concern yourself about, I think, in a knockout match. It couldn't just go wrong for you. Ooh.
Jimmy's
we're going to get
texting us the
beautiful,
updates
beautiful,
and scores.
beautiful.
We've got Barrows on 280k, 2 lives. Dennis 260, 1 life. Neil 260,000, 2 lives. Jeff 306,000, 1 life. So Neil's still got that extra man in the bank, but Jeff's putting up, extending his lead a bit in points.
Yeah, absolutely.
That could still end up being a very exciting finish, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, a good 50, like I said, 50k chase, like absolutely doable on, but I don't know. I just think psychologically 50k is kind of like, it seems like a lot. When you have to do it,
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it does and it doesn't. I feel like 100k would, but I feel like 50...
You know what?
I'd
look at 50 and 100 in almost the same way. Personally, yeah, I would. For me, like, because the way I see it, right, like, depending on where you are, you should be able to get 100k. But with 50k, you almost have to go through rivets and pies where you are, wherever you're at. Yeah. You'll have to go through rivets and pies. With 100k, you do have to do it, but there's options to leech and stuff like that. And I don't know, just slow it. I don't know.
But I don't know. I just feel like 50k is still just in time-wise, it's not that long.
No. But like, it's more so the boards you have to go through.
Yeah,
is what I'm more so thinking.
You're
yeah,
thinking more than I would about that, because I don't play that same level.
Neither do I.
Well, you play at a higher level than I do.
Aw, John, too kind. It's only because I hate myself.
You do. We're here for you, Aaron.
Oh, thank you.
You don't have to play Donkey Kong. You just play Miss Pac-Man and have a grand old time. Yeah,
mate. I'm really loving that game.
You're gonna have another crack at doing a marathon Miss Pac-Man night again?
Not with Pac-Man. Not with Miss Pac-Man. No, there is. I won't say too much because there's a lot of organising to do behind it. We have something different in mind.
Excellent.
It will be based around the sort of BPAC scene. It will be another endurance event, but it's a bit different, and there's a lot of organising to do for it. I've mentioned it to Jimmy and a couple of the BPAC Massive, so they're keen to give it a go and see how things pan out. But yeah, a lot of organising to do was it to happen, but watch this space and it'll get mentioned and hopefully something awesome can happen. We can raise some more
Love it.
funds for charity, which is always really good. And just in case anyone is planning on coming in, we've got a raffle here, so we're raffling off a massive cabinet with some custom very pretty. With some so Noodle Shirt provided all the artwork for that and the decals. It's absolutely phenomenal. And I believe it was a cab that Jimmy and Dave had, but BPAC themselves are kind of donating. They've chucked a Pandora into it. Very, very pretty cab. So you can come down and buy a raffle ticket. All money's going towards Orange Sky. For those who don't know, Orange Sky provide sort of laundering and washing facilities for homeless people. So they buy vans and trucks and fit them out with.
I've seen the vans around in the city.
Yeah. So the people then have an opportunity to come and get themselves freshened up, and whilst waiting, have to do a load of laundry or whatever, sit around, have a cup of tea and a chat. It is. I mean, I'll put my political hat on just for a second, and I think it's disgusting that anybody is homeless in this country. Shouldn't be the case, but it's really great to see the hard work and dedication of people like the folks at Orange Sky to help those less fortunate than themselves. So if you can, come out and buy a couple of raffle tickets and
raffle tickets are only $2 a ticket.
Yeah, $2 a ticket.
Or
So I got myself 9 tickets. So I don't know where I'd put the cab.
Yeah, that's a problem to figure out later.
Yeah,
which one of your kids do ship off?
Yeah. It's a future Aaron problem.
But I'm going to buy a few raffle tickets as well. Just 'cause the cab looks so nice.
Oh, it's very pretty. Yeah. It's very pretty. I think there'll definitely be posts if anyone wants to check it out on the BPAC socials. They should be there. But yeah, incredibly. So it's inspired by the artwork that we have here. So it's this kind of
the pink and
the
the orange. It looks really nice. really pops.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's on the side art. We've got on one side we've got the Ultimate Punch artwork, and the other side we've got the Australian Arcade Championship.
Yeah, so it is a
artwork.
real nice. If you want to play fighter games, it's a nice fighter game cabinet by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's a 6-button layout.
Beautiful.
It's a widescreen monitor, but for casual play.
Oh, absolutely, it's perfect. Yeah, absolutely.
And the Pandora's got
Yeah.
thousands of games on it. Particularly.
Oh,
all
it's
those
I thought it was 320 or something on a Pandora.
I think it's more than that.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Might be. I don't know. I'd have to check. But it's but yeah, a lot of those 90s games. People love. It's great social games to play when you got a mate over. Yeah.
Slap it on, have some nachos.
Yeah.
Go for it. Love it. So so Michael on his last man, and Shane has dropped one as well.
This is the match that leading into these ones. This is the one I really thought could go either way. I thought every other matchup had a clear favourite. This match, I thought, really you can't pick it.
How did you think? Michael's he's in a tough spot here. Oh, that was a beautiful little tease. I don't know if you saw that, but
no, I just glanced down my phone and
that was
missed
an
it.
absolute beautiful tease. So, as the fireball was going over, Bonner just little click up on the ladder, knowing that it'll all get a chance of going up, but also doesn't want the other guy to follow him down. That was absolutely beautiful. That was a beautiful touch. He's still got plenty of time. Yes, beautiful. He just took his time. That was an impressive play. That was an incredibly impressive play. Beautiful work. Oh, someone clip that. That little sort of just up on the ladder, that got me. That was beautiful. No, he'd be feeling good. Like, it's always when you're in these head-to-head matches and you kind of do something like that, it definitely gives you a bit of a boost.
Yes, yeah.
Gives you a bit of a psychological boost. You're like,
Reminds you, I'm
a good player. I'm a good player. I can do this. Yeah. Oh, Shane. Got to watch the monkey, buddy. I love this. It's almost like twinsies.
Yeah.
Yeah, so still a 50k difference in points. So it'll be really interesting because, it's at this point where, if Shane was to drop a man,
yes,
that's where it gets
very light. This match suddenly changes. And pies could happen. But it looks like he's getting a freebie.
Yeah, he's got a weeby freebie. Beautiful. Oh, he'll be happy with that. Yeah. And I don't know if Shane's want to check his opponent's score. So
I don't think. I think, particularly given the experiences he's had, I don't think he does.
He's had to draw. Oh, he's got 2 freezes on the ladders as well.
Oh.
No, he should be okay. This one will.
Yep.
So unfortunately, that guy's a freezer on the left, but he'll. Yeah, beautiful. Now that little stain on the ladder is so that the fireball will freeze.
Yeah.
And he can just transition up, no dramas. That's something, I see that and I get it. I wouldn't think about that in the moment.
No.
So that's just Shane's a really good player. Like little things like that.
Yeah. To have that presence of mind, to not rush yourself and just go.
It's kind of interesting. I think Donkey Kong, and maybe all arcade games are like it, but Donkey Kong is a game I'm somewhat familiar with and I play. But if you're 10% better, you'll double your score.
Yes.
If that makes sense, it's the skill to kind of score difference is it's a little bit exponential, I believe. Oh wow! So Barra and Dennis has ended, and Barra has gone through. So Dennis, listen, I think Dennis is going to be incredibly happy with himself, and he should be.
Yeah,
and if he's not, I'm going to hit him.
Well, Dennis has put up 3 incredible games in 2 rounds.
Yeah, and a phenomenal qualifying score as well.
Yes,
600k off the one man.
And like we said, after he's been
working his ass off.
Yeah.
We might try and flag him down. He's just on his phone there. We'll see if we can flag him down and get him to come on and have a chat about how he's feeling, and he should be incredibly proud of himself.
Dennis.
He doesn't want to join us. That's all right. That's fair enough. Yeah. No, all good. Oh no, he is coming over. Okay, fantastic. I'll jump. Do you want to grab these ones? Yeah, sit there, mate. And oh, sorry. And we'll unmute you. Dennis, we're just saying, despite getting knocked out to one of the best in the world, let's be honest.
Yep.
You should be incredibly proud of yourself. Good work.
Thank you.
Three great games in 2 rounds. No one else has done that.
And a tie.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
3 games in 2 rounds.
Yeah, yeah.
No one's had to do that before.
No, it was very special.
How you feeling?
My latest swear, I already have on the stream anyway. I won't swear. I'm effing tired.
I can imagine.
I'm the tech for one of the techs for Kong Off, tech for
AAC,
everything.
and Ultimate Punch,
AAC
everything.
and
Yeah,
Ultimate Punch as well. And
you're the ultimate tech.
It's committed a lot of time to that working in the event, and it's tired me out a lot. I got to be honest.
Imagine. So for those that don't know, it takes a good week and a half to 2 weeks to set everything up here at BPAC, and whilst the machines and pinballs will all get rolled in sort of over the course of a little bit of time, everything's got to get moved around, lined up, and then not only that, you got to go through a whole heap of testing, whole heap of fine tuning, figuring out what needs to be where, figuring out then that doesn't work and going over it. So logistically, it's an awful lot of work, and we're just saying, Dennis has been putting in 10, 11, 12-hour days, people. It's
a lot of
to come off the back of that, come in, chuck up a fantastic qualifying score, pretty much your first game, and then come in and make it into the quarterfinals.
Incredible
it's just
effort, mate.
absolutely. So big round of applause for Denny, I reckon.
Thank you.
Well done.
Yay, Denny.
Absolute legend. Can I buy you a beer?
Yes, you can.
Fantastic. Tannehill?
Huh? Beer? Oh, sure.
So, as a man who hates Donkey Kong, how are you seeing it unfold at the moment?
I love watching Donkey Kong. I was saying to Aaron, I actually enjoy playing Donkey Kong in small doses. That's why I enjoy the level 3 comp. But playing back-to-back games for score, like playing to practice, I
can attest. It's not really fun.
It's not, and I don't have the motivation to do it when it isn't fun.
Yep.
Which is what separates me from you guys. You guys definitely, it's all about that delayed gratification.
These, apparently.
And
jeez.
and wanting to improve or having a goal. For you, it's your kill screen.
Yep.
For some of these players, it's further ambition. Some players, it's getting 1 million points or 1.2 or just winning a Kong off.
Yep.
But and because it's hard, it's not a game that to get to the level that these guys are playing. It's not really enjoyable. You're not.
At some point, it changes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure what that is. I've been playing, and I think when you're doing goal setting in anything, and in particular with classic arcade games, it's. I'll be in for one of those. Thank you, sir. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, playing and goal setting with classic arcade games is. It's interesting because you start playing these games because you enjoy them and because you have a special affinity for those games one way or another. And for
then
me
you find every way to sap all of that enjoyment out.
Yeah, and then it slowly gets squashed out of you and you start to score on them competitively. But look, I'm still playing because I've still got a kill screen to try and achieve, and hopefully close to that sometime soon. And it's a nice confidence booster to come in and have a couple of good games in a row. So
yeah, I'm sure it would be.
It does a bit for making me feel like I'm a bit more of a consistent player now than I was 12 months ago.
Hey, mate, it's testament to all the effort you've put in. Absolutely testament to all the effort you've put in. And
thank you.
You'll be the next kill screener, I think, for sure. If you want, I'll race you to it, and I'll to give you a bit of extra incentive. But
if you really feel like playing Donkey Kong that much,
I don't.
Now, Dennis, I have a question for you. So, I was talking to Phil earlier about before the second round started about the mindsets going into this. So, I'd love to hear going into your match against Barra. What was running through your head? Like, how do you approach that? Do you think about it, or you just go, "I'm just playing my game"?
It's a simple question, but it's not an easy question to answer at the same time. Damn it, Phil.
So,
look,
sorry, we just might bring back to the stream. We just realised Bonner's bowed out there, but Shane's still got,
Shane's got the chase now.
only 30k or so. So he
30K,
should do
for life. Yep.
should do it quite comfortably. But we'll see how it goes.
Anything can happen, as we've
Absolutely,
seen.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Could be a draw.
Yeah.
So I say that because we were talking about, and I sort of said, in those situations, you almost, when you're up against a player that on paper, is, ranked so much higher.
Superior.
On paper is
It almost
is an immigrant.
It almost, it can almost relax you because you know that there's no expectations. You're not going into it going, oh, I should probably be able to beat that person. You're just going, I'm just going to have the best game I can and see what happens. Was that sort of what it was like for you? Or?
In part it was. I didn't feel the pressure of trying to compete against Barra, but there is always that small part in your mind that thinks to you, oh, gee, what if the odds go in my favour and that Donkey Kong levels the playing field as it is known to do brutally. Look, that did cross my mind, but ultimately I felt like all I wanted to do going into the round was just basically to set a respectable score. And
Which you did.
Which and further to that, just try and employ the Barra strat.
Yep, don't die.
Yeah, don't die.
Don't die. Tell me, did you feel more nervous or more comfortable going up against Sean than you did Barra? Because of that expectation where, I think Sean, I again, on paper, Sean's the better player, but I suppose you guys are a bit more on a level playing field in a sense,
Yeah.
Not to talk bad about anybody, but,
No.
on paper, that's the way it is.
That's okay. Look, at Coin Drop this morning, because it's the first game of
you're super nervous.
Yeah, it's the first game of the finals, and so I was nervous, real nervous, and I took like 3 just very questionable deaths, and
Don't mean to interrupt, but I've got some more
Fantastic,
score updates.
yep.
So in the Neil and Jeff battle, we've got Neil at 339k with 1 life.
393.
And,
A 393.
339. Apparently.
Oh, right. I thought you were looking at...
Oh, so no, there's a further update. Sorry, I've missed one. So we got Neil at 393, 0 lives, and Jeff at 468, 0 lives.
Oh, wow.
So Jeff's now got nearly an 80k lead.
Oh, look at that shaky feed.
Yeah, it's this is one of the technical trickeries we've been having with it, unfortunately.
V&H pots on those PCBs can be quite finicky. And you can tell that's coming from the PCB and not from the monitor. Because,
oh, okay.
Yeah, because that's
direct feed.
Yes, it is. So all you need to do is it's just a tiny little touch on one of those pots, and it'll stabilize. But
so
no one's opened the cab now. I'll tell you that right now.
The PCBs have a V hold.
V&H position.
Okay, yes.
Which is a fantastic feature, but it's
also... Say, is that on the actual Nintendo PCBs?
Yes,
or
it's on the video board.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's pretty
Yeah, no, it's
cutting
awesome.
edge.
It's
If only
awesome.
every arcade board had one of those.
I know, right? It'd be good if Hellfire had one.
What?
Yeah.
Be good if
game.
Hellfire had a normal color inverter.
Yeah.
Well,
it has the same color inverter as Donkey Kong.
Nope.
Is it? Oh, I thought it did.
DK is digital. Is a digital inverter, and Hellfire needs to be an analog converter because it has color gradients in the red and blue. So we had to build an analog video inverter
right,
for that.
Fantastic.
So, the difference, I'd have to actually get Adam to explain it to me, but he built me one.
He did. I remember. That's why I thought it was the same as the DK one. That's why.
I used a DK one originally.
Okay, that's what it is. That's what it is.
I was getting a
whole heap of bleed or something.
Just straight colours, so no colour gradient in the sky or in the ocean like you do with Hellfire. If you're not familiar with it, never mind. It's not important right now. But it's an interesting game. I still love Hellfire, but it's a little
Shane
bit
is through.
Swapping to
So
Neil
we're going to swap over to Neil and Jeff now, who, this will be an interesting one to watch, folks.
Yeah, this match was very close early on, and now it looks like Jeff has put up quite a commanding lead. But, Neil's also a good enough player that he could chase.
Bloody oath.
Congrats, Shane.
Congratulations. So it will be Yeah, Shane and Barra, is it then?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Wow.
That'll be one hell of a semi-final.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Shane. Wow. Points. So we were saying earlier on, Shane has made it to the finals in every single cutoff.
Yeah.
So, wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
Man, my back is so sore.
I'll give you a massage if you want, mate.
Oh, maybe later.
No worries. I cracked Tannehill's back last night.
Was that with your permission? Or?
Yeah, no, he walked away 3 inches taller.
Yeah.
Wow, that's great. Oh, boy.
So, Jeff looked like he's definitely ahead in terms of he's on level 13 there.
Yep.
God, I need to put on my glasses. I'm blind as a bat.
Sorry, everybody watching in. I feel burnt out by.
Nah,
by all
you've
this,
done.
So I need.
Mate,
I need a few minutes, but yeah, having a cleansing ale is actually helping quite
It's
a
a
lot.
pilsner, not an ale. Just
Cleansing
saying.
Pilsner, yeah.
Cleansing.
I'm glad you
Pilsner.
corrected him, otherwise
That's
I
all right.
would have.
It's no boom shakalaka.
It is. Oh,
It's no boom shakalaka.
No. It is.
we don't mention that.
We don't mention the war.
don't mention the
No
war.
boom shakalaka.
How
Nah,
about the BrewDog Italian Pilsner is beautiful this year.
It's
like
nice,
every
it's
year
nice.
the beer is
Yeah, it's
good.
gorgeous.
So they do for beer pack, but this is I'd say this is probably my favourite.
$7 a can.
Incredibly quaffable.
$7 a can. Get amongst it.
Yeah.
Oh, is that
that's,
cheap?
That's without.
I think
that's
so.
Without
I
our
think-
prices in Australia, I bet that everybody that's stateside at the moment that's watching is probably like $7 a can.
Yeah, but that's only like 50 cents in the US.
It is,
because of
yeah.
the exchange rate.
Or £3. Yeah.
It's basically free.
Basically, they pay you to take it off their hands.
Yeah.
No, yeah, but considering that we're at I'd still call this place a microbrewery, and this is a custom beer that they make.
Yeah.
So this isn't like this is something they do custom.
Yes.
The artwork is custom, the canning's custom. So actually, I
very
think,
special.
Yeah, it is. So I think actually, it's like it's a schooner's worth. You'd probably pay $9 a schooner for something somewhere.
Easily.
I think it's pretty.
Yeah.
So I think it's pretty
Oh no,
decent.
yeah.
Yep.
So right, shut your mouth, mate. No, a big shout out to the guys here at BrewDog. They do a fantastic work for us every year, and it's always
What is it?
BrewDog.
Is it fantastic? Oh, sorry. I need
Fantastic.
one more. Amazing.
Amazing.
Wow.
Did you go? What is you? No one here grew up in Melbourne.
Nah, I spent a bit of time in Melbourne. I didn't grow up there.
Okay, so there's a furniture store in Melbourne. I'm going to do a Phil Day here. There's a furniture store in Melbourne, Franco Cozzo Furniture, and he used to have ads on the TV. And I think he's Greek or Italian, I can't remember, but he'd do the, he'd get on and he'd be like, brilliant. He'd do that like 3 times for everything. It was so good. But
Awesome.
legit, they named a street after him in Brunswick. It's so good.
Great.
It's called like Franco Cozzo Way or something like that. So it's absolutely phenomenal.
Lovely.
Don't you mean brilliant?
Neil,
It's
watch
br-
out.
Oh no.
Neil's surrounded by taters at the moment.
Ooh.
Down.
Go down,
Here
go
we
down,
go.
bring him down.
Yeah.
There you go.
Not down that ladder. Go on, get out of the way.
Oh, you prick.
Nah, he can. No, down. Don't do that. He's gonna go right.
Nah,
left, I mean.
If he can force him up.
No, he shouldn't. have.
Oh! Oh!
Yeah, Neil. Yeah.
There we go. There we go.
Classic. There you go.
He's just keeping entertaining.
Yep.
I knocked my microphone out. I
You
clapped that
did,
hard.
yeah. Very excited.
Neil,
That'll
you
happen.
show off.
Legend. Lit.
Where's the beef, baby?
That's brilliant.
I can see his reaction after these. It's like a huge sigh of relief clearing that board.
Yeah.
His heart rate must
Thing
have
about-
been through the roof.
The
The
big
thing about it is-
super unclenching going on.
Yeah. You can feel it.
90k lead for Jeff as well. So
Oh, that's-
absolutely massive
Well,
lead.
it's interesting.
Yeah,
like-
nice work, Geff.
And he's still, he's, I whole level in front. You know, Neil is really just Jeff has really been just running boards.
Interesting strategy.
He loves it.
I really want to see a kill screen at a finals.
So does Tracy as well.
Who's Tracy?
Tracy Gleave watches. Tracy's on Twitch all the time, watching all of us stream, and so.
What's her handle?
Tracy Gleave.
She doesn't watch me.
Well,
That's okay.
No one watches
That's
you.
okay.
Aaron.
Maybe stream more.
Okay.
Chemist.
Maybe get good.
Maybe get good. Maybe get a cabinet.
Maybe get a shower chair. People might watch that.
Classic.
Or a hot
Good.
tub.
Do you remember when I was in hospital and I walked in? I was like, I got my own shower chair, boys. That was so good.
Wow.
You need a Donkey Kong cabinet in the hospital room.
in the hospital, in the shower. That's it.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the dream.
He'll be happy with that now, Neil. Just clearing up pies, nice and easy.
Yep.
And a decent score from it as well. Like, you know.
Oh yeah, it's a
so
great.
it's kind
This
of
has been a
good.
great game
Huge
for both
score,
of them.
yeah. Really great. Like, you consider like a score when you're not in a non-competitive environment. It's still a great score, but
God, yeah.
During a competition, it's exceptional.
Oh, absolutely.
I reckon any head-to-head Kong-off score that goes to over 400k is impressive.
absolutely.
It's very impressive. Yeah.
And it's becoming more and more common as the skill of their players gets higher and higher.
Yeah.
Three or four Kong-offs ago, you wouldn't have seen this. Not this early in the bracket.
Yep. Was that Kong-off or Kong-off?
Kong-off.
Kong-off. Right.
Kong-off.
Kong Jeff.
Yeah, Kong Jeff.
Kong-geff.
Kong Jeff.
Yeah.
Nice.
Jeff is he's in a little bit of a pickle here.
Nah, he loves it. He'll be
No,
all right.
he does. Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yep.
He loves pickles. Extra pickles.
Extra pickles for
Oh,
Geff.
Oh, this is dangerous.
Nah, he's got it. Nah.
No, it's not. Shut up, Aaron. You don't know what you're talking about. Love it.
Classic.
Get good. Opting to clear, not grabbing
Wow,
the hammer
that
even.
was amazing. Well done.
He's going for that kill screen. I reckon that's what he's doing. I reckon he's just running boards, just be the first kill screen in a.
You reckon he's speed running it?
I reckon he is. I reckon.
Love
he's
it.
clipping through walls.
He's
Yep.
wall clipping.
Yep. He's wall jumping.
Yep. ID clip's been typed in.
What I want to see
Clipping
is
through
someone
walls.
break Alan's wall jump world record during a Kong off live.
All right. There's
That'd be a truly impressive feat.
pinball stuff going on right now as well. It's all happening here at BPAC.
Yeah, it's pretty boring stuff.
Someone got a multi-ball, I think.
Yeah. If anyone's interested, there's a multi-ball coming up.
Yep. Love it.
Well, meanwhile, the pinball is thinking, why do they have 16 of the same machine? Yeah.
Yeah, that can't be fun.
Imagine
And they're
imagine
right.
a pinball comp.
Because we've abandoned all logic and reason.
Yep. The will to live.
Imagine a pinball comp and it's just like 16 Attack of the Hop Monsters. Yeah.
Oh.
I reckon that'd be the leveler. That's
That'd be
Brisbane
interesting.
Masters 2024.
Nah, 16 future spas.
Oh,
Sexy.
yes. Hey, you have to dress to the theme.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
A lot of low-cut shirts and just...
It's got a real Logan's Run vibe to it too.
It does. It really does.
Oh, Jeff, be careful.
They never how come they never made a pinball of that? I'm upset.
No, Jeff. No, Jeff. Fuck.
Oh, Jeff's out.
And the chase
So,
begins.
Chase begins.
Here we go.
Wow.
And Neil, look, Neil is really capable of that. Neil,
Oh, easy.
If
Easy.
Neil was sitting at home and you said,
Yep.
"Hey, Neil, can you do a 579?" Neil
Yep.
would go, "Yeah, I can do that."
The
yeah,
beef
no
would
problem."
find his way through.
The
Yep.
beef would find his way through. Yeah.
That was a really nice stall there, to be honest.
All right, as long as he doesn't get cut off.
No,
that's
he's got his hammer too still. So
Yep.
Yep.
beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, that's
that's
unfortunate.
okay.
No, it's
Quick,
okay.
quick spawn. Quick
Come
kill.
down.
Got him. Even him.
Come on, this guy needs to come down. Come on, you
Nah.
prick. Yeah, here we are. Oh! Sorry for that if you're listening at home with
Get down.
headphones.
Oh
Get
my
down.
God,
Get
Neil,
down.
you absolute legend.
You absolute legend. Wow.
Oh my God.
Oh, no, Neil. Come on, Neil.
Oh,
This is
Neil.
bullshit. Down you go, beef.
Oh my
boy.
God,
Come
man.
on. Oh,
Come
come
on,
on,
you can
Beef.
do it, Neil.
Come on,
You can
baby
do it.
boy.
Oh my God.
got it.
Yes,
Come on.
he's
Got
got it. He's got it. He's got it.
Oh,
Come on, boys.
No, he's got it.
freezing.
One.
Yeah, so he should be all right.
Yes, well done, Neil.
well,
That's
the round-
incredible.
That was so
That is
hot.
absolutely incredible.
Okay, he's running his hands for his
His
hair.
beautiful hair. His
Anyone-
beautiful
his
hair.
beautiful
Anyone,
luscious locks.
anyone watching on stream, please clip that. That was
Yeah,
that
that's that is
exceptional.
that, and that
That's
like
a moment of the Kong.
that's it. That's it.
That
That's
was a
yeah.
moment
That's
of-
incredible.
That was a moment of the Kong game.
we need to start doing that. You know,
Kong off moments.
Kong off moments. Like, have
Was bloody
what's
Phil-
our moment 37? You know, that's the thing. We need something like that.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. What was Phil wandering around with the camera earlier on? What was he doing?
That's just his personal.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's for his personal
No,
collection.
no,
yeah,
it's
like
for his. You know, he has got a project.
his memoirs.
Ah,
maybe.
yeah. Okay, cool.
Go Neil, beautiful. So when would Reflections with Phil Day come out?
Phil Day, a life in pictures.
Yeah, I got this project, and he came to me and he said, "Phil, do you think you could maybe do that?" And I was, I don't know. I mean, you know, we'd have to put it to the committee, but you know, nothing will get done.
Yeah, he's right. Oh, yeah, no, that's actually right.
BPAC's now a dictatorship. Yeah,
It is.
So,
Yep.
so just so things get done.
Yeah, it's just, it's not. No, he's fine. Chill, mate. Chill.
Beautiful.
go.
I'm
There we
cool.
go.
I'm cool.
You cool? So
Yeah,
now,
everything's
having
fine.
made it through pies, should be comfortable until rivets.
Yep.
And rivets is probably looking at score-wise. That's probably when he'll make it.
Yeah.
So just don't die. Barristrat.
Yes.
His hands would be shaking like crazy. One would imagine, though.
He is Mr. Shaky.
He is Mr. Shaky.
Mr. Shaky.
That's all right.
They do call him Neil Michael J. Fox Cairns.
Please. I was going to say Neil the surgeon cans because of his steady hands.
That's
but,
it.
Yeah. I'm not sure which I prefer. Anyway.
Are they doing a new Back to the Future? I heard a rumor they're
hope
doing a
not.
new. They're doing a new Back to the Future.
I'd watch it.
I'd watch it. I'd watch the hell out of it.
Yeah. I hope not, but I'd watch it. Love it.
Look, if they can get Harrison Ford to take his kid off in, Indiana Jones.
Did he
film
get
40
nude?
No, just
Oh.
like in his undies.
Oh, love
But
it.
like, he's still what 60 odd, getting close to 70.
No,
years old.
he's definitely 7. Anyway.
He's 70s. Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
Neil opting for the bottom prize and all. Love it.
Neil's just having a grand old time. Look
He
at
is. Oh, look at
Oh,
that.
beautiful. Neil could really do this. Like,
Neil's going to do this. I'm going to will him.
he's what,
From my
just,
chair.
Just over 50k to go. He can, yeah. Can you just click fast forward on the tape? Aaron? The anticipation is killing me.
Yeah, me and all. There we go. There we go. Good
Beautiful.
work. Good work.
Classic.
Love it. Lit.
It was lit.
It was.
Well,
the tension's mounting here.
It
I
is.
can
It
feel
is. I'm like.
So he's the last man playing in this round.
Look at Dr. Aaron sitting here just clenching really hard. Some nice straight jumps, Neil.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nice. Beautiful.
Love to see
Beautiful,
it.
Neil. Beautiful.
You've done this before.
So, like, stuff like that is showing how composed he
300.
really
You know, that
is.
doesn't look hard. All he's doing is jumping barrels, but actually to go,
Yeah.
it is hard.
And like I can actually see Neil right now, and he looks composed, and the fact that he's able to perform that so
Yep.
well
Mm.
shows that he is.
Yes.
He
He's,
just-
Neil is now in the last 12 months a multiple kill screener as well. So he
Yes.
has 5 kill
Yeah,
screens.
and that's the mentality he needs to be
Wow.
taking right now. He's,
Four
he's
of
just
the-
playing his game.
Yeah, 4 of those have been done in a public environment too, and
That's
That's very. That's
So
a. That's
that's
a.
rare.
That is a.
to quote a Neil stat. That's a
Yeah,
very
that's-
interesting piece of information. Go Neil, but go Jeff as well. I mean,
So Neil doesn't have a cabinet at home, does he?
no,
a Donkey Kong cabinet.
A donkey, a
He's-
dedicated
He's
Donkey
got
Kong.
lots of cabinets.
Probably has a. I
none
wouldn't
of
be-
them work.
He might have a. None of them
He'd-
work.
yes, he'd have a cabinet that plays Donkey Kong. Yes,
Yeah.
but he doesn't have a Donkey Kong cabinet at home.
Where's
to play.
Spectre? Is all I'm asking.
Spectre, yes, yeah.
Get him.
Where's the
Oh,
Get him.
Spectre.
Get
Oh, I
him, Phil.
love it.
Get him, Phil.
got him. Got him.
See, oh man,
Okay, I would have thought it. at
Getting
Rivets, he
close.
would have. Anyway, what do I know?
Doesn't
No,
matter. He's,
loves it.
He's doing it. Come on. Come on. Come on. Go down, you little prick. There we go. Oh. Yes, you beauty. Beautiful.
Will
Still,
he
still plenty of
leech?
time on the,
Oh,
on the
yeah.
bonus counter, so it was all right. It's just a waiting game.
Probably go order
Yeah,
a beer.
you go.
He'll stay there.
You think he'll
Yeah.
leech? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, good idea.
Won't get a
Oh,
lot,
good.
but
I'm,
he'll
I'm
get a
glad
bit.
that it proved me wrong. Because I know
Oh,
the
the
game so
fireball.
well. Yeah.
Come on, stay down.
He'll stay down. Straight up. Thanks. Good idea.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Just a bit over 30k. I think
Oh man, I'm
yeah.
shaking.
Yeah, look, Neil's tapping his feet. He's just, yeah.
He's in
Like,
the moment.
As in like
He's in the
in,
moment.
as like in the groove, sort of like tapping his feet, or
Let me figure out what song he's thinking of in his head. Yes,
it could be Spectre music.
It's-
Just saying.
It is. Ding ding ding.
Could be Strikers 1945, which Neil is the world record holder, or maybe
Yep.
maybe Ghosts and Goblins, which Neil is also the
world
world record holder in.
Could
Or
be
maybe
Wonder
Wonder
Boy,
Boy, which is the
former world record holder.
record holder, overachieving bastard.
Yeah.
Circus Charlie?
Someone needs to induct him into a Hall of Fame or something.
No,
Yeah.
no, that's
Please.
just silly.
No, it's
Please.
silly? Yes, okay, I'll shut up now.
For those watching on stream at home, Neil not last night, sorry, the night before was inducted
Get it
into
right.
sorry mate,
Anzac.
was inducted into the Anzac Hall of Fame, as he is truly one of Australia's best classic
He
arcade
is one of
games.
our finest.
Absolutely. And just an all-round legend.
Just a very handsome man, and yeah,
Be-
He is
he-
very handsome, isn't
ruggedly
he?
handsome.
He also has the
Yes.
record for the best hair in the Australian arcade
Yes.
community.
Yeah, he
I
does.
would since I had my head
I was going to
shaved.
say, ever since
Only
you,
ever since I had my head
you
shaved.
shaved yours off.
Yeah, I'd give him that. Oh, and he's getting a freebie here on pies. He will be super
Oh,
happy with
beautiful.
that. Super happy with that.
Yep.
So if you're Jeff now, how would you be feeling?
Probably happy one way or another to know that this round's
Yes.
done.
He's
Whether-
not looking happy.
for good or for ill.
I'm actually, I've got eyes on Jeff. Yeah, he's watching
So
like a hawk.
16k.
Once Neil gets to 575, Jeff's just going to push him off the
Yep.
stool.
I would say that skullduggery isn't out of the question at this point in time.
All jokes aside, though, I think considering we're all friends and stuff
Yeah,
like that, we wouldn't do
everyone's
that.
gonna be
Everyone's
happy.
happy
for
Yeah,
everyone.
and that's it.
And they know it's the nature of the event. And
Yeah, it is. It's
not to
absolutely.
mention too, just the credit of the achievement. We've got a 579 score being chased down. How incredible is this? This
Yes.
is amazing.
It's pretty cool.
In a quarterfinal.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Bring it.
Oh, that was nice. That was very nice, Neil.
Oh,
nice.
No. It was. He knew he had it. That was beautiful. You know that. Oh God, dang it, Neil. I love you.
Here we go.
Oh wow, this is
Got
it.
less than 10k to go.
Well-
8k.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Less than.
Keep your nerve on springs, brother.
Beautiful.
He'll do it. He'll do it.
Neil loves springs, so it's
He's just
fine.
taking his time. He wants that bottom prize.
Yep.
Lit.
The prize.
Oh, what
Well.
a coward! Not top shelfing it.
Even if he gets the score, we're disqualifying him for that.
Yep.
Neil really has been on form this year, and this is proof of it. Win or lose at this point, he is showing us that he's a real Kong off the rack.
Beautiful
There we
work,
go.
man.
Beautiful.
Neil
boy.
doesn't 2020. Neil doesn't 2020.
Even him.
Let's go, Neil. Let's go.
Poor Geff.
Poor Geff.
Show Jeff, the
Paul-
Melbourne boy, what
Paul-
what us Brisbaneites are made out of.
No, Geff put up a really good game. Like, that's the thing. Yeah, 579.
Amazing game.
Yeah.
Better than
Just
the.
Neil's stepping up to the challenge. He
That's
really
it.
is.
That's
yeah,
it.
that's what
This
the Kong
is-
off's all about.
This is phenomenal gameplay. This is what.
Oh! Jesus Christ!
Once again, sorry at home if you're wearing headphones.
Dad, fuck.
Yeah. Oh, go away, Phil. Wait. Give us 5 minutes. Give us 5 minutes.
Oh my
This is
God.
intense.
Oh my
Oh
God.
my god. That's that's
Oh.
like, you know when you have those
Holy
moments
hell.
where like your life flashes before your eyes?
That was 2 walls in a row.
200
Oh my
points.
God.
200 points to get the draw.
Come on, Neil.
And then restart the game.
Oh boy.
Well done, Neil. Well done.
Well
Neil is
done,
through.
Neil.
Woo!
Neil just chased down Jeff.
Oh my god. That was
Neil had to chase 70k.
my hands feel all
I'm going to get him up. I'm going to get him up.
my hands feel all clammy and sweaty right now, and
Knees weak, arms are heavy.
Can I just grab in there, Aaron?
Yeah, of course.
yep.
See it. Sorry, Phil. It was just nail biting
No,
finish
fair
there.
enough,
That was
yeah.
incredible.
Someone clip
Sorry,
that
I've
too.
been out. I just had to get something to eat, and it was such a big lineup. Yeah.
Oh,
Today
yeah,
was-
you missed a lot.
Yeah, it sounds like it. So, Jeff Sutter's
Knocked out.
knocked out. And
Yep.
it's a good game. 579, 5.
So
yeah.
we're now
Wow.
our semi-finals will be Andrew
I'm,
Barrow and Shane Saul,
I'm
as
getting-
well
I'm-
as
I'm
Matt
getting in
Tecchio
there.
versus Neil Cairns.
Yeah, nice
I'm
one.
getting in there.
Are you going off, are you,
I'm
Dennis?
gonna go say congrats and
Oh, yeah, fair
back
enough.
in Una Memento.
Yeah, maybe send up Big Neil.
Yeah, Neil and
Sorry,
Jeff are
John,
about
that
to now
I've been
punch
away,
on,
but
no, they're not. They're talking to each other. Like, once again, we are just one big family in this community here, and everyone's happy for everyone. And Jeff, knowing Jeff too, he would just be over the moon for Neil, having watched the game that Neil just had to play to make that happen. Neil really did step up in the moment.
Now that he's not here, how was Dennis's game? Because, I mean, he was...
Dennis put up a really, really good and admirable effort. And Dennis was happy with that game too. Yeah.
Oh, nice one. And what about Luke?
Luke, it wasn't Luke's best game,
Yep.
unfortunately. And yeah, Luke would tell you that. But yeah, it was a good game. And then Shane and Michael, that was also a very good game. Michael had a decent lead. Ran out of lives first, and then Shane just had to just calmly chase about 30k with 2 lives, and he did that reasonably comfortably.
Oh, nice one. So look at that. Andrew Barrow, Shane Saul, Matt Tecchio, Neil Cairns.
What a semi-final bracket! Yeah, Andrew Barrow, Shane Saul, like that's a rematch of the Konga 4 grand final.
Yeah. Neil on form.
Neil's the giant slayer this weekend. Like Neil has been one of the most on-form players, as Dennis pointed out as well in the statistics just before. Neil's multi-kill screen this year, most of which have actually been in live venues.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've cut off Phil. He's banned from talking on the stream now.
Wrong with that. That's better, isn't it?
Yeah.
That one's
You're
been
back.
playing up a bit, I think.
Yeah, it has been.
Yeah. He's, I can remember when he got his kill screen at Netherworld. That one he went in there and just for a practice run, and he kill screened it. And I think, and he felt that was a good idea to play in that sort of venue. I suppose he doesn't have a DK at home anyway.
No, we're just saying that he'd have a cabinet that can run Donkey Kong,
Yeah.
but he doesn't have a Donkey Kong cabinet. No.
No. And I suppose you want to play on a
And
DK.
if anything, he'd probably be playing on a Pac Pro stick at home, I'd suggest. But I don't think he'd be playing on a Donkey Kong stick.
And you'd want to be on the stick, wouldn't you?
Yes, you would. Yeah, it's a very different feel than just about anything else. Even though it's is Donkey Kong a micro or a leaf switch? It's a micro switch. Yeah, it is.
I'm not sure where.
No, it's micro switch, but it's got a fairly loose spring and a short shaft compared to a lot of other standard arcade sticks that you can just buy. It is fairly. The 80s Nintendo stick is a fairly unique feeling stick to play with.
I'm amazed how much they fetishize that. Like it has to be an original stick and all that. I can understand the 4-way. I mean the 8-way joint, all this sort of stuff. But
yeah.
But
Well, I mean, I can.
What would it matter if it was taller?
Yeah. Well, I don't know why they fetish it for high score records, right? Like, play on whatever you want to play on, but for
except for the 8-way, because obvious cheats on the ladder.
Oh yeah, I get that. But for this though, I feel like it is important. Well, it's important that everyone needs to be standardised, and if you're going to standardise it, as long as you can get originals or reproductions that play and feel like the originals, you'd want to go for that. Once it gets to the point where we don't have a source of original or repro original Nintendo sticks, then standardise it to a Sanwa or something.
Yeah.
But as long as you can, you might as well make sure that all of these are playing with hardware that is as close to original as possible if you're going to standardise it.
Yeah.
So, what do you think, looking at this
I was
bracket
I was about to say the same thing, and I thought, do I want to ask?
Yeah, well, I don't want to answer, so
that's
I'm going to
what
ask
I mean,
you.
that's what I thought. I was thinking he probably doesn't want to answer. Look, it's we would have been a lot of people looking at the Jeff Sutton Neil Cairns going, oh, Jeff's going to win that. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I actually thought, obviously Jeff being the favourite, but I actually thought going into that, I thought Neil has been on such form that Neil could do that. And the fact that, early on in the match, it was very, very close. And there were points where it looked like, oh, Neil could actually take this. But then at the point that Jeff actually did lose his final life, Neil had to chase down, I think it was a 70k chase or close to, with
that's
one
right. I
life.
just walked in and you were like 200 points on.
Yeah, and so that's at that point late in the game, it was looking less and less likely. But then, and Neil had a couple of close shaves in that chase.
No, you're right. No, you're right. I thought you were looking for the mic. That's right. Danny Fazakli looking at some notes.
Yep.
Probably going to go over and scribble some tactics down for Neil.
Yeah.
You think? Like, what you want to do is this.
Neil's going to have coaches now. Like, because the thing is, though, like, particularly with this Australian culture, the fact that we've got, a little, not that we have it in this community.
Australia, New Zealand, don't forget Barra.
Sorry, yeah. They are soon to be annexed. What? The fact that Australian culture, we have the whole tall poppy syndrome thing. I'm not saying it's not part of this, our community though, but the fact is that everyone loves in Australia, everyone loves to see an underdog get a win. So as much as everyone loves Matt, secretly, Neil's going to have the huge cheer squad for this next match because everyone loves to see an under. And Neil has been slaying giants. He defeated Alan Storr, who's traditionally done very well in Kong-offs, and he's beaten Jeff Sutter, who, going into this Kong-off, a lot of people would have picked Jeff as one of the favourites. And so now he's up against the number one favourite, I think.
Well, it's interesting. I've got my I sent out some messages this morning on Facebook and a few groups, different people, collated them together, and a lot of putting it on Barra to win.
Barra is very consistent and he does well in head-to-head. Like, Matt Tecchio's thing has always been how well he plays head-to-head.
Yeah.
But he has, that's something that, last year he finally proved, he got the monkey off his back. And he proved that he's worked on his weaknesses in that regard. And even watching him play against, who was Matt? Yeah, against Luke. Matt was just playing his own game. Even when Luke, died out and Matt had to chase because Matt was point pressing, he didn't change. He just had to run a couple of boards and Matt would have won that match. But Matt just continued to point press, continued just to play his game. And that's been his strategy these last couple of years, has been to not, because he knows that if he views it as a head-to-head match, he knows that will get into his head and play mind games with him, and he'll defeat himself. It's what's happened to him in Kong-off 3, and I think even Kong-off 4 slightly. Whereas
even a little bit yesterday, I think, with his score, like he sort of just got rattled a bit.
Yeah. So for Matt, even in this match now, he knows what Neil is capable of, and so, but Matt's just going to go and ignore all of that and just it's the real strategy anyone really needs to take, because at the end of the day, whilst we are viewing this from a head-to-head angle, you aren't actually playing head-to-head. You're playing on a cabinet in a single-player game. You're just playing a high-score game of Donkey Kong. And the only difference is that someone else next to you is also playing a high-score game. And at the end of it, we're going to compare the two. That's what it really is. And Matt, it's what he's become really good at, and that's all he needs to do. And that's all Neil needs to do. But as we were saying before, Neil is also in the position of, Neil has slain some giants today. Neil has achieved probably more than he was even expecting to get this far, that he can almost relax and just go, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. Because what he's doing today is working. He is playing some phenomenal Donkey Kong.
Yeah, I think I think you nailed it all on the head there. And I think the only added thing there is you sort of touched on it with Matt and also Neil, thinking he probably was not going to get this far. So there is that psychological we were talking about before at this level, where you start looking at what are the players thinking, and there's no way of knowing.
Yeah.
You don't know where their confidence lies or what they're going to do, and they've got to sit down and do what they're going to do. But I think it's always an uncomfortable thing to say. Like, we're looking at all these players when they're all mates and stuff, So I'm not saying who I think's going to win. I have no idea. But if I'm honest, I will be honest, and if I step back from it, Andrew's won, Shane's won, Matt Tecchio's won. I want Neil to win. It's not that I want Neil to win, but they've all had a win.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the leaderboard say Neil Cairns on it. There's Kong off winners, and you think, wow, this has moved into another area of a different domain of a much.
Once again, that shows the calibre of the bracket now. In the semi-finals, out of the 4 players, we have 3 former Kong-Off champions.
Yeah, and see, they're the same 3, from top to bottom. Barra, Shaw, and Tecchio, they were the not
your level
order.
3
They were level
champs.
3 winners.
Yep.
And they're the only Australian New Zealand players who've won out of the 5 Kong-Offs so far. Took the belt.
Yep.
And the interesting about it though is at this point, with Neil there and Jeff being a 1 million point player, I think there's a lot. And I'm not picking on anyone on this, but I often find in the maybe it's just the perception of here. Of the Kong and the arcade fans in the US, is that they look at the leaderboard, which is an indicator of something, but it's not everything.
No.
So like Alan Stall, who's on our stats, is what Neil was. And see, Neil did all these stats, so he knows the people who are strong players.
Better than anyone.
Yeah, like he's rigged up, and he took out one of the awesome foursome, as he's called it, and that's Alan Stall. Because Alan is a top performer in these tournaments. He's come a second, he's come a third, and he's qualified so many times, and he's never won one. But people forget because he hasn't won one. They don't realise how good he is now. Alan, okay, he's not playing his best, but that's a lot of that's whatever it is. You've still got to beat that person. So even if he wasn't playing, well, you could also say, well, maybe Neil's not playing his best. Jeff's not playing his best. But the thing about that best, your personal best, and you're an athlete and you coach people. Personal bests aren't norm. They're not the norm.
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
personal bests.
World
records and high scores are your personal best.
Yeah, and the aspiration as well. I know from an athletic point of view is when you're going into competition like this, you're not really concerned about what your best performance is. You're concerned about what your worst performance is, because you need to be able to win on your worst day.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Your worst performance needs to be better than your opponent's best performance.
Yeah.
That's what you need to do to be able to win in any environment. So that's really what if you're really measuring the stats and trying to figure out the favourites, you'd be looking at the consistency of these players, not what their peak scores are, but what their average scores are every time that they play a game out. And I think if you were to draw up 2 leaderboards, a leaderboard of who has the highest PBs and who has the highest averages, there would be some key changes that is sort of reflected a little bit in how these brackets play out.
Well, that's true. Like, that's where you get into stats and stuff. Yeah, if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, Neil, we definitely. No.
It's up to you.
No, I thought you want to come on. No, you go.
Congratulations,
mate.
Neil.
Great game, Neil.
Amazing game.
I just caught the last 3 seconds.
Yeah.
No, I was surprised Neil wanted to get on, but I think he got this impression I wanted him on. That was ages ago. No, I think come on. Who's going to say no to Sean Ruland?
Well, I might.
You've been on for a while.
Yeah, I might go grab some lunch.
No, I thought I'd get in. You shouldn't have as big a queue now.
I'm going to go grab some food.
Come on, this way, Sean. Cheers, Johnny. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
I might pick up where you left off there.
Yeah, well, Phil, at one point I was the only one on the stream.
I saw that. I was like,
Yeah, sorry. I needed.
Yeah.
I just knew I needed to get something to eat because I thought from here on out I'm going to be here to the end, like the semi-finals and finals, and I just thought if I don't get something, there's a massive queue there.
Oh, for food? Or beers or...
Oh, both. It took ages to get something to eat.
Did you know the food out there or you wanted something else?
I wanted to get a Greek salad.
Oh.
It comes with lamb.
Oh. No wonder you're in such good shape, mate.
It's only 50 soon.
No.
50 in August.
Pardon me. The only reason I believe you is because you've got a bit of the silver fox going on.
I diet like No, I don't.
That's a lot of effort.
No.
Looks natural.
It is. I only caught the very end of that game. But what we were talking about there is just talking about the stats stuff and how you can carve those. I was saying how a lot of people look at the Donkey Kong or the Donkey Kong Forum as their measure of how someone should perform in a Kong.
Yeah.
There is some truth in it. Like, it's no surprise that Andrew and Matt, who are top players, are in the final bunch again, and they've been there before and they've won a Kong. But you can also forget the pressure of a tournament. Like, we ain't going to see.
Yeah.
I mean, I won't be shocked, like out of my skull, but it'd be 1.1 score is.
It's
It
definitely
could happen, but
yeah.
I wouldn't want to be putting my house on it. Like,
No.
you know what I mean? Like, it's not expected,
Not at all. No, but
so I think
it's very within the realms of possibilities.
oh, things can happen, but that's what I'm saying. Like, if you actually look at the stats that Neil's got, I think not including this event, I think the average game in a Kong off in finals and stuff is like 250,000. When you go from top to bottom, because
Yep.
it can be, can vary greatly.
So I performed above average then.
Yeah, you're a champ.
Oh, sweet.
You are above average in every way.
Oh.
Look at that beard,
Oh.
that nose. Look at that forehead.
Thanks, mate.
But,
That's an interesting compliment.
and
Thank
height, above average.
you. Oh,
Sorry, my bad.
turned me off.
But
Well,
but I think that there's an element that's very hard to measure in arcade gaming, and you see it happen year in, year out whenever I've come up, is that psychological element. And I've been saying today because I think this day's going to, I just feel like Jeff, for instance, great score last night. He's been kill screening, week after week into the Kong off.
Yep.
And what prepares you, I was actually saying to someone seriously before, you could get to a point where you think some of these players, if they really want to perform well, they could actually get, well, I was saying to John actually, like a sports therapist to learn how to calm themselves.
Oh, big time.
Yeah, I reckon if you really wanted
Oh,
to do well, I
100%.
don't think it's a crazy idea.
No.
Because
I've actually spoken with Justin Elliott an awful lot about this, about the idea behind.
yeah.
Just about
Oh, yeah.
okay, what are some techniques that you can use to calm yourself and
Big time.
and all those things. And he has actually gone deep into it and has like read an awful lot of literature on it and things like that. It's absolutely, man, absolutely.
Well, I've got friends who are psychologists.
You have friends?
One less now.
Well played. Well played.
But and when I did my score, because it was just like anything like that, and I set my own things up to prevent certain obsessions.
Yeah.
Distractions. So I treated it like a road. Now, what I first did was spoke to a friend who played for the Wallabies,
Oh yeah.
and he gave me stuff, and another friend of mine who was in a type of target practice shooting, and his brother as well, but they were like top in Australia and New Zealand, like a type of shooting, and another person who'd run marathons, and they're all different psychological things I was looking at,
Yeah.
and the method I ended up using to help me was I treated it like a road, and there were things that I gave myself green lights and red lights on. So when I was playing, I never allowed myself, because back then with TJ, I was like, now you had to announce your score occasionally. You had to acknowledge your score. You had to vocally say something in the rules, and you had to have your hands showing and all that sort of stuff. There were certain rules.
Right.
So because you had to say every now and then, "Oh, this is my score," and
So what you're telling me is that tapes that would be submitted had to have audio.
yeah, they had to have audio.
That's funny.
That was a rule, I think, right?
Was it?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, you had to have audio.
I know of a video that had no audio that got accepted like that.
It depends on.
Well, no,
your,
because back then you could have a
I know,
referee,
yeah.
So you still probably can, but so
on a VHS tape.
yeah, we're talking VHS you could do it, but Billy Mitchell's score was.
Oh, I wasn't talking about Billy Mitchell.
No, but I'm just saying that as an example. It was, but anyway, mine was you had to show your hands and all that sort of stuff.
So that was an effort to like.
Well, anyway, getting off
you couldn't splice.
Anyway, so you give
You're getting
yourself
off the
green
point.
light, red light.
Yeah. So what I do is, I noticed I started thinking. You started to focus on when should I talk and when I wouldn't. So Gallagher split up with challenging stages. At the end of the challenging stage, I allowed myself to look at my score because there's a pause as it gives you your rating of perfect score or whatever. That was a chance for me to look at the score and acknowledge it. So I'd say, so at the end of a challenge, I'd go 250,000, and I'd look at it. Then I would not let myself. So I left that office space, so to speak. That's a friend of mine was off singles like figures in golf. He's handicapped. He was down to like 1 or 2.
Okay.
And he had these. He was the psychologist I knew, and he was and he had these theories on, like not his, but other psychologists wouldn't they use for high performance. So you enter an office space. So between each levels 1 to the end of level, in the change stage, those 4 wings. Once at the end of that 4th level, when you've finished shooting, you've exited that office space, that work environment, and you say that's my score, and then you try and erase whatever you've done, and you go into the next spot saying, all right, I'm entering also trying to get serious, and you don't look at anything from there. So I didn't permit myself to do anything outside of the norm. So you just had this regulated habit, like every so often look in your rear vision mirror. Every so often you do this. Do you know what I mean?
So mental, like, compartmentalization.
Yeah, that's exactly it. To break it down to little blocks so you didn't have to think about bigger blocks.
Yep.
And I think that...
achievable small goals.
Yeah, little goals. And a lot of people
So we're having the countdown now, folks.
5, 4,
3, 2, 1, let's go.
So,
Kong off.
So in the same way, like, you know, you hear runners do it and stuff, like they've only got to get to the top of that hill, or a cyclist only got to, you know, you're not thinking about, you just got to do little by little.
Yeah, not big picture.
Yeah, it's like how do you eat an elephant, a spoon at a time.
Exactly.
My judo instructor used to tell me, whatever you are doing, you can do it for 10 seconds more. So just 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Just do it for 10 seconds. Whatever you're doing, when you're ready to quit, you can do it for 10 seconds more. And you play that game.
Yep. And that was the guy who ran marathons. He'd run the London Marathon and stuff. He said you don't practice marathons by running marathons. You run half marathons.
Right.
You know? And he said, like, when you run a marathon, and others have said it to me, he said your fitness and training
Barra just opting to clear boards there.
Your training will get you to halfway. Your sheer determination will get the next quarter, the remaining of the half, that quarter. And it's the crowd support that will get you to finish it.
Right.
Because he's an amateur, like, he just used to like running them.
Yeah.
And so the need to sort of persist on playing, and so a lot of the players, because there's a community now, there wasn't then, so people like Tekio and the likes, they can get on, they've got a community, go, you can do it.
Yeah.
So they've got that big crowd support, you know.
Absolutely.
So what I did for that, because there was none then, I was a teacher, so I started telling the students about it.
Okay. Yeah.
and someone put up, it made a Gallagher page for me, and then it was on Facebook.
Oh.
So I had this crowd support then, you know.
Makes a difference, eh?
Yeah, because people go, because I was going to stop after getting the number 2. I thought, that's enough. People go, you got to get the water. So because I was only really aiming for the second squad, then I thought, maybe I'll go for the world record. But what I'm saying, those psychological goals and behaviours, I think that there's players here who, from after, this is my 6th, or my 5th year here, but there's been 6 Congs, I think some of them haven't corrected those problems either.
Probably not,
You
no.
know, like Matt, how jittery he was at Congo 4 compared to 5, they're world apart, you know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And see, there's players who are thinking, well, how do I do this? How do I settle? Because they're not the same thing. Like, I went to, my performance at school I shouldn't have even been there. But my bracketing games were good.
All right.
Because
Yeah.
the first time I actually competed, I just got up there and went, bloody hell, and just fell apart.
Oh, man. With a Gallagher?
Because I felt fine. I just could not get my head in the space. It wasn't like I didn't feel nervous. I just thought, it was like I wasn't present.
Yeah, it's hard to get out of your own way mentally.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
To find out a way to do that, like...
Well, that's the perfect way of
so
putting
powerful.
it, to get out of your own
Oh, 100%.
way, you know?
Yeah. You're your own worst enemy, like, in so many things in life. And Kong is no exception to that. Because
any sort of game of skill. Any game of skill.
100%. You know what to do, but if you aren't trusting yourself and letting your body take over and your mind takes over, it's a shit feeling. Because you're like, I knew exactly what to do there, and I did the opposite. It's just rough.
Well, Alanis Morissette said it best on My Own Worst Enemy.
Well, there you go. Did she say that?
Yeah.
And like raining on your wedding day?
It's not ironic, it's just fucking bad luck.
It's a free ride that you already paid.
Yeah, that's just getting jibbed.
Isn't
the
it
death row pardon...
Isn't it ironic?
No, death row pardon 2 minutes too late. That's a little bit ironic.
Yeah. Okay. Well, she wasn't a doctor like you, mate. She's not as smart. Or maybe she was.
No, she is. She has a PhD in like biochem or something. Or maybe not biochem, but something like that.
Dr. Morissette.
Dr. Morrison, yeah.
Okay.
Nah, I'm talking shit.
I thought you were.
I'm known for it. Anyway.
Where are we at?
Well, we're just kicking off, but I'm just noticing that neither Shane nor Barra are opting to kind of bottom hammer it or point press. I think they'll probably want to get to a safe point.
Tekio said that Barra hates the first few levels and he doesn't point press on them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're going for a top score and you can reset, who gives a shit? But
Yeah.
at a point like this, you kind of maybe lives are worth more than,
Oh yeah.
Lives aren't cheap in a head-to-head match.
No. They are costly.
Indeed.
I'm glad that it's only one extra life at 7k, because a game like this, if you keep getting extra lives, we'd be here for 3 days.
Agreed.
There wouldn't be a Kong. No one would play it.
Maybe a level 5 comp.
Yeah, it would be
like
something like that, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
It would be.
there would never been a King of Kong film. There'd never be any.
That's true.
You know, there just wouldn't be a story. You know, just be.
That's true.
It'd be like if Paul McCartney and John Lennon never met. We wouldn't be talking about some other band called the Beatles. It just wouldn't have happened.
No, it wouldn't. Yeah, this is. I think so much of this Kong Off Included is due to King of Kong. The amount of people that say, "Yeah, I got into it because of King of Kong." I'd say now the Kong Off has a pretty big effect on people getting into it.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
I'd hope so, and I'd hope that just being a very open and welcoming community as well, that would hold part of it too.
Big time.
It wasn't for me. I got my I was doing Gallagher just before the Kong Off film came out.
Oh right.
It was really weird.
What got you into it?
Well, I had a student who I won't mention their name, but I used to be the boys' mentor, the schoolers teacher, with a lot of foster kids and things like that. And one of the parents turned up concerned that their child had suicidal tendencies because it was in the family like that.
Right.
Which was quite distraught about the idea.
Sure.
And so I would meet with a student and play what was a genuine Galag in this local cafe. And I ended up putting scores up, and he was like, I wonder what the world record is, So we looked it up, and at that time, it wasn't Andrew Laidlaw. It was a guy called Marsh. And it was only like 1.5 million. And I'd put up a score with all 18 men, though, like about 800, 900,000 or something or other. And I just didn't know about the different settings in that.
You could get that score?
But that was on 18 lives.
You can set it to 18 lives?
Yeah, because that's the normal setting for the machine with all the bonus lives. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
So then what had happened is I thought, maybe we'll go for this. And then Andrew Laidlaw, when next time I looked, he put a score up to 2.7. And
geez, almost double.
Yeah, and then I thought I'm going to get a machine and go for the second highest score because that was my original 1.5.
Right.
So I got the machine and I was having an art show up the road, and this woman there who was from ABC, because that's a long story who these people were who they knew and that. And they used to have shows and, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we got talking about stuff and I was saying this, that and the other. And I mentioned that I just bought this Gallagher machine. We were just talking about stuff.
Right.
Being in a small town. And she goes, you got to see this film because it might have even just been before Andrew Laidlaw. God, I can't remember now. But said there's this film coming out called King of Kong, and I said, "What's that?" Because
so
she
we're going
saw
to
an early
swap
release.
over now to
So
Neil and
that's when I heard
Tekio.
about King of Kong. So I was just at the cusp of that. Yeah.
Wow.
Because Andrew Laidlaw he saw the film in Seattle, and saw that this guy Steve Wiebe lived in Seattle, and he did too. So he thought, I'm going to get this
Seattle
Gallagher
on the
thing,
map.
and then and meet Steve Wiebe, and that's why then.
Very cool.
So I wasn't for the King of Kong at all, and he said it on. He said in an interview. Andrew said he saw King of Kong and said, if you want to be the best in the world, you've got to get a score on Defender, Miss Pac-Man, Donkey Kong, or Gallagher. And he was good at Gallagher. He said, I'm going to do that. I'm going to take that Gallagher score. And I didn't know anything about that. It was afterwards I saw that.
There is some truth to that because those are the games that are so well known that if you are the best in the world at that, you can pretty safely say that you are the best in the world.
Yeah, those ones back then. But now I think we know there's much more difficult games. And there's some scores back then, like Nibbler didn't get a mention, Asteroids didn't mention. Those scores were massive back then.
Man.
So you could easily write the list differently.
Nibbler's his own category of
it absolutely
the marathoning. That's a whole different challenge.
John Tannier was talking about taking up Asteroids, and I hadn't thought of that. Like I reckon he's got the right mindset. He said he'd like to have a crack at marathon. He spoke to McAllister about it when he was out here for the Gala.
Who was that, sorry?
John McAllister when he was here for the Gala. John
Yep.
Tannehill was talking about how he might like to own Asteroids, and I thought I'd never thought about that, but I think he'd be the right sort of mindset because the level of repetitiveness of that game, like Space Invaders, it'd be great if he had a go at it.
That'd be cool, yeah.
Yeah, that would be cool.
More fun than Space Invaders.
Oh
I
wow,
reckon.
Matt's a life down.
Cool.
That's interesting. And on level 3,
I wonder. It's probably just an unlucky
like
barrel.
2.
I wonder if it was a mistake.
Yeah, no,
or
it's
unlucky. A wild barrel. But he's used to losing lives early.
Well,
Not because he's bad, just because of the
No,
way he
it's
pushes the game.
yeah, he does. He absolutely so Tekio will just play his game the way he plays it normally.
Yep.
You know.
And there's already a gap there of 17,000, and he wants people to have to face as many pies and rivets as possible
they possibly can.
before
Exactly.
he has to know how hard he has to
No,
go.
it's a good strategy. It's a good strategy.
It really is. It's he's a champion for a reason, isn't he?
The king.
Mm-hmm. The king of the south of Brisbane, which is Melbourne. That was a stretch.
When I first moved up from Melbourne, you know what I used to get called? A Mexican.
Where from?
When moved from Melbourne
Oh, yeah,
up
they
to
used to say
Brisbane,
that.
you get
That's
called
It's
Mexican.
fairly racist.
No, that's what I mean.
But you're not Mexican.
That's correct.
You're
I'm Irish.
Scottish.
You're Irish, aren't you?
That's correct, Phil.
Scottish. I don't know.
I don't know.
I love you all the same.
Oh, dude, I love you more.
Ugh,
But you have it's Irish.
Yeah, I'm Irish.
I'm just being a
Who's
dick.
it? Oh, right.
Oh, you're just. Did you say Scottish?
Yeah.
I thought Phil said Scottish. Sorry, I thought Phil was
I
taking the
didn't
ball.
say
No, it's all good.
I was
all
taking
good.
the piss.
All good, all good, all good.
Oh man, who's tired?
Oh,
You
who's-
might.
I just want to check how similar our voices might be if you thought that. So you say that, something that you'd normally say, just whatever.
Phil Day's a legend.
No, he's not. They might be kind of similar. Are they similar? Ready, don't look. We'll say something. We'll read Australian Commonwealth 2023.
Okay. Australian Kong off 2023.
That's Sean.
That was me.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't.
It was.
Bullshit, really. All right, no, bullshit. We're doing this again. We're doing. I'm going to check the back on the chat. If you guys are fucking with me, I swear.
I won't adjust my voice.
Okay.
Adjust at that time. Australian Commonwealth 2023.
That's Phil.
Yeah, because I adjusted my voice.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you did a good job. You did a good job at imitating Sean because I was convinced that was
All
Sean.
right, let's try one more time.
Oh God, here we go.
Right. The top or the bottom.
Australian.
Commonwealth 2023.
Now, up until the laugh, I thought that was Sean. Up until the laugh, I thought that was Sean, but it was Phil.
It was both of us.
Oh yes.
It was Sean the first time.
That was
That's
good.
hilarious. Oh, was Sean the first time?
Yeah.
Don't do that to me.
Treat me like Brian Allen.
Oh.
Tibbs, can we have that again, please?
All good.
Love you, Kibby.
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 What an absolute legend. In fact, actually, we should get Kibby on to chat a bit about the stream setup because it is absolutely
cool.
phenomenal.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah?
We will. Well,
Maybe later on as a
later
tech
on.
talk.
I think
All
we
right,
should.
fantastic.
I just want to have a look at this game.
Yeah,
Sorry,
not too
like,
easy.
I
Fair
just
enough.
feel-
Fair enough.
Saw him playing Nibbler earlier.
I mean, he can come
Oh,
on.
he
whenever
plays
likes,
Nibbler?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I saw him playing it, for 5 minutes, not 50 hours. And he's just having a beer, one hand, playing it. It's a beer game, one hand. You can drink a beer while you play.
Like Miss Pac-Man.
Yeah, mate. What's that game?
I tell you what, it's a game that I'd love to go for a big score on.
You should.
Oh, Pac-Man.
Miss Pac-Man.
Yeah, well, I asked you the other day. How's
I've
Miss
watched him.
Pac-Man
Yeah,
going?
I
You
just
sort
don't
of-
play.
You sort of flipped up. No, I've been playing.
I watched him play. He knows what he's doing.
And I asked him.
He
how
helps
he's
me
going.
get
He
the
said,
pin
"No,
in
I'm not
Netherworld."
interested. He almost said I'm not interested anymore. He didn't say it
It's-
like that, but it was the.
It's
sort
not
of-
that. It's I don't have a
You
cabinet,
had
and
a
I'm.
flippant. I think the word is flossy nossy nihilopilification. That was the reaction you gave.
Yeah, I don't know. I just
What did it again then? Yeah.
yeah. It's not that. If I had a cabinet, I'd definitely play it. But I don't enjoy playing on MAME.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not the same feeling, is it?
Well, I don't know. I think it's just it's different. You know.
Oh, you're playing with a keyboard.
Well, even if I was to do it with a joystick,
Yeah.
I'd have to get a membrane joystick for a thingy. So I do have a little joystick thing, and I'll play Kong sometimes like that. No
okay.
dramas. But
Right.
yeah, with Pac-Man and Miss Pac-Man, because it's the membrane, it's different.
Right.
I think for me, when I think of MAME, like the experience you're talking about.
Yeah, tell me.
Is there something about being in a cabinet that feels more? The only way I can put it is more party-like.
Yeah,
it feels
yeah,
like
yeah.
you're doing something. Like you feel like you're somewhere else.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I can see if I was playing first-person shooters, you'd have one of those big gamer chairs. You sit back,
Yeah.
and there's lots of room for error and that. Not saying it's easy, like they're super hard, like the
Oh, yeah.
like that sort of esports kind
But
of.
there's a
shooting at
setup.
people.
There's a setup.
Yeah, it's set
Yeah,
for that.
no, I get
Whereas
you.
something about arcades, you think, yeah, I'm actually entering.
Yeah.
It's like
It makes a difference.
it's like saying, the difference between walking down a street that's just along some highway as opposed to just walking down.
Neil in
the
a
street
little
with
bit of
trees.
trouble here with
It feels like
pies.
you're out doing something. Like going out for a coffee as opposed to having one at home. There's a big difference.
Oh, big time.
That's what I'm saying.
Even though essentially what you're consuming is the
It's
same,
coffee,
the
and
experience is
yeah,
different.
You're just getting out. And there's something about going to machines like, I'm I'm looking at a screen that's not the thing I do at work, or
Yeah.
I'm sitting at a stool.
Nice
do you think
work,
that
Neil.
might be it? Do you find that it's just
Yeah, no, I think so. I mean, you know,
Gaming on a CRT.
yeah,
It transports you
absolutely.
possibly
And
back to a
sit-
different
sitting-
period.
sitting-
like I was playing Pelly's game there, which I think is fantastic.
Sheriff,
Oh,
great
Sheriff, I
game.
keep forgetting the name.
Oh, I haven't played it.
But,
mate,
sitting,
get amongst it.
Sitting down on the tabletop and that, it's a whole body experience.
It is.
you
It
know.
is. It is.
You know, whereas,
And even just the tactile feedback from it.
Yeah.
You
it's
know.
got a pretty unique setup with it.
Well, there's a reason
With
people
switch and
spend
button.
thousands of dollars for this authentic experience because it does make a difference.
Mm.
And it looks awesome.
Do you know what he got it? Oh, I shouldn't probably say. Maybe we'll try and sell it. He got that at such a good price.
I'll have a break.
Do you want to get up?
Yeah. I'm tired.
No worries.
Sorry.
If you want to have a kip in my car, feel free. Sorry?
I'll join you together.
This is what it feels like to sit down.
Oh,
Yeah, wow.
How you feeling, Danny?
I'm still buzzing off Neil's game.
That was incredible, wasn't
Like-
it? It was a sight to behold.
Yeah, and like Unc sat and sort of running around and trying to get a few things sorted. So I thought I'd better jump on here while
I
I've got
missed
the
the whole
chance.
thing.
Yeah, yeah. So I've got a few more to capture, but it's just obviously been. Whew. I'm still lost for words after that Neil game, man. Like that
It was
is
phenomenal.
That is
It was
what
absolutely phenomenal.
That's what Kong Off
Oh,
is all
absolutely.
about.
That's going to go down as a really great moment in
Yeah.
Kong Off history. Yeah, absolutely.
And we got some good footage of that as well from a lot of angles. So that is Kong Off in a bottle. If you want to,
Yeah, if you were to bottle it, send it out,
yeah.
put a label on it. Kind of feel, I feel a bit sorry for Jeff. You know, someone who's put
Oh.
in so much effort and so much time.
And that's another thing you got to take into consideration as well. Thanks, brother. Is Jeff is.
So we're going to
devastated.
swap to games at the end of
The barrel board.
the end of this barrel board.
But we've got to take into account as amazing as that game was. That at the other end of that, you've got Jeff who would be very, he'd be shattered.
But also very happy for Neil.
Yeah, it's
Oh, look,
a
when
mix
it-
of emotion.
When it comes to Donkey
Absolutely.
Kong, Jeff's going to have his day.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
Like let's just playing it out now. It's not like it's past him, you know.
No, not at all.
And he came second last year. You got to remember
He did.
that.
He did.
And he's a 1 million point player.
Jeff came fourth last year.
Did he?
Yeah, Alan Stall came third.
Oh, sorry, that's right. He did too. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait,
No,
who-
Jeff was in the level 3. He came second in level 3 or third.
Third in level 3,
Third. Thanks.
and then fourth
That's
in
what I
the
was
Kong Off.
Yeah.
Wait, who was head to head in the finals last year? Then?
Barrow and Tekio.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Jeannie Mac. I thought it was Jeff and Tekio for some reason.
Yeah, I got it confused there. I was thinking like it was level 3. I was thinking of.
Oh, okay.
The beers are going to go down well at Netherworld when we can all relax. I know that much.
Absolutely. So yeah, Barra down a man, but a good 30k ahead. So
And
Yeah.
Barrow's had he hasn't had like a walk in the park game.
Not at all.
He's not that I did anything amazing, but I think I was like 350.
oh, it's still 350 on a knockout though, man. That's a chase.
Yeah, I just didn't want to be chumpertised. I was like, as long as I don't get chumpertised myself, because like, as I've never made out of the first round, I've never had like an actual really bad elimination game. It's just always gone up against the best. So it's like-
High-seeded
yeah.
people. Yeah, no, it happens.
But yeah,
I'm just upset. I got a zinger into Matthew, some cold and flu. He's like, oh, do you know, there's a 24-hour pharmacist. It's like, yeah, mate, we'll sort you out. Shouldn't have done that.
You should have stitched him up worse.
I should have. I should have gotten him laxatives.
Well, you're like a pharmacist, aren't you? What doctor do you have? You better come up with
Oh
something.
no, Barra's in a bit. That was a nice move.
That's a good O&G.
Yeah, well, he was teasing the guy down as well.
Oh, this is the by the way, this is the band that my missus is in, Vixen.
Vixen?
Yeah. Five-piece girl
Rock
band.
band?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah,
I
she
like
got-
guitars and everything.
Yeah,
Oh,
so she
great.
plays lead guitar. So
Nice.
yeah, she's been watching the stream a fair bit. I don't think she's watching at the moment, but
Are they a cover band? I mean,
yeah,
but they
it's-
cover
yeah,
songs?
Yeah, so they've got sort of three main singers, so that do like 3-part harmonies. And,
Cool.
Oh,
yeah.
that's sick as.
Harmonies are
Yeah,
great.
this is plays lead, so
I love bands.
they got a pretty big following.
Even
down in
Sabbath had
Manchester.
harmonies, I love harmonies. I
Yeah.
don't know how they, I love doo-wop music and stuff like that, like Dion and the Belmonts.
I tell you what, Beach Boys for harmonies, bro.
No, they don't mess around.
They do not. I still think Pet Sounds is probably one of the greatest albums ever made.
Yeah.
Oh, what a degree. You're quite the, you like your music, clearly. Kiss man. Where's your range of music? Not that I'm just making chit chat. Where does it begin and end? Like,
So I sort of like anything from I'm not a huge pop fan, but I'm
not a what, sorry?
I'm not a huge pop fan, but I'm Michael Jackson. I love.
So where
I
does
love-
pop begin? That's a sort of a vaguish term, isn't it? So what's pop music for you?
Well, again, I think if I'm with a lot of people, I'm probably, once you sort of in your teen years, I think that's when you've got your taste in music.
Absolutely.
And you'll still listen.
It's where it gets.
It stops.
I think it's where it gets solidified in a
Yeah.
sense. You maybe not so. Oh, I'm going to listen to this band for the rest. But this is where it's like, this is
I
the
found
type.
what I like.
This
Yeah.
is the type I like. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Did you
incredibly fortunate. I had really, really good influences from, everywhere from reggae to traditional Irish music to
Yeah.
rock music to heavy metal. I was really, really fortunate. So it was like, I don't have I listen to absolutely everything. Pop from pop to Norwegian death metal, So but no, I do get you develop your own sort of ear, should we say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like with the heavy stuff, there's only a few select bands. There's only one really heavy band that I like, which is Children of Bodom. I don't usually like that sort of style of screaming vocals, but I don't. And it's also I think you find with even the bands that you do, when they start bringing out new albums, you don't even bother to listen to it. It's just I like these albums. I just want to listen to this. But music aside, I think people are probably more interested in the Commonwealth than.
Yeah,
my
that's
taste
fair.
in
That's
music, I
fair.
reckon.
Maybe we should.
Oh no, I think it's all right. It's doing its own thing at the moment. These guys could be here for an
Yeah,
hour
that's
or
the
more.
thing.
We can only talk about short and long springs so much, and freezers and blah blah blah.
Freezer?
Firefoxes.
Yeah, Firefox. Well, Firefoxes have been the bane of my existence this weekend.
Sleep deprivation's been mine.
Yeah, I don't think you're alone in that
No,
category.
not at all. I tell you what, I got a really good night's sleep last night.
Yeah.
Though. Oh my god.
I had 5 hours. Or
Yeah, wouldn't be far off yourself, I don't think. It was, I'm definitely looking forward to tomorrow morning, not having knowing that I can just lay there for a little while.
Be lovely.
Yeah, so I've usually got a pretty good sort of body clock, so I was like,
I'm the same,
the other
man.
boys are getting up, I won't need to set an alarm. And I just woke up and sort of glanced at my phone. I was like, it's nearly 8 o'clock, and I'm just like, you just have that you're late for work moment, shit, I've got to get up and get moving here.
Yeah, it sucks. I've got a proper job now, so I've actually got to be up at a certain time and
Yeah.
into work at a certain time. I can't just pick and choose my hours.
Oh, that's cringy.
But I start at 7:30, and I am not a morning person at all. At all.
I'm a morning person.
I only recently
I hate
switched
you.
to 8 a.m. starts, and it's good being able to finish the day early. But sometimes, when that alarm goes off at 5:45, it's just like, bruh.
Please no.
No, I'm still trying to change a habit of years. I used to get up at 4:30.
I think Mike and his missus seem to have a bit of a pretty early routine, don't they?
Say again, sorry?
Mike and Ree, I think they have a pretty big morning routine, if I've been told.
Well, listen, if I know anything about Michael Coolican is that his day will be spreadsheeted. So if he doesn't get up at a certain time, it'll upset the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
So.
But he actually is that.
Oh no, he loves spreadsheets. That's all.
Right.
Yeah, no, he loves spreadsheets.
I thought he got some sort of obsessive.
No. He loves spreadsheets. Wow, Barrett in a little bit of a
He loves
Lit.
spreadsheets, and he's also the best looking guy in the entire arcade community, hands down, in my opinion.
Handsome man.
He's a very
He's a silver fox.
He's a very good looking man, that bloke.
He's only young to be very silver. I mean,
He's like 40 something, is he? Or I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
How old is Mike Coolican? I don't know.
I mean, I started going grey pretty early, but well, Matt Tecchio is really grey too.
He is.
And
I don't need some deodorant, boys. Hoody doody.
It's okay. We forgive you.
I don't forgive myself. No, it's bad.
I can't smell it.
I smell like I sleep in the Fortitude Valley is how I smell right now. You know, those guys that are sitting there on the gear at, in front of the bin at 7-Eleven. That's what I feel like I smell like.
It's a bit harsh.
Listen, you look like it.
Yeah, looked the part and smelled the part. So, it's a 3-step program.
Yeah, nice clear one here on the left for Shane. He'll be happy with that. Yeah, beautiful. Beautifully cleared. Barra as well now just on shy of 200. So good, like 40k in difference in the points.
There's been a bit of talk around with hey Ruby. I was just talking to Ruby before over here. She's in charge of hosting things here and stuff.
Oh, a
Brewdog.
Brewdog.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
I was talking to her on Friday, and they're expanding the old kegs
brewery
thing
and
here.
kegging station and
so
stuff.
it's not too sure if we'll be here next year to sort of and ahhing around.
They have a
that.
car park.
Yeah, just go out in the car park. Yeah. I was talking to Tim. He said they still want to be a part of it. They can. They're just trying to figure out that that's just
Logistically, how can that work? Yeah.
Yeah. So, but if not, it's been a great 3 years.
Oh, 100%. And like this venue has been perfect. Like I don't think you'd come across a patron that's had a bad experience with either the patrons or the staff are always absolutely fantastic. And over the few years you get to sort of know some of the faces as well. And say good day and have a bit of a chat. And I think they sort of get a bit wrapped up in like the whole event as well. Like you can't not. I'd imagine if you're working here and be like, wow.
No, you can't not walk in. Oh my God! Look at this! What the hell's happening?
Yeah.
Here are all these weird people.
Yeah.
No, 100%.
So I sort of half wonder what they think of it is. I was going to get Eloise on at some point. She agreed to. I've always asked Ruby to come on. So I sometimes want to think, what are those guys doing down there? They come here every year from all over the place and sit around these games and, why? Why don't they just do it at home?
Yeah. And I suppose, they're just their normal patrons as well. They would have no idea.
I mean, it's kind of. It would be. I was manning the merch desk there last night for a little bit, and we had a few people sort of wander on in to have a look, and they were like, "Wow!" Like the second they walk in, it's like
that nostalgia hit would have to be just.
It would be phenomenal, yeah. And then even if it's something you're not nostalgic about, you'd be pretty like, "What the hell?"
Yeah.
Like it's absolutely.
1 second.
Unreal.
No worries, Phil.
Coming back.
Please don't.
So you're going back into, you got a gig doing chemistry, or what are you doing?
No, I'm working at a high school now. So
Is it chemistry related whatsoever?
It's science related.
Yeah.
So when so my contract finished up at UQ in Feb, and I think it was in the. Crikey, it was a good 6 months before that. I made the decision that I'm not going to try and go for another grant I just did academia. I wasn't that good at it, and it didn't suit me all that well.
Yeah.
For lots and lots of different reasons. For those who don't know, I run a sort of little bit of a side business. I have been for a couple of years, and it's been going really, really well.
I don't know about it.
3D printing and stuff like that.
Yes.
So I did. So I did a lot of the trophies this year for trophy toppers and stuff like that for some of the smaller events. So hopefully the Nintendo 64 ones in particular, I'm quite proud of.
I haven't seen those yet. I'm pretty keen to.
Yeah. Oh, you're here for the entire week. You'll definitely get to see them.
Yeah, so I've got a ticket in that. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah. So I have them doing, and then beyond that, I was like, oh well, I'll give this a go.
You want to jump on here, Alan? I'm gonna go do some.
Yeah. I know where drums. We'll chat later.
Yeah. But that is freaking awesome. I didn't realise that, and I got my own little custom 3D print, so I'm stoked with that.
Yeah. You'll have to grab it and show. Or is it at the hotel?
Oh, I've got it here.
Oh yeah, well,
Oh, you were showing it earlier on the screen. Yeah, it was the other night.
yeah. Well, you know, so whenever the guys, actually, I need to do one for Neil. I didn't do one for Neil's kill screen, but whenever anyone gets a kill screen within Australia, I've been printing them off a little. Yeah, there you go. So printed that, and that's Dak's score that he got for his kill screen.
Yeah, so it's cool.
So yeah, so oh no, not at all, man, not at all. Pleasure. So yeah, actually, I need to do one for Neil. I think I did one for the very first one I did. I think was for Walter and Billy when they came out as a little sort of hey, thank you. Yeah.
I don't think I saw that.
No. And then I did one for Tekio when he got his 1,000,000 point game.
Oh, nice one.
And there was someone else I did one for. I can't remember who it was. Was it Luke Bushell? I think I did one for. But yeah, but
only you know and that person, Aaron.
Yeah, I can't remember. I can't even remember. It doesn't matter.
No, I saw it down here when he asked me to move some stuff. I thought, that's cool. I wonder what that is. And I just picked it up while I was getting ready to stream it.
Oh, and you had to read at the back of it?
No, I didn't.
Oh, Danny's.
Yeah, Danny's. I just picked it up and thought, oh.
So we're swapping games here now. We'll be going back to Tekio and Neil, I believe.
There's someone I want to get on the stream, Al, in a minute, if you don't mind, if I can get him. It's
Who are you looking for?
I want to get on Simon from Victoria. He owns an arcade down there, and I just wanted to talk.
Simon, very tall guy.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I can go. I've got to use the restroom, so why don't I go find him when we can do a swapsy?
Yeah, okay then.
Fantastic.
So, Al, bit of a disappointing day for you, not to rub the salt in, but
yeah, I know. Just first 15 seconds, there was a wild barrel. Boom.
Yeah, I mean it is your. I mean, I'm just talking stats. It was your worst performance at the Kong. I'm just saying, like you normally finish. You know, like you're up there. You know, you're much higher than that normally. You know, but these things happen.
That's right. Yeah, the actual playing field wasn't that much chopped at that time. A bit blurry and such. But anyway, no excuse.
What was a bit blurry?
The actual. When I was playing earlier, the actual spring where the platform is, it was a bit blurry and that, but anyway.
So, what do you think of these matches, Al?
Yeah, good.
Where's your if you have an alliance, is there someone you got a favourite or just who you think actually will win? Like, let's look at this.
Well, it was Matt Tekio until I looked at his score.
Yeah.
But who knows? Anything's possible.
Yeah.
Could be Neil. He's a dark horse.
Yeah, he's certainly proven to be, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, Danny had Neil up there as his choice of, big. Ooh.
Extra man. Yeah. Oh, what the rigged?
What do you mean rigged? Did you think he got out then?
No, he touched it as he gone up.
No, he didn't. Otherwise, the collision detector would have got it.
What? Who?
Who are you talking about?
The car.
Yeah, but he didn't. He was safe.
Yeah, I know that, but if you go up and it just before you go up and it get ready to smidgen in a fraction on
that Firefox, what do you reckon, Al? Is that a big problem?
Yeah, it'll come down.
You reckon? And you've got to get up it though, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's topped that. I thought it might have been looking fast. It was all over the place, that burner.
Fireballs, ridiculous. Should be removed from the game, he rivets.
How many things would you remove from the game, Al?
Oh, nearly everything.
So what, you just bring it down to what?
Just one barrel board.
One barrel?
Yeah.
One barrel on a barrel board, you jump it?
That's correct. New world record. Oh, come on, Neil. Put it together.
Get up there, Neil, come on. He's playing a bit safe. He needs to slow down a bit. Do you think he played a bit safer now?
Yeah.
I'm not saying he hasn't been playing safe, but now's the time. Maybe do you think to just...
Well, he hasn't looked at the score. He said last game he played, he didn't look at the score. So.
Oh, okay.
He puts him off if he looks at the score.
I think that's a good strategy.
Yeah.
You start getting your head, thinking about things and doing whatever. And
what would happen if Matt Tekio got knocked out as well?
What if he does get knocked out?
Well, yeah, it wouldn't be.
Well, it'd be exciting. That'd be a new contender, for taking the belt. Like the other three people have already won it.
That's right.
So there's a natural part of me, because I like the idea of a mix-up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like Shane's had it.
Yeah.
Barra's had it. I'm not going to be disappointed if they win, but I'll be very, very pleased if Neil did win because he hasn't had it.
Yep. That's what she said.
What?
Classic.
Down to one man each, Aaron.
No, all good. Gentlemen, so Simon's, he's not keen to come on stream, unfortunately.
Oh, that's right. No,
yeah. So,
no, I just thought
I agreed. And he was sort of somewhat keen, but he's like, I'm not feeling too up for it. So,
that's right.
But I'm just going to have a bit of a wonder because my eyes are starting to go funny.
No, you're fine.
I'll be back in a bit.
Yeah, see ya. So what do you reckon, Al? What's your any predictions for the finish in the end? Who's definitely going to be in the end? Who's one person you think is going to be there at the end?
Who knows? Probably Matt will get through. But
Probably
then
it's
again,
not a definite.
no, I don't know. It's hard to say. Neil's been playing out of sight today.
Yeah, well, he's the one you were up against, wasn't it?
Yeah, mate. Yeah. What about the tie? The tiebreaker, unbelievable.
That was pretty wild, wasn't it?
That's a new world record right there in itself. Never been done before in Donkey Kong history, ladies and gentlemen.
You like the things that have never been done before. Don't you have a world record on bouncing off a wall or something?
Yeah, mate, you love it. 55
wall jumps or something.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, it was just done for a joke, and I said to my mate, he was in the world record Guinness, and he said, oh wow, am I in it just for a joke? And he goes, 5 minutes after, you're in it. I said, what the?
What, it was in the Guinness?
Yeah, in the Gamers Edition. 2017. Classic. Danger. Oy. Why didn't you get it?
I don't know. I was thinking the same thing.
Mind freak.
Well, I suppose it's stuck there, so he wanted to probably get the other ones to make sure he got them, I suppose. I don't know.
Yeah.
Changing game.
What?
Well, you've got to swap over and have a look at the other one. There's things happening, dude.
Why don't you do a multi on one screen?
But I want 4 on a screen. You won't be able to see anything, you Wally.
What the hell? Who's Wally?
You.
Where's Wally? Game change, like you could expect a gadget. Come on, machine.
Patience. Just be patient.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. Oh, wow. Shane, look at that. Fucking legend.
Yeah, just had to change gears and realise who we're looking at now. So, Andrew and Shane. So what are we at? Level 9, the verse 8. Certainly, just watching Andrew then, he's running through them, isn't he?
Sure is.
Not mucking around. It's a good idea, I think.
What?
Just set a chase. You know,
What?
just setting a chase. Just get, like he's in front on levels and points, just setting.
Yeah. Well, I guess he's running boards and doing what he has to do to get ahead. Like last year, I was 80k ahead of Matt Tacchio. He had to catch up to win, which he obviously did, so. But then again, disadvantage for Shane, he's got to catch up if he bombs out.
Hey, do the sound effects for Andrew Barra's game, because there's no sound.
Okay. It's me, Marty. I'm going up.
No, that's not it. Do the actual sound effects, like when he hits a prize or something. What's the noise? You must hear it. You must hear it in your head.
Yeah. Oh.
Like when he leads you in, you know, like all those. You must know all those tunes. You play that many times. Like what would the noise of the springs be making? It's got that weird.
Do-do.
Yeah. Isn't it more high pitched?
Oh, enough to line up.
Oh, some of it. Yeah, there you go. Keep doing it. You've got to do each jump. Keep going, that's good. I like it. Do it. Keep
Yeah,
going.
you love it, do you?
Yeah, keep going, that's good.
Wet spots everywhere.
Come on,
Classic.
keep doing it. The sound, the feet, you didn't do the feet. Keep going, keep going. Keep going. Does it make a noise when he hits the barrel?
Yeah.
What's it make? Oh yeah, you got to do those too. Don't cheat.
Up, beep, 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 beep.
I thought it was. That's it. Now, I want you to get it right now. The giggles, let's do it all the way.
Nah.
What's the music there?
You
What
have a
happens?
go. Oh,
I don't
beep,
know
beep,
the
beep.
sounds. I don't play the game. What's the noise there?
Blip, 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 blip.
What's the rivet do?
No, mate. I just play this stupid game.
Do it, Al. I liked it. Do it again. Keep going. We're getting the giggles. That's good.
Yeah, you're making me look like a fool.
No, I'm not. Actually, this is the least foolish thing you've ever done. This is the least foolish thing you've ever done, Al.
Classic.
Get the noise now.
I don't know what this one noise.
No, it does, I thought you said it was. Isn't that what you were doing before? The sort of.
Okay.
It was more the Indiana. It was more like the Lone Ranger music. That's
good.
Or shall I do my own music for it?
Where does he take his rubbish?
The Lone Ranger?
Yeah.
I don't know.
To the dump, to the dump, to the dump.
Nice one. What are the jokes you got for me, Al?
Why a fly's got wings?
Well, they'd be called walks if they didn't or something, I suppose.
No, to beat the F next to the garbages.
You can't tell those sort of jokes on here. That's
Hey, how many wrinkles has AC got? Smile will count them.
What? Smile?
Smile will count them. No, it's all good. For the fans.
Yeah, I think you just made a few enemies, actually.
No! It's all jokes. We're live here at the arcade. We're going to unveil another exciting game. Doc, please. Oh, my hat. Classic. 285 versus 352. The fans love it. They know that.
Yeah, long days in the end. It's a long weekend, I mean. It gets this time of the day, doesn't it? It does for me.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't been doing much commentary today, but
yeah.
They're late, early starts, late finishes.
Yeah. I've got to wake up at 3 after 3 and get ready.
Oh, your early flight tomorrow, that early?
No, but just only time they could get the Uber or the taxi thing. Shuttle, airport shuttle.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dear. Well, let's have a closer look, Al. Let's have a closer look. Aaron's got some news, I think.
70k behind.
What's the news, Aaron? Getting on.
Sorry. So, Tekio has on his last man. So is Neil, but Neil's a good 60k ahead of him.
All right.
So,
Can we change it?
Yeah, I might try and see if we can change it. I'll just try to find Adam and or Kibby. I'll wander over now and grab Adam and ask him to change.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
Do you want to ask? Hey, Aaron. Aaron.
He's walking off like Mario does.
Can do us a favour, Al? I just want to get Jack Filippi on. Can you do you mind hopping off for a bit? Can you?
Yeah, mate.
Can you just get Jack? I just want to ask him something about his thoughts on something. You don't mind, do you, Al? No, cheers, mate.
So I've organised to have it swapped over, but
Jack.
You have
Neil-
to call me in, don't you?
Yeah,
Neil's,
because you had a big night. You don't mind coming over?
I don't mind coming over.
No, we're just going to... Neil's finished, but it's about a 60,000
But
point chase.
Tekio's got about a 60k chase, and he's got no man left in the chamber. So
Yeah, he just let the time run out on his last board.
that's a shame.
Yeah.
60k, as well as saying before, it's a hard chase because you got to go through pretty much all the boards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Watching that chase before with Neil was
Phenomenal.
incredible.
And it's also that extra bit of weight on your shoulders knowing
Oh,
that,
absolutely, absolutely. It adds that little bit of pressure. It's no longer I'm competing. Well, you're still competing against yourself, but it's like, no, I have to make this. Yeah.
But the problem is as well, he didn't know what he was going for, what score he was going for. So he was just playing and playing and playing for a good chunk of time, and like just waiting for someone to tap him on the shoulder or to cheer out. It's
phenomenal.
Yeah, exhausting. So I don't think this is Tekio on the right because Tekio's on no men left.
It's all right. Adam's going to change that for us. I think he's realised.
Yeah, I think this might be Barra.
Yeah.
Is the buttons not working or something, is it? Or
The switch has been playing up.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Of course, it's been working fine. It worked last Kong off, no problems. And then the day before the Kong off, it starts playing up.
That sucks.
So I've told Adam to send me the code after the weekend, and I'll have a look and see if there's any issues.
All right. Well, Matt Tekio's board, actually not Matt's, it's Andrew Barrows. So we're
it's okay. I think they're sorting it out. Just figuring it out which is which. That looks about right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's he chasing? Oh, there it is on the
So
side.
Neil's was a 332.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
So, a good 45k to go.
Yeah.
Which, of course Matthew's capable, but in a format like as such, it's not as easy as just sort of, dropping 60k on a man.
No. I mean, you saw Matt lose men before anyone else. First board he lost a man.
And that's just the way it is.
Yep.
Again, I'll say it once, I'll say it again, I'll say it until people tell me to shut up, but head-to-head's the great equalizer.
Yep. Yeah, very much is. Tekio's too comfortable playing in his own den at home. It's a very, very different experience.
And I think that would be true for pretty much everybody here.
For sure.
It is just different. It is different. So whilst Tekio on a good day will do a 1.1 million without too much trouble, get him in a venue get anyone in a venue like this, it's different.
Yeah.
What do you think Neil's thinking right now over there watching from a distance?
I think Neil, irrespective of what will happen, will be one, phenomenally proud of himself,
definitely,
and two, hungry. No, I knowing Neil, I'm really, really good friends with Neil. I actually think that he's gotten this far. He's gonna hanker down on Donkey Kong. I think now. I think that's now it's going to be his game, irrespective of what happens.
Not until he finishes his Spectre.
¿Por qué no los dos?
But I wonder what he's thinking right now. I don't think he's thinking I'm hungry. What's he looking over there?
No, I think
he wants a pizza, bro.
No, he's not doing that. He'd be thinking something more about this game. He'd be hoping, where's the wild barrel?
Yeah, he will be. He will be.
He'd be looking, thinking, for wild barrels.
Bomb out, Tekio.
He'd be looking for wild barrels in Tong's hand. Is he going to release? What's or a Firefox coming up fast?
Yeah,
on the top there, just giving him grief.
Now, do you think Tekio will have looked over and had a look at the score?
I think almost definitely. He can't help himself, but it'd be a sticky beak.
Look at that nose. Fantastic. Only 30 odd K now to chase.
It's this next board that's the killer though. The
What-
rivets.
Oh, he's on rivets, is he?
Yeah. I think it's rivets.
Is it? Okay.
Well, irrespective,
I mean, Springs he'll have no trouble
no,
with.
Springs.
No, it has to be barrels, then something, then rivets.
Yeah, that's correct.
yeah,
But we just
yeah.
don't. Okay, yeah, no rivets.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. So this will be it. If he gets past this, he'll have to go through pies and barrels.
This is just the board that will ruin a run.
Oh yeah, and
Like,
pies in my opinion. Yeah. But I like the look of this already. To be honest with you, I think that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the players like Matt particularly have the particular patience for these levels. They can sort of don't panic. so
That's
much.
unfortunate. Nothing's come
Freezer?
down though. Yeah,
Yeah.
2 freezes as well on either corner. I was liking the look of it. I think up,
Yeah, he
keep
goes
going
over that.
all the way to the left and up you go. Oh, beautiful. Now, if this guy... Oh, that's unfortunate. Incredibly oh, no.
Oh, this
is getting
Oh, my
messy.
God.
Oh, you...
Genie
gonna try
Mac.
and run
Tekio.
across.
Tekio, you
this
absolute
guy.
legend. He's just phenomenal. He's absolute... Look at that. Who can do that?
That's disgusting.
Who can do that?
That's the sort of
Who can
patience
do
I
that?
mean, yeah.
You know?
God damn.
Far out. That will pump him
Yeah.
hard. Absolutely.
My heart got racing.
Oh, bloody
Yeah, me
hell.
too.
That's the first time ever in a Kong my
Oh,
heart actually
man.
started going. Normally I just sit back and go, yeah, but then I just started lifting.
I mean, we all know Tekio is absolutely comfortable on barrels, and he can easily get 8 or 9K from this level.
Yeah.
So I think it's all down to pies now, really, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, a bad pies is a really bad thing.
Agreed. However, he can grab the hammer and just smash.
Yeah.
That's the thing
yeah,
as well.
He's
he can
one of the
grab
few
the hammer and
players
smash.
that will just comfortably do
Yep,
that.
absolutely. Oh, look at that! Whilst there's no need to do that little cheeky grab,
Yeah.
the fact that he's like, nah, there's 100 points to be had there, I'm going to take it. God, what a player!
I mean, he's a 1.2 million point player. There's not
Yeah.
a lot of them.
No,
And, he is-
indeed.
I don't think he could play any other way. I think
And
he's-
this is
Well, that's what he says. He
this
does the
he
game
goes.
he
He plays
plays.
his game. He plays
Yeah.
his game.
So if he overthinks it, it delays. Like he's just on.
God.
He's not jump, press button. That's all
No.
happening. He's
Yeah.
just doing what he does.
It's
that's
ju-
what he
he's
says.
just-
and it
he-
makes sense. Why alter it? If this is what you do, this is what you do.
Yeah. Trying to go for the 800 there.
He was.
I'm watching Neil as much as I'm watching the screen, actually, and just
Yeah.
flicking across there. He's got a lot of
If only we
crowds.
had a little field cam to watch Neil's reaction. A stressful time.
Fantastic. Good work, Tekio.
There he goes.
So what's he got to get now? He's
He's
got to
gotta
get
get-
about 13K.
He's got to knock out pies and then the next board, or the better part of the next board.
Yeah, so he really needs to finish pies then, realistically.
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
the starter pies, how the fire like, they just spill out. Like, it's really aggressive. Then it just stops. You go,
Yeah.
"Ah," and then you go, just calm down.
That's beautiful.
Right, there you
You
go.
Oh
got a
my
free-
God. He didn't get a freebie, no, but what he actually did is he hung out in order to try and actually get that pie that was on the middle level there to come down and down. And he waited for his moment.
Yeah.
So I think,
Something really drastic has to happen here.
yeah.
Well, I mean, even with that bottom hammer, I think he's got it.
No,
Maybe
no.
not quite.
He'll need to bottom hammer and then start grouping, or just clear the level. I don't know what he'll go for. If he probably isn't doing the math in his head, he's probably just going to go, I'm playing my game.
Yeah.
It's as much as it's easy to look and go, oh, I only need 3K. It's
Yeah.
it is a little bit of mental arithmetic that you kind of look at that.
Also, assuming that he's looked over to Neil's score.
Well,
and
that's it
knows
as well.
what
That's it
he's-
as well.
I think he would have by now.
Yeah,
It'd be-
I think he
it'd be-
does. I think I've been head to head with Matthew a few times, both in level 3 and actually in level 3 and in finals, and he'll have a sneaky look.
Yeah.
And I've talked with him and stuff like that about it, and he for him he wants to know what the other person's doing so that he knows if he
Absolutely.
needs to push them and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So So realistically, all he needs to do here is clear it, but he'll play his game. He'll play it like how he normally plays it.
Yep.
Which is dangerous. But at the same rate, that's what he's comfortable doing. And, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I say.
That's it.
And there we have it.
There he goes.
Well done. Well done. Well done. Fantastic.
Yeah, but he doesn't look too easy getting off. I think it's rattled him a bit, I think.
I think so, with a couple of early losses of life and stuff like that.
I think he feels... I think... he might say different afterwards, but I think in all honesty, I think he'll be saying, I was pretty lucky to get through that in the end. Like,
Tekio will beat him up after a good game, or what most people would consider a good game. Like he is his biggest critic.
Yeah, he's his own biggest critic, absolutely. So what makes him one of the best.
Yep.
Or what makes him one of the best.
So now we're moving over to the remaining Barra versus Shane.
Yeah, it hasn't changed much.
Wow.
Yeah, it's still
where
we left it in regards to the life remaining.
I don't know who's on what, but there's a 60k odd difference.
Barra's
so
with a single man left.
Is it? Yeah.
It's 60k and a life. So
that's
could go anyway.
Beautiful.
Yeah, this could be a long one.
Could be.
Shane's pretty good at doing. I mean, and look at
as is Barra. Yeah, absolutely.
This is.
It's just wild the level of scores we're having this year.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic.
Like we expected them to jump up, but
I did. But you know what? Like about halfway through yesterday, I was like, "What's everyone's
Well,
thing?"
we were talking about it.
Yeah, I just think there was something about yesterday. It was just a little bit flatter than normal, and even early we were saying, Phil, that it felt very calm. I don't think it was actually looking back on it. I don't think it was calm. I think people were just tired.
You know what I think we were lacking? Jay and Paul.
No,
you know what? That is a very valid. Actually, all jokes aside, that is a very valid point because Jay is one of those guys who'll just go around and perk everyone up.
I don't think it was flat for that reason. I spoke to players today, and they did say a lot of them were coming in with 14 kill screeners there, coming in with I'm going to kill screen, like people like Barrow and Tekio are saying, I'm going to get a 1.1. They declared that. They were going to do that. Others were sort of like Jeff was feeling very confident about getting a kill screen.
And it just wasn't happening for them.
And it just wasn't happening. And as it didn't happen, it became worse and worse and worse.
Started to beat themselves up.
And they started spreading out. They started...
They did. That's actually one thing.
They weren't having lunch together. I had lunch with Matt. People were sort of loaning out a bit. And then you noticed as started people getting the scores, they started socialising again. Andy got his score and he was like, oh, he's chipper, getting around.
Well, you would be with $500 in your pocket.
No,
that can buy him a house in New Zealand.
No, but I think that it was more.
No, of course, no. I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Before Kibby got his score, I was standing over near the gauntlet machine there. I said, "Kibby, you playing again?" He went, "Yeah, I suppose it better." Yeah. And he wandered over, and he really said, "I don't really mind either way." He sort of had enough. He hadn't got the score.
Kibby and I were very much in the same boat. We just could not be bothered.
But after he got it. It was like he had a big sleep.
Well, I was sitting next to him while he was playing that game that he clocked
kill
800.
Yeah.
Oh, was it
incredible
kill screen?
Yeah, he kill screened it.
Oh, I didn't even realize.
Yeah, no, he kill screened it. He killed it.
There you
go. And his mood changed, and those people getting kill screen started gripping like. Patrick Silva was all positive anyway from the get-go. He was just excited to be here.
He wasn't. No, so
he was struggling.
Before
he was struggling.
I had to give him a little pep talk and say,
really?
Because he was beating himself up. He just wasn't playing well. And
right. See, I didn't see that. I saw him earlier in the day. And he was really excited, and I didn't see the bit in between. But after that, he was like he was when I first called him in the morning. Yeah.
I pulled him aside and I said, "Dude, you are very capable. Think of all the kill screens that you put up. Like, this is no different day. You're just playing the game that you know well."
No, I had a similar chat with him, and.
But if I did a bit of a run around the room this morning, and all the kill screeners, they were all happy and really good to go. Jeff was really positive. Everyone, and then as those people thinking not there, they're hard to find. Like Alan, after his score, he disappeared.
Yeah,
and I understand why. I understand why, because they've got to face their peer group.
Yeah,
and what can you say? They know that everyone's not going to be completely honest. I did when Alan came and said, "Alan, I mean, I have to say that's the worst Kong off you've had in my time," because it was. And he said, "Yeah, I'm pretty disappointed in that." I said, "Well, it just happens, but you've got a good track record. You're in this. You're one of the top scorers."
But not only that, I mean, the caliber is so much higher, and every year is what happens.
But he's had a rough 2 days, Alan. He just hasn't performed,
Yeah.
And eventually comes a point where it's hard to, like for me, the City. I don't play. But I'm saying I was really barracking for Neil. I wanted.
I think we all were.
That's why my heart started racing. I thought, this is getting dangerous.
Sorry, Jack, just the belt there. Can you turn it off? I think it's so behind it. There's a little battery pack. Yeah, there you go. Little battery pack. Just turn it off. I think someone's left it on.
I think you just switched it on. Didn't
Yeah. No. I think just don't want the batteries to die before. Whoever wins gets a chance to wear it.
Had to hold yourself back there.
Yeah, well, it's So I think it's getting harder for people to demonstrate a type of honesty because
Good
everyone's
clear
getting
by
close.
Shane there as well. Almost had a fireball up his
not
arse.
Feeling comfortable just saying, I actually am going for this person because I want to see something different, or I want to see this person get a second win or something like it's.
Yeah,
because everyone's mates, but eventually you sort of go, well.
The
what
trouble
do you
with
want
the Australian community is we're all too nice, and
I'll fight you.
I'll fight you. There's no rivalry like you see in a lot of the other, like in the US Kong-offs and whatnot.
I would disagree. I don't think that there's not a rivalry. I think there's rivalry, but it's kind of like
too healthy.
It is. You know what? It's as much as I want to win, I want to see you succeed.
Yeah, exactly.
You know.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. And the thing about it is, if you went up to Matt, if you went up to Jeff, if you went up to Neil, if you went up to any one of those guys right now, maybe not, the boys playing obviously, and said, "Hey, I want to know how to play Donkey Kong." They will tell you everything they know.
Yeah.
Everything they know.
Yeah.
There's no secrets. There's no gatekeeping. There's nothing like that. It's like, I want you to be better. And you know why I think it is? Because if you get better, it's going to make me get better.
Exactly.
I really think that is. And I think actually Matthew and Jeff, the dichotomy of them two. And I think the reason Matthew, and unfortunately Matthew and Jeff have had a little, twos and fro's, and Matthew said some things and Jeff hasn't been happy about it, and Jeff has said some things and Matthew isn't happy about it.
Yeah.
But the reason Matthew does it, I think, is he wants to push Jeff to be better.
Yeah.
So that it's going to push Matthew to be better.
Yeah.
I mean, there is some truth in that, but I know there's things that Matt's learned and he hasn't let on. He hasn't passed them on.
Okay.
They don't all pass them on.
Okay.
Yeah, Matt, he's had some things recently. He goes, I'm not passing those things on yet, because some things aren't. As Eric, there are other things out there that don't get passed around. So much.
Okay, you reckon? Yeah, okay.
No,
you know. Okay.
Unless those things.
I'll take back everything I said. This place is fucking toxic.
No, it's not toxic. It's not toxic. But
I know what you mean.
There's
I suppose there's certain things that you'll hold because
there are things. I think it's not. Basically, what we're starting to form now after 5 years with players since, like, Tekio was here in the second Kong-off, there are the beginnings of grudge matches. The grudge matches are forming, and also a knowledge of players and their weaknesses is becoming more prominent.
That's very true.
Yeah.
That's very true.
And
I did actually have a chat with Matthew about that last night.
Yeah. And so therefore, as much as people want to say they're not playing a bit of psychology, they are.
Yeah.
And they might not admit it, but we're not so easily fooled if you think about it. So I think there's people who are doing things to demonstrate stuff and
I definitely think Jeff said
there's a flamboyance to it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I still think this place is a nice place to be, though.
Oh, that's without say. But you don't see people putting their score off and walking back and sort of, out in the car park. They're watching. They want to know who's, and they want to see who's they're playing next and what's going on.
Yeah.
Like everyone was very clear about Jeff's 10 kill screens coming up to the Kong-off, and Neil's and what Patrick
Shane's in a little bit of a tricky spot here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough one. Oh.
Look at that, like a champion. Oh my god.
Oh
my god. Oh my god, Shane.
I hate that. Yeah, he grabs a hammer.
I've watched Shane on these rivets doing things like jumping Firefox on corners and jumping up, and he can really dance on these levels.
Yeah, but to be honest with you, it's not what you want to do. It's not what you want to do at all.
When he has to do
Oh,
it,
absolutely.
And
he gets it. He gets it.
I still stand by Shane as the most patient player that we have. He is.
Did you see that?
He's the highest.
Did you see that? He was jumping to try and get the fireballs to go back up. I never thought about that. If you jump,
that's what Tekio was doing on the
I've actually, to be honest with you, I've never realised that.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I've just learned something.
But yeah, like Matt is above everyone on the stats for Kong-offs.
Yeah.
Sean.
No, Sean. Shane, you mean?
Yeah, Shane Saul.
Well, he's triple kill screen now. I think 3 different Kong-offs he's had a kill screen.
Yeah, but it's also he's had 12 wins and it has it here.
It's like 12 wins, 4 losses.
12 wins, 4 losses, as well
Yeah.
as Matt's 10 wins, 3 losses, and then Barrow's 7 wins, 4 losses, and then Alan Storr 7 wins, 4 losses. So he's comfortably above.
Yeah.
He's the most consistent Oz Kong-off player.
Yeah, and it's insane to me that he's not a million-point player yet.
Yeah, I suppose I don't know how heavily he's pursued that as much.
Well,
as others.
that's the thing as well. I mean, I think going for a million, you need
It
to
is a
change how
different
you
game.
play.
Yeah.
It is.
It's no longer that game of patience. It's
No.
more of a game of risk. And
Yeah,
you're pushing
absolutely,
higher and higher.
absolutely.
Doesn't Shane have 3 or 4 kids?
Yeah. I think he's got 3 kids. Yeah.
So it's a big family today.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, like today's standards. So he's
Yeah.
very, that's what he does. And so
Yep.
this weekend takes him away from, because he's from the
Yeah, that's
Sunshine or
easy.
Gold Coast. or
Gold
something.
Coast. He lives down Gold Coast.
So that's a big
Yep.
ask.
Yeah.
I just think that it's like Luke. He's barely played Luke Bushell because he's got 2 kids now.
Yeah.
You know?
He's a family man.
Yeah. I heard someone talking about the payout money for the first kill screen and the first million points, and Shane's got a couple of them in previous years, and apparently he just buys toys for his kids.
That's beautiful.
Which is lovely.
That's beautiful.
But now it means his kids are expecting him to get it and
His
upset
kids
if he doesn't.
yeah.
It's more on the line.
His kids don't have a Christmas this year, boys.
Unless the toys are, I bought you a Donkey Kong cabinet or something.
Here, I got you some stickers, a couple of pins, and a bag.
Yeah. And 10 tokens to Netherlands.
That's it.
Got your new joystick and marquee for my Donkey Kong. I mean, for your Donkey Kong machine.
Our Donkey Kong. But that's beautiful, and his in one thing in chatting with Shane, and I've chatted with him a fair bit, is his family's incredibly important to him. So
Yeah.
that's lovely to see.
It is.
I mean, if I won the $500, I wouldn't be giving it to my kids.
Nah. So I saw Tide playing the juniors comp yesterday.
Kid. You know what? I'm a little bit upset. I actually thought there was going to be some more teenagers and stuff around.
Yeah.
And Tig was I think there was Tig who's 15, and then I think the next youngest person was 9. So, but yeah, he won it, which is good.
Wonderful.
So he gets to play with the big boys next year, though. He'll be 16.
Amazing. So do you know what score he ended up ending on?
I think it was 75k.
Nice.
Yeah, not bad.
And PB?
No, his PB is about the 80-something mark, I think.
Cool. So close.
Absolutely. It's he hasn't figured out springs yet.
Yeah. Understandable.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I've said it to him. I said, dude, you figure out level 3 springs and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Yeah.
That is absolutely the biggest barrier to entry for this game.
And then it's funny, once you realize springs is the only board you shouldn't die on.
Yeah.
But it's the hardest one to master.
Yeah. Because
maybe not the hardest one to master, but once you do, it opens
up.
up.
It's the least RNG.
Yes.
But it is a lot to train your
Absolutely.
to train your muscles.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I still struggle with it. It still pulls me up every now and then.
My heart still skips a beat every time I go for it.
Yeah, me too. But I'm now a lot more comfortable running back when I see the second long spring, which is really nice.
I'd like to get the 2020 happening.
Yeah.
I really, really would, but I don't know. I feel safer running back rather than staying in the same position on a long and then going.
What's the 2020?
The 2020, so when you have a long spring and you kind of advance just a little bit, what you're supposed to do is if you get another long spring, you retreat. But what a lot of players do is the good players, is they'll go forward on a long, and if they get another long, they won't retreat and wait for another long. They'll just wait there because that is a long and then go.
Why do they call it 2020? To do with vision or something?
What? No, 2020.
Yeah.
Long, so big. So if you go into Starbucks and you get the biggest drink, what's it called?
I don't go to Starbucks.
Yeah, well,
it's a venti, isn't it?
It's a venti, which is Italian for 20.
Ah, interesting.
So Matt and I went to Starbucks today.
You're too smart. What are you doing here?
Yeah,
Aaron's a doctor.
He's not an actual GP. There's a bit of a confusion on that term. there.
I'll still check.
He still likes to tell everybody.
Sorry?
Oh, mate, I anyone who calls me Mr. Rayner gets pulled up on straight away.
It's kind of because when I first said, "Oh, you're a doctor," and I thought, "Oh, so you're not a GP?" I don't mean many people who say I'm a doctor and they're actually not a GP.
He's not even a chemist anymore.
That's true. I'm not. I'm a wage slave now, man.
For the best.
Oh, dude, I tell you what. These guys. Oof.
Yeah, I mean they're pretty consistently just raising
Yeah,
their
there's
scores.
about a 70k difference as opposed to a 55ish before, I think. But that.
But also Shane's a level behind.
No, understandable, but yeah. Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
I'm assuming you need people to sign this. No worries. Jets just dropped off a beautiful poster that the guys have put together. If he wants to hold it up for the camera, that would be fantastic. Yeah, there we go.
Beautiful.
I tell you what.
Actually, someone changed my posters. I had all.
How
Kongs
dare
in
they?
them. I'm
How
sure
dare
I
they?
had all
How
Kongs.
dare they?
And someone's gone and changed them over.
Yeah, that's all right, mate. Bring it over. We'll sign it. You got to give it a little shake. Where's
So
Matthew? I want to sign near
Hey,
Matthew
Taster.
just because. Has he signed it
Yeah,
yet?
come on.
Oh, fuck it. Who cares?
What's that?
There you go.
Yeah, come over. Yeah, right. Is this one working? Is this one?
Yeah, I tell you what, I'll swap out because
Sure,
I
don't
gotta,
wanna
I
sign
got to
that.
stretch my legs a bit. I
fair
don't want to sign. Hey, Tagster, come around this way, buddy, and I'll swap you out. All right, Stream, we're gonna go to Sean Tagg now, who's also a finalist. Here we go. Here we go.
Thank you. Oh, good.
I'd be honoured, Jeffrey.
On the table somewhere. The pen should work. You've got to press it down.
Oh, yeah, I'll just sign on here, not on.
Yeah. Have you signed?
I signed your one. Yeah. Did you?
So it looks like we might have Shane getting a little freebie here. I shouldn't jinx
Welcome
it.
aboard, Sean Tagg.
Thank you.
Getting a bit,
you,
getting a bit
guys.
cozy.
I didn't realise.
No, you're right. Hey, Tagster.
How's it going?
How's it
mate.
been out there on the floor?
It's been pretty good, mate.
How was
So-
what? I was asking. I was watching it. What's going on in Neil's head as he watches Matt? Well, you were there.
Yeah.
What was he saying?
In Neil's head when he was watching Matt. Well, when he was
The
with
la-
Matt
when
and
he was-
Takia.
when he was
Yeah,
chasing
man.
that sort of 60,000
Yeah, Neil, he's a
points.
pretty cool.
I just
calm,
thought
collective. He
this
didn't.
doesn't mean there's not stuff going on. in his
Yeah,
head.
yeah. He was, just analysing what was going on. We were
Yeah.
all in, just watching Matt, just doing Matt stuff, and
Yeah.
that's just intense.
It's really, really difficult for Neil as well because he just came off that like electric game immediately before. He was shaking because he was just so like amped up from it,
Yeah,
and then he
yeah.
had to jump straight into another one. And I think
Yeah.
that was a really tough thing to do. He still performed really well.
He did. He did say he was pretty out. He'd got nothing left to give. He said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was pretty
So
tired.
He should be
out,
so
right?
impressed.
Well, I said that's the first time when Matt was on the rivets and it looked like he was going to get caught with the Firefoxes.
Yeah.
That's the only time ever my heart raced because I thought Neil was going to win.
Yeah.
So we've just
sure,
missed.
yeah.
I admit I was going for Neil. I thought these other guys have already won one, so
Yeah.
share the wealth.
We've just missed Barra lose a life here, or was it Shane that had the extra life?
Shane
think it's
just lost
Shane,
one.
yeah? Shane, yeah,
Barra's
yeah.
been on one. That
Yep.
just happened because I was only just looking at just I turned to look at Sean's lovely face.
Hot.
Hot. There's too many Shane, Sean's, and Sean with different
Yeah.
spellings. And
Yep.
I think we just everyone
Get rid of 'em all.
Everyone else is called Warren from now on. Everyone and just go Warren. And we all know who we're talking about. Someone in the group.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Tagsters and Pellies and
Matt, how intense was when Matt made the leap of faith and his last opportunity pretty much. I think he'd calculated that this is it. This is my 1% I've got to get out of this. And he jumped the rivet and the Firefox moved,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
And
yeah.
he managed to get down that ladder,
I
yeah?
think he could have died on that. I didn't see that.
I think he got it in his mind that he was, he
Yep.
had
Done
like
for.
that one chance at that one
Yeah.
point in time
Yeah.
to take it. And
That scene
it
from
worked in
Doctor
his
Strange
favour,
where
right?
he goes.
It's that one degree of separation
Yeah.
of what would have changed, right? And I said
So-
it was like the sea parting, for Matt, the
Yeah.
king, to slip
Like
through.
Moses or something.
Yeah.
Get biblical.
I'm not
Yeah.
religious at all.
Don't let
by
him
the
hear
way.
you say this. His ego will inflate more.
I know.
He'll
I-
explode.
I know the Bible.
He's not
quite
just
well.
a king; he's some kind of like religious kind of. Yeah, there you go.
Deity.
I like those stories. They're great. They're funny.
Yeah, you like it?
Yeah.
They're funny if you know them well enough.
Yeah.
They're actually quite comical. I'm serious. Like, yeah.
I mean, if somebody who can change water into wine, let me know, right?
Oh no! Hey, I'm not saying I believe in the stories. I
okay.
said they're quite fun. They're
There you
funny
go.
if you actually
Yeah.
present them.
Oh, sure, yeah.
It's like an adult talking to a child and their behaviour. Like when Moses is coached by God.
Yeah.
He says, "Look, I want you to do me. You're going to be the speaker of, like I'm God." And he goes, "Well, what's your name? What do I call you by?" And he goes, "I am what I am." And he says, "What do you want me to do? I want you to free my people. You're going to free." He goes, "No, you want someone else. I'm not good at public speaking. I'm not good at that stuff." He tries to get out of it. But when it goes to Noah, he says, "Noah, it's the Lord. I'm going to drown everyone on the planet and all the animals except a couple of you and your family."
Yeah.
All right, I'll do it. And he doesn't even try and save anyone. He doesn't put the word out. Whereas everyone apart from Noah is trying to get out of the job.
Yeah,
it's like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Like, it's like, Jonah, why are you doing this to me? Why?
Yeah. There you go.
What a craziness happening over in the pinball sphere.
There is, yeah. I think it's just in presentations over there. So
Right.
if you hear any cheering going on, that's what it's about. So this is a pretty big game.
Yeah, very, very long
Yeah.
game. I want to see another kill screen.
Yeah, these
Maybe
guys,
You might do.
This
Might
could be
well
a
do.
dual kill screen down to the score, right? It's heading that way, isn't it?
Yeah.
They've both done it enough.
Yeah, I
So-
suppose Barrett's the highest scoring player generally, isn't he? And Shane's in the 900, late 900s,
Yeah.
close to the million. So, yeah, they're probably both playing that pretty top game.
Yeah, I think we're all rooting for Neil a little bit because I mean we had 3 former Kong Off winners and then Neil.
Yeah,
you know,
that's right.
And that fourth slot was such a wild card; it could have been anyone. But
until Neil's stepped, when he stepped into that bracket, I thought, and as people started dropping off, and there was just Neil left there. I thought, I'm going for Neil.
Yeah.
Like it was an obvious one.
Yeah,
I said,
yeah.
The
The underdog.
and I said it. I said, look, it's hard to say, but I just have to. Like he hasn't won it. It doesn't make sense that I'd be saying I want someone else to get another piece of cake. You know.
Yeah, that's right.
And now, well,
that's right. I mean, whoever wins this is never going to have a problem with the trousers falling down, are they? I mean, they're going to be 2 belt holders. Sorry.
I like it.
Such a bad joke. Sorry. Well, man, these guys are going to have no trouser fails.
not as bad as Alan's joke earlier on live.
Yeah, no.
I'm not repeating
That's
that. It was very inappropriate.
Really? From Alan?
he's a crack up. He's really funny.
I did have one fun with Alan on here. I said, hey, Alan, when I was watching, I was thinking, I can sort of partially hear the sound effects game. I said, will you do it for me? So he started doing it. He was going,
Freezer? I mean,
and then when he picked up, he started giggling.
No disrespect to Alan, but that's what goes around his head when he
yeah.
says.
And then he said,
right?
I said, do it again, I'll do it again. He goes,
It's either that
and he
or
said-
the monkey
and he said-
clashing
and he
cymbals.
said- And he said, you're making a fool of me. I said, I trust you, Alan. This is not the foolish. This isn't the stupidest thing you've done. This is actually the most
This is
entertaining.
very tame.
Like, it was actually entertaining and sort of animated and fun. And he said, "Oh, you're making me look stupid."
It wouldn't have been the same without him, would it? It wouldn't have been the same without him, that's for sure.
No, that's true.
It takes all sorts.
Brian Allen.
So you see Barra doing the 2020 thing that Aaron was talking about. See how he doesn't fully retreat on the long springs.
Yeah.
But it just seems to make sense. I don't.
Peripheral vision.
It's just a really difficult
Is that
thing.
why it's really called 2020?
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe
Aaron
it's
gave us
both.
some bullshit explanation
Starbucks.
about how it's Starbucks venti means 20 in Italian and
But I don't see how that relates
big
to
big.
It doesn't.
I mean, when you,
well, I
when-
suppose
if,
big.
if you can track the first bounce and where that lands, then if you've done it enough, you know where that
Yeah, I
third
think it
bounce
becomes
is, right?
intuitive. You know, you start to just.
So you just got to learn that. You got to learn that additional element of where the bounces are.
Well, see, when I with Hank Chan, when I spoke to him a few times, you know, when I was living over in New York, I talked to him about, because he was a part of a double-blind test for surgeons and how it could help perform people who did
Hank.
Hank.
Yep.
So because he's a plastic surgeon, or a surgeon either way, and they did there was 2 double-blind tests. One was out of Harvard, and the other one's out of Houston. Certainly one was out of Texas, you know, in Houston or something. And they did a test to see if people who play video games, who can play them regularly, are they better at surgery? And they are, because a lot of surgeries now is done on a screen.
It's true.
And what it is they perform surgery quicker, which is good for anaesthetics, and with less error.
Yeah, right.
Now, the reason they say it is because there is an imaginary spatial aspect to a video game. Now, a lot of people say we have 5 senses, but there is another one they say we have a 6th sense, which is spatial awareness. Like you can reach around and touch the back of your head or your nose or things you can't see. You know where it is, and like jugglers, they'll reach, or cricketers will reach back, and they know roughly in relationship with the physical world. So I think, like you're saying, that double spring stuff, there becomes that sort of relationship
Awareness
there.
Yeah,
you know, becomes
absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, that wouldn't be a problem. No worries, Simon.
Yeah, the thing with the springs and like, you know, when you first learn the springs, you learn to look where the springs are landing. But the more advanced players look at the arc of the spring the second it enters the screen.
Yeah.
And so it does become a very like peripheral thing, like second nature thing.
But there's still that spatial awareness, not to do with your physical body.
No, of course.
But that imaginary, like that, it's like when you look at a picture. Say something. What's a picture we all know? I don't know, like The Last Supper, that illusionary depth.
Yeah.
Or you look at a picture which has lots of details on a tapestry, and there's a metal knife or something. You psychologically feel with your eyes.
Yeah.
You can feel the metal. You can, you can.
Depth of it
It's
all.
like if someone runs their fingers and I can feel that. So the same as this, the spatial awareness is there. So after a while, it's like you think about Formula One drive stuff, the spatial awareness of the extension of their body to the edge of the car. They must know it so well intuitively, like I'm that close to a car and I'm not going to hit them.
Yeah, yeah.
And you think, how do they? It's just they
They're
get
in
a sense
touch
of,
with the surroundings.
yeah. And I think that any video game player at a regular level would start doing this, but when it gets higher and higher, like those speed runners and stuff.
Yeah.
It must be so. And Donkey Kong, like the things you're doing, like jumping from tiny spots to spots. I imagine when you first learned to do springs, you were talking about it before on level 3. You were saying springs, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. That second jump, that horrible second jump.
Yeah.
And and like I think that's what like the adjustment to get used to knowing the confidence in that jump. It's that sort of thing, and you start to get it. I must do, because this game is very punishing on those things being wrong.
Yeah.
And it's not like everyone's counting 1, 2, 3, 4, jump. They just I don't know.
Quite a bit. I think some of it becomes muscle memory, right?
Yeah.
As well.
Oh yeah. I mean, at first it becomes a very like logical decision. Everything you're doing, you're sort of hyper analyzing, and then it becomes muscle memory.
As you repeat things so often.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I was playing Sheriff, and I only played a few games, but it doesn't take long to start. You're not thinking to turn this way. You're just doing it and turning. You're starting to get a feel. But it's that adjustment of, and even though you turn, and because your wrist isn't doing 360s, the adjustment to going turn and then flipping again. So you start doing these, because you go, then I want to come back the other way.
Release and grab.
You'd soon get really good at that. You only got to watch people doing, like baristas making coffee.
Yeah.
How quick they move. Anyone who does something a lot, you watch their hands. Those YouTube clips with people in a factory folding a box and putting a shirt in a sleeve or something weird. There's any of that sort of stuff, and this is no different.
Yeah.
I mean, pinball players must have enormous muscle memory for the feel of what they do.
Absolutely, yeah. There's been a lot of. I've spoken to a bunch of the pinball guys outside and like throughout the weekend, and there's a general consensus that a lot of them would love to join in on the Kong Off and some of the arcade stuff, but because everything's on at the same time, it's just really difficult.
Really? No, I've had quite a few conversations with that. So I mentioned to Jimmy, it needs to be talked about, because you can't, like the Australian Arcade Championship, like this has to be like this, but the Australian Arcade Championship could swallow some of those players, but they're committed to the pinball already.
Exactly, yeah.
And so if they made a spell on one day, like if they made this a Monday, like tomorrow, and they put the Arcade Championship out off the back of this weekend, people like yourself would come and stay.
Yep, absolutely.
And so would various other people.
I'd do an extra day.
Well, for me, it's going to become increasingly
day,
hard to come up for 2 days. Like the only reason this time was because Shrim, my wife, decided she'll come up, and our daughter's here, so we took her out of school for
Make
a week.
a trip of it.
I can't be doing that every year.
No, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, this could be my last Kong Off anyway.
Why do you say that?
Just sick of you guys. Really. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying. But I was just being funny. But it's hard to go up, home and back again, or staying for a week.
It's a lot. Yeah.
It's a lot, and I can't say like, okay, you do your job, Shrim, and you look after Olivia, our daughter, and I'll be up here cruising around.
Yeah, drinking and playing arcade games
well,
and dealing shit.
But you know what I mean. Like, and so those people have got 2 kids and 2 people working with 1 kid. Yourself, like you got 2 kids and you're both working.
One wife, 2 kids, not 2 wives, 1
well, I got
kid.
3 wives, Like.
Well done, buddy.
No, but you know what I'm saying. So I think that if the arcade,
it's a commitment, it's a pretty big commitment from everybody, your family and yourself.
And to get Rob McCauley in, to drag him into here would be awesome.
Yeah, agreed.
And Steve Ryder, he'd like.
That's the thing. They're not given an option. Well, they are given the option, but they're always going to pick pinball because that's what they play.
Well, it's more. Look, because we're talking about, it's more detailed than that. You can't. Like John's done it for 3 years now. This is the 4th year. This will be the 4th. Yeah, because it was first at the first one was at the Ekka, It's the fourth Australian
First was at Netherworld. Then
Australian Arcade Championship.
Oh no, sorry.
No, the Australian Arcade Championship was at the
Yeah,
Echo, I think, the first one. So this is going to its fourth one.
Yeah.
And he's done a great job. But if you want to,
Do you want to jump in?
Do you
want to jump in?
Yeah, come over, Pell. But the spread of players. Oh, it's good. I wanted to talk to. Yeah, thanks, Jack. I wanted to ask why were you both on. But the spread of games you've got to play, you can't. The prior knowledge to some of those just eliminates people straight away.
Yeah.
So I've been saying for a while, I think it should be shmups and run and guns, and you're breaking down the little. Anyway, I was talking to Simon. Pelly. Now that you're on the.
G'day.
Hey, I was talking to Simon earlier about what's Simon's last name.
Don't know.
Yeah, I think I've got it in my phone actually. I'll look at. Anyway, Simon has the arcade in Melbourne over on Sydney Road, isn't it? Is it Sydney Road? I always forget what street.
Yeah, in Northcote.
Yeah, Northcote. Yeah.
Welcome to Thornbury.
Yeah. Is that what it's called? Welcome to Thornbury.
That's the bar. The bar's
yeah.
called? Yeah.
And he just got a Robotron. He's just trying to get a cabinet and stuff. And we just started talking about trying to build a tournament that could be done like level 3, not level 3, not Donkey Kong, but it could start at 7 o'clock and finish by 10, or start at,
Yeah.
And there's enough players down there. You just got to get the tracks right so people can turn up and play.
Yeah.
Yep.
So these guys, sorry Phil.
No, you're right.
These guys are like a whole level apart at the moment. So Barra's on level 17, and Shane's on level 16. Yeah, he's just moved on to 17. So I think Barra's got like 24 more boards. I think. Towards the kill scheme, and Shane's got 30. So yeah, it's pretty. Could be pretty tight, this one. Shane's obviously trailing, but he's only he's 80k. 60,
Man, we always knew one of these games was going to come up, a big game like this.
Yeah, we've been waiting for it for the last couple of years for it to happen.
Yeah.
They must be going to have a pause after this, because whoever wins this to go and play Matt, this will be like Kong off.
Well, imagine the guy that
has with Shane, being exhausted. Do you know what I mean?
Well, what about the guy that has to play doing the third place playoff?
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
You're
not going to even win, and you've got to go and play.
Yeah,
that sucks.
Yeah,
that's harsh.
Yeah, that is hard, man. Yeah.
So that means Neil's got to play again.
Yeah. 666.
Well, and
600.
So do one of these two.
Yeah. Pretty messy this one.
Donkey Kong.
Oh. This is pretty horrible. Oh, it's a freezer, but will he risk it? I don't think he's going to risk it. So I think he's going to go down to the bottom level here. Oh, he's grabbed the hammer. Okay.
Yeah, you're looking at
Shane's being tested a little bit. Yeah, it's a bit. But then you look at Barra as well. They're all they've all got pretty wild. I think Barra's going to go right.
No, I thought he was going to go left there.
What do you reckon?
He should have gone left. They got some of those extra points. You get a lot for jumping those Firefoxes.
They both play these pie levels really well.
Yeah. See, that's what I should have done. I should have just jumped and collected points off and not drawn. I should have just kept jumping up and grabbing a point off the Firefox that was near me.
But you didn't know, though, did you?
Well, at that point in time, my brain didn't go, you should do that. I knew it was a move. I just never thought about doing it.
We're running out of time here, Shane.
Oh yeah, look at that. You often forget about the clock until these things happen.
Yeah.
It's just like, nothing to worry about. But
there
we
go.
So. Now Barra would have heard that for sure.
Yeah, he's got the lead as well. So it's looking favourable now definitely for Barra.
Ooh.
Yeah, with the freebie. Always nice to get the freebie after you die on the
What a game,
prize.
though. What a game.
Talking about what a game, Sheriff. I was just talking about before. How good is Sheriff?
What a game. Let's talk about Spectre as well while we're talking about big games.
Let's talk about really good games.
Sheriff, I think Sheriff's a great game.
I love it.
Yeah.
I recently discovered it, obviously, after restoring the cabinet, and absolutely love it.
Tannehill was digging it. You can see why.
Yeah.
Because it has it's the speed of Space Invaders in a way, when it's got the equivalent of the Mystery Man with that big vulture going across the top.
It's a touch slower than Hellfire of that same age.
Oh, whatever you like. Yeah, Neil's coming on.
So, yeah, I can see why he prefers the speed of that game over some of the others of that same era.
Hill, what a day. Well, it's not finished for you yet, though, is it?
No, I've got another game after this.
You must be really looking forward to that.
Oh, mate.
They must. Are they going to have a pause, like whoever, when this is finished, to give
No, so it'll be third place.
straight into third?
I believe so.
Had a break.
Yeah, I've had a bit of a break now, which is good.
But this is a long game for whoever's got to come up and play next.
Yeah, I suppose it depends how the third match goes. But I'm pretty cooked.
You're pretty cooked.
Yeah.
Do you feel sorry for the person who's got to play you straight after this, mate?
100%. This puts Matt in a very comfortable position.
But they must be. Yeah, but they're going to have a pause between this and Matt, like.
Yeah, well, the person who wins this gets a break because they're going to wait for the third place game to finish.
Sorry, yeah, of course, that's
so.
right.
Neil, you need to make yours go long to give that person a break before they have to play Matt.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Whoever's playing here won't get a break, but they'll be fresh off a decent game, that's for sure. So this is the longest running game in Australian Kong-Off ever.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, we were just saying before, we were expecting a game like this in the finals.
3 more levels.
All right. Going to get Eloise on at some point.
A bit of tactics will be coming through soon to see.
Well,
they've both got a man in the. Oh, sorry. Barra's got a man in the bag.
Yeah, well, he'll just play through and then sack one. I'm sure.
Do we know like who's got?
Because it doesn't matter if he kill screens it. It just matters if he's got the highest score.
Yeah. So what I mean is like, does Barra start because he's got the man up the bag? Does he start to think bottom hammer, which he's pretty comfortable with?
Yeah.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah.
Well, what you guys play? What would you be doing that at this point?
Well,
I'm not that comfortable with bottom hammer.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, but like
I think. I was talking to Barra earlier, and he said he may have to if he played Shane today. Just given he may have just done the same thing as well. So
I might just have a look and see if we can get a comparison and score.
Tight one
like
there,
when they're on
Shane.
the same level.
What are you looking for?
So I'll have a look at. So Barra's in front pace wise. Is that right? Like he's on level 9.
Yeah, he's a level.
19.
Yeah, he's just over a level ahead.
Okay.
Well, he's
what were you going to have a look
a
at?
level and
Some
3
stats?
boards.
Well, I'll have a look at. I'll have a look when he finishes this level to see what his score is.
His
so we
pace.
can get, yeah.
Well, is it that the non-bottom hammer pace though versus the bottom hammer pace?
Yeah, it'll be interesting because Shane will find out what he needs to chase.
It's certainly going to set a different mood for next year, this one. Like the sort of things that have happened.
100%.
Like, regardless of it could, let's say it's a Shane and it's a Barrow and it's a Tekio top 3 in the end, whatever number you want. Everyone knew what it took before that. You know, like people were pushed to the limit, you know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, a lot of people were. Even guys holding at the bottom like myself.
Yeah.
Did you ever win today, Pelly?
Got a game fix that wasn't working. I call that a win.
Yeah, that was a win.
No, not today, mate.
Who did you go out to?
I faced off against Jeff in the first game.
All right.
Gave him a run for his money, so I was pretty happy. But yeah.
Yeah, it's been the Kong-Off up now has, you know, it's living up to the expectation that we thought when we were talking about yesterday, Neil. Like Danny picked you as a dark horse, remember, for the whole event.
Yeah. Yep.
I think the only thing now that's really going to change the whole dynamic of this is if there's, I think, some, you know, good players internationally that might decide to come out or not.
Yep.
Really, because then that's going to throw a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons. But
yeah, I think I was saying that on the first day. Like COVID's out of the way.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what's happening with like Kong clashes happening, and And no criticism to Kong Clash, but no buts. However, despite what it doesn't, I think, have the sort of flair of this one, I suppose, like the coverage and stuff, the Australian Kong Off, because it's just its history. And I don't know what's happening with the US Kong Off anyway. There was talk of being one, and then the problem is the players are so split in opinion about each other. So I think coming out here is like Justin Elliott coming out would be fantastic.
Yeah.
I want to bring Johnny Bond out.
Yeah, no, we've talked about that this morning, trying to get him out.
But there's some other players who've just disappeared. Like, I can't see some of those in the top 10 ever coming back into the game, like Hank and so on. They just disappeared. So it's like, is he playing? I don't know, probably not. I think he plays Kong Clash, doesn't he?
Yeah, I'm not sure. But even if they felt like a holiday out to Australia, it'd be great just to see them out here and have a game and just add more players to the comp. Don't have to take it too seriously. And they can beef up everyone else's play.
The guys that came out a few years ago, they weren't too serious about it either. Like, I know that Estelle won it, but those guys are super relaxed.
That was 8.
Yeah, AKO2.
Yeah.
That was my first one. That was like 2018 or something.
Yeah, it was my first one too.
Yeah.
But
so 820, 300 at the end of level 19.
The great thing about just having more good players in is it just ups the quality of the competition.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing that is having players, which has been happening, like everyone's been improving the game, and it continued. If people continue to do that, it doesn't have to be on a high score leaderboard like Dogfon, but actually just increasing their own regular average scores. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Lifting those. But if people start dropping out, then it's gonna it's at a really good spot at the moment. And if people keep pushing up those skills, then it's just going to get tighter and tighter. You don't have to go and get 1.2 scores and things like that. You just got to start doing 1.2 or 1.1 is probably better. You just got to start doing 1.1 million techniques.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to see, like you're saying, wonder if will Barra pick up the bottom hammer? Because he's thinking, well, he was talking about front loading. I'd never heard that term in previous Kong offs.
Yeah.
So that must be a relatively new idea, I guess.
Well, that's what he did for his 1 million point game yesterday.
Yeah. So he
front loaded the bottom hammer to a level 16 and then just went top hammer.
So is he going to sort of, I suppose, backload now, like actually go, well, I'll just squeeze the points out now?
Yep.
Because soon if he hits, well, let's assume he's running to the kill screen, you want to leave the biggest score for someone to chase, obviously. It doesn't need to be said. So he'd have to know this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he knows it.
That's what I'm saying, but this hasn't been a problem in previous Kong offs.
No. Hasn't had to worry about it.
Yeah, you just keep playing and someone will drop out.
But he would have suspected that at some point Shane would do the same thing,
Yeah. Ooh.
Holy dooly.
Oh, geez, I'm surprised that didn't take him out. Or was you thought he was completely safe?
Yeah, it happened to me.
I
but it's you feel like you're going to die.
Well, especially when it froze like that, I thought, is he going to be spinning around afterwards?
Yeah. No, it's just off the hitbox.
He's really running it, isn't he, Barra? Mucking around.
No.
Just chasing. So it'll be level 21, won't it? I mean, he could start picking up bottom hammer now, but I suppose there's more points anyway just to finish it off and then not risk it.
I think I'm assuming he'll do bottom hammer on level 21. And then maybe...
a tiny bit on level 2. On 22.
Yeah, just for a second. That would be my guess. He'll bottom hammer but not sack until, was it the second last board? And he might sack, I'd say. But he's 100k ahead now, so he's broadened the gap, I think. Well, just by getting more boards ahead of Shane by virtues up the score.
Not a lovely board for Shane.
No, he's
looking at that.
he's not looking too good.
To look at what's going on here.
So he's trying to draw that one on the left down. It's gone up. Yeah, it's not pretty at all.
What would we do here, boys? What would you be thinking?
I'd go home.
I'd just be trying to do what he's doing. Clear the bottom now. Look for the gap to get up to get the hammer, and then see what you can do about the the left and right split. Oh, that was bloody.
I think Shane's very good at this. I
Yeah.
don't know what they're reading. I don't know. There must be just little tiny clues. I don't know.
Yeah, the little when they pause, like looking for the clues,
Ooh,
if they're going to
that
go. Oh my god.
mate. That's I was just saying that for Aaron. Like he's so good at jumping barrels on this.
So he's running out of time. The
Yep.
clock's becoming a problem now.
Yep. Yep.
So he's
He
got
knows
to make go for
he knows
things.
he can't get the hammer. Oh.
So he's just got to nut it out. He's just got to hope.
Why can't he get the hammer?
Because
he's going to run out of time. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
He's got a freezer.
Oh,
wow.
my god. He couldn't get if you get the hammer with 900, less than 900 or less, it runs out of time.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Wow. That's
Well, I mean, we can. That's just one of those boards. You know.
Yep.
What I mean?
Yep.
Like he did everything to get around it, and there was just nothing to be done. Wouldn't matter who you are at that point. You know.
Yep.
But that backwards jump over that Firefox, that was all class.
That
mate.
was amazing. Yeah, like just to do that and still keep going and the fact that he only had one rivet left I thought was amazing.
Yeah.
Because that was getting that top left rivet. Yeah.
I think Barrow's just going to run this to the kill screen, is he, just for fun?
Nah.
No, I just thought for a second he might.
Nah.
I might run over and kill screen.
You might get your first kill screen, Phil.
Yeah, get first screen. Hey, Barrow, set up for the kill. I'd get on and still can't.
Well,
there we have it.
There you go. Not quite a kill screen game, but close enough.
No, I think it's
one level off.
I think, well, two men to finish it. I think he, it was definitely a theoretical kill screen.
Yeah.
The potential energy there was enormous to go full
I think
kinetic.
Barrow could have done that easily.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not saying I could have. I certainly would have fucked it up. But there's still enough boards for me that I can't do that. I can't do all those things.
Yeah.
Look, they're moving these pins around. What's going on?
They're
transporting the transporter.
Yeah, they are. No, they'll be setting up for a Compton, I'm assuming.
It's too much pinball, isn't it? Not too much pinball here. I mean, I couldn't do it. I'm like the.
In terms of how much you play over this course of this
intensity, of pinball.
event, yeah.
It's like they're like kids at school, not their behaviour. They send them out of class, they have a bit of a play, they bring them all back in.
Yeah, I know.
Get them back on, then because they send them all out again.
Well, it's just the event yesterday is just head to head all day.
Yeah.
Until you get enough points to win it, which is crazy.
So this is a first. Tekio Barrow final.
Yeah, who did Tekio play last year in the final? Jeff, no.
No, Shane, I think, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Hang on, now I'm confused. No, Jeff. No, hang on. What was it last year? Maybe it was Barrow. I can't remember now. Oh, hang on.
Well,
I can't even.
Barrow's got to back that game up and do the same thing again to be. He's got to have to play for 1 million points like he did yesterday, I think, because that's how Matt will play.
If Matt wins, he's on a hat trick.
Yep.
Which is kind of exciting.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, Barrow wins it. Big game.
Well done, mate.
I like Barrow's diet for Donkey Kong is beer.
Yeah. No, so is mine. It helps. No, amazing game.
Yeah, no.
I'll tell you what, though.
Big effort.
I really would not want to be Shane now having to play again for third place.
I want to see this game, though. I am. I mean, I'm barracking for Neil. I'd love to see Neil.
Yeah, get a podium finish.
Just to get in a position, just because he's fresh, someone new in.
Yeah.
I
would. I was pretty keen to see, like Shane take it out, the whole thing out, just bookend 6 Kong offs, but
that's very neat and symmetrical.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm a bit OCD with that sort of stuff.
I was thinking that's the last thing I would have thought of.
No, I'd love Neil to get a podium finish, and
once Neil stepped up into that bracket, I thought I want Neil to win the whole thing. I thought that'd be fantastic. But early on, when I looked at when you go back to the very first round, on today's finals, I just looked and thought, I have no idea. It's just silly to. I mean, it's not completely silly. I'm not surprised that Barrow and Tekio and Shane are where they are. But I didn't see Jeff. I thought he was sort of going to be up there in the end. I really thought I thought last night's game plus all the previous stuff beforehand would have, especially last night, would have just sort of. Mate, I don't know. I just thought he'd be there at the end.
Yeah, no.
I thought he was someone who was going to knock out either
the thing
Farrell
is
or Shane
that
or
in that
Pecchio.
game against Neil and Jeff, there was just two very consistent players. So yeah, I think Jeff coming up against anyone else could have won that because of his consistency. But they've both been consistently kill screening when they've been having games at Donkey Kong of late. So yeah.
I really, I thought Jeff would be there at the end, like in the final, I don't know why, I just did.
Yeah, I thought he'd be up there. I thought he'd be in these last two brackets for sure. But it's no surprise that we're going to get the matchup we're going to get.
Yeah, it's still not over when you look at the crowd, like on the where people everyone's dispersed. There's very few people there at the moment. So when the final comes in, everyone will start gathering back in to watch. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
So it's kind of, well done, Matt. Yeah, it's sort of there's a mood, isn't there? Still, I reckon.
Yep. Well, everyone wants to see what happens now, I think.
Geez, Michael Edwards played well.
He did. Yeah, his game's improved massively.
Yeah, he must have been playing because last year he didn't qualify. Remember Mike?
That's
Cooligan
right.
knocked him out.
Yeah.
So this year he had a big night on Friday, a big day on Friday. But then he came in and he was just I'm down to business yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday he was. Yeah,
he was. I was well pleased with that.
Yeah.
And then today he was saying, I'm ready to go and.
Yep. Yeah, no, it was good to see a few guys step it up.
Yeah, I just looked at Kimi and thought, he's going to win that. I really did it. And so it's good to see. And see, that might be people like you're saying, other people lifting their game, not lifting, just building on what they've got. See, Boner and Mike Litz might go back to Newcastle. I might do a bit more practice. I did well.
Yep.
Yeah, you won't be disappointed with that result. Quarterfinals.
No, definitely not. I was surprised Patrick didn't make it through the first game.
Yeah.
I didn't see any of his game though, so I'm not sure how that ended up playing out.
I'm not so surprised, not because of Patrick's ability, he's really good, but I was watching Luke yesterday. Man, he can play.
Yeah, he's he can just walk up and put a credit in and have a really good game.
Yeah, he just and just not.
He rocked up at 6 o'clock last night. First credit was the 300k game as a warm up. Yeah.
And he'd been looking after sick kids, and his wife had been sick.
Yep.
So he thought, I've got a chance going, I'm going. Then by the third one, what was it, 700 and something thousand or whatever it was? I can't remember. I thought, that'll do. Off I go. Whereas other people, you were struggling all day, weren't you? Like it happens, But he just sort of did it, and then he finished that and said, I'm going home now. And for a while and said, good to see you again, Phil. See you tomorrow.
That's it. Yeah.
He just dropped the mic.
Pretty much.
No, he was. I wanted to see that game, but I was really pretty flat this morning, and I can feel it again now. Just tired. I've had 2 nights of only about 5 hours sleep each.
Yeah. I think I've conditioned myself of that over the years. Too many. I think I average probably 6.5 hours sleep.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, still, it'll catch up to me.
Yeah, so there's a bit of talk about, there's a lot, but like when we went to Simon's on, what's it called? What's it called again? The Barcade in Melbourne, the one we were talking about with Simon.
Arcade Garage.
Arcade Garage. I thought you called it something else.
It's called Arcade Garage at Welcome to Thornbury.
Welcome to Thornbury, yeah. So Arcade Garage, quite keen to try and get some sort of Melbourne tournament going there, because I think Simon's the man to do it. Like he's very keen to do something like that. And I said I'd talk to you about it and start looking at some tracks. And I was sharing my ideas with him, whether I'd been talking to Mark about sort of a run and gun or a fixed shooter.
Well,
I think, or something.
Yeah, I think if you want to start to bring people in and create a bit of a community similar to up here, you got to probably pick the classics that's just going to attract the general public.
Yeah.
So, maybe a shoot 'em up comp with some well-known games like one from every sort of 5-year bracket maybe. Yeah. Space Invaders, a Galaga, then a Raiden, and something like that. Every 4 from that sort of 15-20 year period.
It's also getting the track right, I think, so it doesn't go too long. Like getting something that has a limit,
Yeah.
So you can do it all in a day,
Yeah, just time it, or it's just because if you've got different games, you can just put a timer on all of them.
Because whenever I came up here, I know people put time aside, but it always comes to Brisbane, everyone seems to have time to do stuff. Whereas we barely see each other through the year.
Yep. We reserved this week, I guess, to do this sort of stuff, and you don't get much time to do other things.
Do you need me?
No, I was just waiting, but if you want to come on. But yeah, I think that, like the guys in Melbourne, if they could come to an event that started on an afternoon and finished by, that evening, that'd be a win. And also the short tracks that week, other people aren't as familiar with the games like yourselves are.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's like...
Well, I think, maybe start off with something small, 1 or 2 games, or just one game even, just see what happens. I think I think that's probably the way to go, just to get a feel for, how much reach his sort of, business has at the moment in terms of getting people to find out about it and the marketing side of it, and then, I think that's probably a way to go.
Yeah.
There's opportunity to promote at events coming up later in Melbourne too, like PAX, which brings in people from all over the country.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It's also knowing what games that Simon's got. I guess you'd help out where you could, if need be.
Yeah. He's got a very good range of games.
Has he got a Galaxian? I'm just thinking of games that he has.
He's got a Galaga, a Pac-Man, a Centipede.
He's got a 1942. Donkey Kong.
I
think he has a Scramble. Or not? Maybe I'm
not sure if it's on one on the. Not sure if there's one on the floor.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, he's got a lot of those sort of well-known classics, and sort of moves into the late 80s, early 90s, and he's got Final Fight, Double Dragon, 1942. Well, just about every Street Fighter iteration. Yeah, he's got a really good range of stuff there, which I think is the way to go. You got to try to have that broader appeal, but the well-known games, and too many of the oddities or obscurities won't really bring the crowds in.
And they have their complexities in them, even in the point scoring. Like even Raiden, the way the points are unlocked and stuff,
Oh,
it's not that bad. But how there's some games you do this, you do that, you get more points kind of stuff.
Well, every game's got that. I think it's fine. It's like you either know the secret or you don't know the secret.
Yeah, well, that's true. You could soon find out. It's nothing that YouTube wouldn't fix.
No, that's how I learnt.
That's why you're so good.
Oh, I'm good at watching YouTube. That's it. Yeah. Well, I think they get these boys might be about to jump on soon for the 3rd place or bronze match game.
Could be. What time is it now? Must be getting close to 4:30.
On the TV, mate.
5.
Quarter to 5.
I was saying to Trim, my wife, I was saying, I can't see myself being any later than 3. Time that bad. But we had a fairly late start.
Is she going to come to Netherworld tonight?
Nah, because of Ollie. Be at home with Ollie.
Yeah, true. Who can I signal to get me a beer?
Just go get one, mate.
I might in a minute. Be interesting to see what sort of setup we can get going for AAC next weekend, because it's very challenging, obviously, with so many games, to get coverage of certain games.
I'm only here for Saturday. I go back Sunday.
Yeah, I know. But it'd still be good to try and have the stream going. And
Oh no, I'm just saying. Yeah, I don't know what. I don't know if I'll get that much of a close look on the, because it goes for 3 days, doesn't it?
yeah, it's just just people playing and putting up scores for 2 days, really. Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
Not as many on Friday. A few more Saturday. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I assume you're entering it.
Yeah, I'll give it one more crack and see if I can get my revenge on Barra from last year.
Grudge match.
That's it, grudge match. But yeah, it's an interesting collection. I think there could be a few other players who put up a pretty good challenge this year. I think that have got a pretty good broad range of skills across a lot of different games. So, but I might have to reach out to the community to find out with some of these rarer games like Hellfire and Sheriff. There's not really a record of scores for those games.
Not even on TG. They're that rare.
Well, yeah, I don't even think there's a track even on TG for Sheriff at all.
Mate, I just got the world record then.
Yeah.
Tillman sent it in.
That's it. I actually beat that just before, sorry, mate.
Oh, when after I played?
I got a 9800. Yeah.
Damn it.
Nah, it's all, yeah, I might, there's a guy in the, Alex in the UK who's a big Sheriff fan. He'd probably have a pretty good idea, at least through his circle of friends, who's, what their high score is, but I haven't really seen any records of it online.
I do like the minimalism of the cabinet.
Yeah, well, they pumped out a lot of those cabs for half a dozen different titles, Nintendo. So they had and they just interchanged the control panels in the games. But there was Space Fever. There was a black and white version and a color version.
Yep.
There was Space Demon, Radar Scope, Sheriff, Donkey Kong, Popeye.
What, not Popeye, like the...
Hellfire, and maybe one other that I'm forgetting. Space Firebird, I think. And that was pretty much all of the games they had in that brown cocktail cabinet. Yeah.
Well, I think also it suits the game called Sheriff, you know. Like
Yep.
the brown look. Because there's all the other ones like wood paneling on sides, like, you know...
I'd love
It's
to
kinda weird
know
why they
who.
chose wood panel.
Well, I'd just like to know who decided in the 80s that wood grain was the aesthetic of choice.
Well, especially for things like...
Like restaurants were all wood, weren't they? Too.
They started doing it.
And I think one thing I have read up on the aesthetic of arcades is they designed cocktail cabinets and upright arcades to suit the aesthetic of restaurants where they were going.
And when you think about restaurants in America,
Or
it's
bars.
a different term to what we think of restaurants. You'll have these restaurants that like they'd be...
Yeah, like a pizza parlor or something.
Yeah, and they
like
have
that,
things
yeah.
like, you'll go in there and there's all screens up, you know, when I went to them, but this is much later, but they have, you know, screens with, you know, the Greco-Roman wrestling, like a lot of that Olympic wrestling and stuff. And
Yeah, okay.
Pool, so you can imagine one sitting over there going, oh, it's all wood panel, it just blends in. Because I always thought, yeah, nothing says kind of like science, like, you know, outer space like wood.
That's
Deep,
right.
dark space and timber.
Well, a lot of the uprights though had themes that, especially in America, that they didn't have wood grain cabinets. A few did, like it was from a couple of different manufacturers, but a lot.
But Gallagher did. The Midway had wood up the side.
No, well, the US Gallagher
one did.
cab was black.
I think the
Galaxian was
not
white.
the cocktail.
The cocktail was
What do they call the between the
wood grain? I think.
Yeah. They have the upright. Then they've got the.
The cabaret.
The cabaret was. I
Yes.
think it had wood panel on it.
Yes,
I
there was a
think
lot of cabarets were wood
cabarets,
grain.
yeah.
Yeah, the
They're the ones I
midway
meant, yeah.
the midway cabs were mostly all wood grain. Yeah, and I think the cabaret style cabs is actually, if you look at a lot of the old flyers, they marketed them towards people around hospitality venues. So that's obviously the whole reason why they went with that aesthetic. But look, that's just a guess. But
I think it's a pretty well thought through, educated guess there. Tagster.
Tagster.
Kelly. I am so tired. I'm getting names wrong all day today. So with over the pinball over there, the crowd's kind of much smaller, but there's still some tournament going on.
Yeah, all the electromechanical ones going.
There's a lot of physical jumping in it, like you watch. It's got jumping around.
Yeah, I do that when I'm Donkey Kong.
Do you really? When you stand and
move across and
like that.
yeah, a few of them get into it.
So maybe it's quite physical, isn't it? That's what I mean. I watch these guys play.
Oh, imagine playing pinball all week. I would take it out of you. Standing up too on a concrete floor. Yikes. Wouldn't do me any good after. It's a struggle. That's why it's good being able to sit down and play an arcade game on a chair.
I'm absolutely rubbish at pinball. Like I just find that
Yeah.
just can't do it. I was told that hitting the flippers isn't a good idea. It's just pressing them. Hitting it really hard can be a problem as well. I don't know something. And I hear that it's much, much, much more finesse than we realise. Like you're getting down to certain angles on the flipper and stuff. You know.
Because we're going to be shine down there, Jeff Smith is about to head off. So if you go out there, signing the posters and marquees. Yeah, we've got some marquees and stuff. Very soon. So just with the artwork, just signature the marquees and all that main artwork. Did you want to talk repairs?
All right, I'm gonna have a quick.
Did you want to talk repairs?
Yeah. I was going to do that.
We're just gonna we'll do that through the third place game, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just gonna have a 5-minute break and then
I'll
be
do
back
the
in a
same. I'm
minute.
going to grab a coffee,
Yep.
and so there's nothing much to talk about. So back soon.
Yep, back soon. Cheers.
Is there, I was the first one.
So we have the playoffs for 3rd and 4th place between Neil Cairns and Shane Saul. Now, Shane put up an absolute phenomenal game, so he's going to be pretty tired. Neil did get a little bit of a rest, so it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. I'm of the opinion both will probably go for just a nice straight through, no dramas. Won't press the points too hard until obviously they get to the later levels where they have quite a bit more control. Yeah, while they're playing, or? Yeah, for sure. Come join me. Because he's getting a coffee. That's all right. I just need. This is just. Try that there. No, it's not 3, it's probably 2. Is that better?
Yep.
There we go,
Yeah.
there we go. So, 1 second. Try that. Try that. Oh.
Hello. Yep.
That works fantastic. All right, you're number 2.
Cool.
So I thought I'd grab the chat up. Getting close to the end of the day.
Sure is.
So, tell me, Pally, what's your opinion on this? We've had we have Shane just go through an absolute marathon of a game.
Mhm.
Neil's had a bit of a rest. Shane's probably the more experienced player, I'd say. But, you know.
Yeah, I'd say it'd be a $2.10 to $1.80 odds in Neil's favour. I'd say it's
Yeah,
close,
you
but just
reckon?
in his favour.
Wow. Okay.
Due
fantastic.
to the fact that Shane just had to play the bloody kill screen
Yeah, no,
game,
that's the
basically.
thing. That's what I'm thinking as well.
And Neil is in very good form at the
Very
moment.
good form. Very good form. He's put in the hours and he's it shows.
Yep.
Ooh, Shane. Going for a risky biscuit there, but got it no doubt.
Yeah,
I have to
some
say that
level 1 antics.
Yeah, that's it. I have to say the game between Barrett and Shane, that was just something to behold.
Yeah.
I mean, I know why, but Barrow was only like probably, another 15 minutes away from a kill screen.
If that, yeah.
Yeah.
He was on his the last level.
He was.
He
So
was starting 21, so.
Yeah, so I wonder why he. I mean, he wants to rest up, and oh no,
Ooh,
Neil.
Neil's-
I think he probably just didn't hit left hard enough there.
No,
Well, that's unfortunate. That will kind of.
that'll hurt.
Yeah, absolutely, especially early on.
Just got to get through the first few levels, and then you
Yeah,
can sort of
well,
breathe a sigh of relief and
that's
play
it.
a game.
I'm of the opinion that when I play it, at least like this, I just want to get past level 3 barrels. And once I'm past level 3 barrels, I feel sort of a little bit safe.
Yeah, I don't know what it was yesterday, but I had no end of trouble with level 4-1 for some reason. I was getting
During qualifiers?
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah, I reckon I died on it about 4 times yesterday.
Yeah, wow. I think everybody yesterday struggled to put up, like everyone here who's capable of putting up a big score, struggled a little
Not
bit.
many people got starts, like where they got
Yeah,
the level
that's
5
it,
of
that's
no
it,
men down.
That's it.
So, yeah, it was quite interesting.
Yeah, no, pretty full on, but yeah, it was. It got to a point there where I think everyone early on was saying, "Oh yeah, 500k is going to be the cutoff. 500k is going to be the cutoff."
Yep.
And I was seeing people still in the high teens with, 200 odd, and I was like, "Ooh, actually, But I think a few of the boys, that yourself included, stayed pretty late last night and hammered out a game.
Yeah, well, that's right. That's what I think a few of us are looking for, is
Mm.
just to get a good start and then put up get a pace game where we knew we could get a 500k game happening.
Yeah,
and it
yeah.
just finally happened, but just
Yeah.
very, very late in the day.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like I think everyone yesterday, I don't know about you, but the same with Phil early on in the day, it was a lot calmer than I had at previous Kong offs, and I think most of it came down to people just being tired.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Well, I think level 3 come for him pretty late.
It ran late, but and then a lot of us also. Oh, jeez, Shane nearly caught one then. A few of us are just tired from travelling to get hit.
Yeah,
get
absolutely,
on the Friday,
absolutely.
And then to be up late on Friday night. All us old folk now struggle.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Jeez, is Shane gonna?
That was a risky move there. I don't know why he didn't go up the middle, but he knows the game better than me.
Yeah, there he goes. He's safe.
Fantastic. Good work, Shane.
That's one thing that I noticed with his game against Barra. He got out of some really tricky rivet situations.
I tell you what, I was watching some of it, and it was like,
I know he died on it in the end, but
sure, but he absolutely. No, I know exactly what you're talking about.
He's the Firefox Whisperer.
Shane's very first time in a Kong off not making the finals.
Yes. The final match.
Finals, as in, as in he won't be first or second.
Yeah.
So that's...
well,
that's wow.
Yeah, just come up against a very good player.
Oh, no, and Shane dropping a man there on trying to do the long jump.
Yeah.
Probably should have gone straight and then long, in my opinion, on that one.
I would say so.
We're going to lose Greg Pell to a photo shoot, folks.
Back in a sec.
That's all right. Bring pizza. Oh, careful. You okay? Yeah, so Shane's very first time Shane's not in first or second in a Kong off. So it's great to see some sort of, although I wouldn't go so far as to call Neil or Jeff, new players, but definitely fresh blood in that sort of top tier bracket. It's really, really good to see. It's going to, one, encourage the better players to get even better, but also hopefully inspire some of us who maybe aren't quite at that A game to look at it and go, hey, if I'm willing to put in, if Neil is willing to put in the hours, if Dennis Edmonds, for example, is willing to put in the hours, well then, I can too. So really, really great to see. Fantastic Shane here with a bit of a freebie up the right hand side, which you'll be happy about. Oh, what was that? So opting to go for the left here. I'm unsure why he did that. I suppose he's getting... Oh, because a fireball was going to spawn. Okay, fair enough. Wow. Look at that. That's just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Great work, Shane. Whoa. Neil with a sticky fireball on the top left there. Should be able to get up and go around to the right. Oh, freezer as well, so plenty of time to get up and clear it. Whether or not he'll have time, no time to go down and left. He'll have to tease him back up. Unfortunately, the fireballs below are going to get teased up as well, so probably should go for a hammer grab. Jack, welcome to the couch. Neil's in a little bit of a tricky spot here. Oh, wow. Wow. Great work, Neil.
Beautiful. I figured it's a liability having you talking here on your own.
Yeah, someone's going to get sued. So I was just saying, this is the very first time Shane's not going to be in the 1-2.
Oh, it is,
in a Kong off. Yeah,
That's
man.
wild.
It is. What I was saying, it's kind of a little bit of testament to kind of some of the, I wouldn't go so far as to say new players, but like fresher Kong blood, should we say, coming up the ranks.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
people
agreed.
like Neil, people like Dennis,
Yep.
who, have definitely performed well in previous years, but not to probably the same extent.
The bar is just, raising. Comparing it to last year, you look at all the 900.
It's
900K
phenomenal.
and-
It's phenomenal. Yeah. I really want to see some fresh blood, though.
Yeah.
That's my thing. I really,
Me
really,
too.
really want to see some fresh blood. I'm gonna push for maybe like a B tier.
Yeah.
Like if you don't have a 200 or a 250, we'll figure out whatever the cutoff is.
Yeah.
And if you want to come along, you still have a chance of winning a good prize, winning a bit of cash.
Yeah.
Coming and then also learning from
Yeah.
some of the best players in the world.
Exactly.
I think it would be phenomenal.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, we've got a few. Mike Coolican ran a little Donkey Kong.
He did, yeah. We had the under 16s. I think that was. I think tie it in the way you do that, and I think it's phenomenal. Yeah,
Well,
I really do.
I was talking about the. He ran like a class, like a Donkey Kong 101.
Yeah, so Mike Coolican a few months ago, he did a sort of beginner's guide and then an intermediate guide.
Cool.
The beginner's guide was like, listen, this is how you get past the first few levels. The intermediate guide was like, all right, now we're going to look at steering barrels.
Yep.
Now we're going to look at controlling fireballs.
Yeah.
And I believe he would like to do kind of like an expert one with some of the sort of more
the big
advanced
dogs.
some of the more advanced techniques. But the document he's put together now, I don't know if he's put it online, but if he hasn't, I might try and convince him to do that because phenomenally put together.
Yeah.
Really, really great. Very concise.
At the moment, it's all just like a collection of like forum posts on Donkey Kong Forum.
Yeah, and to have it in a nice, concise document. And it's very well edited. It's very nice to look at.
Yeah.
Please.
I was going to say, there is the classic Donkey Kong, like
How to Win a Donkey Kong?
How to Win a Donkey Kong, which
Steve
has
Sanders. Yeah.
an awful amount of incorrect information.
It does indeed. It does indeed.
But it's I guess it's again like a testament to how much people have learned about the game since.
Absolutely.
Since then. Like,
Absolutely. Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. That the classic Spring Theory thread on Donkey Kong Forum is the big one.
Oh.
That teaches you exactly how the springs work, the 16 positions they can land in, how to where the safe zones are, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think for a lot of us that was like a staple.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think as well with the springs as well, once you learn springs,
Yeah.
world's your oyster in
Well,
a sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Springs
So-
is absolutely like the hard barrier to entry.
No, absolutely.
Welcome back, Phil.
Welcome back. 1 sec. Yeah, no, what number is it? What number? Yeah. There you go. You should be live.
Hey, I just wanted to show this before. This sauce.
Oh, the fermented hot sauce.
It's called Daywalker.
Oh.
Yeah.
And because we were looking for a chili sauce sponsor, and I was looking at one in WA, and this is another potential one.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
And I thought, it looks deliberate that it's called Daywalker because it'd be on
Well,
the
look, this is a Netherworld one though, isn't it?
Yeah, because they already have it's often around Netherworld. I think they have it there.
Right.
And I was saying, what we need is a hot sauce. A hot sauce. No, for no reason.
Would be really good if there was a professional Donkey Kong player that had a hot sauce
Yeah,
or
that's
something.
what I was thinking, yeah. Sponsored hot sauce. So I thought.
Do we know anyone?
No, it was just an idea I came up with. So we had our own hot sauce, and we had a sponsor with a hot sauce. And I thought, so when people come on, like you on the old Gunston show and that, or hey, have some. Do you want some chips and some? Hot sauce? Yeah, and
we can do.
it looks deliberate because he might be the one presenting like I'm always here. Daywalker. I thought it's supposed to.
Oh, because Phil Day.
That's not why. That was
not as a vampire who is able to walk in sunlight.
But it's just coincidental. That's all. I thought.
Yeah,
it
okay.
suits in, not because I'm the one.
You should have a chug of that.
Sorry, chug of it.
Yeah, have a go.
You you ever seen Hot Ones?
Yeah. We could do something like that.
We should do something like that.
We should.
Everyone has to eat hot wings while they're.
How about we get some chips to the finals or something?
All right, sounds good. Sounds like a plan.
Have some Daywalker.
So we'll have some Daywalker here.
Hot sauce.
So Phil's, fantastic.
Oh, I better put my glasses away before I walk out tonight.
Yeah.
I haven't needed them. I thought I might.
And Phil, where can we find Daywalker?
As far as I know, at Netherworld at the moment. I mean, I'm sure they're a source that's distributed. I think they're a local.
Yeah.
hot sauce, I think.
So from my understanding, once a year they'll get together and so Phil, which is another Phil, Phil the sort of head chef there. He gets together with a few of the kitchen staff, and they full on, like, it's a fermented chili as well, so it actually has like a little bit of a tang to it. It's
cool.
It's quite delicious.
I do love my hot sauce. I don't like blow your face off hot, but I do love my hot sauce.
You will like this one then because it is quite hot, to be honest. Well,
Yeah.
for me anyway, I'm a bit of a suck when it comes to this stuff, but
Yeah.
it's actually got quite a lot of flavour behind it.
Have you tried the chili beers at Netherworld?
You know what? I'm not a fan of chili beers.
Right.
Yeah.
I was really surprised. I mean, one of them's got scorpion chili in it. It's scorpion orange. Surprisingly not nearly as hot as I expected. I like my spice. They're not beers that I could sesh on by any means. They would destroy the outer linings of my stomach. But really tasty.
So pretty much even Stevens here at the moment, both down a man, but Neil is a few boards ahead. So
Where's the nearest supermarket from here? How far is it?
I think there's like a Woolworths, probably a couple. I can give you a lift there.
Yeah, could you?
Yeah.
Should we duck off now?
Do you want it?
Yeah, I'll show you why. I'll show.
Oh, okay. We apparently got to duck off to the fucking supermarket. Jesus Christ.
I guess so. I'll talk to myself. Yeah, Sean, come join me. Hey, bruv. Phil and Aaron just left me with a bag.
Just left you?
Just left me. Left me to hold the fort. I don't have a lot to say on my own.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd be the same.
So where's yeah.
All right.
Nice and cozy.
It's not bad, eh? All right,
These guys are pretty neck and neck. Both level 8, same board. We got Shane slightly behind.
Yeah, interesting. He might have had some slow. Is it the same board though?
It
could be 8 dash. Is it 8?
Oh, we'll see now. We'll
It's
see.
got to be 6
I think it's 8
or 5. It's too blurry, isn't it?
I don't know. It is blurry.
At that score, that's got to be 5.
Maybe that's 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Oh yeah, Shane's just behind in boards, not score necessarily.
Yeah.
Oh boy. So, how did your qualifying day go? Did you get the shits?
Oh, I got the shits
Yeah.
real bad. I got so frustrated with this game.
If you're not getting the shits, you're not playing Kong.
I think next year, I was just talking to Barra about it. I think what I need to do is I need to come up the day before the Friday, come up a day early, get a good night's sleep,
yes,
and eat.
Yep.
Because yesterday I didn't realize until it was too late that I was really hungry, and
Oh, man.
then I had a burger and I was like, oh, that didn't fix anything because I'm already at that level.
Yeah, okay.
I was just, my head wasn't in the game. I just didn't want to play it. I was getting frustrated. And the games, I can't remember who I was talking to, but the games later in the day felt so long. I felt like I'd been playing for like an hour and I've got a score of 40k.
Oh no.
And
oh no.
that sentiment was shared across a few others as well.
Yeah,
I was
man.
sitting beside Kibby and him and I were, I think, bouncing off each other with our negativity because
yeah.
neither of us wanted to play the game. And that's when, of course, I left and he proceeded to kill screen. So I left when he had about 400k.
Kibby's just gotten his shits and then has a kill screen.
Yeah.
Classic.
But I think, like me today, he's happy to not be playing.
Yeah, man. Like I would have really loved to have taken a win.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I felt like I was happy getting almost 300k because that's my best in the head-to-head.
Yeah.
So that's improvement. That's all I really want.
Yeah.
But
I think the thing that I was more bummed about than anything else was I wanted a PB because I haven't been playing at home. I PB'd last year and I know I'm capable of it.
Totally, man.
I guess that's the thing. Like I know I'm capable of qualifying with this score level.
Yeah, totally.
But it's just a matter of actually doing it.
And if you haven't played for that long, man.
Yeah.
Coming on, Jeff? Oh, down in front, Jeffrey. Jeffrey Sutter.
Oh, he's been called away.
Sucked in.
But yeah, I think we're all well capable. What's your PB?
871 on the dot.
Yeah, kill screen.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
In Germany.
Yeah, far out.
On MAME.
On MAME doesn't count.
Yeah, I know. Well, I got 770 yesterday. That's arcade PB.
Is it on the scoreboards?
Yeah, it's on Donkey Forum. Yeah, I'm on like 104th.
Yeah, beautiful.
I don't know, as far as I know.
I'm sitting around 180, I think.
That's going to change.
Yeah,
it's going to change.
Yeah, but it's.
You still hungry for a kill screen?
I would love a kill screen. I'm not hungry enough to grind it.
Yeah, man, that's the thing.
It'll happen eventually.
Still doable though.
Yeah,
because I didn't really grind it. I was playing often, not every day, and not like, I wasn't being a Jeffrey.
Yeah.
And grinding and just getting super good at the game. I wasn't doing that.
Yeah.
But I got a kill screen and then I was, sort of didn't play much after that so far.
Yeah. Not good enough today, mate.
That's true.
How are you feeling, Jeffrey?
I'm feeling a little bit inebriated.
Oh, right on.
But I'm good.
Oh boy.
And I just want to make a point.
Is it too soon to pay you out? Or
But this game, depending on what happens, they're both very tired. This game may last up to an hour and a half, obviously, if it kills.
Oh, big time.
As soon as the other game starts, it could go for 2.5 hours, boys.
I know. We're going to be strapped in.
We have never gone past 5 o'clock at an Australian Kong off.
No. And we're 20 past 5 and not
Exactly.
even on the finals.
Correct.
It is such a larger... Like, all the scores this year are insane.
Well, we also had a big anomaly that we've never had before, and that was the tied match that went quite long again. So another half hour or more into.
Who was the tie between? I missed
between
that.
Sean Tagstar,
Tagstar
Sean Tag,
and Denny.
Dennis.
Far out. And it was all accidental. No one was trying to tie it out.
No, not at all. It was all
Far
accidental.
out.
So Tagstar said that he actually was 100 points behind and he got trapped.
And he thought he was dead.
Yeah,
he thought he was out.
And he had to jump a fireball, and I think he got the 100 points and then died.
Yeah, because it turned back on him.
On the same fireball, right?
Yep.
I mean, probably not
Wow.
something we can answer now. Is that the first time it's happened in any Kong off?
In Australia, yes.
We can't answer, but it is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
So all up, this Kong off has been new records for the Australian Kong off, 5 kill screens. I actually predicted 6 at the beginning of the day. I said
That's
we're going
right.
to get a lot of kill screens.
Well,
Ooh,
hey,
I almost
you don't know. The
Yeah.
day's still young.
Yeah. So that was on qualifiers. But hey, mate, if it's the whole weekend, then sure.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to
Yeah.
get 2 more in the last game.
Yeah, I was hoping that would go because that would have been the first one.
Well,
double kill
I'm sort of
screen.
annoyed that Barra didn't just keep playing. He was, 5 boards away?
He's exhausted. He's got to play
Yeah.
the final. So.
Yeah, smart move to not.
But yes, I agree.
Yeah. I mean,
Well, you're the kill screen collector, mate.
Mate, I love kill screens. I'm like Tracy Glove. Leave. What?
I don't know.
You know Tracy Glove? She comes onto the stream and basically says, kill screen this game. She loves kill screens.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I've got a kill screen for Tracy before.
I didn't know
dedicated
that.
to her.
There you
go.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Didn't do one for me. That's fine.
She's a... Oh, shit.
Oh.
So Neil's just copped a spring. That's
Yeah.
focus and that's tiredness.
Oh,
right
yeah,
there.
totally. But that usually, I think it wakes you up.
The hardest part
A
for
death.
me is having something like that and something, a really simple mistake that you've just, like you said, due to tiredness or just due to, not
Lack of
paying
focus,
attention.
yeah.
Trying to realign after that and not let it eat you up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not succumb to the tilt.
This is what Justin Elliott says is such a mental game. This
Oh,
is
yeah.
a super
Oh, yeah.
mental game.
Totally.
You have to recover from them very quickly and just continue.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's done is done.
Yeah, so Spring Death, I also did that. Lost focus, bang.
There we go. At
It
least you
just
got through
ends
it. There's nothing worse than burning all your men after knocking
man.
one.
You know what the best part is when you survive some weird ass rivets or pies like combination. You go,
Yeah.
oh my god, I survived that, and then you just hit the spring.
Yeah.
Like
Yep.
the worst.
It's such a cruel game.
It so is. I think I only died once or twice on springs over the weekend, so I'm happy with that. But
Yeah.
I could still improve on it. I play it very safe because I'm not pressing for score so much.
Yeah.
I'm pretty comfortable with the springs, but it still will bite me occasionally. Like I would have lost a couple of men over the weekend to springs.
Yeah, man. But everyone does, I think.
Yeah.
Yep, Tekio does.
Yeah.
I do. Everybody does, man.
Yep.
It's just that miniature. You go and you think, oh, it's good, and then it hits you and you go, wait a second.
What I do,
How?
I'll watch a long spring come out, and then I'll be on the way, and I'll see another long spring, and I'm like, no, I can do it.
Yeah, that's
exactly
despite
right.
knowing
that you're going to get hit.
Because you just want it to
Objectively,
be
you
over.
cannot.
Maybe I was early enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm quick enough.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Um,
Got to have no faith
but-
in yourself.
And the weird thing
Just
is
know
that
you're not
you can
quick
go.
enough.
You don't have to wait for the long. You can go on a mid,
yeah.
and as long as it's good timing, the shorts next,
Yeah.
you can actually get up.
The internal matrix, the spring theory matrix.
Oh, yes.
I love
Let's-
watching like the really advanced spring players and
go
the
boom, boom,
the
boom,
wiggle.
up, yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
man, Shane does the wiggle. He's
Yeah.
very good at that.
Well, Aaron called it the 2020 method, apparently.
2020.
I don't know if that's a term that
I don't
he
know.
coined himself.
Like good eyesight. Or?
Well, 2020, he explained it, and it was such a roundabout explanation. But he said 2020. So venti at Starbucks, the large
Yeah.
size.
no.
Venti in Italian is large,
Yeah.
and so it's large. So big spring.
Okay.
And that's the thing that it's basically representing the not retreating all the way back and like sort of doing a half retreat
Yeah.
on the long spring.
I can do it if I'm trying to use my peripheral. I can kind of do it, but when your eyes get tired, you really
Yeah.
need to sit on that yellow marker and go, let me see it actually land.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we've got
Shane
Shane being
with the
chased.
Luckily, it turned around, but I don't think it would catch him if it's going
he's
left.
going to get the hammer. He's going to smash at least 3 of them.
He's
done.
one of my favorite
He's
players to
sweet.
watch on these boards, like the Rivets boards.
Yeah, he makes very good decisions.
He just, like clockwork.
Mm-hmm. Uno.
2.
Dos.
3.
Tres. Yeah. See?
Done.
Oh.
If he gets 4, I'd be very surprised. Yeah, it's 3.
Oh, he's smart. He knew he was running out.
I reckon he could have got that.
Oh, I tripped me
Don't
out for a
risk it.
second. I
Well,
didn't realise
Yeah,
the
why
one.
risk?
Risk mitigation.
And that's exactly what separates Shane from someone like me.
Okay, he's got himself a problem.
Oh, it's really bad.
Could go south. Don't come up, you
Oh,
dog.
you fucker.
So the back jump here is...
Oh!
Shane Saul.
That-
Disgusting.
That was 100% risk move there.
Yeah, yeah.
So for me, I'm waiting for that. I'm going
hurt
to try
my
and
ears.
jump it and go down
Exactly.
the ladder.
Yeah, and
if it
that's
turns,
where
it
my
kills me.
brain
If
was.
not,
Shano,
I
man.
did not even contemplate
Yeah.
what he just did.
What a
Because he's
killer.
jumping randomly
I mean,
into
it's
the...
funny we were just talking about how Shane
He's so
doesn't take
calculated.
risks.
But it's a calculated risk. He knew his trap.
Yeah.
His 2 options were to jump the fireball and go down the ladder or try that.
Yeah.
And he went with the first
And
option.
he knows the fireball's forced into changing direction because it's up against a barrier.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
he knew there's a good chance it's going to run left, and then it's like 50-50 if it turns back straight away, right?
Crikey, that was balls to the wall,
Yeah.
that one.
It's fucking awesome.
But you need a couple of them, in a game. You need a couple of them.
You do. It keeps you awake.
Neil's
Oh.
game earlier with the double wild barrel, like a pixel away from knocking him out.
Yeah, man. I got nervous on the first one because he almost got hit, but I knew when he was going up that ladder that drop, the bomb drop's not going to hit him.
Yeah.
It goes to like halfway through Jumpman's body. But if it was a wild,
We were
that he
all
came-
barracking for Mr. Stroganoff, were we? Hey? Hey? Yeah.
I would like to see if
I think we just have all been. I think we've seen
Well-
everybody else take out a Kong off.
Yeah.
We want to see the underdog win.
I would. Well,
well,
everybody that matters.
No, so I'm talking about the
Yes.
final 4.
Yeah. Yeah.
That being said, I was very happy when he knocked you out.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Now that would be a big thing for Neil because he's never placed. Shane has many times. Doesn't mean.
Yeah.
I'm
He
happy
gets a bit of
either way.
prize money
I'm
for
happy either
4.
way.
I think he gets
This is the
$250.
first year that
Oh, wow.
Shane's not in the finals.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
This
crazy.
is, and I was saying that earlier, Shane has never missed a final, so if he, yeah.
That's insane, isn't it?
That's the
Yeah.
first year he's not.
But
we
if
do-
you
we
look
do-
at the score sheet, he's got the most wins to losses of
Yeah.
any of the players.
Oh yeah, big time.
And it's all down to consistency
He's the
with
best
those
overall. He's the
runs.
best Oz Kong off player.
Yeah. So the you do realise we've got Goliath versus Goliath. We've got number 8 and number 9 in the world playing off right now.
Yeah.
It is, and I noticed that neither of them are grabbing the bottom hammer. What the hell?
8th and 9th in the world. No, this is
Yeah,
Shane
what are you
and
talking
Neil.
about?
Oh, sorry, Shorty and Knee. What am I talking about?
You did say you were drunk.
I am a little bit inebriated, and for some reason, my mind was going towards that game.
Yeah, of course.
Yes. No, of course. They're running boards
We
for their
will
lives.
absolutely see them take the bottom
Tekio
hammers.
would not be running boards, and neither will Barra.
Well,
Barra knows he can't.
That's why I looked down at the thing and I went, "What? Why?"
I don't think Tekio knows how to play if he's not grabbing the bottom hammer
It's
anymore.
not. And why would he want to?
It would
Because
feel weird.
if it changes the way he's trying, his goal in the world is to get 1.2 million. Like
Yep.
that's it. Kongoff doesn't change that for him.
No.
Not in one bit. Whereas, Barra's more of a 1.2 whatever. I like playing in competitions.
Yeah.
I'll play any game.
Yeah, Barra's very competitive, man, and like that's why he performs so well because he's so used to a competitive environment.
Yeah.
Where like he's under the microscope, he's being watched.
Yeah.
And he's not phased, man. Like he never seems nervous.
Yeah.
He always performs well.
How many of the ASC games do you reckon he's practiced like hell?
Oh, probably a few.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
The thing is,
He's probably already good at a lot of them, to be honest.
Yeah,
if I compare Tekio to how he was, a few years back in
Who,
the
this
Kong Offs- Yeah, this guy.
Oh, that Matthew Tekio.
Yeah,
Matthew.
he's nothing but trouble. If we compare him to, having a chat with him at Kong Off 3, like even Kong Off 2, his nerves would get the best of him.
Yeah.
But he's becoming
seems
a lot
more
more.
confident.
Yeah.
More.
But then we started calling him king, and he got a
we
big
just
head.
see Shane drop a life.
Oh.
Yeah, he just got knocked by a really unfortunate set of barrels that came down.
Oh man. Well, that's that evens things up a hell of a lot.
It really does.
Do you know what I did? So this was me last year, playing off for the third and fourth position against Alan Stall. And for some stupid reason, because I didn't make the final, I decided that I would just try and play the 1 million point game because that was what I was doing at home. I was going now, and it did not turn out well. So these guys are playing what they know.
Poorly.
Yeah.
I didn't, and I actually didn't realize there was a differential in the actual payout too. Not that money matters.
Money matters,
but
matters a bit.
Yeah, and if I knew that,
Well, glory matters, and you lost it. So
I did. Hey.
Hey.
Where were you in that final?
Germany.
That's right. That's Germany.
I was playing along at home.
Playing a bit of Nina?
With myself.
99 Luftballon?
99 Luftballons. I don't know the words.
It
but,
actually sounds better in German too.
Yeah, it's a cool song.
There you go. I've never heard the German version.
She was a heartthrob. Yeah, 99 Luftballons.
Yeah.
Which just means...
99 red balloons.
Hot Luftballons, yeah. Luft is air and balloon is balloon.
Yeah.
So I think they actually sing, 99 red air balloons.
Yeah.
Huh.
Just sounds good.
As opposed to what other kind of balloons?
Drugs.
We've just done a Phil tangent.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Wow.
Wow.
It's infectious.
It's rubbing off.
Yep.
Wow.
I love Phil for that reason.
Yeah, man.
Okay, look.
He's perfect for the
Neil's stressed because no fireball is going up. That is a super stressful. He's stuck.
Neil.
Why did he pause there? He could have gone back down.
He could have gone down, but there was too.
It would have been.
No,
that
but
was
the
just
pies
a shitty
just
spot.
changed direction.
Yeah,
he could have, but I don't think he was.
They may have changed again. I didn't quite read the conveyor there.
Yeah.
I
So
just saw the.
he could've-
If in the heat of the moment, I probably would have done the same, gone down and hoped that the fireball doesn't come down. But
yeah,
that's a
Man,
shame.
I honestly probably would have done the same thing because if I'm Neil, I'm tired.
And he's got it again. Okay, so he needs it. He actually doesn't really want to go up that ladder.
No.
Well, there's no freezers. It might open up for him.
If he
and he can't go left yet. So
There is a freezer, and it's off the ladder, so it can go up.
there
but
is a
it's
freezer.
very, very dangerous. This is super dangerous right now, Neil.
If he's probably waiting to see if the other guys piss off, and then he'll go up the left side.
Just don't do it. Good. Thank you, Neil.
Good, Neil.
Okay, so this one will go up. He just needs to go across. He needs to be ready to go. Why is he sitting on the ladder? It doesn't make any difference if you're on the ladder, Neil. Okay, go. It's a fallacy that if you're sitting on the ladder higher than the fireball,
right.
that it will go up.
They can go
Is
up
it really?
at any.
Yes.
They can go up at any time. They just can't go
just
lower
on
than
this
your
board.
level. Is that
Yeah.
right? They won't go lower than your level.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So it makes sense to sit on
Even
the lower
on
ladder
rivets
to get rid of
doesn't
them.
make it- It's just so usually you do it because you're ready to go up if another one comes under you on rivets.
Yeah.
Go up, Neil. Go up. Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Stay-
Down.
you have to
No,
stay up.
It's it. It's over.
Oh!
Oh,
Neil!
No way!
Oh my god.
Neil
Oh my
cares.
God.
Did you see it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he just popped off. We saw him on the camera too. That was absolutely unreal.
How often do you see someone jump a fireball on the? I don't know if I've ever seen that. Successfully jump a fireball on the top
This
conveyor.
has been the most electric Kong off.
Look at the
that
score.
we've ever
Look
had.
at the fuck. Sorry. Look at the score, man.
That was his
249, 600.
Dude, that was his
255.
last man. If he lost that.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I didn't even realize.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
I thought it was over, guys.
Dude,
Thought it
Neil,
was over.
it was the most emotional I've ever seen Neil.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Oh,
Because you're not supposed to
Oh,
jump
that would have
up and
been
yell.
caught on stream too.
Yes.
Yes.
You're not supposed to jump up and scream because it puts your other opponent off. But you know, in that circumstance,
Try not doing that.
I mean,
yeah.
But isn't that part of the live? Like, I know you shouldn't intentionally put off your teammate, but if you celebrate,
It's called the Johnny Bond rule. Johnny, if you're there, you created that rule.
oh yeah, true. Fair.
You
I don't
really
know.
aren't supposed to do that. I'm
Yeah.
just saying you're not
Yeah,
supposed to
you're
do
not.
that. But the
You're not.
emotion took over
Yeah,
from.
Yeah.
I think
We'll
I don't
accept
know.
it. We'll accept it in this time because the other opponent didn't
Yeah,
die.
there is the argument that that's part of live events, but obviously if you let it go, it can get excessive, right? Because
Exactly.
people will get really vocal.
Yeah.
Is there context I'm missing around the Johnny Bond?
Johnny is very, very vocal when he dies. Or
Yeah, man.
even when he
Yeah.
doesn't die and he gets close,
Yeah.
he screams.
Yeah.
And it puts the other
Like,
person
oh my
off.
God.
Yeah. Understandable.
God. Oh, you got to be
So
kidding me.
So
He
you
needs a
don't know.
muffle.
So you don't know if he's dead or not. So inevitably, you get distracted. You look,
Yeah.
and you can die. So
Yeah, that would have been a yellow card. Actually,
thank you, Johnny, for implementing the
as
Johnny
a,
Bond rule.
As a BPAC committee member, I could go and give Neil a red card right now.
You can.
I won't.
Elimination.
Maybe a yellow.
Yeah. A yellow and I'll write on it.
Can you
Settle down.
Actually, go get something, make it gold or yellow, and say, mate, this was
Final
already
warning.
applied to your game. We didn't want to interrupt you, but you were already
Yeah.
on the yellow card.
Let him win it.
I think if he did it again,
Yeah.
maybe he would get a warning. But I mean, it's Neil and Shane; they're mates. I don't think
Yeah.
Shane would be
Yeah.
mad. He'll apologise to Shane.
I don't think Shane can get mad, can he?
Oh, I reckon he could.
I have never seen Shane mad.
Shane's just super nice.
Yeah.
I think I only say that because I think everyone has their tipping point.
Yeah.
So
Not in Donkey Kong, but like in life.
No.
You know?
You got to also remember, like Shane's been in every final. He's
Yeah.
so used to this pressure. He's so used to running boards. He just ran an almost kill screen game with
Yeah.
Barra.
Yeah.
So for this is really like Neil's really the underdog here.
Oh yeah.
So for him to get this and get third place,
Yeah.
he's certainly done better than I've ever done.
But if Neil wins this, he's taken out
Third place.
Yeah.
third place. So he's beaten in this comp then yourself.
Yep.
And
Looking like a pretty good
Stall
Rivers board.
And Shane in one
Just,
comp.
just remember, he's beaten everybody.
Yeah.
But let's
No,
be,
but like I'm
let's
talking
be
about
real.
the big players. Like he's taken out.
Yeah. But it is Kong off.
Yeah, it
Kong
can
off-
happen.
Kong off is
Yeah.
about it's not 50% because skill takes obviously. Look at the players. Skill is a part of
Big
the
time.
the survivability. of the lineup.
It skews the odds in your favour.
Yeah, but the odds can be really bad. I mean, Barry's been knocked out early.
Yeah, man.
I don't know if Matt's ever been knocked out early.
I
I don't think he has.
I'm not sure.
I
think
early
maybe we'll
on.
In
got
his
the stats
first
here.
year, he even did pretty well.
Yeah.
And he wasn't a kill screener yet.
No.
And that changed. Now
That's
now he
crazy.
doesn't even celebrate kill screens.
Yeah.
In fact, he despises when I get them.
And you're not allowed to celebrate them.
Guys, I run kill screens because I enjoy the game. It's
Yeah.
fun.
It
It's
is.
fun. I said something very. I didn't realize that. I said, it's really good fun when you master a game and you can just like apply it
Yeah.
and get through the game 1cc.
And you kind of have
And
mastered
the
kill
first thing he
screens,
said was, "You have not mastered this game."
right? Yeah.
You know what? And I went, "Well, not in the sense of like 1.2 million,
Yeah.
1.1 million players, but
Yeah.
in sense of just running kill screens."
Yeah.
I haven't mastered, but it's pretty.
There's different levels of
Yeah.
mastery.
He's like the
man.
kung fu master that
Yes, you will never
whips
learn.
you whenever
Yeah.
you make a misstep.
Yeah. So we don't go there anymore. But you know what? Nah, it's all right.
Have another
You need
beer
another
and
drink
then,
in you. Yeah.
This
then
is
he'll,
where I
then
go.
he'll tell us exactly how he
This
feels.
is where I go, "Hey Matt, you."
Oh man, I liked that he just spoke his mind.
Oh, Neil was just about to sit on the top of that.
He does that. I think he has a thing that
a
he thinks
moment
it
of
helps you
pause.
on. He thinks there's a certain time if you finish that you get more pies
Ooh,
down the bottom
Neil.
or something. Neil, that was risky.
So he's a bit of a superstitious one, is he?
I think there's actually some. Matt Tekio said too that there's some merit to it, but it's very, very, very hard to time right.
I think it's a load of bollocks.
It sounds like it's a
But,
but who
Matt
knows?
has actually gone through, like when Sockmaster sort of, I think he did some blurb on the code and how the randomness works. He might have gone through it with a fine-tooth comb and actually that might be part of it. I don't know.
John
Maybe
Kowalski is a mastermind.
Fucking legend.
I'm convinced he knows the game better than the original developers did.
So he's just recently released a Jammer Mr. Video. So you know how with Mr. Video, which is doing everything you see here is output via Mr. Videos.
Yes.
Which is a Tanner Hall
That's why it looks so
Sockmaster
good.
creation.
Yep.
So Sockmaster's gone on to build a Jammer version of this. So now
It'll work for every other
It works
Jammer.
for any Kong that's got a Jammer adapter or any old game that has a Jammer adapter.
That's
so
a game
I've got
changer.
Ghosts and Goblins. It works with that. I've got Rygar. It works with that.
Ghosts
So
and Gobbies.
It took a couple of prototypes because he had to change the the kind of like the sync voltage setting. There's a little pot
Yeah.
for that, but you just tune it into your whatever your
Specific cab and
your
call it a day.
motherboard need, your PCB needs.
Beautiful.
So
Man.
you still have to use the GVB or the Starlink.
Yeah.
There's a certain amount of capture devices.
People like this,
Retro Tech.
you know.
Shout out to Kai Stall, by the way, man. That dude has got some crazy style.
Yeah,
like
very
crazy
stylish
in a good
guy.
way, like really good style. Anyway,
Very good.
just admiring.
Yeah.
Oh no!
What's
Phil.
this guy bloody doing?
I'm really enjoying this. So
Phil Day's back.
Phil, you can take my spot if you want, because I was. What the heck?
I think. Well, Phil's on his knees in front of me
couple of
right
sponges, a Pringles can, and a glove.
now. Oh,
Is that OJ's glove?
I think something's being super glued.
Phil, what are you doing, mate?
He's making a telephone. Two cans and a piece of string. Are you making a tea, bro? A tea?
You know what?
I think we should just
Nobody
ignore him.
knows what goes on in that mind.
I'm just enamored by what.
I don't think even he does.
We have Phil Day here with a tin can,
He's got something on his mind.
some super
sponges.
glue, and some sponges. So like dishwashing
and
sponges.
some paper.
Wouldn't
and
mind a
some-
sponge bath, thanks, Phil.
Yeah, he came to all pat us all down.
This is some convoluted analogy. I know how this works. Look, I'm getting the dead eye right now.
Yeah.
No, he's up to something, man.
Ooh.
I love it. I don't know what's happening, but I love it.
Anyway, we'll get back to that mystery in a few moments. But
Can I have a look at the belt?
The belt?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's not really shown properly on stream. I'll put my mic
Here
down.
is the beautiful belt.
Yeah.
We should go ahead and turn it on. It's got the electroluminescent
thank you.
wire.
And it has a
It's got
joystick
some-
up here, and that does something, I think.
Yeah, someone said that it
And the
is a
buttons-
working joystick and buttons, and I
Buttons
don't know
do
what that
something.
means.
Buttons do something. Apparently, the buttons do something.
Maybe they affect the lighting or something. We probably need.
It's like I
someone
like
more qualified to answer these questions.
Maybe it's a lie, mate.
Looks like Dr. Frankenstein, like was in the lab.
It's Neon Tech.
So freaking.
Did you give it a good look on the
is
camera?
Is this Noodle Shirt that does these two?
No, I don't think it was.
No.
I'm not sure who did
We
the
need
belt.
to shout out who does.
Phil, do you know who did the belt?
No idea.
We'll have to get back to you on that one.
Yeah.
How good does it look on the screen?
Yeah, beautiful. Very cyberpunk.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Thunder and Lightning, Cyberpunk 2077.
Yeah. So you have missed the most amazing Neil Cairns escape from the Pie Factory that we've ever seen in our life.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
very,
that was
very
actually the
impressive.
best escape I've ever seen on pies.
Yes, yes.
That would have been something that would be in a highlight video from Ray Finkel.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Or a Jeff Sutter.
I think
No.
we're going to have a little highlight reel for this weekend because there's been a lot
Oh,
of
a lot of-
really crazy events happening.
I can't wait to see
Lot of
what
near
Dak puts
misses.
together, man. Dak's
Yeah.
going to put together such. I don't know if he'll put highlights, but he probably will.
Yeah, just to
Like
touch on what Sean's saying.
Yeah.
One of the guys is doing his little own documentary on this weekend, so we'll be looking out for that. Mr. Simple Dak, aka Danny
Fazalaki.
Fazakali.
Savlaki.
Savlaki.
Danny
okay,
Fack.
okay, I won't touch your paper
look.
sponge. and-
Phil, what are you doing, mate?
Philip.
Are these your glasses?
Yes,
Jeff?
they are. He's got tape now. It's like MacGyver. MacGyver is working over here to do something, but I don't know what it is.
I've never seen him so serious.
No, and it looks like he's preparing something for the final.
So we're still very. It's a pretty close game. We've got Shane up on a line.
Look, it's so close. See, the thing that happens here, and this is the thing, whoever goes out first, depending if you're the chaser or like, obviously if Neil goes out, Shane doesn't have that far to chase.
Go, son. Nice
so he's
one,
probably
Neil.
going to get it. But if Shane goes down another life, then it's kind of like that one-on-one opportunity. So,
Oh, yeah.
to give you an example
Anyone's
of
game.
my game, yeah. So we were both on the last life for a long time,
Man.
and it was just we were both waiting to hear that death sound.
Oh, man.
But I had a 100 grand lead, so it was
never
like.
do you want to hear that sound
Yeah,
more, eh?
yeah.
When I heard Shane do it a couple on
Yeah,
my game, because
yeah.
I didn't hear it for ages. I was like, is he ever gonna die?
Yeah.
And then he did, and I was already down a couple, I think.
I knew exactly how many lives Neil had just by those death sounds.
Oof.
So, and then I did a stupid death. But basically the chase is less stressful, I think. The chase is less stressful than the
we're very excited, Phil, for what
being ahead
ridiculousness
and
you're
being the
making.
one that
Watching the chase?
watching the chase.
Oh,
yeah,
that's stressful, man.
I'm sure Neil would disagree. All right.
Oh, he would.
I think newly found strategy. Not that it's an incredibly unique strategy, but putting on noise cancelling headphones and playing music.
Yeah,
just
works.
low enough that you can hear your own game.
Yeah, you need.
And then just
because I need the sounds. Some people might not, but I think it's.
I absolutely 100% need the
Yeah.
when the hammer's going to run out.
Yeah,
just
yeah,
the
big time.
timer.
Yeah, because I played a couple times on the cabs that had very low volume because of like interference with the
horrible.
pitcher.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't play the same.
Yeah. But
I need to hear that.
I need to. I focus too much on my opponents when I'm sitting beside them, and the other games around me, and it really gets in my head. And so if I can prevent that, then it makes me play a lot better.
Yeah,
focus
big
on
time.
how well you're playing, and just.
I didn't look at Shane's
go for the long
board
the long
once
haul.
when he was playing because I was the same. I'm like, I don't want to let that into my head. Just play the game. You're really playing against yourself.
Yeah.
Mostly until you need to chase.
I actually told myself it was the qualifiers, and that all I needed was a 500, then a 600, so a 5, then a so I was playing like in that kind of mindset. Because
100.
I know, you can kill screen in the qualifiers.
Yeah.
But it didn't work when Pies. Screw you.
That was a big game, man. That you and
not
Neil
as big
had.
as the Shane
Barra.
Shane Barra game.
Man.
But yeah. Oh boy, and this is still so close.
It's still going.
Phil, what in the if anyone can't see him,
Okay. Apparently, it's something to do with last year.
Phil's been building some kind of
talk about the
contraption
list?
next to us this whole time. He's not even wearing pants. It's very strange.
Yeah, pants around the ankles.
Yeah.
It's a nice bear. Oh, Neil's done.
Okay.
Neil's down.
Neil got sandwiched.
Oh, that's it.
And it's very
Shane
unlikely
has
that Shane
10,000
bumps this one out.
points.
10K
Yeah,
chase.
10K, and he's got a spare man. So this is super unlikely that Shane will not take third place.
Man, he's good at springs. That was not even close. All right, here we go. 7K, easy.
Barrel board's 10K. So, and he's got a spare life. So it's
he's got this.
He's got it.
He should just drag it out and do bottom hammer just to make Neil sweat.
I think so. Why can't he bloody? It's like for third, fourth place.
It's again. I'm not sure he knows that he's that close behind Neil.
He doesn't actually.
He probably doesn't.
I think Shane would sneak a peek. I know
Yeah.
Barra does. Barra is constantly looking.
Barra does it, and Tekio does it.
Constantly looking.
Yeah.
Again, the less I know about what the person beside me is doing, the better.
There's enough going on in your head.
So
eh?
what's that? 6,000. Oh, very close. 6,700. 6-3. Done.
Done.
It's done.
All right, it's over.
Okay.
That's Shane Saul taking out third place.
I need to
Let's
powder
give
my
it a
nose.
board.
We'll be back in a moment.
So I'm not sure how much of a break we're going to take before.
I could imagine it's going to be much because it's A, late,
Thanks, fellas.
and B, they've had a big
They've already
rest.
had a break. Yeah.
It's been a pleasure.
Yep. Okay, mate.
And I love you both.
Likewise.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Thanks for joining,
It's
Sean.
the Brotherhood of Kong.
Yeah. It
Not
is.
Dong.
He didn't
This
say
is
it.
the
He didn't
best.
say it back.
This is the best couch setup I think we've had the
It's
whole
freaking
weekend.
awesome. You know, this is my coffee table.
Beautiful.
For my games room, man.
Amazing.
They wanted something that looks like it's small and it's a little retro. So yeah, there you go.
Wonderful. You can't even see it on camera.
Yeah, beautiful.
Thanks, mate.
Now, I'm sure that Mr. Phil Day will want his seat back.
I think so. I want to see what ridiculous contraption he's just crafted.
I reckon Neil and Shane, or at least Neil, might take the podium here for a bite, which I'm quite happy with. And Phil, let's see what he wants to do.
Yep.
But we do have the Australian Kong Off 6
Finals.
Final game. The grand final about to take place
About
between
time.
Andrew Barrow and Matt King of the South Tecchio, number 8 and number 9 in the world, ranked 8 and 9 in the world. Now, let's get some stats on them if we can.
Yeah.
So, did these guys use the cards at all?
The cards?
There was like player cards that they were going to use.
I have no idea.
So Matt Tecchio, his PB, I love this. He's done this so many times, but his PB is 1,199,000. Not 100. So he's been 900 points off his goal of 1.2 million. Not only that, but he just got another 909. I think he's done it 3 times, but he hasn't quite got there.
Yep. Just do better, Matt.
Just do better.
Just do better.
He has, at AKO events, all up, he's had 10 wins and 3 losses.
Yep.
So he's big ratio there, 10-3. DKF rank 8, which is the global leaderboard. 15 kill screens. Okay, I didn't think Matt counted kill screens, but apparently he told. I'm gonna get. I got something on Matt now because he doesn't count kill screens. 15 kill screens, and he, his best place was obviously winner of AKO 5. Mr. Andrew Barrow is just. It's also got kill screens 15, and he reckons it's 25. I think when they get to these guys, they just like put down a big number, and it's more than that.
Yeah.
And he was the winner. So we've got the winner of AKO 4, Australian Kong of 4, and Australian Kong of 5, going head to head in the Australian Kong of 6.
Amazing.
So one of these people are going to be two-time.
The first two-time champion.
First two-time champion for the Australian Kong Off. So that's amazing. So
how many wins and losses does Barra have?
Barra has 7 wins, 4 losses.
7-4.
So 10-3 for Matt, 7-4 for Barra. So Matt seems to have played more games. 13, 13-11. So Barra must have missed a year or something.
I didn't think so, but maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know. So I missed the 2021 Kong Off due to COVID. Maybe he missed that one as well.
No, that was the one he won.
And
then 2022 Matt won. Now it's 2023.
They're all blending into each other for me.
Yeah. So and Bat's nice. So we got number 8 in the world versus number 9 in the world. Both Barra's PB is 1.178 million. Now I know 1.178 to 1.199 is pretty it's a big deal.
It's a big jump
over a 2.5 hour game. But they're literally 8 and 9.
Yeah, that's
and
wild.
The thing is, Barra doesn't grind Kong like Matt does.
No.
So
No, Matt's a special beast.
Matt, I don't know, other than Pu Yan, which he's talked about, I don't know if he plays any other games. Street Fighter, maybe.
Yeah.
In our podcast, he's still mentioned, and some console stuff. But arcade gaming, he plays like Kong.
Yep.
Whereas Barra plays everything.
Kong,
everything.
Donkey Kong Jr.,
Just everything.
Galaga.
Yeah, everything. He's Barra is a S-rated rank S on the DKF forum, which is a ranking system that determines basically over all the Donkey Kong games. So Donkey Kong Jr., Donkey Kong 3, and Crazy Kong. You have special targets that you have to hit, and Barra has hit the top tier targets on every single one of those games. I think it's over 1 million points in Donkey Kong, or 1.1, I can't remember. Over 1.2 or 3, some stupid number in Donkey Kong Jr.
Do we know how many people have the S rating? Is it just him?
I think it might be just him. I'm going to ask him for a second, just so. Anyway.
Barrow.
How many people have S rating? How many people have the rank S? Just you?
No, A.
You've got A.
Oh, he's got a rank A.
Rank A.
We were.
Two. Yeah. Okay. So 2
Interesting.
people C, A to rank 2. No one's got the big one. So the stats for it must be pretty insane.
Well, I wonder what he would be short on, because his DK score must be surely up there. I mean, he's
it must
top
be
10.
1.2 because he hasn't got 1.2 on Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
So Mr. Ray
Maybe
Finkel's
it
probably
is.
going to be one of the closest things if he picks up
Yeah.
Donkey Kong 3. but
Here
I
we
don't know
go.
who
What do you got, mate? The jam tin for gormlessness.
The jam tin for gormlessness. Do you want to hold it up to the camera, or is it too early? Do you want to hold the top bit up to the camera, or is it too early? You do it. You do it later.
I think I'm missing context for this one.
I am missing it, but it's going to be fun to find out.
Yeah. Come on, Phil. Tell us about your.
It's really just for the Netherworld group at the end.
Yeah.
Right.
So I was thinking, this is up to you, Mr. Phil Day. Who do you want here for the finals? Do we want to get Neil, have a bit of a chat about that game, and then have him here with you on the finals?
I'll check. I'll see what Danny wants.
And Danny? Okay. Okay, yes, Danny. Yeah, you tell me and I'll gather them round.
I'll just go ask who wants to be on. Because I've tried to share today. Hawks, I'm always on a lot.
Yeah.
These guys want to do hosting as well.
Yeah.
So I know I'd like to be on all the time.
It'd be nice to get Aaron's sort of technical feedback on things too.
Well.
Yeah.
But I think I'll just see, because some of them might be on the floor. I'll just stay there.
Okay. So Mr. Phil Day is going to have a chat to who wants to be on the commentary for the final.
I think we'll be both happy to jump off.
We'll be happy to jump off
on
after
for a bit.
this. But unlike our succinct analysis of the gameplay and then commentary on the stats and everything, there'll be analogies from Phil. There'll be just tangents.
So Aaron,
Me.
Dak, and
No, I don't want. I want to break, but I thought you said yourself. Yes. Okay.
Right.
Good. So it'll be Phil, Danny Fazacali, and Aaron Rayner who will be commentating the final match.
Speak of the
For
devil.
your pleasure. And speak of the devil, here comes Aaron, who's going to take. You take my spot because I think Phil won his. We've gone through a few of the stats of Barra and Matt, which is quite interesting. But yeah, you two have a bit of a chat, and thanks for watching. Bye for now.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff. How you doing, mate? How was your little trip to the grocery store for your arts and craft project?
Did a cheeky Macca's run. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, no.
You didn't let me know.
Sorry, babe. I didn't realize it was just we went past an IGA and there was a Macca's there, and I was like, I could go some chips.
Rude not to.
Sorry, mate. I should have messaged you. I feel bad.
Just do better next time.
I will. Don't be sorry. What is it? Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. Just be better.
Yeah.
There
that'll
you go.
do.
That'll do. That'll do, pig.
So you're gonna sit here and commentate the finals? Oh, it looks like we've got the coin drop happening very, very shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. So Kibby will swap us over there.
Yep. So it's going to be yourself, it's going to be Dak and Mr. Phil Day.
Mr. Phil Day, indeed. And
I'll have a much-deserved break, get another drink.
Get a beer into you, mate.
Try and squeeze out this hangover even more.
You'll be fine. Have you had fun?
Don't ask me that.
Okay.
I have had fun.
That's good.
This is always an
It
absolute treat.
is. It's always
Yesterday was a rough one. I think a lot of us felt it. No one wanted to play the game. It was just it was exhausting.
Yesterday was a weird vibe, man. It was a weird vibe.
Really hard to put our finger on it. But the games just weren't. I can't blame the game. I wasn't playing well,
No, sure.
and I was tilting. But I love being here. Like, the thing with the Kong Off is the game. The game is consistent. It's always here and whatever. But the one thing that I think we all come up for is the social atmosphere.
Absolutely, it's the mateship of the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, most of these people we don't see throughout the year, and it's sort of once a year that we all catch up, and it's always an absolute pleasure. We've got Danny having his little speech just to kick off the finals.
Get everybody pepped up.
But
welcoming Phil Day back onto the stream.
Welcome back, Phil. Oh, that one's
Stay
not
there.
turned on.
There you go, mate.
Oh, geez, I came in just in time.
And 3, 2, 1, Donkey Kong. So,
did anyone talk to the players? I
yeah,
spoke to
I
Barra.
did.
I didn't get to talk to Matt.
I talked to Matt.
Tell us what Matt said, and I'll talk to Barra.
Yeah, so Matt said he's keen to try some risky stuff early on, and he said because it's Barra.
Yeah.
So
I
yeah.
like it.
And Barra said to me, "Hey, how you feeling?" I said like, and he said, oh, mate, I'm feeling pretty tanked after that last game.
Yeah.
And he normally was like, I'm pumped, I'm ready to go. And he said, yeah, I'm going to hit the wall soon. I said, oh, no, you'll be all right. And he goes, oh, yeah, but either way, I'm going to Netherwell afterwards.
Yeah,
that's brilliant.
I was saying this to Barra earlier. I think we both need to, next time, come in a day early, get a good night of rest, eat well, actually treat ourselves well before the event, because I think we're both feeling, I mean, him more than me, definitely, but it's a really exhausting weekend, especially when the scores are so high and every game is just taking hours.
Well, it's interesting to say that, because I was saying earlier, I'm not sure if you're on then, Jack, but I was saying it's getting to a point where, and it sounds ridiculous, where you were on, and I said some of these people could do with a little bit of anxiety counselling to sort of settle their nerves, like certain strategies to actually, because I think it's getting to that point where, like, not any crazy thing.
No, you
could do it on.
You were more so talking about saying, like, you should actually consider looking at working with a sports psychologist.
Yeah, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you could just probably look online and find some techniques and really see what works for you, like like breathing technique, things that anyone might use.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I think that's for some people, you see them come a bit unstuck. Like Pelly yesterday, just could not get his head in the game.
Yeah.
And
myself as well.
Yeah.
We saw Neil having a rough time with that incredible game that he knocked out Jeff with.
That was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Then you have Dennis and Tagster tying and having to go at it again.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
It's been the highlights from this year are going to be
phenomenal.
Very exciting.
Well, it's going to make for a good. This is the one you said we're going to try and put a trailer together. So it's
I saw you wandering around with a camera. What's with that?
I think you guys knew it. I started doing video with some guys in Detroit years and years ago, 13 years ago now.
Oh, okay, wow.
And I was filming, in France and Germany and Cuba and Canada, New York, LA. Interviewed Nolan Bushnell, Hank Chan surgery, spoke to him, Eric Asen, he used to be one of the head wrestlers, all sorts of people.
Mm-hmm.
London, I was in Cambridge, Auckland, the video game designers and that. And it had a sort of a multi-headed doco. We had an idea, and I was saying to the guys, let's do that early. And I was saying, this ain't gonna work. Like the idea worked, but it wasn't going to end the way we wanted. And I was trying to.
Matthew getting a nice leech here, I must say, early on, which he'll be happy with.
And we were offered $50,000 to kick it off, but they wanted a positive ending. And said we can't promise that. I didn't want to sign some, and said we can't. So I started doing things on other things like Robotron, a few other things, and it's gradually grown into it through the last 5 years. I thought there's a story here. So I was interviewing Alan Stahl, whatever, I always get it wrong, this morning. And it's not about him, but it's kind of, it nods to the King of Kong, but it's not the King of Kong. It's just, I'll just see, but I've got footage from the very first Kong off and things like that. There's a lot of stuff I've got, but a lot of it's redundant now because a lot of those gamers have been deemed by leaderboards, like, as having cheated and removed their scores. It's like people like Billy and Todd Rogers and so on and so forth.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still part of the history.
No, it's part of the history. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that some of the stuff, that the material around it, it's there's some people's
tainted
opinions that change. Yeah, and some people, and it hasn't for others. And it doesn't mean those people can't feature in there.
No, of course not. Of
course.
But it
changes the optics of it.
Yeah. So, but I've got it's a very sort of more focused idea now, and it's more local to here.
So Matt as well here opting for the bottom hammer. Like I said, he's going to do a couple of risky things here because it's Barra. So that's a really nice grab. There's two there, Matt. Don't run into it. Good man.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I'd be really intrigued to see what, because we had Patrick Silva come last year with a little film crew of his own.
Yeah, I remember that.
Bunch of ex-film students who were wanting to do a little documentary.
Anything come of that, or
so
kind of fizzle out?
He was talking. He got a message from one of them today, and they're still very much working on it.
Yeah, okay. Just one of those takes a while to get together.
Yeah, apparently.
No, that's fair enough.
They're very long things. I mean, I've never made
one.
Oh,
absolutely, yeah, I can imagine.
And the longer you've got something, the more interesting it gets. So when Billy was out here, Billy and Walter and the other guy.
Maddie almost would have copped a. He got lucky there with it. It didn't steer down.
And we did more interviews then with what was her name? Used to go out with
Johnny.
I can't think of a name, but we did some footage then as well. And and I don't know if I have any of that footage, but so it's still very relevant because the history of the Kong off, which is, it's not about the history of Kong, it's just where Donkey Kong's gone. So I think we probably have footage of Estelle winning and Ethan Daniels, and we've certainly got photos and stuff of Billy winning. So there's lots of things about live tournament play, and it's more about, it's not about the leaderboards. I think the leaderboards have served their purpose, and they're still valuable, but I think people have got to sort of look more locally because it's too difficult for each nation to cover all these games.
Agreed.
So regardless of whatever people might think of Billy, he's got his lovers and haters, he still won the Kong off.
Yeah.
He played phenomenally well.
Yeah, it was amazing.
And that's the hard thing with the drama surrounding Billy is that he is a really good player, and he's proven that time and time again. But the situation is just really awkward and uncomfortable.
Well, see, I was dragged into it a little bit because I was there when...
So Matty here nicely as well, opting to just leech on the springs, just saying as well. So that's going to force Barra, obviously, to have to go through some more boards just because Matty can safely leech there all day long.
At this rate, we're potentially looking at million-point games. If
Matty will be... that's the strategy he will be playing. That'll be the strategy he will be playing. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But sorry, Phil, you were saying you got dragged into it a little bit?
Oh, just because it's the history all there, and there were some things that happened. I was at the Big Bang in August 2010 when they started their International Video Game Hall of Fame. They had an international one, which I thought was not there. I thought it was a bit of an odd thing then because how do you do all those games, winning all those gamers? And when I met Todd Rogers there for the first time with Michael Stroker and Josh Houselander, and we were all in the same hotel, because we're all flown down and things like that. And they were working for Twin Galaxies at the time. And when we went back to the hotel room, I'd met them there and we were hanging out. And Todd, we met him there and he said, I'll come in. And he had all these game stuff. He sort of like he'd moved in, he used to carry a lot of games around. And he said, I've got 2 videotapes here. It's a big surprise. And these were the tapes that held the DK Junior and the DK score that had become controversial. So the only thing that I could say was I saw them last in the hands of Todd Rogers. And so I was trying to track those things down that eventually went to somewhere they went to. Eventually they found their way to the head referees, which was then...
Murchak?
No, Murchak had left by then.
Okay.
Got Matt having a bit of a rough time over there on the left.
Yeah, on the rivets, it's a bit tricky.
I can't have his name. I haven't thought of it in years. He's a phenomenal gamer, and he sort of moved away from all the controversy. But anyway, Murchak had seen the perfect Pac-Man score. So I spoke to him about one because he'd seen it. He didn't watch every single minute.
Oh, no. Matthew's got a free... I think grabbing the hammers here is not a bad idea, Matty. Yeah, go for it.
Because the game was so long, but he watched it and he did
of course they'll do that.
And the perfect Pac-Man score was there. But then these tapes were eventually moved back. They were in Robert Murchak's hand at one time. But anyway, David Nelson was the head referee at the time that these tapes were delivered. But these tapes were meant to be sort of shelved for prosperity, but they just disappeared because that Twin Galaxy changed hands and all this sort of stuff. Yeah. And basically, from what I understand, that Twin Galaxy, when it changed hands, there was no money to have things posted back from New York and where it was in Massachusetts, wherever it was. So I think they end up just gone. And so those 2 tapes at that time just went missing. So there's this kind of controversy around, well, let's find the tapes. Is this the tape or is it just a reproduction tape? Blah, blah, blah. So anyway, the whole thing blew up into something much, much bigger. But for me...
Fantastic. Matty's going to be able to leech here as well. I know he's just upping to clear the board. Fair enough.
Sick of seeing that rivet stage, I think.
Yeah, maybe he just wants to clear it and just move on to level 3 level 3 barrels and just be done with it.
So we've got Barra ahead on screens and ahead of points, but it's because Tekio is really leeching.
Oh
those
yeah,
boards
no, absolutely.
Early on.
He's
spending as
milking
much time as he can on each board.
Absolutely. So looking for the tapes, Phil.
Oh yeah, sorry. Well, there's only because it sort of comes up. So when Walter came out, of course, Walter insisted on Billy coming. Said okay, so they came together, and I wasn't opposed to that. I thought, okay, he's copped some flack in the media. And my opinion was, it's a video game, okay, whatever, whether it's true or not, fact or fiction, it doesn't matter. And he came out and won, and that was it. And then afterwards, the various legal disputes began, and I thought, well, I would have just walked away and just sat on this victory. But anyway, that's his prerogative, whatever he wants to do. It's not like I know him that well.
Beautiful steering, Matthew. But, beautiful steering. Oh my God,
gorgeous.
So you were asking like this bit of footage is more about. It's got some look. It's more about a deeper explanation of what Donkey Kong's become, basically. Yeah. Anyway,
Matty's
it doesn't have to be that long.
Matty's in a little bit of trouble here. Fireball above him on the barrels, which is never ideal.
Bit tough. Second fireball coming out, squeezing him up there. But this is nothing he hasn't dealt with.
No, but still,
look at this board. It's chaos.
Yeah, no, not much you could have done there,
Yeah.
Matthew. Not much you could have done, unfortunately.
If you didn't know, the fireballs move faster when they're moving
Shut
to the
up.
right.
Okay, so Matthew down a man, but meh.
Yeah, it just, with these players, it just doesn't mean anything. It's an endurance game. I think, as far as they're both feeling, I think Matt's feeling a lot better.
Yeah.
A lot more rejuvenated.
Was
Barra's just tired.
It was that zinger he had last night.
Yeah.
Well, the thing with Barra, I found, in seeing him in other events where there's arcade central score wars and so on, he can just sort of shake it off.
Yep.
He's quite...
No, he's battle hardened, as I was saying,
Oh, Matt. We hate those ones. Watch the monkey, Matt.
That's not good.
Yeah, like you were saying before, Jay, it doesn't... Jack, sorry, it doesn't...
Excuse
I'm pretty
me.
tired. I'm pretty tired. You can sort of say it doesn't mean... It means something, but it doesn't mean you can't win.
No,
It does
exactly.
mean something.
Yeah.
There's no
Yeah.
two ways about it. It does limit options later when you run out of them.
It's the insurance, right?
Yeah.
Realistically, I mean, it's an extra. You might get max 12,000 points out of a board, and so it's, you can deduct that from the final score, but it is really that
psychological.
It's very much a psychological thing. It's having that
Yeah.
backup.
Well, it's certainly psychological, but it's also the reality is that you can only make a few faults are gone and a few more and you're out of the game altogether.
Exactly.
It does count
in
down to zero.
saying that, though, if it's going to be the early ones that you'll make the faults on.
That's it.
right.
Where you have less control.
I'm going to pass on to Dak.
Jack, thank you so much for manning the helm.
Yeah,
appreciate it, mate.
Heaps,
Always a
brother.
pleasure. All yours, man.
You can report from us out there if you come back and let us know when anything's happening on the what the feel out there is.
Danny. Welcome, Danny.
It's nice to sit down again.
Yeah, mate, you feeling it?
Been a big. Oh wow! Text down to his last man.
Yeah. He on level 3 barrels lost 2 men.
Oh, he did.
Fireball chased. He had 2 fireball. He had a fireball above him, a fireball below him. Couldn't do much about it. And the other one, he just jumped into a wild, which isn't very Tekio-like, but
He's had a bit. He's done a few things that are very sort of un-Tekio. He's been obviously consistent, but his death when he had the big 900 game going on qualifying. He also he died to a part of the foot on one of his deaths, which is
very un-Tekio-like.
It's commonplace for someone like us, but has he changed his gameplay strategy at all based on that sort of early death, or he almost? Oh my God, Tekio, good lord! Has he changed his approach? Is he still doing
Well, he literally just lost his man.
Just lost.
Literally
okay.
just lost. So we'll have to see once
We haven't
barrels
seen
pop
another
up.
barrel board yet.
But he didn't. He was going for bottom hammer again. He died. Went for bottom hammer. He died. Went for bottom hammer. So, I mean, I'd say no, but yeah.
I think we were talking about before. I think for Matt, that's the game he knows, and I think it's all
Exactly it.
It's just asking someone to change your pen grip now.
Why don't you write with your opposite hand?
Yeah,
exactly.
It's just, when you play this many hours he's had, God knows how many it is, but to sort of just adjust, you're thinking, oh, I do this, no, I won't. That's a decision of delay you don't want in this game, I don't think. From my
Exactly it.
understanding.
Exactly it.
It's like any game. Normally I go left here, but I'll go right and go, what are you, mad?
Well, that's it.
I mean, it's not the sort of thing, even if this was cricket, you can throw a ball a different way and confuse the batter, but you're just confusing yourself.
That's it.
Just why do things different?
It's kind of like it's kind of like asking a speedrunner to then just do a casual game playthrough and not use those strats. You know what I mean? Like if you're on look, I think that's probably a good analogy of it. Like if you speedrun a game, to then go back and I'll just play it as a casual, you can't because you know.
You're wired in a certain way. You're wired in a certain way to do it. Yeah.
So I think him to revert. It'll be interesting to see what he does on the next barrel board.
Level 4, he'll leech it for sure. That'd be my take. So much more control over it, Level 3, you just don't know what's going to happen, unfortunately. I'm not so... Oh, yeah, you better be.
Easy. Let's not get punchy on the couch. Aggressive. You Irish are always ready for a fight.
Not wrong.
500 years of oppression will do that to you, mate.
Classic. And I was also, I was on the pre-interview with over in the tent there. came to the realisation that this will be the first time that we've had a dual Kong off winner. There's no way around it.
Yeah.
And it's also going to be the first time there's going to be two belt holders.
Yeah. One person with that's
two
right.
belts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Matthew, not getting any look on the... Yeah. Best move to make, buddy.
Well, actually, each thing like... we'll talk about it later.
This is not ideal.
That's the thing. Like the rivets and the pies, like,
They're the equalisers in
they are. They really are.
knockouts.
And like
this is some beautiful work by Matthew, though. Clear that one. Go to the centre. Down you go, mate. Beautiful, beautiful work. Beautiful work. Yeah, that little, I'm going to go for the other one.
Yeah.
Because he knows he has enough time to go up, around, and up. Down, around, and up. That's something that, like, when I see Matthew make a move like that, I can go, okay, that's why he did it.
Yeah.
But up until that,
I wouldn't
think about it. No. It's sorry, Chief.
You're right, buddy. Yeah, but 100%. Like
now,
again,
Barra opting for the bottom hammer. So he played it safe early on. Maybe that will be the difference.
I think that's I think that's been Barra's strategy all weekend is that he doesn't actually
agreed.
He doesn't point press up until like
Yep.
the later levels. Like he wants to get level 4 out of the way.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
And
then he says he wants to front load then.
Yeah.
And he wasn't doing it in the last game. He's just running with Shane. I don't think he was doing much bottom ham. He was just running, I think.
And Barra's definitely if you guys have played against him or if you maybe saw it on the stream, he's like he's that player that will lean over every now and again and look at your score.
Barra is very he's very competitive.
Yeah, and like it's not to sort of, but it sort of psychs you out of it as well.
Little bit.
When you got someone like Barra like looking over, especially if you're not playing
to the best of your ability,
yeah, he'll because every person he's played, like
he knows I'm not doing great.
Yeah, but he hasn't had an easy run on any of the knockout games. Like
no, he's been
because he had
he's been definitely fire hardened here.
Yeah, because so it was I played him in the first one. We went to about 350. I think Dennis got him around about the same sort of point. Then he had to do that marathon game with Shane, whereas Tex had very sort of early knockout games for the most part. Like so, he hasn't had to sit there. For hours, literally.
Yeah, he's a little bit more rested in a sense.
But whether that's an advantage or disadvantage, like whether because you're hot on playing a game and. And these guys are also best of friends.
Oh yeah,
that's
absolutely.
Another thing to keep in mind. Like, there's no one I don't think in the Australian Kong community that doesn't like another player.
No, absolutely.
But these guys, these
except
guys
that Jack. I don't like that Jack kid.
Yeah, he's shifty looking, but he's also like he's kind of handsome.
Nah, he's a legend.
Like these guys talk to each other every single day.
Oh yeah,
and also real pillars of the community, which is like we were having a bit of a chat about it earlier as well. So there's I think of like where you want the community to be at.
So Matty's got a freezer here, but unfortunately not going to be able to make use of it.
If you look at to mention one international player in this mix, so we've got obviously got Barra and Tech, who are always more than welcome to and encouraging for all the upcoming
Absolutely.
players. They get more excitement out of watching someone who's even on a 200k PB continue to get better. Then you've got Justin Elliott as well, who's he's taken a lot of time and out of his out of his day to even put together like little spreadsheets like this is what you do here, and if you go and ask any of these guys for actual help.
There's no gatekeeping.
Yeah. It's like, this is what you need to do.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And whether you decide to listen to that advice, that's on you. But like they give it out.
They give it freely. Yeah, absolutely.
Because they want people to get better. They don't want to be like, oh, well, we're at the top. There's no elitism or anything like that.
Barra, beautiful bottom hammer. Nice hammer grab there from Matthew, waiting for the fireball to just come up.
Because the Kong Off only comes around once a year, if you take any other sort of sporting activity in a amateur event. You know what I mean? Like local cricket, basketball, things like that. Through the course of that season, you'll come up, like playing cricket. I used to play cricket. You come up against batsmen you don't like as a bowler, or as a batter you come up against bowlers you don't like. This happens, and you can start to build an unspoken relationship with that person. Oh, that's that guy. Do you know what I mean? You know, and you start to, they become your own. They become your white whale. You know what I mean? And I think that now that we're 6 Kong-offs in, and this is getting away from all the friendliness, it's still all friendly.
Of course.
But there's a point now where you're getting to, people have their frenemies, if you want to call them that.
Yeah,
you know,
no.
And I think we've got to acknowledge that. Otherwise, it becomes too courteous. I think these are people who are actually trying to destroy each other in the game.
100%. And Matthew will say, you know, this is what you do against such and such a player, and this is what you do against such and such. Oh, look at that leech.
Yeah. So I think that there comes a point where you look like this. I've never said this before ever until this year, where you think actually the commentary for me on the couch, I've sort of held back a bit at times, thinking, yeah, the mood's different. Like it's not a case of just, it'd be great to see everyone win. Well, they're not going. That's an idiotic.
Yeah, no, of course.
But,
I think the whole thing about it is everybody's happy for everybody. We still want to win though.
Yeah,
we still want to win.
And then eventually you start going, well, you look at the game and say, well, who has been playing really good through this? Because there's so many good players. It's like in a teacher room, like everyone's improving, which is great. Like Danny
Matthew's in a tough spot here.
Oh my God! All right,
so
that's really unfortunate. We've all died to that.
Yeah.
I'll just make a quick mention as well. So we got in the top 10, if it hasn't already been brought up. So we got Tekio is in 8th at 1
Barra's
million.
9th, I think. Yeah.
So 1,199,100. Barrows at 1,178,400. And you got to think like 20,000 might sound like a big difference in the score, but that is absolutely nothing. When you go to think there's 117 boards, 20,000, you know, is they're on the exact same level. It's just you know, Tekio might have got it's just a slightly better bit of, you know, you might have got a 500 or a 800 on a smash instead of that. Over the course of 117 boards, 20,000 is nothing.
Like, well, going back to what I was
Don't
saying.
know if I'd agree with that. Go on anyway.
Going back to what I was saying, just a bit, if you know, to bring my literary interest, to quote Othello, we're nothing if not critical. Now, when Alan sat down and said, Alan, you just played your worst Kong-off ever. Now, I'm at the point now, I've known these guys long enough, and
You
I've
can
watched
say
it,
that, yeah.
and Matt is playing not well. He's doing lots of good things, but his game's falling apart, and I think we've got to say that now.
Yeah,
it's just been too many mistakes. You can say, oh, that's unlucky. No, he can get around these things. He's just not in it now. Things have gone wrong. I don't know why, but there are mistakes he's made that normally he wouldn't make. And when he comes off, he's not going to say, I was unlucky, I played like shit.
No, he'll call it.
He's not going to make any excuses.
No, that's what I'm saying. He's going to say, no, I made too many mistakes. Barra deserved, if Barra wins from here. And I'm saying, realistically, if this was a lower level game, we'd be saying, yeah, I can't see him coming up here. Now, he still could.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know,
Barra's got a
got a lot of
massive lead.
strikes.
Got a
and
massive
big
lead.
Yeah, someone the caliber of Barra again, who's world class.
Yeah.
You got to think.
So I think we can start talking about it critically. You know, like let's look at this. And there's been mistakes. I've been watching both, and maybe, you know,
and Tekio had a pretty similar, you know, Australian Kong-off 4. Like he, you know, when it came to crunch time, he just didn't unfortunately could pull it together.
But this is Shane, then you're saying Shane Saul?
No, Tekio.
Shane Saul's last game at Kong-off 5, Kong-off 4, like he was exhausted and he just didn't play well.
Yeah,
you know?
and that's a score that the juniors got a higher score, and like for real.
Yeah.
And that's like you couldn't picture that ever happening to someone at that level.
No. See, I was watching Matt a minute ago because of wild barrels, and a wild barrel was thrown, but he knew where he was safe. He didn't move the hammer, took it. They know where to be with the wild barrels now. They know so well. You can still get caught on them. Then you're not immune to them, but they're very aware of where to stand. These players are 2 players in the top 10 in the world. And if you look at active players, they're 2 in probably the top 4 in active players.
Oh, yeah,
we are looking at the top, you know, in the easily, if there's 5 active players, we've got the 2 of the top 5 active players in the world playing.
That's a very
and
good
I think
call.
we can be critical. You know, I'd be saying the same if it was Barra. I'd be saying Barra, it's just not happening. Like they're saying, good, I was doing it, you know.
Yeah.
All
Well, I mean, the one mistake Matty did do was jumping into that wild.
Yeah.
I think the other couple of things, I don't know, fireballs are going to fireball, but no, you're absolutely right.
He sees them climbing up. They're not popping out of nowhere.
No, that's
there.
true.
And I've watched Matt play beautifully on times like that. that 900,000 point score until the end was a really good game.
Mm.
That sort of fell apart.
And and he doesn't sort of go into that survival mode, which a lot of like if Barrow was in
Yeah,
that
he'd
situation,
be like, I'm just want to clear boards
Barrow
now.
would
Yeah.
go straight to I'm just going to run boards.
No, he's playing his game.
There are some gamers you'd see it with tennis too. They start to calm things down. Time to they get to the point where let's slow it down. And often the opponent will go, yeah, I'm happy with this. I'm getting tired too.
Yeah.
Whereas here, you've only got to do it to yourself. You can't slow the machine down, but you can do some judo moves to say, hey, I just need to get some spell here. I need to
100%.
find some space for myself to think. And where Matt plays, because he plays so aggressively and he's so good at it. There's not much space in that space if you need the space. I know that's a lot of spaces, but you know
No, I know what you mean.
100%.
Space is at a premium.
You've got to, like in anything, like footwork in cricket, tennis, if you don't give yourself the space, and there's footwork in this, you've got, in the sense of where you put your player around barrels, and if you aren't thinking well, then you may have to say, this hammer ain't working, I've got to get out of here and just find those good spots. And I think, I don't know the game, but I've been watching as a
cheeky
watcher.
prize grab.
You've got to watch enough Donkey Kong, I'd say, in the last few years, even if it's only once
5
a year,
years,
to understand how it goes.
And I sort of think, man, I was thinking while you were saying that before, I think, it's everything's true in saying about the guys, but I'm thinking, Matt, you need to just move back a little bit, give yourself a little bit more room,
I think if Matt was to do that, he wouldn't be playing his normal game. I think he'd actually find it harder, though, to be honest.
but that's what I'm saying. There's a spot here where there's players I've known in Gallagher who do the same. They don't worry about the double up and things like that, and they start to fall into traps. You've got to play both games for a tournament. You can't be sure of having a really good game.
Yeah, no, that actually, you got to be a diverse player in a sense.
And that's where,
Yeah.
I'm not pissing embarrassed.
No,
but he's a
no.
diverse player, and Tekio's deserving of a win too.
Oh, absolutely.
Great. But we saw Shane do it. Like he can mix things up a little bit, And
Whereas-
look, I'm not writing Matt off. He can still win from here.
It's definitely a possibility, but I don't. I'm nowhere near the caliber. Of
I'd not be
Matt,
feeling good if I was Tekio.
100%, but I'd be thinking survival. Just
yeah.
Because you got to think if he can go the distance if he played a basic game that we all play, like us sort of amateur players, he would.
Oh, look at that.
That'd be a walk in the park for him to go. Or he could kill screen from here if he just played a basic game.
But he's got to get that headspace to do that basic game, And that's something that's unlearning technique,
And that's the only thing I think it's going to put Barrow on his toes, because Barrow's also 3-man. Hasn't lost a man. He's also
got a lot in the chamber.
60,000 ahead. Barrow's got he's in the most comfortable place, and you'll see. But I don't think Barrow's doing. Is he doing bottom hammers? I haven't checked, but I would imagine.
He's starting to bottom hammer now.
But he didn't at first. He just got
No, he just cleared.
He just cleared. See, if you think of it in something else, like habits you have, it's hard to kick a habit. Whether it's, I'm not talking about addiction, just a habit. Now, Matt has formed these habits deliberately because they.
Yeah, because that
best
will get him
advantage.
that's
the habit
it,
you
yeah.
want. So then to unlearn those habits is really, really difficult. He doesn't want to unlearn them because he's going for 1.2, and it can serve him brilliantly like he did last year. But I'm just saying, I'm not trying to tell him what to play. I'm just saying,
it's not.
just look at the
it's
game.
valid.
Mistakes are being made. Otherwise, either this game is a one of skill or it's just complete chance. We know it's one. Otherwise, surprise, surprise, look who the top two players are from DK3 and also winners the last two times. They're great players,
Absolutely.
So and I feel that's where the Kong off is this year. I felt it first thing when we came in after DK level 3. I thought, this feels like for me, I felt the way the spacing, the way people were talking and stuff, the way they left their machines. From my observer, I'm not down there playing, but I could feel that people weren't coming up to the couch. They used to. There was not. It wasn't not jovial, but people were in a head like.
Yeah, it was a different headspace for sure.
And I think that's good for the Kong off. Like you're going to come back next year, Danny.
Of course,
fierce,
yeah.
Because you'll say, I want to do better this time.
Oh yeah. I'm pretty at the end of the day, I'm still happy I made the finals,
Of
but
course.
I just could not. I'm very disappointed. I could not perform yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you're going to say, well, I'm going to improve on that.
Yeah.
And this year's been a great year for you. Same with you, Aaron. You got to do PB.
Thank you. Yeah, no, absolutely.
And you were someone saying, I've been playing long.
I haven't played at all.
You're saying, I'm a bit over it, I think. And then that attitude got you a really good score.
Yeah.
You're saying, I'm sort of a bit over it lately. We haven't been doing much.
No, I honest to God, I've played a couple of games maybe at Netherworld with mates, but not going for anything or anything like that. So I haven't touched it.
But see, Neil and Jack Philippe.
Yeah,
not Jack. Neil and Danny. Neil and Patrick are good examples of people who said, I want to actually do really well in the Kong off. And they came in
yeah,
kill
absolutely,
streak,
absolutely.
And they did it, And then you get Jeff who put heaps up, and then I think he got in his own head, and then he figured that out last night, and then for whatever reason. But that's just, but
Yeah, it's quite sad not to see Jeff. Like, I would have loved to. My heart would be.
Would have been nice.
Would
have
be
been, yeah,
in my throat
yeah.
if Jeff was in the final.
I felt Jeff was going to snipe one of the players.
Yeah,
I
and-
thought he played so well at the end yesterday. I thought that was such a positive thing, to end that night with.
And he's so consistent as well.
But again, I think sometimes with someone like Jeff, it could be, just,
Yeah.
that will just wake him up, and you'll
Mm.
see him come back harder next year.
Yeah, absolutely.
And like I said to a lot of the guys when we're doing some interviews as well, like I would have, Shane has done so well consistently at a Kong off. But
This is the only final 2 that he's not made.
Yeah, but in also saying that, I can't remember if I've said it here or I know I said it over there, but been a long day. But he obviously won Kong off 1, which is quite a good feather in the cap, but it doesn't hold the same.
No.
What's the word?
Yeah, it doesn't hold the same weight.
Prestige, him. I think him winning an event like this again, like that.
Because Matty's got a freezer.
Because Kong off 1 obviously is an accomplishment, but the level of competition at that point was 4 cabs at Netherworld and about 8 blokes.
It was 3 Donkey Kong cabs and 1. Oh no, Matty's got a freezer.
Okay, so we're in a bit of...
Yeah.
If that fireball doesn't give him...
Oh my god.
Space, I know.
Oh, you cheeky fuck, Matthew. Oh my god, that's phenomenal. That is a phenomenal move.
That's a big...
That's
big PP.
That's phenomenal. That is the King's Gambit. I'm dubbing that the King's Gambit. That was phenomenal.
When you're down
Absolutely phenomenal.
When you're down and out,
yeah,
pull something like that out
That's
of the pocket.
it, yeah.
For the fans. Justin would be loving it, I know.
Oh
that for
my
sure.
god. What a freaking move. That will psych him up a bit. That'll get the juices flowing.
Speaking of next year's event...
Sorry, I got a bit excited.
No, but it's just muffling your voice. It's not clear either.
Speaking of next year's event,
Just
for
like
the
the
love
stuff
of
I can hear,
Christ, rain, hail or shine, we need Justin Elliott at Kong off next year.
That's
we,
true.
We tried to talk him into it, but we couldn't twist his arm. But I think next year he's pretty keen.
It's a bit hard for him, yeah, but he'd be...
I'd love to have Justin here.
Same.
But I'd feel really remorsed and wrong if we didn't get Johnny out.
Oh, yeah.
I think we do a hat around. I'm saying that so Johnny hears it. I think between now and next year, it's not a lot of money for all of us to throw a bit of money in a hat.
And we had a similar idea last year.
COVID and things were around at points with all. Let's not think about it.
And you got to think if there's 15,
Barrett
20 of us.
Barrett in a little bit of trouble here. He's going to have to bail and go left, I think.
If you think like there's 15, 20 of us pitching in, if you put like $5 a fortnight in a fortnight,
yep.
You times that by that, you've got like people's plane tickets,
yep.
and there's always going to be somewhere for someone to stay.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
So 16 people, $100 each.
Yeah. Basically, yeah.
That's
you do the math.
$1,600.
There we go. Good work, Barrett. Good work.
But he's got somewhere to stay. You just got to get a flight for him.
Yeah, that's it.
And he might have a bit of cash of his own. Say, look, I can do this much. Fix up.
Yeah.
Also, I was talking to my son on the phone just before we came over to the commentary desk. Obviously, I don't know about the Kong off juniors, so I think I'm going to train up the young fella.
Do it, man. Do it.
So
I love
think
it.
Ty might have a bit of competition next year.
Well, he's 16 next year, so he's not under. This was the only year he could have done it.
Ah, well, there you go. Well, he'll be able to pass the torch.
Damn coward.
But, yeah, what are you doing getting older?
That's it. Coward.
Exactly. He's like, I can't call your son a coward without feeling like he's a lovely young kid, but I can't say it. Like,
he's a lovely man.
Because my son actually is a coward.
Oh no!
And
come on, you can't say that about your boy.
Oh mate, my son is pretty much a miniature version of me. Like, his humour is he says some of the funniest things I've ever heard. And like I don't mean that just as like in like a little kid.
You might not want to bring him up, Daddy. We might just send you back. And
That's the thing. I think if I start teaching him how to play, he'll probably be more like B grade comp. If we train him up hard enough, like he goes alright at the games. But he'd be good. It'd be great to have him here. Obviously be able to do make a bit more because next year
you'd have to behave.
I'll behave really well this year so
far. I agree.
I feel just watching
after tonight. Yeah, but I've kept up appearances for the event.
You gotta be professional.
Bed early, not going out afterwards.
Legend.
I think Matty's settled down a bit now.
I think so.
He went up the ladder there. He thought, I don't know whether it was the bonus or just move. I don't know, but
no, he's found a groove.
Feels he's just sort of maybe just just taking the foot off just a bit, just a bit to get that space. Whatever that means, I don't know what that means.
No.
in Donkey Kong,
I think that previous board on that King's Gambit that he did, I reckon that definitely would have mentally at least helped him. No, not clearing a Firefox, unfortunately, with the first hammer, and they're right up his arse now.
All right, yeah.
Jeffrey Sutter.
Beautiful move, Matthew. Good work. Took his time there.
So, I don't know if we talked about it yesterday. So, how on a scale of 1 to 10, how stoked was your son coming home with that medal?
Oh, he was pretty chuffed, man. He was very proud of himself.
Yeah.
Hey, it went well though.
Oh yeah,
It was nice. It was nice.
I think we got about 10 entrants again.
Oh,
we,
nice
we,
one.
we didn't have much time to
I think
organise it.
I think if you
somewhere.
spruik that, and that's it. You got to start. I mean, how many entrants did the very first Kong off have?
Yeah.
There you go.
And
Do
the
you know when we started ANZAC at the Echo?
yeah. Okay.
That's 4 Kongs
Yeah,
ago
so
now.
we ended up getting like a few entrants, and like a lot of families came along just for from word of mouth of that.
Yep.
Like there was
No, I
parents
love
here
it.
that knew nothing about Donkey Kong, and then
I
the
love
kids
it.
got there and got to have their photo, and
I love it.
everyone got held the belt. They all got a little, like a show bag and like one of those.
Brilliant.
Was that the Donkey Kong Cups? Were you
Yep.
involved with that?
No, I wasn't, unfortunately.
Yeah, but and like they were like, "Oh, you're going to do it again next year."
Oh,
and,
definitely.
And like
You'd be
everyone,
doing it again,
and the
wouldn't
parents
you?
were loving. Oh, 100%.
yeah.
Like that's
Yeah.
what I mean. And now we've got the premise of it, and now we've got time up our sleeves to be able to promote it and set it up for last year. And there's a lot of great photos and
It's brilliant,
everything
yeah.
like that. And again, what Mike likes to sort of, it was my idea, but Mike made it come to fruition. And obviously like next year, the introduction of the B grade comps as well, which I think is a vital position.
I think in order for it to grow, I think we need to do that.
Oh, 100% is required. You got to think, it's always, look, one thing I remember saying to Mike early on, I was like, we have it advertises open to all ages and skill sets, but it's really not, in a sense, like to be there to actually be able to compete.
Absolutely.
And have fun. Like you're not. Like,
I mean, it's open to everybody, but you are going up against some of the best in the world.
Yeah, and
how many amateur competitions can you do that in?
No, and that's why I think it's compulsory to have next year, and I think it's going to be, it's really going to encourage a lot of, even if it's just like a family member or something to come along, or we'll really be able to build something with that. And
I think so.
Give something for everyone to get in and have fun, and we'll be able to build it up, and just to see what Mike and Tags could do with like the certificates and getting everything together like in that short space of time. When we've got that time up our sleeves and leading up,
Yeah, I think so.
We've got to make it something really one of the highlights of the weekend. Being that, and then having the juniors at the same time, like will just be a really marquee event.
I was talking about this. I was yesterday to someone, whether it was on the line, I can't remember. It might have been on here or somewhere. And the conversation about ANZAC came up, and this is related to what you're talking about. It said, look, that's right, and I mentioned Bernie Sanders, and Jeff was here going, I want to know where this is going anyway. But basically I took a line out here, but I said, look, it was easy to start ANZAC. That's easy to start something, but you've got to keep it going.
Yeah.
Now, so what I'm saying, the fact that you've started,
Matt needs to keep this game going.
but like ANZAC, let's do ANZAC. But then year after year, we've been chipping away at different things and said, look, we're just going to do it. We're not going to rush. You've got to get every ducks in line. Because you don't want to come and go, here, like when we gave out certificates, just say, look, this is what we're going to do. And I got up and said a speech why they're doing it, and it's going to be good, but we're just going to take time. Now we've got all the medals done.
Yeah.
We've got invites designed.
Unreal.
Yeah. And then
Maddie's just cleared pies as well. It was a little bit tricky for him, so that's good.
And this year I delayed I reduced the induction with Jim and said, look, we want to send the invites out. We need to have a practice run. We've got to get a feel for what this is like. And all the guys here, they're not going to be judgmental. They know what it's like. And we can just do this. And they're pretty keen to get up and get out because they've got games to play. But if we get more industry people, they're not playing. So we've got to give them something to come to,
Yeah.
So, and I thought if we put all those people together, because we think what they've done is fantastic, like journalists and game designers and
Yeah,
games
absolutely.
themselves and stuff. And you think, well, so it takes time. So with yours and Mike's, there's things like Mike's little booklet's fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Now, if you want, you get that information, I can turn into something even smaller but more, rather than print it out into some little actual book with a little bit of money. It's not going to, not for me, just to get it printed.
Yeah.
And it becomes something you put on your shelf and go to. There's things you could do little by little, but once
Absolutely.
the material's there, start doing. It's just gradual by gradual.
These will be
become a real event.
these will be the 1 a.m. talks that we'll be having. I guess over the next
later on
tonight.
tonight.
Next 12 months.
Yeah.
Get on the phone with Phil.
Yeah, that's it. I'm just having a bath.
Oh, have you had one of those, have you?
Yeah.
I freaking need one.
You know you're my mate when you get a phone call from the bar. People go, you called me from the bar. So, yeah, I've spoken to everyone from the bar.
Tell us about your $500 shoes, Phil.
Oh.
No, they weren't $500 shoes. They were $450, and I got them cheap.
Far out you did. Did you see those bad boys that come off 4?
I did. Love it.
You got to go at the back though for that treatment.
I just bought new boots actually, but they were hurting my toes, so I didn't wear them up.
Yeah, got to break them in.
Yeah. I got those ones you talked about, which I only got for $200. And anyway, I had them at the cobbler's getting fixed at the what do you call it? What do you call it?
Who the fuck goes to a cobbler?
What's it called then? The shoe repair guy.
A cobbler.
My father was a cobbler. He actually was a cobbler.
You're fucking with me.
No, he was. He was a cobbler
Of course,
by trade.
my father was a cobbler.
Guess what his dad was?
Oh my god.
Oh god, I don't know.
He was
wait, don't tell us.
It's very Irish.
Oh,
Very Irish.
Do you see that? That is called the King's move. What Matty just did.
That's balls.
That is called the King's move.
Why are you calling the King's
No, that is
Gambit, though?
legit. Because Matty's the king, and what he did is a bit of a gambit.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, what did your grandfather do?
Wait, no. We need to.
It was
to guess
Irish.
this.
Very Irish thing to do.
What's a very Irish thing to do?
Well, it's an Irish working class job.
He was a terrorist?
No, that's not a
Oh.
work. That's
Good.
not a work. That's not a job. That's just a terrorist.
We're not going through Aaron's
There's no
lineage.
education. There's no vocational skills for terrorism.
you'd be surprised.
Do you want me to just tell you? Or you want
Yeah,
to
go on.
You're Irish. You got to think. You got to make your work your way down to work class things. That
No,
particular
plasterer?
skill set. What?
A plasterer?
No, lower than that.
Oh wow.
Shoe shiner.
No.
I
Dustman?
thought you might have passed it.
It's more
like that.
invisible than that.
Dustman?
I'll just tell you.
Tell me.
Chimney sweep.
Rabbiter.
What the hell's a rabbiter?
Person who
catches
goes out and
rabbits.
catches rabbits.
And properties all
Yeah.
night, checking fox traps
Yep.
and stuff, rabbit traps and things.
Yep. They eat all the vegetables.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And you sell
And
the
you
pelts
guys
and
are
stuff.
very sensitive about potatoes over there, I believe. The Irish, no?
No, they like potatoes.
Potato. Like, that's all, that's the only Irish word I know.
Yeah, so he was a rabbiter by trade, and my father was one of 9 kids.
Wow.
And his father went to World War One.
Oh wow.
So they never had a car; they had a horse and buggy, in Goulburn. And that's where the big Catholic Protestant divide was. His father was Catholic.
So you could be a
Irish
rabbiter back then and have a house and 9 children. That's inflation.
Yeah, well, there was only 4 bedrooms. Like there weren't lots of.
It's still a 4-bedroom house for being a rabbiter.
Oh no, but the bedrooms they weren't big. It wasn't like there were.
Still had 4 of them.
Bruv.
I'll tell you, like my father, like there was 9 kids, and his auntie was living there as well. They were sharing beds. He won't admit it, but they were sharing. Because I know from my other auntie,
I'm from Tassie, mate, so that's.
Well, they just didn't have the room.
That's every second house.
He was Irish, but then that's where in Goulburn was the big the Catholic Protestant divide. That's where the funding for Catholic schools came from out of Goulburn. Because
Oh,
there's such a big divide. Because the Catholic school needed new toilets and stuff, and they said, we're not paying. They said, all right, we'll close school and they'll all go into your school. You deal with it now. And they said, oh, we better give them some money or they'll get overloaded.
That's phenomenal.
And guess what he called my middle name? This is a rabbiter. My father had a rabbiter.
Peter?
Warren.
Got him.
I think that's just
Got him, Phil.
What's that?
Got him, Phil.
Got him.
It's a classic Alan quote.
Yeah, it's something that
Got
Alan
him,
says.
Phil.
Was that what was that on the screen on me? What?
No, as in, guess what he called me? Warren. It's like, got him, Phil. Don't worry about it.
It's another Alanism.
Yeah.
It's
I interviewed Alan today for an hour.
Oh wow!
You can see the
I saw that
full
video from last night.
Did you like it?
It reminded me of. Have you ever seen you're a Ricky Gervais guy? Either of you?
Yeah, I know. Ricky.
You know the Derek series.
Oh yeah.
When the Carl Pilkington character's trying to explain something to Ricky Gervais, and it's like he can't get through the most simple of things, and it's like he's just getting frustrated. Like That just reminded me of that so bad. I was like, is Alan doing this for real, or is this just Alan? Like,
You
that
can't
is,
tell. I sometimes think
that
maybe
was
he's just a
classic.
comic genius.
That
I
is
don't know.
classic.
Hey, Phil.
Knock, knock.
Who's
Knock,
there?
knock.
Who's there?
Amos.
Amos who?
A mosquito bit me.
Who
Knock,
he-
knock.
Who's there?
Andy.
Andy who?
Andy bit me again.
Classic.
That's my favourite knock, knock joke of all time.
I don't actually have a knock, apart from the knock knock joke, which was on. That was on.
I didn't even get to hear what the knock knock joke was.
It's not. It's
no. What the it's from the American Werewolf in London, but it's probably before that. So you get someone to say knock knock. You say knock knock, and it just throws you cognitively out because the rhythm's back. Who's there, Alan?
Knock knock, Alan.
Come in.
Knock. You say knock knock.
So
oh, here we go.
Who's there?
Who's there? Doctor Who.
Doctor Who.
So here,
Oh, there we
so,
go. Oh, that's a
so
classic.
Matthew Tecchio, he's got 10 plus kill screens, ranked 8th in the world, just shy
wow,
of
here we go.
1.2,
Oh, here we go, the stat.
just shy of just 1.2 million. He's had 10 wins and 3 losses within the qualifiers, which is absolutely phenomenal.
I can't like for our Anzac thing. There we go. Very embarrassed for us there.
That
big
looks
fella.
great. I think hopefully he's got this on a, like
And
a track.
Barrett as well, so very close to being 1.2. He's
I didn't realise he lifted it that high. Wow.
Mm.
1178.
Yeah,
That's, I mean, I know that's still a big. Those points get harder and harder, but I didn't
Sure.
realise it was that high.
Yeah, so Barrett also 10 plus kill screens. I wish I was able to read that, Kibby, but
That's okay.
That's all right.
I'm sure like there'll be the player cards will
Yeah.
we'll have available when we put something together at the end anyway.
Fantastic.
So with the because we didn't get to utilise them, I don't think much this
no,
weekend.
no. So these are absolutely
But
phenomenal.
we've got
things.
the like the top 16 interviews all
Beautiful.
recorded and stuff like that. So this will really be able to incorporate the
I didn't
introduction
get
to each.
interviewed.
Didn't you?
No.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Who interviewed who?
Over there.
Oh.
No.
Oh my god. I thought I got everyone.
No, mate.
Oh, bruv.
That's all right. We can do it later if you want.
If our mate's still free, I'll get that. I'm extremely sorry, buddy.
No, it's all good.
It was 16 people had to try
That's
and rein
fine.
together
That's-
and then
you
do
couldn't-
follow-ups, man.
You couldn't organise a piss up in a brewery, eh?
I did. I really did do it.
No, yeah,
Like,
that's all good.
I was just one. Like,
All good, mate.
I
All
did
good.
15 interviews, not including
All good.
myself. Or 14,
Did you
I
want to
guess.
do it prior? Did you?
Well, it was after the first knockout game.
Fair enough. Okay, cool.
But
All good.
Been trying to capture all of these shots to
No,
make
mate,
sure we got
mate,
something
lots
put
going
together.
on. Beautiful clear there by Matthew. He'll be
and
happy with that.
We got like our cameraman capturing as much of the footage as he can
Yeah,
over
for
there
sure.
as well. But we'll get a post interview with both of them anyway. So I'll make sure you come over as well, and we'll get that included.
Too easy, amigo.
And you get to have the good lighting and like be mic'd up and everything.
Oh,
so,
wow.
So you do get the red carpet treatment
Oh
when you
man,
come over there, bro.
I'm excited.
I'm actually a coward.
No, don't worry. All good, man. All good. I forget about me sometimes too. I don't like the barrel pattern coming down here for Matthew. These guys need to shut the hell up.
Aaron's going to go bring out the Irish in him and fight someone. Oh, he's actually been for real.
Yeah, I thought he was going to when he
I
said
thought-
he's going to
I
go tell me
do.
quite. I wasn't worried about it.
Oh, he's actually been for real.
I
he's
thought he was
actually-
joking.
He's actually chatting him up. Wow. I've had people cheering and hollering when I've been doing
Yeah.
stuff. I'm like, that's fine.
Yeah, I wasn't worried about it. I thought you were joking when you
Yeah,
said
no,
I'm going to go up quite. I thought you
Aaron
were going
wasn't
to the
missing, and
bathroom.
he's like, all right.
I was fine. Anyway, done now.
Thank you, Aaron.
No, it's just rude.
They probably wouldn't have a clue that that's going on, buddy. They wouldn't be doing it intentionally, I wouldn't imagine.
No. I said, hey, boys, you need to calm down. He's all, why's that? So he started arcing up, so I arced up.
Yeah, and he heard you. Didn't hear your accent to start off with. It was like,
No, that's it. No, I just said, listen, you either need to calm down or go somewhere else. Plain and simple.
got him.
Got him, Phil.
I'm usually the one that starts the fight, so it's nice to have someone else take the heat for once.
It's all right, mate. It's all right.
But actually, I've just come up actually on an anniversary.
Yeah.
It'd be nearly it'd be 8 months since I had a physical altercation with another human being, which is new world record. It was actually a long way. It was a long spell between drinks with that
I was
one.
about to say, 8 months sober? Or?
No.
All jokes aside, we shouldn't joke about that. That's good, man. That's good.
No, I hadn't had a physical altercation for about 10 years prior to that.
Oh,
but,
okay, fair enough.
There was a little incident back in November.
God.
Had to give someone the old Glasgow kiss, mate.
Oh, no, that's no good at all.
You know what I'm talking about.
I do.
Brought that on, Danny.
Cowardice. Sort of can't. I'm not really allowed to go too deep. That's just enough of a bite. When we're off stream, I can tell you the story.
That's fair enough.
I don't really want to go into too deep. But I've got a nice little scar on the top of my head for it.
Oh, God. Sorry to hear, buddy.
I'd rather have that than be on the other end because that was from his tooth.
Yeah.
So,
oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. He's a bit taller than me. Coward.
Obviously quite a bit taller than you.
Anyway, off that subject.
Anyway.
Matthew Tecchio looks like an albino in that bloody AKO profile.
You should see mine.
Bad?
Yeah, no.
I took that photo.
You did, yeah, you took. They were phenomenal photos. I think they're just getting a bit of whitewashed from
the telly doesn't pick up like what you would on a computer
that's it.
at all. Hey Jeff, do you want to jump on here at all for a sec, mate?
Where are you going?
I might go have a quick smoke.
Gonna have a lung buster.
Yeah, most likely. Do you want to jump and fill in for a bit, buddy? This is Jeffrey, new to the scene, you know. Jeffrey Sutter, even him.
Is it
fantastic?
Sutter or Sutter? Is it Sutter or Sutter?
I call him Suter because I think it sounds it's cool. Yeah. Welcome to the couch, Jeff.
Thank you, sir.
Mate, Matty losing all his men
Now,
really early.
You came up before Jeff, like, what's going on? So give us your read on this then.
Look, this is my read. Matt can do 1,000,000 points in one man, but the risk is super high right now. Barra has 3 spare man. He's playing a one. Was he group? He's grouping, right?
And he has from the beginning. Yeah, absolutely.
So he's playing a 1.1 game. So Matt has to achieve a 1.1 game with no sacks and sacrifices. And the risk of point pushing higher than Barra has to. It's just super risky for Matt.
It is.
You know, if anybody can do it.
Did you see his deaths?
I saw not all of them, no, because I missed the first 2.
Okay.
I
think the second one was
barrels, right?
Barrel to the face. I think I think it would have been one of those that. I don't know if I could avoid it, but definitely Matthew would have been able to avoid that. The other 2 fireballs, I think, just chased them.
Yeah,
and got
that's
him.
right. They beat him to the.
Yeah.
Does anyone want a glass of water?
Yes, please. That'd be lovely.
No worries. I'd also like to shout out. We have a pretty international audience right now. There's over 80 people.
Fantastic! Oh, wow.
Stream.
Well,
we have
hello everybody.
Okinawa from Japan. We've got the Americans or the Ray Finkles. We've got Johnny Bond.
Johnny Bond, mate. How's it going? Fantastic.
Yeah, we've got Aussies, we've got Americans, we've got everybody.
Well, welcome everybody. Absolutely. This is phenomenal. Hopefully the boys put on a great show for them, which I reckon they have.
Well, I was ready to settle into a 2.5 hour game.
Same. Well, maybe. I don't know.
No, well, if they were both playing and they both had like 2 men left, we are really, we're point pushing pretty hard. I don't think there's any other players here that can compete on this level like this.
No, not at all. Not at all.
So, if Barra was in a final against...
Barra's lost a man.
Oh, he has too.
That was nice.
I completely missed it.
Yeah, same. If I'm sure chat will fill anybody in who's missed it. We can't quite read chat from here, but yeah.
But that's interesting. Okay. So the problem is, if Barra just saying, if he kind of hiccups...
Well, Matty's in a bit of trouble here, the fireball above him.
Yeah, he may come down, no. If Barra hiccups and loses another life, it's kind of within reason. Within, it just makes everything closer. Oh, he's getting horrible. Oh, this is bad.
Oh my God. That is just phenomenal play by Matthew, right? They're literally teasing the fireball down. I don't know if you saw that, but he went and actually down the ladder a little bit. That was phenomenal.
I didn't see the down ladder.
That was absolutely phenomenal.
But
I was saying earlier on,
he's got
like
experience
watching.
to do that, so.
Yeah. Absolutely. But it's fantastic to watch a master skill at a game.
Yeah.
What I was saying earlier on is that Matty will do things, and when he's done them, I'm like, okay, that's why he's did it, and I'm able to comment on it. But I could not do that in the moment.
you don't
in any
think
way.
about it
No,
on the
absolutely
moment,
not. It's just And I said the same about you watching your games as well. That you all just do things that blow my mind.
Take you by surprise. Yeah, there's still so much to learn.
Oh God, yeah.
But it is, it's one of those just tender hooks. Is that the thing? Like everybody's just like on.
Thank you, Phil.
Everybody's on like. Yeah, they're on the edge of the seat because it could all be over in a matter of seconds. Yet it may go on for an hour or more. So
that's a beautiful little play from Matthew. I have to say, with pies, what I've noticed is that I really, really struggle with pies, but I've noticed in the higher level games, you all chill out on the ladders.
Yeah, you're waiting for the break.
Yeah. I've never thought of doing that, of waiting on the ladders,
because as soon as you go down to that bottom level, they all follow you down. I hate it. So waiting on the ladder gives you an opportunity to see what's going to happen and make a break for it.
It's absolutely lovely.
Nobody wants to go down on pies.
I think you have to not be afraid to do it though when the time calls for it.
I thought you'd pick up on that one, but anyway, it's fine.
Family chat. So this is good.
It's a 2-level ahead.
Yeah, I mean Matthew had lost all his men by I want to say about. Not even 100k. I want to say.
Yeah, it was
about
100. I think it was 150.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was early. The point at which you just reset straight away, eh?
Yeah. I would have reset a long time ago. But this is the format. This is the format. This is what it is.
It's going to be my catchphrase of Kong off sixes. I say it once, I'll say it again, and I'll keep saying it until someone tells me to shut up.
Shut up. No, go. What?
Head-to-heads are the great equalizer.
Yeah.
They really are. They really, really are. So Matthew, I didn't see it, but Matthew was saying he actually came a little bit close to not beating my 157. He died he died once on pies. On pies. And when I say didn't come close, it was at a point where it's like, actually this could go the wrong way.
Yeah.
And he said, he goes, I was nervous as hell playing against you, Aaron.
Dude.
I'm like, why is that? He's like, could you imagine if I lost?
The thing is, you got to remember too, this is not a home game.
No.
This is he is playing for his tournament life. Yep. He is in a really bad situation in that respect. So
look at this. He's going for it. He's not messing about.
One tiny mistake. One really bad pies or rivets. He only has his skill to get out of these things.
So. And he's definitely put that on display. Yeah. My God. I could watch this for days. It's just look at that.
I do.
Yeah, I know. So what's the goal for you then, Jeff? Are you wanting to get that 1 million, 1.1?
I got a little pact with Mr. Ray Finkel.
Okay.
And
is that a secret squirrel business?
Not really secret,
sure,
but it's a verbal commitment.
Fantastic.
Sometimes jobs get in the way.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Sometimes life gets in the way.
Yeah.
What is it? Video games are for people who don't have. Oh wait. Jobs are for people who don't play video games. Billy Mitchell.
Something
it's something like that. Beautiful. So what's Barra doing here? He's just waiting for the boys to come up.
Yep.
Fair enough.
I have a very bad habit when running boards. Early grabbing, because
I did notice that in some of your games. Actually,
I feel like as soon as you grab the hammer, it doesn't matter if they're on the same level because they can go up very quickly.
That's it.
So I've actually got this kind of thing in my mind that just grab the hammer.
Just
when
get it
when
out
you're
of it, yeah.
there, they're either going to come down or they're not. And if
Mhm.
they don't come down, you need to do exactly what Barron's
Yeah,
doing
he's
now.
doing-
You
do
need
the-
to lure
do-
them
do the
down.
loop.
You need to wait for your break, and
And move in.
I feel very confident myself on rivets most of the time and
Rivets
controlling
is,
it.
Rivets is my favourite board.
It's a good board.
It is my favourite. I don't know what it is, but it's one that I just kind of get in a sense.
I mean,
you know?
it can be just
Oh, it can-
devastating.
absolutely,
but
absolutely, absolutely.
Generally, it's not a scary board.
No, I'm normally happy once I reach
Pies
rivets.
for me too is
I'm
not
sad.
really a scary
Oh
board.
no, I hate pies.
Yeah.
Pies, I absolutely hate.
Do you know what scares me?
Elevators?
Yes.
Yeah, it's funny.
Springs.
It's funny.
Still
No,
scares
all
me
good,
to
Phil.
this day.
What's the springs?
Yeah.
It actually makes me nervous to watch. I think, ooh, and then they land because I've seen people fall. Used to see it more often in the other.
Mm.
I don't think I've seen any this year on the springs. There would have been.
Alan did it. Alan did a stall fall.
And I did it as well.
There you go. I saw an ugly rivets one. Someone fell through the gap.
Yeah.
I think it might have been that. I can't
It's
remember what
probably
it was.
it's probably yeah.
The best. Well, he had the hammer as
Yeah,
well.
you
The
take
best,
out a few
Yeah,
fireballs
it's
on the way
the
down.
best. It's the best. I love it.
Yeah, I think he might have. I think it was that. It was, and it was ugly looking. I hadn't seen it, so
Yeah.
he had a real bad Kong off.
Yeah, but
Yeah, he did, unfortunately.
I'm hoping, like, we say it every year, gets the moon, gives him a new sort of like fundamental.
What's that? Sorry.
I'm just, we say it every year, but hopefully he gets the moon and it gives him a bit of, I don't know, a bit of
Grounds
closure.
him a bit.
I don't think he's going to push much higher, but he definitely wants that. But it's going to take a little bit
Actually,
of a shift in his mind right now.
Just curious what your thoughts on this. We were talking before, and Matt was having, he'd lost a man, and it wasn't looking good.
This is not looking good.
No, this is an ugly position to be in.
Very calm,
quiet
very
for now.
collected.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that he's had to clear that. Oh,
He's calm, he's collected. He waited to see what the fireball did. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. Nice.
No, it's not nice at the moment.
Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, I don't know. It looks a bit up and down.
Beautiful.
So the thing I worry about right now is those top left rivets.
Same.
See, he has to clear at least one side. Okay, clear him. Clear.
Nice.
Go. Very good. So now he can get the hammer, hopefully. Ooh, yes, got it.
Beautiful work, Matthew.
So there's a good example of that was really well played.
Yeah. Oh yeah, phenomenally played.
Now, what happened was earlier when he was losing, there's certainly things in game where, using a chess term, like you're saying Kingsland, where it is checkmate. You just can't do anything. You're running against the clock and there's no way out.
He's running against the clock right now.
And it's just panic time.
Got it.
That's
Beautiful. Good work, Matthew. He'll
But
be happy with that.
But this year I was saying, normally I come up and do commentary and just do commentary. So, this, that, let's talk about it. But I think we're at the point now, the gamers are so good, 14 kill screens, I think we can do commentary and also be a bit more critical, I was saying before. We can actually look and say, these people don't need us blowing wind up their arse, so to speak. We can say that wasn't good. Like, Jeff, you had a great game yesterday.
Yep.
Not so great today.
I made a mechanical error.
Yeah.
I made a focus error on the springs. Matt actually said to me on my last life that I died on, he said, "Why did you jump in those fireballs?" At the time, and I can tell you, I can't even remember what I did.
Yeah.
I can't even remember the death.
And that's got to do with everything in your head.
Yeah, that's
and you
going
think,
on.
well, and you just sort of go.
So he obviously saw an escape,
Yeah.
and I didn't see it when I was playing.
But you end up saying that person's just not playing well.
Yeah.
They're making errors.
I think that my first two pie deaths were actually quite horrifically horrible, and my spring death was a testament to non-focusing. But look, this is Kong off, and that's what happens sometimes. I just wasn't focused.
But that in itself was an error, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, definitely.
'Cause you were very focused last night.
I was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you've been focused prior to the Kong off. Really focused.
Yeah.
And how do you get that?
I can't say I wasn't focused. I think I just got thrown a little bit by the early deaths and whatnot. I actually felt rather confident, to be honest. I was 100 grand ahead, and we were both on our last man, and for me it was like, just keep playing until you hear that death sound. But unfortunately, the death sound was mine. And then I know what. To be honest, I'd rather be in a chasing position.
Oh, you prefer to chase?
Yeah, you reckon?
Yeah, because chase it keeps you calm.
Yeah.
And you're focused on where
you know what you got to work for.
Yeah. And it's just like, just get through it. Get through the next.
That's something I wanted to ask this Kong off. I was asking people before leading up to it. Would you think you'd rather set a score or chase? You prefer to chase. That's interesting.
Yeah. Matt, you notice Matt chases every game.
Yeah, he likes to sit back and chase. Yeah. Well, he's also pressing so hard. That
Yeah, that's true
He
too.
naturally sits back, but it obviously doesn't bother him that he has
Because
to chase.
because a low target is easier to hit than the high target. Like if Barra dies now before 500 grand, 480 is not a hard target. Like you think about it, it's just 100 grand on one man. Done.
Yeah.
So if you take that sort of mental state, then yeah. And Matt is analytical, and he would change his gameplay based on what's happening.
I don't know, man. I don't know. He seems to not have changed the gameplay here, at least, to be honest.
Because he can't.
Well, that's right. Yeah, no, fair call. Fair call.
Mate,
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you.
Barra is doing one-by-one strats. He can't change anything.
No. That's yeah. He's Barra's almost forced his hand in a sense.
Yes.
No, good call. Thank you, Jeff.
Jeff, the super coach.
Jeff, yeah.
Okay, hammer, safety hammer,
safety hammer.
Oh, he's going to wait for it. See, I would have grabbed it straight away because I'm a scaredy cat. But he
Well,
waited.
I find these. I mean, I'm not saying you're not a top player because I see it too. There's a.
I'm not a top player.
Well, you are. You're a million-point player. Like, I mean, it's not. You're not a top 10 player, but I mean, you can play. But I always find
It's
these
safe
guys
to go,
have a
Matty.
type of patience. Like,
Oh, look at that little pause. That little pause just to freeze the bar.
He was waiting for the ladder.
He was,
to go back up.
yeah. But he's also waiting for the other guy to go down so that he'd freeze and stay there.
Okay, so we got the stats on the board. I haven't seen these yet.
Yeah, these are beautiful.
I'm glad these are up.
Well, it's been so busy this week.
Yeah.
We've lost a bit of time at different spots for different reasons, and it was also about having Neil on to look at them, but we just haven't. But they look good, don't they?
They
We've
do.
got I think they're pretty much done for probably.
Did you show any other stats during the thing?
No, we just did. We
definitely talked stats.
We were going to do it this morning, and then there was they were fixing all the cabs up, and we didn't get to it, and then it just didn't happen. And we'll use them more next year.
Yeah, they're great little templates now for using in
beautiful.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they're going to have to. I suppose they can just hang on to this one because this year they did that, and I don't remember the designer's name and the illustrator. who did all
Nelson.
this, yeah. So whether they just keep this the same, because otherwise Tags has got to do them all again. But maybe
Yeah, that's fine.
I think you even just change.
Well, they've got a template now, so
yeah,
you got
just
to change the graphics.
Yeah, but it's fun to do that stuff.
Oh, if Tags is happy to do it.
Yeah. It's creative stuff is fun. No, that wasn't
was
close,
fine,
guys.
yeah.
That was close for me.
No, the barrel's not going to hit him, right? He's going to leech that. He's going to leech the hell out of that barrel that comes down.
He's
there.
happy to see that.
Yeah, he's happy.
That means more points.
Yeah. At this level, every single one of those wild is points. It's not death.
Then this is the bit I get at, and this is where I always. And it's not just Matt. It's any. It's like with the poetry publishing I do, right?
Yeah.
When someone likes your work, they've got a good idea. You know, I like that review. When they don't like it, they don't know what they're talking about. So when they do that, that's good. When it's not, that was just bad luck. No, he knows what. Like any Donkey Kong player, when it doesn't hit him, that's clever. When it does, that was bad luck.
Yeah.
No.
No, fair
Eventually you gotta
call.
own
Fair
it.
call.
And so with critical stuff, you can't just like the critics that like your stuff. You got to take on the stuff they don't like. You can't go, I don't care what they say. You think, hang on, you like it when they say the good stuff. You like it when you get the points. Now I'm a bit ramped up about it now because I just feel next year, I'm going to come. I think we've got a level of game now we can be more critical.
No, fair enough.
There's such good players. Like
There was nothing critical about that.
No, I'm saying he knows what he's doing. I agree
Yes,
with you.
yeah.
These top players know the safe spots. When they get it wrong, I had an unlucky barrel. No, you stood in the wrong bloody spot.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh, when I can tell you now, when Matt or Barra die, it's 99% of the time it's because they've made an error.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
When you get low, they just don't know what the error is. You know, it's different.
Well, Barra's in a bit of a.
It's different on a pie.
Bit of a shit spot here.
When they're sandwiched in. Like imagine there was 5, but there's nowhere to go. There's only 2 outs in this game, up the left or up the right.
Yep.
You can't get up with a hammer and doing. And if there's not there, it's not there. Same with you get them trapped on the top. You can't get a rivet. There's nowhere to go. You just.
Yeah, I mean it's a bad situation, but it's an accumulation of decision making. You saw Matt mitigate the 2 top rivet risk.
Yeah.
There was a certain amount of RNG and what the Fireballs did, but he was looking for it. He was waiting for the moment.
He was waiting for the right
different.
moment. Yeah.
So that's different. So they're very good at dancing that. Let's put it this way. a top player, in theory, there's no reason they should ever fail on an elevators.
Oh,
no,
absolutely.
absolutely not.
It's all on
Elevators.
them.
Absolutely not.
Now,
yeah.
on a barrel board, a really top player, they're drawing the barrels to and from. It's their decision, and there's multiple outs. There's multiple ways to get around stuff. It's on them in the end.
It is.
You
There's
know, with your periphery and Rygo and this, you're looking at all of it. If there's a Firefox coming up, you should be seeing it.
Yeah, there is one situation that I've seen that is extraordinary, and that is I've seen Matt do, because sometimes you wall jump without getting that top hammer there because you're waiting for a board full of barrels to smash. Or you're waiting for the fireball to come up to smash. So you sort of do a back jump against the wall. I've seen him do a back jump to miss the hammer, so he's got more, and a while get released at the same time.
They still know that's an option, though. You don't have to do it.
It's so kind of rare.
But doesn't matter. You're doing it with that risk involved.
Well, should you not be watching the monkey before you do it?
Well,
that's right.
That's true.
Yeah.
So it is an error, but it's such a small...
It doesn't matter. Look,
Yeah.
to put it simply, if you decide to go cliff spelunking or parachuting, and if you break your neck, it's deserving because you're doing the thrill risk.
Yeah.
You go, I like the thrill. But when it turns out, I'm so unfortunate he jumped out of a plane and died, you think, well, he was jumping out of a bloody plane. If you want to jump off that backboard to get that hammer, knowing a wild ball can come out, don't become crime when you get hit with a wild barrel.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. You know?
You play with wood, you're going to get splinters.
Exactly. Irish wisdom. It's the same thing. You can't go, that was unlucky.
Yeah.
You know the calculated risk. We've got players now. Sorry, I've been away from it.
That's fine.
14 kill screeners, and we've got 2 of the top in the world, and we've got yourself a 1 million point player, and enough others sitting around that bottom top 900. You guys know all this stuff, and I'm coming in next year if I'm invited back. I just think it's time to be a bit more critical.
Okay,
do that. You can do that
let's be
now.
more critical.
Yeah, I just think that we
Stop
all...
blowing the wind up Matt's ass.
No, not just him. Anyone. We all
Fair
plotted
call.
it. And I'm only I wouldn't have said it last year because this year feels different. I think actually I could do. This year I've been a bit more quiet. Thinking there's nothing much here but politeness to say because I'm thinking I'm looking for faults now. I'm not looking for encouragement. I'm looking for faults.
Yeah.
It's time to say
That's
where
fair.
are they stuffing up.
That's fair.
And I know it sounds.
No, but
heavy.
I suppose it's what you should be looking for,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, what a great move! What a great move he's gone. I don't know. I think he's actually doing some dumb stuff lately. Like Matt has calmed right down and he's playing really well. And I tell you, when I
It's in
said
a bit of a zen state, really.
yeah, that's
absolutely.
but he wasn't before.
No.
Now he's, and I said, didn't I say he needs to find some space?
He
I don't
does.
know. I don't know what that means in Donkey Kong, but he needs to find some room for him
This
to
is
move
a bit.
around.
Oh no, he's got 2 freezes. They should be all right. Beautiful. Hulk smash.
Not a good situation with the 2 freezes.
No,
but
it isn't.
they'll come
But
down.
he's hopefully. Yeah, there we
Yeah.
go. Beautiful.
How much hammer has he got? Yeah.
Heaps,
See, the
mate.
thing is, I can't hear the hammer noise. So to me, that situation.
Do you need the noise or do you count?
I 100% need the noise.
Yeah, right.
I
Wow.
use the noise. There's a certain pattern to the music, and it sort of cuts off halfway between
does,
the
it
end
does.
of the melody. I mean, the hammer flashes, but it's still, to me, the
Yeah, no,
sound is
fair
everything.
enough, fair enough.
My first qualifying game was, the sound was really low. I couldn't even hear the cab on
Yeah.
both cabs. And I died on level 1 going up the ladder because I suddenly realised what time it was because I couldn't hear the do-do-do-do-do-do.
Yeah, right on.
Going back to that, not it's just on how to assess these things, because
Yeah.
I hear people talking RNG. I'm not as convinced that there is as much RNG as these people make out. Now, I'm not a player of it, and let me explain why. Because you guys see freezes before I even know what to look at.
Yeah.
You know, there's things, and you said, you're sort of saying jump to lift a Firefox up a ladder. And I haven't seen that, but I'll be using that, you said. You know? There's lots of little clues and things you can do to guide or shepherd or train your barrels to follow or push away. Now, hang on, let me finish. And when I see on the barrel boards, the skills I see from Alan Stall, those awesome foursome, as Neil was calling, yourself, Kibby. I was watching Danny Fazakli.
That's way more than 4, but anyway, yeah.
No, I was saying the awesome
I
foursome
know,
plus
I know.
these guys. And
Big
that's
facetious.
to do with the scores in the
Yeah,
Kong-offs, right?
yeah.
So it's not to do with scores in general. But Danny Fazakli, I was watching, go, man, these guys are doing something. And on the level 3 one, they were doing what I'd see as 1 million players doing, picking up bottom hammers. The
That's-
skills,
yeah,
not for,
exactly.
but just not for 22 boards,
Yeah.
22 levels.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying at this point, the barrel boards, the RNG is just a loose indicator of something else. No, you're all aware of this now, and you know where to look. But the RNG is true on the pies, and it's certainly true on the rivets, where you've got no choice. Some random number goes the wrong way, and you're in big trouble. You know, and it's no fault of your own. But I'm getting to the point when you get these top players and you watch those ones like Lakeman, that when you get that good, look, Barra's been running boards for ages and he only lost one man. And he's getting wild barrels. They're doing stuff, just as Matt has been recently. He's still grouping them and doing all the right things because their skills showing, you know.
Yeah.
But other times, and you can call it lapse of concentration,
It
but
is.
no Formula One driver is going, oh yeah, well, accidentally lapse. Well, your whole point is to no. Imagine being air traffic control and go, I had a lapse of concentration. You go, well, you're no good at your job. You're supposed to do this. So what I'm saying is that there's level of brilliance here, real mastery, not just some knowledge, real mastery. You know. So you know, like I think a 1 million point score like yourself, that's a level 1. Well, let's call it first level mastery. 1.1 is a level 2. No, I'm serious.
No, I get you, but there's a bit of a joke going around because it's a long story. But I said, it's nice when you master the game and you can just run a kill screen like a 1 credit.
Yeah.
But Matt was going, you have not mastered the game because mastery really is what
no, he's
the top
wrong.
guys are doing.
No, that's not true. There's levels of mastery.
Yes, that's what I meant.
That's
what I meant.
I would like to have that conversation, probably because with Robert Murchik, we talked about it ages ago. We were ranking things for another thing, and we're using it for ANZAC. And our ranking is like on our assessment at the moment. You're sitting on, with the scores I know you've got 40%. You only need 80% to be inducted.
Right.
So because hang on. Yeah, you've got, what am I talking about? 10, 15. You've got 35% just on...
Matty's in a little bit of trouble
just
here on the
your
pies.
1 million score, and your world record on Rygar is 35%, right?
Yeah.
Because your a kill screen's worth 10, or what we'd see as the expert skill set around 800,000 on a kill screen is 10%, right, on Donkey Kong? But that's just an expert skill set. You know what to do. But when you get to that 1 million, you know the difference from a kill screen to 1 million points.
I
now,
do.
1.1 is 20. That's equal to a world record on most titles. And 1.2 is 25%.
Matty is in trouble
you
here.
See what I'm saying?
Oh God, we've got to watch. Sorry, dude.
Matty is in trouble here.
He's keeping calm. He's waiting for his break. He needs the second one to go up, and he's gone.
See, this is RNG, and that's skill.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
that's his skill.
That's a patience
and
to get to
patience
there,
mitigating the risk. Yeah.
Problem now
unless
is
a
the
player
time.
would have panicked or whatever. Now, let's see what he does. Now, this is where
It should go up. Oh, okay. He's got to get across now. Okay. Yeah, he can't. He's dead.
Yeah.
Now, that's bad luck.
That is, yeah.
And had he jumped over, that was great skill. But that's just really unfortunate because that's the RNG.
That is unfortunate.
I'm sorry if I'm abandoning you guys. But
Go for it.
No, you go for it, mate. Anyway, I sound a bit revved up there.
I'm devastated. I was gunning for Matthew, I have to be honest.
Oh, I thought that was pretty evident.
Yeah.
You were watching a lot of the game, which is fine. You can
Yeah.
go for it.
Yeah.
You know, there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's good to have, it's good to be enthusiastic for someone to win.
Yeah,
It's great.
yeah.
And I thought, you were watching his game a lot more. I think I was too, because Barra had such a lead in men and points that you thought, well, until it starts to even out somewhere to look at, that's just where we're at, But hey, what a terrific Kong off.
Yeah.
That is not a disappointing. Like, that's what I said to start. Matt won't be happy came second.
No, he
if
won't.
you'd have won second, you'd be drunk as a skunk by midnight. Like, there's nothing like, and then when these stats come in next year with wins and stuff, as we go along and build up profiles on players, Matt is undoubtedly Australia's, because he's Australian, not Australia's
absolutely,
number one player.
absolutely.
There's no two ways about it, And same with Barra, with New Zealand's number one player. Now, if you start putting the stats together, well, you're starting to carve up things differently now.
Sure.
What do we look at? What do we weight? What do we favour? But anyway, no matter which way you carve it, that's the.
Yeah, that's it is what it is.
It is what it is, And I couldn't. I mean, even though I sound a bit ripped up, this is my most favourite Kong off yet. But as I was going through this thing, I've got to switch this. This is not the right gear we're in. There's something about this is becoming not right for me. These players are too good. They're just too good to sort of pamper them, And I think it's time to say no. Let's not be mean, but just say, hey, that's
understandable.
The excuses of this or that, and I'm thinking, no, this is just not up to their scratch.
Well, they're going to be doing the ceremony now. Shall we wander over and join in, or no? Let's stay here. Fantastic.
I think we can take an ear off just like this, so we can hear what Jimmy's got to say, because others can't hear it. So we should probably try and fill in the gaps a little bit.
Absolutely.
Maybe we'll go down.
Yeah,
Let's go
sure
down.
thing, sure thing.
We'll be back in a minute with the guys.
Hey folks, Kibby here. Sorry we couldn't get audio for this presentation. Jimmy's just reading out some stats of average scores performed over the weekend and things like that. We'll get a post up on DKF and all the other places. We've got another camera recording this that does have the audio, so for anyone that wants to see this presentation, we'll get that up online for people to check out afterwards. Sorry for the inconvenience, folks.
I guess 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. I think one of the mics isn't working, but I can share one with Barra. Whoever sits here, I can share a mic.
It's just not working.
Oh, I think it does. I think it's just...
Test.
Oh, that works.
Test. Hello.
Yeah, they're all working. They're all working.
Yeah, I think we're fine.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, number one in the middle.
We won't do this for long, guys. It's time to get moving. Cheers. Here comes
Indeed,
Barra.
he does. Oh, here comes the big man now, carrying his big trophy. Oh.
You put the...
It's
Here, Barra, pass it over here.
Bring it up. Bring
hold on
that
to it.
trophy over.
Put it over here.
There you go, mate. Sit down in the middle. Hey, baby.
Wait for Barra to get his stuff on. Just say something, Barra. Just you.
Hello.
Oh, yeah,
hello.
you're right. Shane, can I hear you? Just make sure we...
Hello.
Oh, good one. Yeah, anyway, congratulations, guys. It's interesting. I mean...
It is
just
interesting,
going back
isn't it?
Well, going back a couple of nights, there's something happened on the commentary tonight that it was kind of I got a bit heated.
Oh, what got
No,
you
I'll
heated?
fill you in. No, I'll just be interested in what you say. Like after the level 3, we sat down and everyone was pretty flat. You know, it was tired day, and I thought this is the worst interview I've had because it was like you had the headache.
It's a long day.
Yeah, it's a long day.
on
But
the
you had,
Friday.
you had a big head. Like
Yeah.
I mean, not big head, a headache and stuff. But you had a headache. And it was
Yeah.
tiring. It was a long day, and everyone was, it was just busy. And I thought, wow. And then when he came in on Saturday, I felt there was a different, a bit of a different mood for kill screens. Like with 14 kill screeners coming in, and it just didn't feel like normal, right? And so the commentary box, like sitting up here talking, I thought nothing feels right here. Like there was nothing wrong. It was all good. It was the best Kong.
People were struggling early on, though.
Yeah, but people getting kill screen was the best qualifying we've ever had.
Easy.
And then today,
Easily.
And then today I stepped back a bit because we've got the commentary team. I thought, well, on those days I'm on a lot because they're playing a lot, and I thought that's good. And I came back on, and I was looking at the games, I was watching stuff, and people saying, oh, that's, this guy's a great guy, he's such a great guy, we all love each other. And that's all true, we're all great mates. And at one point I thought, and it was in the finals, and I said, look, we can talk RNG all you like, but these guys are so good, like the three of you, and you guys with the game, then these things that you call them bad luck, unless they're the RNG that you get on pies and rivets, which you can't avoid, where you checkmate, there's mistakes being made. And I said, we can sit here and say this, but I'm telling you now, this was the start, I said, Matt wouldn't appreciate me pissing in pocket when he knows he's not playing well. Do you know what I mean? I said, it's time, the level of skill we've got now, it's time, I said, and I did quote,
So were you shitting on me, were you, Phil?
No,
Is that
no,
what you're
no,
saying?
no, that's not what I'm saying at all. And I said, I've never done this before because normally it's good to give people like encouragement and all that sort of stuff. And I said, we've got 14 kill screeners. We've got 2 of the top players, active players, well, it's probably 2 of the top 5 active players. We've got people, 1 million point players like Jeff Suter. Shane, who's got the in the stats is the very top player at Kong-Off.
Yep.
I'm thinking these guys are so good. I think it's time to start saying let's start. So and I did it first with Alan. Alan came off, said, Alan, you're one of the top Kong-Off players, but you've had a crap weekend. You played real bad. Like, what happened? Like you've had. And he goes, yeah, I know. And I thought, and I said, it's time to be. We're nothing if not critical at this point. We're not doing commentary. You guys are so good. And then everyone sort of like a bit felt back when I said, look, Matt's made some mistakes. Like things have happened. And I said he needs to find some space. And then you did. And I said, now we're watching Matt. We know. I don't know what happened, but it just flipped at that point.
I was trying to push at the start.
Yeah.
As Barra could probably agree, the first couple of level barrel boards can be a little bit.
Oh, they're a pain in the ass.
Yeah. But you tend to run through them. You were going past.
I just get past them.
Whereas I chose not to run through them.
Yeah.
I chose to push like an idiot.
Yeah.
And I paid the price for
Different
that.
strategy.
Yeah, there certainly was.
But that's a strategy.
Yeah, and it didn't work out for me. And that's
And you know
okay.
what you're
I
trying
was
to do,
fine with
and
it.
you got to wear it, and you think like,
Yeah.
these guys are so good. I've seen you guys get through stuff, and that includes people like, more recent kill screeners like Patrick or Danny. Like these people playing like 1 million point players, picking up bottom Hannums. And I think we've got next level stuff this year. It was nothing like the previous ones this year. And I thought, I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, everything they do is good. No, they're starting to do some mistakes, and I've seen them play
I'm
better.
sorry I didn't bring my A grade.
No, you did.
Game for you,
No,
Phil. I
look, hang
assure
on, hang
you,
on.
I tried my hardest.
No. Now you're being hard on yourself because you're sitting in second spot, and you're sitting in first
fine.
spot the night before. Do you know what I mean? So but you did bring your A game. Like I'm saying, like someone's got to win. But I just think it was and the reason I say it is, I just think it's such a good tournament now. Like the other ones, this was nothing
it was
like the previous
It was
one.
next level this
Yeah,
year. In terms of kill screens.
And that's what I was trying to say. I
In
said,
terms of qualifying scores.
we're all mates, but that doesn't mean we can't look at it. And Jeff came on like the other night and he put that kill screen on, and I said, and he agreed with me. I said, look, I think we've got to get to a point like let's do this. Like, we can see where players are so good. We can
Yeah.
see where those
Yeah.
good players aren't playing so well, and there could be good reason for that. But I was saying, I've seen you guys dance through the rivets. You can shepherd those, sort of do judo moves and that, and it's fantastic. And when you do that backward jump over on that fireball, it was brilliant. Like, you see these great plays, but I've seen things like your last pies. I think you lost your man on the pies, wasn't it? No,
I did.
Probably.
was it the pies or the rivets? I can't remember now.
I think it
That
was.
was the
I think it was
pies.
pies.
It
Yeah, it's
wouldn't let me
pretty bad
go.
pies.
And there was
yeah.
nothing you could do. That's where
Yeah,
you say
but-
that's got enough good play. There's nothing you can do, And you see these moves, and I just think, what? Anyway, my point being is, it was at the level where you think it was just so, like, there was times you'd watch stuff and go, these aren't making any mistakes. And when you see one, you go, well, you think, actually, was that them or the machine? And I think, no, it's just so good this time around. I'm saying, I'd sit there just the level of, I don't know, it's hard to see it from my perspective because I don't play, but you watch this stuff and you go, oh yeah, but now this year, it was just such good game from top to bottom, like of skill set regarded, like on a, where they're at a personal best.
I think the
It
finals
was just
were
so good.
easily the best we've had. Like the qualifying
by
was as
far,
well.
by
but
far.
the final was like, how many games do we have under 100k?
Yeah.
One or two. Like we usually have a few.
No. So what I'm saying is, what my point is that it's no fake praise. Like, you guys did amazing. Like, there was some great games all through. And Neil Cairns, what a gunner!
Amazing.
And
And
one of my favourite games of the night of the whole thing was Dennis Edmonds came in with his qualifying match, just dropped the coin in and bang,
Yep.
Yeah,
And you
first
think,
credit. Yeah,
and this is a guy
600.
he's only just started playing again. I'm thinking,
Yep.
and what I'm trying to get at is, like, if like this is next level sort of stuff now from the previous 5 years. I mean, I wasn't at the first one, but I just think it's fantastic. I don't want to give I'm not that I was ever giving fake praise, but I just think, wow, this was such a different feel that it sort of threw me off going, what are we saying up
Well,
here now?
how many 900ks do we have?
Well, we had 5 kill screens.
Well, 5 kill screens,
And
but
900,000.
900, like,
a
is the next level.
900,000 point
Yeah.
that wasn't a kill. I think, like,
Yeah.
what more do you want?
Million,
You know?
900 from Jeff.
And-
What did you
and-
get, Shane?
903.
903. Like,
Yeah,
well,
yeah. And what would you want
Unheard of.
And what would you want more from each other?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
when you lost those, early on, Matt, then you pulled out and you just run it like you were just playing brilliantly, and then you did get.
I was playing the
bad
same
luck.
all the way, Phil, to be quite honest. It's just those levels at the start are
Yeah,
different.
yeah, no, they are different. But what I'm saying is that things can go wrong in the player. Like, things
Yeah.
can go, and I just think, like, wow, like, what a. Look, I just felt it was so different this weekend for me. Like, I've done it 5 years now, I think, and 5. And you think this weekend was so different in just level of ability that it almost forced you to say, I'm looking for something that's going wrong. Because it was just so seamless most of the time. It was just so good. So anyway, my point is, like, all three of you won a Kong off. You've won 2. You've won 2 Kong off 3s. You've won 1. And Shane, you probably had more kill screens here than anyone. You've got more wins and worse losses than anyone in the awesome foursome as
Well, I think we should call it the threesome now.
Yeah,
Jeff bombing out, you know what I
No,
mean?
it was Alan.
Yeah,
Alan was
forget
the
about
other
him.
foursome.
Oh, Alan was?
Yeah, because
Oh, 'cause he's
his
awesome.
amount of the wins he's
because
had.
he's been so
Kong off.
consistent.
Yeah.
He's consistent.
And I say, and
Yeah.
what I'm saying is that if it is all a sort of bit of bad luck here and a bit of good luck there, well, you guys are extremely lucky to be consistently in the top 3. It is skill in the end.
It's just
and
hard being so
You can
lucky,
play
you
this
know?
again next week, and we can find a match-up of a different 3 here. But I think next year there's players coming through. Jeff's
Yeah.
obviously one of them. Dennis has turned his attention to it. If he turns his attention, he's doing stuff like that, I'll be watching out for him next year. You know?
Well, unfortunately, if he does that, the cabs won't be working. So,
Well, anyway,
let's hope he doesn't.
It was a weird thing to bring up, but I just meant some of you were watching. I think it wasn't. I just think it was by far the best, and a lot of the games just threw me. Like, it was just
easily
so good.
the highest quality Kong off we've had in terms of scores and playing and stuff like that.
Well, when was that?
Only up from here.
I reckon the last Kong off like this, realistically, that would match, was the Lakeman Copeland years.
Yeah.
When Hank Chan and them were still, because they don't have that anymore. Because none of those guys are playing.
Yeah,
It's
And they're
getting
not
hot
turning
here.
up.
It's getting
Yeah,
hot.
it is. It is. And I was saying, I reckon we got to do a throw around, see where Johnny's at, and get him out next year.
Yep.
That'll lift it. J Mac will be back.
Yep.
And I threw it down. So let's see what Justin
Try and
can
get
do.
a couple of the Kiwis over, eh? Get them back into the game.
Get Tudor up from New Zealand if we can. But also,
Who?
is it Tudor? What's his name? Tudor?
Fields.
No, he's from Canada.
Oh,
But,
no. What's the guy? He's got a name. What's
Hawkins, Storm Data.
No, what's the guy from New South Wales?
Oh, New South Wales.
Yeah.
Oh, Craig Tubby.
Tubby. Oh, not
Ah,
Tudor.
Tubby.
Tubby. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, he may. But anyway, I'm just saying, like, that's just a very different. It's made me think next year there's got to be a different approach. Those stats at Neil brought in, I think we need more of those. It's getting into cricket level. Like let's look at all these little things now. All these little things where things go wrong.
Barrel board averages and how many gut egress jumps you can do in a single game. And
I was doing those against you, by the way.
but that's what I mean. Like you guys, because I can sit here and watch guys go, "Oh, that's a freeze. Oh, he's done this and that." Like Jeff's just picking these things up so quick, and think if he's seeing them, you're seeing them, and when you don't see them, it's on you because he's picking them up, and that means you should be picking them up. And I just think it's unfair of me to go, "Oh yeah, they're all just really good." And when it goes wrong, it's not their fault. And I think there's more in it. You know what I mean?
That's
it's so good. Yeah. It's all a compliment, really. It was just so good this year to watch. It doesn't sound like it, but it was just so different to the previous Congos. It was just amazing. Anyway. Anyway, you make what you want of it.
GG's.
Anyway,
yeah, absolutely.
Great stuff.
Yeah. So anyway, congratulations again.
Yeah.
Again, could have done this and it'd be a difference. I'm sure you could rearrange it. It could be the same. It could be back to front. So I think it's time to wrap up. Hit Netherworld.
Time to wrap it up. Hit Netherworld. Yeah, go and have a look.
Sounds good.
And you saw Neil got the Gormless Award. Which is
Gormy,
and that's a new one, which is just among the
Gormy cans.
And if he comes up with you with it, you're supposed to put a drink in it for him.
Okay,
that seems reasonable.
Anyway,
Phil's tab.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's.
See you guys. Thanks everyone for watching.
Thanks for watching.
Yep.
Yeah, it was fantastic, and I just
see you next year.
Cheers everyone for tuning in. AAC next weekend, so Australian Arcade Champs.
I'll be here still. I won't be here till Sunday, but I'll be here Saturday.
Yep. So the qualifying starts on Friday.
And
there'll be stuff happening during the week as well, so we can fire up some games and do some streams maybe if we're around.
Yeah.
Saturday qualifying and the Sunday finals, so that'll be cool. We'll stream that as well.
Yeah, and just a quick run through for thanks to Jimmy and all the other stuff like Jimmy, Kibby of course, Dennis, my other host, Aaron Raynor and Danny Fazakli. Well, Danny Fazakli is very much involved in the presentation and stuff as well, and Neil Cancery stats. I'm going to miss someone, but anyway, it was such a fantastic. It keeps getting better.
It's a whole team
of
people that it takes to put the event together.
But it was just such a lift in the
You can't
playing.
thank everyone.
It was just fantastic. And without you guys, there's
best
nothing
event
anyway.
yet, easily.
Yeah. All right, guys, let's get out of here.
Yep.
All right.
Cheers, guys. Thanks everyone for watching.
Care.
Take care. Bye, my now.
Cheers. All right.
Bye, bye.
Let's see it, Netherworld.
Tiger Woods is in and out tonight.
Apparently, I don't know what that means.
I interviewed Alan today, and I found out what that meant. I finally found out the mystery.
Maybe we should turn the stream off first.
Yes, goodbye.
Yeah, okay. Oh, no, I'm not going to say why. Anyway, all right, thanks, guys. And we'll switch off now.
Take care.
We can switch off the stream, whoever. And anyway, hope you all enjoyed as much as I did. See you next year. Oh, I see Australian the
see you
Australian
next
Arcade
weekend.
Championship on
I'll still be
Friday,
here.
Saturday, Sunday.
I'll still be here.
Yeah, you'll be here. Barrel will be here. All right, cheers, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.